Chapter 1. The state's compulsion to play games. No escape from the mandate. Li Wu. Present. Your case has been reviewed. You must compensate for 42 hours of online gaming within the next 7 days. Alongside your existing obligation of 42 hours for this week, you are required to ensure a total of 84 hours online. This equates to approximately 12 hours of daily gaming. I refuse to comply. Your refusal bears no weight. All citizens aged between 14 and 60 are mandated to engage in a minimum of 42 hours of gaming each week. This is a newly enacted regulation, and it supersedes all other legal codes. Officer Zhou, you are aware of my circumstances. It is often said that law ultimately bows to human sentiment. I genuinely face difficulties. I work 3 jobs daily and only manage 4 hours of sleep. I truly lack the time to play games. Alas, Xiaoli, we reside in the same community. I am indeed aware of your plight. However, the enforcement of this regulation is stringent. Not only you, but even we, as police officers, must adhere to the 42-hour online gaming requirement. Failure to comply results not only in termination for public service, but also in penalties. This is utterly unreasonable. Who has ever heard of a government compelling its citizens to play games? Such absurdity is unprecedented in any nation. You are mistaken. This new law is not exclusive to our country. Similar regulations have been instituted in other nations as well. This is illogical. Regardless of its logic, you are not the only one failing to meet the gaming hours. The detention centers are overflowing with individuals apprehended for this very reason. Were it not for your unique situation, I would have to advocate for your case, yet you would likely still be required to make up your gaming hours in detention. Officer Zhou, enough. Take this money and swiftly make up your gaming hours. Should you be apprehended again, it will not merely result in detention. That I cannot accept this. Ultimately, Li Wu could not refuse Officer Zhou's goodwill, tightly clutching the 500 yuan as he exited the police station. Gazing at the now pitch-black sky, Li Wu felt a pang of sorrow. He had not lied. He truly faced hardships. Last year, his sister's family, along with both sets of parents, embarked on a road trip that ended tragically in an accident, with only his only and a half-year-old niece, Tuan, escaping unscathed. The rest perished at that time. Li Wu was just beginning his sophomore year. During the simultaneous funerals of the 6 family members, he did not weep, yet Tuan's innocent call of uncle shattered him, reducing him to heart-wrenching sobs. As Tuan's only close relative, Li Wu willingly assumed guardianship, balancing his studies with the care of Tuan. If that had been the extent of the challenges, it would have been manageable, although his brother-in-law's drunk driving had resulted in the fatal crash, and the insurance company provided no compensation. Both families possessed some savings sufficient for their sustenance for a few years. However, calamity struck again. Not long after, little Tuan was hospitalized due to a high fever, only to be diagnosed with chronic myeloid leukemia. Patients diagnosed with this condition require lifelong medication. The doctor presented 2 treatment options, one within the scope of medical insurance, albeit still costly, which Li Wu could afford in the short term. This treatment could ensure survival for over a decade, provided no unforeseen complications arose. Another option is a newly developed foreign miracle drug, which also requires lifelong administration, yet boasts remarkable efficacy, allowing patients to live as normal individuals. While precise data on survival time is lacking due to temporal constraints, conservative estimates suggest a lifespan exceeding 20 years. However, this miracle drug is not covered by health insurance, with each box priced at 20,000, necessitating a monthly purchase amounting to 240,000 annually. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Wu opted for the second treatment plan, not out of a desire to repay his sister's kindness, but simply because Tuan was his sole family member. He is her uncle. The following day, Li Wu sold his parents' house, and his sister's house, for which she had just paid off the down payment after 3 years of loans, was also disposed of, leaving only the old house of Tuan's grandfather, which was complicated to handle due to generational inheritance and the minor status of the heir. Being situated in a small county, the property prices were modest, and the total sale for the half-house amounted to merely 400,000. Coupled with the savings from both families, Li Wu found himself with over 500,000 in savings. Although the savings could have been higher, the car accident had affected more than one party, while the other party sustained no injuries. Their vehicle was severely damaged, and it was a luxury car. Nonetheless, this was not the reason for the diminished savings, as the other party, upon learning of the situation, symbolically accepted only 20,000 of the 200,000 compensation owed. Li Wu experienced the goodness of human nature, yet soon came to understand the depths of malevolence. The significant expenses arose from the funerals of 6 individuals, burial plots, and various miscellaneous costs. At the time, Li Wu was merely a sophomore. Entirely unaware of the intricacies involved, he followed the procedures as instructed, resulting in considerable wasteful expenditure. While 500,000 may seem substantial, it was merely sufficient for 2 years. This duration was insufficient even to see him through graduation, prompting Li Wu to resolutely choose to withdraw from his studies. He began working 3 jobs daily, although he still fell short of achieving a financial balance. It was preferable to merely consuming his savings. What further incensed him was the government's announcement of a nationwide gaming initiative a month prior. Despite widespread public opposition and numerous large-scale protests, the implementation of the plan remained unimpeded. Free gaming headsets were distributed to every citizen age 14 and above a week ago, and the national game Blue Star Online officially launched the same week. Watching his dwindling savings, Li Wu found little time for gaming. He had initially thought that with a population of over 1 billion, only the youth would wholeheartedly support the initiative, while others would undoubtedly oppose it. He assumed that the law would not penalize the masses, however. Just a week later, the police came knocking at his door. Had it not been for Officer Zhou's plea, he might have found himself spending time in detention to fulfill his online quota. After picking up Tuan half an hour late, Li Wu promptly apologized to the kindergarten teacher. "Teacher Lei, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Teacher Lei, understanding Tuan's situation, looked at the young man before her heart swelling with emotion. "Perhaps it would be best if Tuan came home with me, and you can pick her up after your work is done." As soon as Lei's words fell, Tuan, nestled in Li Wu's arms, protested with a child's voice, "No, I want to stay with my uncle." "All right, you can stay with your uncle." Li Wu gently pinched Tuan's little nose and graciously declined teacher Lei's kind offer. After leaving kindergarten, Li Wu retrieved a long scarf from the storage compartment of his electric scooter. Skillfully, he draped the scarf around his small frame, securing it snugly. Next, he donned his helmet and activated the mobile phone mounted on the handlebars to begin accepting delivery orders. "Go!" At the sound of Tuan's innocent command, the electric scooter surged swiftly into the night. By 10 o'clock, Li Wu returned home, carrying the already slumbering Tuan in his arms. After gently placing Tuan on the bed, he did not, as usual, venture out again for deliveries. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the unopened cardboard boxes in the corner. He had contemplated immersing himself in the game to earn some extra money that he had dabbled in gaming during his school days, yet the lack of action was rooted in the fact that since the launch of Blue Star Online, his fellow workers have been simultaneously praising the game's quality while lamenting about its exorbitant costs. Earning money was a distant dream, even quenching one's thirst in the game came at a price. Now, with the odds stacked against him, the prospect of ending up in a detention center loomed larger, leaving him with no hope of receiving a salary. Following the instructions, he activated the brand new gaming helmet and placed it on his head. A system voice echoed as it initiated. Retina scan in progress. Brainwave scan in progress. Identity verification in progress. Name, Li Wu. ID number, 15.0015. Age, 21. Nationality, Huaxia. Bank card binding in progress. Bank card successfully linked. Online time, 0. Online time, 42 hours. Warning, please rectify your online time within 7 days, or legal action will be taken against you. A series of electronic notifications left Li Wu utterly astonished. Is this for real? This is outrageous. Chapter 2, Blue Star Online. Initially taken aback, Li Wu soon relaxed. For a game of this magnitude, it was hardly surprising that the government had enacted new regulations. Such a transformative era seemed inevitable. As the warning concluded, a figure clad in simple, humble attire materialized before him. Upon closer inspection, it bore a striking resemblance to him, even down to the mole on his right cheek. As his vision blurred, the figure vanished, only for Li Wu to realize that he had transformed into that very figure. Touching the fabric of his clothing, the palpable sensation sent shivers down his spine. This was astonishingly realistic. Was this what they meant by virtual reality technology? His amazement was far from over suddenly. A brilliant light enveloped him, and his form appeared on a grand battlefield. Thunderous roars echoed through the air as countless monsters converged from all directions. Li Wu found himself surrounded by a multitude of humans, adorned in an array of bizarre costumes and wielding various weapons. Above, numerous figures clad in robes brandished magic wands, reciting incantations towards the distant monsters, unleashing torrents of fire, gales, and hail upon their foes. While such scenes were somewhat familiar to Li Wu, having played numerous games prior to his first year of college, he found it peculiar that many of the unfolding scenarios were utterly illogical. Modern weaponry, beyond an array of professional arms, many individuals wield firearms instead of swords and blades. Handguns, rifles, machine guns, and, astonishingly, some even resort to mortars. Is this the scene one would expect in a game? Before Li Wu could express his disdain, a dark figure suddenly swooped down and seized him, its razor-sharp claws piercing through his shoulder. A searing pain radiated from his shoulder. The horrifying realism compelled Li Wu to let out a scream. In the next instant, he was lifted into the air. In a daze, he vaguely perceived that the once formidable human legion below was being engulfed by an endless sea of monsters. Brave warriors, noble mages, and countless ordinary soldiers, regardless of their status, were reduced to mere sustenance for the beasts. Li Wu's gaze gradually dimmed, the essence of life slowly ebbing away. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted. Li Wu found himself standing within a grand hall, yet the overwhelming sensation of death lingered, rendering him breathless. "Please name your game character," the system announced. The prompt echoed once more. Li Wu finally regained his composure. "Tuan Tuan. This name is already in use. Please choose another." "Tuan Zi. This name is also in use. Please rename." "Tuan Bao. This name is already taken." "Invincible Cute Tuan. Name registration successful. Note: players will log in with their real appearance, and adjustments are not permitted. If you wish to conceal your visage, please visit the general store to purchase a concealment item. Warning: this game employs 100 virtual reality technology, all sensory experiences within the game mirror reality. Players are advised to proceed with caution to avoid psychological trauma due to realistic pain sensations. Alert: each player will randomly generate a talent upon entering the game. Current game realism level, 90. Invincible Q Tuan. We wish you an enjoyable gaming experience. As the system's announcement faded, Li Wu's surroundings transformed, and he found himself in a bustling plaza. Blinding flashes of light surrounded him, with players materializing around him, some wailing in agony, others cursing loudly. "Damn, I died again, it hurts so much. Haha, I returned peacefully this time, barely felt any pain. This game is insane. I was strangled to death by a giant python for a whole minute before I breathed my last. Dude, why are you naked? FCK. I was in the middle of a wild encounter with my wife when some jerk shot me with an arrow. I had no gear on, no defense whatsoever, and I was gone in an instant. Wild encounter. Saliva so. Your wife was naked too? Damn." Suddenly, a flash of white appeared before Li Wu's eyes, followed by a piercing scream. Although donning gear was quick, Li Wu's keen eyes caught a glimpse of that glistening white. As a lifelong single, he nearly paid tribute to 2 streams of nosebleed on the spot. "Welcome to Blue Star Online. You have been born in the 5188th Novice Village. Your talent has been generated, and it is cutting. Please check your character panel." "Cutting? What on earth is that?" Li Wu pondered as he opened the character panel. Name: Invincible Cutie Squad. Level 0. Health 100. Energy 100. Strength 10 1 point of strength, 2 points of physical attack. Intelligence 10 1 point of intelligence, 2 points of magical attack. Stamina 10 1 point of stamina, 10 health points. Spirit 10 1 point of spirit, increases energy by 10. Bone structure 10 1 point of bone structure, 2 points of both defenses. Agility 10 1 point of agility, 0.05 attack speed, 0.05 casting speed. Satiation 10. If satiation drops below 3, it will affect mobility at 0. Health will decrease by 1 per minute, and healing effects will be reduced by 90. Skills: True Eye universal skill that allows the user to examine detailed information of monsters no higher than 10 levels above their own. Skill: Powerful Strike, deals 150. Physical damage, cooldown of 4 seconds. Note: a common skill for novices, will be adjusted upon class change. Skill: Fireball, deals 130 magical damage, cooldown of 2.5 seconds. Note: a common skill for novices will be adjusted upon class change. Talent: Cutting upgradable. Cutting: attacks or skills will inflict 0.1 of the target's maximum health as true damage. Special: can be upgraded. Defeating outdoor bosses equal to or higher than one's own level will increase the percentage by 0.1. Each level of boss can trigger this 3 times. Li Wu frowned as he read the description of his talent. True damage with each strike seemed remarkably effective against monsters, yet the base value was disappointingly low at only 0.1. This implies that, disregarding his own attack damage, it would take 1,000 strikes to defeat a monster. Unless the level disparity was vast, what kind of monster would require 1,000 hits? And with a significant level gap, a monster could eliminate him with a mere blow, making it impossible to land 1,000 strikes. Even if his attack damage equaled the cutting damage, he would still need to strike 500 times, and the monster could likely still dispatch him with ease. For monsters that required 100 strikes, even if he could sustain himself with potions, the cutting value would merely amount to an extra hit, hardly beneficial. Unless the cutting level could be elevated significantly, outdoor bosses seemed far from easy prey, and given the substantial player base, any outdoor boss would likely be overwhelmed upon respawning. With a sigh, Li Wu decided to stop fretting over the so-called talent. He opened his inventory, and a row of weapons caught his eye. Black Bread X3 restores 3 satiation points. Mineral Water X3, you will need it. Wooden Sword Novice Weapon Physical Attack 6. Staff Novice Weapon Magical Attack 5. Pistol Novice Weapon Physical Attack 45. Note 1. Damage from firearms is related to the weapon itself. Character attributes do not apply. Note 2. Firearms require ammunition to operate. Pistol bullets quantity 10. Physical attack 5. The presence of a pistol certainly raised questions about the seriousness of this game. Chapter 3. Surprisingly, there are no initial purchases in the game. Li Wu stood dazed, gripping his handgun, his mind in a state of bewilderment. What manner of game is this, featuring modern weaponry? What purpose do those so-called magical professions serve? Li Wu's attempt to load bullets into the magazine caught the attention of a nearby middle-aged man. Observing Li Wu's clumsy movements and his novice attire, the man's eyes lit up, and he approached with a smile. "Young man, are you selling bullets?" 1 coin each. Taken aback by this price, Li Wu momentarily hesitated. Such generous beginner benefits? Not only was there no initial purchase required upon logging in, but he could also sell for 10 coins? Not selling. Before the middle-aged man could raise his offer, Li Wu swiftly maneuvered through the crowd. Once past the throng, Li Wu began to explore the novice village. The surroundings lacked imposing structures, yet the overall design was reminiscent of modern architecture, albeit dilapidated, presenting a post-apocalyptic scene. The novice village was astonishingly vast. After wandering for over 10 minutes, he still had not reached the end, but he found this no cause for concern. After all, in a game for the masses, it was only natural for the novice village to be expansive given the substantial player base. After some effort, he located a general store, and upon gazing at the shopping interface filled with a plethora of goods, his jaw nearly dropped. Black Bread restores 3 satiety, price 50 copper coins. Mineral Water, price 50 copper coins. Handgun Bullets, price 50 copper coins. Masks, selectable styles, price 1 silver coin. Li Wu clicked on the recharge interface in the bottom right corner of his backpack and immediately felt the palpable malice of Blue Star Online. 1 yuan, 10 copper coins. 1 silver coin, 100 copper coins. 1 gold coin, 100 silver coins. In essence, a slice of black bread or a bottle of water was valued at 5 yuan. Handgun bullets at 5 yuan each. Thankfully, he had not sold any. After experiencing the game's blatant avarice, Li Wu exited the general store and made his way towards the village outskirts. With such high currency value, perhaps he could earn some money within this game, adding another source of income. Even if a monster only dropped a single copper coin, it would still be welcome. After another 10 minutes of walking, Li Wu finally exited the novice village. Observing the ruins beyond the village's protective barrier, he confirmed that this game was indeed set against an apocalyptic backdrop. Could it be a zombie-slaying scenario? Intrigued, he followed several players who still appeared to be in their novice gear. As the remnants of bricks and tiles became sparse, An endless expanse of grassland came into view. To his surprise, the zombies he had imagined were nowhere to be seen. Instead, a host of enormous rabbits bounded about, standing a meter tall. These colossal rabbits had lost all semblance of cuteness, their too prominent incisors resembling sharp daggers, terrifying in appearance. Surely, these could not be novice monsters? With a sense of doubt, Li Wu approached closer and cast a discerning glance. Giant rabbit, level 1 health, 200 physical attack, 25 defense. 5 indeed, they were novice monsters. Comparing the giant rabbit's attributes to his own, Li Wu's face turned pale. No wonder so many players were respawning. These newcomers couldn't even handle a novice monster in one-on-one combat. It was a miracle they survived at all. The wooden sword in hand possesses an attack power of 26 points. After accounting for the giant rabbit's defense of 5 points, the damage inflicted by a single strike amounts to 21 points, necessitating 10 strikes to vanquish the creature. Conversely, the giant rabbit boasts an attack power of 25 points. After deducting its 10 points of defense, its damage reaches 15 points. With a total health of 100 points, it can eliminate the player in just 7 strikes. Assuming no skills are employed, engaging in a direct confrontation seems unfeasible. However, a handgun could effortlessly resolve the matter. Although the handgun's damage does not accumulate with character attributes, its base damage is a formidable 45 points, complemented by an additional 5 points from the bullets, culminating in a total damage of 50 points per shot. Consequently, 5 shots would suffice to dispatch a rabbit, provided one maintains the proper distance, ensuring the rabbit is neutralized before it can approach. The notion of a 100 authentic pain system loses its significance in such a scenario. Truly, it is exasperating. Is this universal online game merely a ploy for monetary gain? No wonder the government mandates such measures. It appears the national treasury is in dire need of funds, seeking to exploit the populace. Though fully aware of the improbability of this situation, Li Wu could not suppress a moment of lamentation. Nevertheless, even if the government were to exploit its citizens, it predominantly targets the affluent, remaining relatively considerate towards the common folk. For a mere 25 yuan to acquire a level 1 novice monster is hardly affordable for the average individual. Of course, one cannot solely rely on data comparisons when gaming. As exemplified by the trio of players Li Wu observed, they appeared to be a family, encircling a giant rabbit. A boy, seemingly around 14 or 15 years of age, called out, and simultaneously 3 swords struck the giant rabbit. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, and before the rabbit could retaliate, it was dispatched. Given their proficiency, it was evident they were no longer novices, and their attack power was considerably high. With the giant rabbit possessing 200 health points, it was eliminated in just 3 strikes, implying an average attack power of approximately 72 points among the trio. Li Wu hesitated, choosing not to approach them for a party invitation. After all, who would take in a stranger when they had so effortlessly defeated the giant rabbit? It seemed wiser to avoid the potential for rejection. Casting a glance around, Li Wu noticed that few players remained in the level 1 area, particularly after a week of the server's launch, as most had formed fixed teams or were family units. Not entirely a novice, Li Wu pondered for a moment before deciding to venture solo. In his inventory lay a novice staff with a magical attack of 5 points, bringing his total magical attack to 25 points. The fireball spell inflicts 130 magical damage, resulting in a damage output of 32 points, which, after accounting for the giant rabbit's 5 points of defense, translates to 27 points of effective damage. The fireball spell has a cooldown of 5 seconds. If he manages his distance well, he should be able to cast it twice. It remains uncertain how far the rabbit can pursue, but perhaps with skillful kiting, he could achieve 3 or 4 casts. For the sake of calculation, assuming 2 casts, the total damage would reach 54 points. Upon closing in and switching weapons, a powerful melee strike could yield 150 physical damage, equating to 34 points of damage. With the giant rabbit's remaining health at 116 points, it would require 6 strikes to eliminate it, leaving Li Wu with just a sliver of health. After devising a strategy, Li Wu retreated to an isolated area and selected a giant rabbit for his target. Uncertain of the fireball spell's range, he cautiously advanced from a distance, ultimately triggering the spell at approximately 30 meters away. The incantation for the fireball spell was delayed by approximately 1 second, and a fist-sized, vibrant orange fireball swiftly hurtled toward the distant giant rabbit. At the moment the fireball was conjured, Li Wu unhesitatingly retreated, turning around 3 seconds later to unleash the fireball once more. Upon witnessing the giant rabbit, which was now merely a dozen meters away, Li Wu stifled his astonishment and steadied himself to cast the fireball. The speed of this giant rabbit was astonishing. Within the 5 seconds of the fireball's cooldown, it had sprinted nearly 20 meters, surpassing the initial 30-meter gap by several additional meters. This was no ordinary rabbit. It was in fact a cheetah clad in rabbit's fur. -27 cut. 0. Cut value less than 1 does not trigger. The giant rabbit was now perilously close, leaving Li Wu no time for further contemplation. He swiftly switched to his wooden sword, delivering a powerful strike to the creature's head. -34 first strike. It was secured, just as a smile crept upon Li Wu's lips. The giant rabbit sunk its teeth into his instinctively raised left arm. -15, good heavens. The intense pain coursing through his arm compelled Li Wu to curse audibly, causing his wooden sword, which should have struck again, to falter momentarily due to the agony. After enduring 2 bites from the giant rabbit, Li Wu gritted his teeth and retaliated. -21 the first strike turned into a counter, his rhythm abruptly disrupted. Battling the excruciating pain, he attempted to fight while retreating from the rabbit's pursuit. However, to his dismay, the rabbit's chase radius was far greater than he had anticipated, coupled with a speed that outmatched his own. -15, -21 as both parties exchanged damage over a distance of several meters. Li Wu ultimately succumbed to the pain, falling into a radiant white light. Note: the author may occasionally make slight adjustments to data for skill balance. Should readers notice any errors inadvertently left by the author, please do not hesitate to me, and I will make timely corrections. Chapter 4. Team Formation. Li Wu emerged from the resurrection point with a scowl. Though his arms and shoulders had healed completely, he felt as if he were missing 2 pieces of flesh. It was merely a skirmish with a novice monster, yet it had left him with a psychological shadow. Who was the fool that conceived of the notion of 100 realistic pain? It was no wonder that even a week into the game, players with attack ratings exceeding 60 were banding together to hunt rabbits. They must have their own mental scars. Despite Li Wu's generally resilient nature, the mere thought of the giant rabbit's formidable incisors sent shivers down his spine. This endeavor was not simply a matter of defeating one monster. To level up and earn rewards, one had to persistently engage in battle, repeatedly suffering bites. Who could endure such a fate? Unless, of course, one formed a team of their own. After a moment's contemplation, Li Wu activated the chat channel. Invincible Cute Squad. Newcomer seeking a team to hunt giant rabbits. Barely a second had passed before several responses flooded in. Are you a girl? Do you have AD? I'll take you for free if you're above D. Join my group. I'll carry you for C. Do you not care about looks? Come on, brother. You don't understand. It's a game where we can't wear makeup. A natural beauty is rarer than a panda. And with such a beauty, even need to seek a group publicly? Exactly. Let's not be picky. Even with a face mask, it's all good. Stop joking. They might be a child. 14 years old. That's not illegal. Li Wu was astounded that a simple request for a team had sparked such a frenzy. Over the past 2 years, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of his niece, which inadvertently influenced his choice of username. He had not anticipated the game's challenges, nor the complications arising from his chosen name. Invincible Cute Squad. I am a pure man. Newcomer seeking a team to hunt giant rabbits. With this declaration, the chat channel instantly returned to normalcy, with no one paying him any heed. The public channel had a cooldown of 30 seconds for messages, and despite several attempts, he received no responses. Reminded of the giant rabbit's sharp teeth, Li Wu gritted his teeth and continued to send messages. Finally, after more than 20 attempts, someone requested to add him as a friend. Li Wu's eyes brightened, and he quickly clicked to accept. Spicy Rabbit Head. I'm also a newcomer. Can we team up? How many do you have on your side? Only me. I have just one person as well. Why don't you meet me at the south gate of the village? and we can call for more. All right. At last, someone had responded. Although it was just one individual, Li Wu was grateful and continued to seek more teammates while awaiting the arrival of his first companion. A few minutes later, a girl around 14 or 15 years old, sporting twin ponytails and clad in novice garb, appeared at the village entrance, scanning the surroundings. While there were many players milling about, few were dressed in such a manner. Spicy Rabbit Head, where are you? Although Li Wu noticed the private message, he did not reply, but instead approached the young girl directly. Spicy Rabbit Head? Ah. The girl jumped, then quickly composed herself, regarding Li Wu with a peculiar expression. Your invincible cute squad? Why are you a boy? Well, did I not just say I'm a pure man? Li Wu replied with a frown. I apologize. The public channel is scrolling too quickly. I didn't notice. So, shall we form a team? It's not every day we encounter a newcomer. Although she appears rather young and somewhat unreliable, her attacking power is not diminished by her age. As a fellow novice, Li Wu could hardly afford to be picky. Let's team up, exclaimed the Spicy Rabbit Head with a small nod. All right, you lead the call for the team. Public channel, invincible adorable squad. I am a pure man, seeking to form a giant rabbit team. Level 2, 4. Spicy Rabbit Head. I am a pure man, seeking to form a giant rabbit team. Level 2, 4. Li Wu glanced over the focused little girl. Though the Spicy Rabbit Head was young, she was undeniably cute, especially with her long twin ponytails, which would surely attract many players. Recruiting teammates should be an effortless endeavor for her. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought that had surfaced in his mind. Such matters were beneath his consideration. Despite the increase in requests, it had not stirred any significant response. There were simply too few newcomers. Observing the somewhat impatient Spicy Rabbit Head, Li Wu could not help but inquire, surely your family or classmates must have higher levels. Why are you alone? My family isn't in the same novice village as me, and I'm currently in detention, unable to contact my classmates. The little girl pouted, her face a picture of grievance. Almost on the verge of tears, Li Wu looked at the innocent girl and sighed inwardly. Playing games in detention and being at level 0, it was evident she had been detained for neglecting her responsibilities in Blue Star Online. The little girl seemed fearful that Li Wu might misconstrue her as a wrongdoer, so she hastily provided an explanation. With high school approaching, I was busy with my studies while my parents treated the national game as a mere pastime, enjoying themselves. Consequently, the police came knocking. Considering the girl was only 15, both she and her guardian were detained for 3 days as a warning. What a pity. Thanks to Officer Zhou, after calling out for over a dozen times without attracting anyone, Li Wu finally lost his patience. He needed to ensure 12 hours of online time each day this week, leaving him little opportunity to work. Just the thought of idling away and the inevitable loss of a job opportunity in a week made his eyes redden. We'll tackle this together. I'll draw the aggro. Li Wu was determined not to send a minor girl to face the monsters. He had to take the risk himself. Pain was inevitable, but at least the rewards from defeating the giant rabbit would be shared between the two of them, rather than divided among 6. Li Wu led the Spicy Rabbit Head back to the giant rabbit area. I'll initiate. He instructed the Spicy Rabbit Head to position herself slightly behind him, then unleashed a fireball spell towards the distant giant rabbit. -27 concerned about disrupting the aggro, Li Wu did not kite the creature, but instead switched to his weapon. -54 to his surprise, the Spicy Rabbit Head's fireball also struck the giant rabbit, dealing an impressive 54 points of damage. The giant rabbit's aggro was immediately thrown into disarray. Turning its attention towards the Spicy Rabbit Head, Li Wu rushed forward, delivering a powerful strike with his skill against the giant rabbit. A powerful strike seemingly possessed a slight repelling effect, momentarily halting the movements of the enormous rabbit. The rabbit's ire shifted towards Li Wu, who endured the agonizing bite on her left arm, shielded as she was. Prepared for the pain, Li Wu retaliated with a swift sword strike. The exchange continued, and the timid little girl finally regained her composure, stealthily switching weapons to approach the giant rabbit and deliver a strike. Fortunately, being within a game, the mere grazing of her attack did not detract from its effectiveness. A staggering damage output startled Li Wu, prompting her to swiftly slash at the rabbit's face. Reclaiming the fragile threat it posed, the giant rabbit collapsed, transforming into a wisp of white light, leaving the ground barren. She gained 20 experience points for vanquishing the giant rabbit. Before she could lament the absence of loot, Li Wu turned to the similarly garbed and wooden sword-wielding spicy rabbit head, her face a mask of astonishment. "How is your attack so high?" "Ah, I have no idea." Li Wu glanced at the little girl as empty hands and smooth neck, puzzled. "Are you wearing other equipment?" "No, just a novice weapon and a plain robe without attributes." How can your attack be so formidable then? What is your talent?" "It seems to be a 100 critical hit, though I'm uncertain what that means." Chapter 5. Battling a novice monster is a mental challenge. Li Wu expresses his frustration. Why is it that others possess a talent for 100% critical strike, while his own abilities are so lackluster, failing to trigger even when striking a rabbit? If only he had the same critical strike potential, there would be no need for teams. Under proficient handling, he could even defeat the colossal rabbit with minimal or no damage. "You really can venture alone." Li Wu glanced at the naive yet earnest face of the spicy rabbit head and sighed. In response to her puzzled expression, he elaborated, in a kite-flying scenario. "You can unleash 2 fireballs, amounting to 100 points of damage. Then, switch weapons to deliver a powerful strike, dealing 68 points of damage, followed by a regular slash, inflicting 42. This would conclude the encounter, requiring you to endure only one attack from the giant rabbit. I noticed that when the giant rabbit is struck by a powerful blow, it experiences a slight recoil. If you react swiftly and leap aside, then counterattack with a sword, you might evade its next strike entirely. I can assist you in testing this strategy." The spicy rabbit head, inexperienced in gaming, listened with a mix of understanding and confusion. However, one thing became clear to her, and she anxiously queried, "Are you unwilling to take me along?" "It's not that I don't wish to accompany you. With your 100% critical strike, you hardly need a team. I don't want to take advantage of a little girl like you." No, you haven't taken advantage of me. I simply lack gaming skills, and this game feels all too real. I was bitten to death once, and it hurt terribly. I'm frightened." The young girl, perhaps genuinely traumatized, was on the verge of tears, terrified that Li Wu might abandon her. "Please don't cry. You really can defeat the giant rabbit on your own." "I'm scared while I'm afraid of rabbits, and I'm terrified of starving." The little girl was genuinely frightened, prompting Li Wu to anxiously glance around, concerned about being misjudged. "Stop. I will take you along." "Really?" "Yes. Thank you, invincible cute team brother." Let's skip the invincible cute part. Just call me team brother." "Thank you, team brother." In truth, Li Wu hesitated for a moment before continuing. If you're truly frightened, there's no rush to engage monsters. You can remain in the village for the required online time. Once that period concludes, you'll be able to contact your classmates or friends. They can either guide you or provide you with superior equipment, allowing you to conquer the giant rabbit without taking damage. "That's not feasible, team brother. I intended to do that before, but this game has a hunger mechanic. I starved to death once, and the sensation of hunger feels all too real. It's far worse than being bitten by a giant rabbit. Isn't there a beginner's bread available?" "Not sufficient. This game is so annoying. Even if you die, it doesn't restore your hunger. You lose 2 points of hunger every hour, and I've been in the village for 8 hours. I've consumed 3 black loaves of bread, and if it weren't for a kind-hearted lady gifting me 2 more, I would be starving again." Upon hearing the spicy rabbit head's explanation, Li Wu was astonished to glance at his own status, realizing his hunger level had dropped from 10 to 7. After calculating, he noted that he had been online for exactly an hour and a half. Upon encountering the prospect of acquiring a staggering 50 copper coins, equivalent to 5 yuan, for the black bread, Li Wu hastily beckoned to Spicy Rabbit Head, preparing to engage the foe. Yet this was no black bread. It was evidently a gaming point card, costing 3 yuan and 33 cents per hour. Over the course of 12 hours, how much would that amount to? Ding! The defeat of the giant rabbit awarded 20 experience points. The second giant rabbit was dispatched without incident, yet still yielded no loot. Li Wu had been bitten twice. Grimacing in pain, with such high damage output from the young lady, Li Wu naturally could not allow her to bear the brunt of the attacks. As an adult man, it felt inappropriate to let a mere girl take the hits. If she were to cry from the pain, would he soothe her or not? Such a waste of time. Yet, gazing at the daunting requirement of 10,000 experience points to reach level 1, Li Wu's mouth twitched in dismay. The planners of Blue Star Online clearly did not consider the players. Even if one were to hunt solo, a single giant rabbit only granted 40 experience points, necessitating the slaying of 250 to advance a single level. Teaming up with Spicy Rabbit Head meant they would need to vanquish 500 giant rabbits to level up. Was this truly a game achievable by mere mortals? Although the game's so-called realistic pain did not equate to the lingering agony of a dog bite, the brief sting of damage was still quite genuine. Imagining having to endure 996 bites from giant rabbits just to reach level 1 made Li Wu's countenance turn pale. A tactical change was imperative. Crouching low, his eyes gleaming with determination as he fixed his gaze upon the distant giant rabbit, Li Wu began to analyze their attack patterns and damage inflicted. After a minute, he devised a strategy and briefed Spicy Rabbit Head before commencing the hunt. Both launched fireballs from a distance, then retreated simultaneously. Once the cooldown elapsed, Li Wu turned to unleash a second fireball, while Spicy Rabbit Head continued to advance. Upon the second fireball striking, the giant rabbit's health plummeted to 100 points. Swiftly, Li Wu switched weapons to deliver a powerful strike, inflicting an additional 34 points of damage. Although the knockback effect of the powerful strike was minimal, it effectively interrupted the giant rabbit's actions and drew its ire. Li Wu refrained from further attacks, taking advantage of the giant rabbit's momentary immobility to swiftly withdraw. Meanwhile, Spicy Rabbit Head unleashed her second fireball after creating some distance. The considerable damage of 54 points redirected the giant rabbit's aggression towards Spicy Rabbit Head, forsaking Li Wu, who seized the opportunity to land a decisive blow on the creature's hindquarters, claiming the last 16 points of its life. Ding! The giant rabbit was slain, granting 20 experience points. A flawless victory. With the strategy successfully executed, Li Wu exhaled in relief, for he too feared pain. This, in fact, was the second tactical approach. Prior to this, Li Wu had conceived an even more efficient strategy that unfortunately faltered due to the young lady's timid nature. His ideal tactic involved both casting fireballs in tandem to kite the creature, followed by a simultaneous powerful strike, which could have dispatched the giant rabbit without sustaining any damage. Regrettably, the young girl's fear rendered her legs weak at the sight of the giant rabbit's menacing teeth, causing her to falter and leaving Li Wu to bear the brunt of the pain. Thus, he was compelled to devise a new strategy. What a wretched game this is! Merely battling the most trivial of foes has exhausted so many brain cells. One can only imagine the toll of confronting a formidable boss. With the implementation of a flawless strategy, the duo commenced their steady pursuit of the rabbits. The hunger meter loomed over them like the sword of Damocles, as it was utterly inconceivable to persuade Li Wu to part with any money, and the young girl, with her fiery spirit, had no bank card to her name. At long last, upon vanquishing the 9th colossal rabbit, they were rewarded with their first loot, and to their surprise, it comprised 2 distinct items. Giant rabbit fong, a primary forging material suitable for consultation at the blacksmith shop. Giant rabbit fur, a primary textile material fit for inquiry at the tailor's establishment. Chapter 6. Clumsy yet playful. Although the price remained unknown, Li Wu and Spicy Rabbit Head could not help but reveal a hint of a smile. After all, it was better than having nothing at all. Each took 1 item, planning to divide the spoils upon their return. Spicy Rabbit Head nodded eagerly, reaching to pick up the giant rabbit's soft fur, clearly unfazed by the bloodied fangs that held no allure for a young girl. Despite their disdain for the drop rates in Blue Star Online, the fact that they had obtained something served as a modicum of motivation, prompting the duo to grind the giant rabbits with renewed vigor. As they dispatched more of these creatures, their proficiency increased significantly. They could now defeat a giant rabbit in a mere 10 seconds. Moreover, the abundance of giant rabbits meant they need not waste time searching for foes. This was one of the advantages of entering the game later, aside from a few timid players or those with families. The vast majority of veteran players had long since left the realm of level 1 monsters behind. Li Wu could easily envision the cacophony of drums and firecrackers that would have accompanied the game's launch. Imagining that the giant rabbits spawned would scarcely have opened their eyes before meeting their demise. A multitude of players attacking a single giant rabbit yielded a hefty 10,000 experience points for leveling up. One could only wonder how many rabbits needed to be slain to achieve that. Regrettably, their mana was insufficient, even at full capacity. They could cast Fireball only 5 times, necessitating brief rests after every 2 kills. Ding! Experience gained from defeating Giant Rabbit. 20. Li Wu's eyes sparkled upon seeing the white orb left behind by the vanquished Giant Rabbit. Those 2 materials would not emit light, indicating the drop of an item. Giant Rabbit leather armor, white, health 10, physical defense 2, required level 0. If Li Wu were tanking the monsters, he would have naturally claimed this piece of white gear for himself. However, as he was now effortlessly dispatching foes, he decided to gift the first piece of gear to the young girl. Wearing the leather armor might embolden her, sparing her the anxiety of making mistakes due to fear. The young girl fumbled to catch the leather armor, flustered as she exclaimed, "Tuanzi-gu, you should wear it." "Just take it," he insisted. "It's more appropriate for you to have it, especially since I sometimes tank." Li Wu sighed. This was precisely why he preferred to be a lone wolf. Encountering considerate teammates who insisted on sharing was a waste of time, whereas those who were opportunistic were simply irksome. "Put on first. I'll take the next piece of gear," he stated firmly, unwilling to engage in further pleasantries. Spicy Rabbit head nodded, refraining from additional argument, and promptly donned the giant rabbit leather armor. The oversized novice garb transformed into a snug, white, lace leather armor, instantly altering her appearance. Li Wu blinked, feigning nonchalance to avert his gaze. Was a young girl really so well-nourished these days? She must only be around 15. He shook his head, dispelling any wicked thoughts, and refocused on the distant giant rabbits. After donning the armor, Spicy Rabbit Head paused, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Taking a couple of deep breaths, she managed to regain her composure. "It's all right. This is just a game." Suppressing her discomfort, the young girl continued to follow Li Wu in hunting rabbits. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Li Wu's experience points climbed to 4,880. With only half the requisite experience remaining to level up. Initially, I intended to continue hunting rabbits. However, my satiety level does not permit it. After consuming 1 black bread, Li Wu generously offered the remaining 2 to Spicy Rabbit Head, leaving his satiety at a mere 4 points, while Spicy Rabbit Head was left with only 5. Should the satiety drop to 3 points, hunger would ensue, subsequently diminishing our mobility, making it increasingly difficult to engage in combat without sustaining damage. It would be prudent to return and divide our spoils instead. Despite the lamentable drop rates in Blue Star Online, the numerous creatures we encountered yielded a fair amount of loot. We acquired 16 giant rabbit fangs, 15 giant rabbit furs, 1 leather armor, 2 iron swords, and a pair of leather boots. The inferior iron sword, white, boasts an attack of 12, while the giant rabbit foot, white, grants 10 to health and a 5 increase in movement speed. The 4 pieces of equipment need not be sold, as they conveniently split into 2 for each of us. Each of us claimed an inferior iron sword, while the leather armor was swiftly removed by Spicy Rabbit Head when the giant rabbit foot dropped, and he handed it over to Li Wu. The giant rabbit foot, enhancing speed, was evidently more suited for the timid young lady, and its fuzzy appearance was quite appealing to her. Fortunately, the game's equipment adjusts according to gender. Although Li Wu still wore a hollowed-out design, she did not have to contend with 2 large shells atop her head. Upon entering the shop, we noted that the giant rabbit fangs and furs had an identical recycling price of 10 copper coins. Li Wu couldn't suppress a grimace at this revelation. The total from 16 giant rabbit fangs and 15 giant rabbit furs amounted to 310 copper coins, equivalent to 31 currency units. Each of us would receive a meager 15.5, merely enough to cover the cost of a game card, black bread. No, it seems even the game card funds fell short. It was only when consuming black bread that I realized the necessity of mineral water. It was exceedingly dry and nearly impossible to eat without it. Each black bread required at least half a bottle of water. The price of mineral water stood at 5 currency units per bottle. Is Blue Star Online truly this ruthless in extracting resources? With a sigh, Li Wu reluctantly beckoned Spicy Rabbit Head to sell the materials first. "Wait a moment, Brother Tuan," the girl interjected, My mother mentioned that materials can be sold to live players for a higher price than the shop's recycling rate. Spicy Rabbit Head closed the private chat interface, her face alight with joy. Upon hearing this, Li Wu's eyes sparkled. It had completely slipped his mind that the young girl's parent was an experienced player, providing them with a ready-made strategy. Following her mother's suggestion, the two ventured to the village square, where they indeed found players setting up stalls to purchase materials. After conducting a brief comparison of prices, they sold their materials for 440 copper coins, yielding 220 for each. However, Li Wu's satiety dropped to 3 points, causing a noticeable decrease in his movement speed. Accompanied by waves of hunger, the pair hurried to the general store, purchasing 3 black breads and 1 bottle of water each, leaving their wallets considerably lighter. Thankfully, Li Wu had some leftover mineral water from his beginner supplies. Otherwise, he would have faced a shortage for 1 bottle. Gazing at the remaining 20 copper coins, he frowned and turned to Spicy Rabbit Head. This imbalance in income and expenditure is concerning. Please ask your mother if there are any profitable methods, perhaps involving life skills? All right, the young girl nodded, promptly messaging her mother. Brother Tuan, my mom said that life skills require a substantial amount of materials to increase proficiency. And even after 7 days since the server opened, life skills are still requiring investment. Well, are there any other methods? Indeed, we could venture into mining. The Spicy Rabbit Head pointed timidly towards the eastern edge of the village, fear evident on her face. There is a mining area over there where we can extract ores to sell, and the monsters are rather scarce. However, but what? But my mother says the light there is quite dim, and the monsters are zombies. I'm afraid. Li Wu gazed at the anxious expression of the young girl and sighed. Let's first deal with the giant rabbit. Alternatively, we could proceed to mine. Huh, aren't you afraid? I'm somewhat curious to see what a zombie looks like. The girl's naive enthusiasm left Li Wu feeling exasperated, yet aligned perfectly with his desires. Levels are insignificant. The pursuit of wealth is of utmost importance. No amount of danger would compel him to spend money. Chapter 7. The protagonist template is not me. The 2 protagonists each possess precisely 20 copper coins. One purchased a mining pickaxe and proceeded towards the eastern edge of the village, all the while organizing the information provided by the Spicy Rabbit Head's mother. The eastern mining area was vast, filled with countless tunnels, and naturally, throngs of players. Most players, wary of combat or engaged in various life professions, delved into the mines. Although the number of zombies within the caverns was not insignificant, they were merely level 3, presenting no challenge to players whose levels averaged 4 or 5. Upon spawning, these zombies were swiftly dispatched in groups. Thus, the young girl, emboldened, claimed she wished to see a zombie, confident that they posed little threat to her. In the early days of the server, mining was quite lucrative. However, profits had dwindled as many players, unable to withstand the monotony, opted to become miners, leading to a surplus and subsequent price drop. Currently, the market price of ores barely exceeded the store's buyback price, though the ore yield remained steady. Moreover, mining also had its chance of rare finds. Stone and iron were merely the basics, with occasional discoveries of silver or gold ore, fetching a respectable price even at stores. As they traversed the village's eastern edge, they encountered numerous players, each appearing as diligent miners, dust-covered and weary. Without needing to inquire for directions, they followed the crowd straight to the mining area. Selecting a tunnel at random, they ventured inside. Indeed, as the Spicy Rabbit Head's mother had described, the mine was dimly lit, visibility extending only a few meters. Beyond that, one could faintly discern the silhouettes of players swinging their pickaxes. The sheer number of players was staggering. After walking several hundred meters, surrounded by throngs of people, and feeling their hunger begin to wane, they finally discovered a less crowded fork in the tunnel and decided to explore it. Along the way, the young girl's curiosity was partially satisfied when they encountered zombie. Unlike other monsters, these zombies emerged from the ground. But as the creature clawed its way halfway out, the girl's shriek had barely begun before the zombie was reduced to mere light by the relentless swings of pickaxes. This left the girl feeling somewhat embarrassed. The two soon found a suitable spot. The tunnel's ceiling here was significantly higher than elsewhere, nearly 10 meters tall, creating a spacious atmosphere. Deep within the mine, with fewer miners around, They had ample space to work. Selecting a level area, they extracted their pickaxes and began to mine. Li Wu exerted effort to chip away at a stone, subsequently collecting the rock and placing it into his bag. Stone 1. Was this level of realism truly necessary? In other games, merely mimicking the motion of swinging a pickaxe at the wall would automatically yield or into 1's inventory. Yet in Blue Star Online, one was required to physically extract the stone and gather it. Moreover, the wall indeed bore the mark of his labor, as the environment within the mine was destructible. Given that the server had only been active for 7 days, the mine had yet to regenerate, leaving its recovery time uncertain. At this moment, Li Wu had been mining for an hour, and the wall before him bore a pit nearly as tall as himself, while his bag contained 86 stones, 5 iron ores, and 1 silver ore. According to the information from Spicy Rabbit Head's mother, stones were sold in bundles. A bundle consisted of 99 stones, with the store's buyback price being 20 copper per bundle and the player buy price at 21 copper. The abundance of stones is overwhelming. With a casual approach to selling and collecting, the shop's buyback price for iron ore stands at 10 copper per piece, while players are willing to purchase it for 12 to 13 copper. When encountering buyers, regardless of whether the price is 12 or 14, it is wise to sell quickly, for the value may plummet to the shop's rate at any moment. The silver or buyback price is 50 copper, with players offering 60 or more, indicating it has not yet reached its lowest point. After an hour of mining, a profit of approximately 130 copper was made, and, after deducting card fees, a net gain of 8 copper was achieved. During this time, a zombie was encountered again, but the distance between the two was considerable. Li Wu intended to gain some experience, but was thwarted by his limited visibility of only a few meters. By the time he reached the monsters, they had already been dispatched. Rabbit Head, how much have you mined? Oh dear, I've told you not to call me Rabbit Head. Who chose that name? Utterly adorable. Could you please refrain from calling me Rabbit Head? All right, I apologize. So, how much have you mined, Rabbit? I've struck it rich. I've mined 150 stones, 8 iron ores, and 2 silver ores, said Spicy Rabbit Head, stifling a giggle with her hand. What on earth? Li Wu pondered, bemused. How could a little girl possibly outpace him in mining? He paused his actions and turned to look at Spicy Rabbit Head, quickly noticing something amiss. She had merely extracted a stone from the wall, yet transformed into 2 pieces upon hitting the ground. A 100 critical hit. Can this truly apply to mining? The thought of his own vague cutting talent made Li Wu feel envious. How much have you mined, brother? Quite a bit, feeling quite rich. After another half hour of mining, the somewhat bored girl suggested they share a late-night snack. Li Wu glanced at her hunger meter, nodded, and retrieved some black bread and mineral water. My mother said there's a restaurant in the village that serves food even better than in the real world, and it won't upset your stomach. Really? Then you must treat me to a meal when we return. Huh? You expect me, a minor, to treat you, an adult? But you said you're feeling rich. Oh, that is true. I truly have struck it rich. I found gold ore. Spicy Rabbit Head exclaimed excitedly while munching on her black bread. Li Wu gasped in surprise, quickly covering Spicy Rabbit Head's mouth, casting a cautious glance at a nearby player who had suddenly ceased his mining. Brother, she's just a child. 1 piece of gold, or should be a problem? Besides, it's not guaranteed to drop, and we are 2 people. Upon hearing Li Wu's words, the player turned his head slightly, revealing a grin of white teeth against his dark face. Indeed, it shouldn't be a concern. But do remind your little one to be discreet with her wealth, he advised before returning to his mining. Li Wu, however, did not relax her guard, gently lowering her hand. Although Spicy Rabbit Head was inexperienced in gaming, she quickly grasped the situation. The shop's buyback price for gold ore is 3 silver, while players will pay over 5 silver, which translates to more than 500 copper coins, equivalent to 50 real-world currency units. In reality, 50 units may seem trivial, but in this game, devoid of legal restrictions, a simple PvP encounter could yield a delightful profit of 50 units. Fortunately, the opponent's level is only 3, and the game's design for pain is rather repulsive, deterring most individuals from engaging in player-versus-player combat. Moreover, the opponent arrived earlier, likely amassing a substantial collection of ores. The prospect of a 1-against-2 scenario is undeniably perilous. After discreetly advising the spicy rabbit head to exercise caution in conversation, Li Wu leisurely finished her bread before rising to continue her excavation. How frustrating. The young girl has struck gold, or, and under critical conditions, she naturally yields 2 pieces, guaranteeing a minimum of 100 units. He could deliver takeout all night and still not match her mining effort in that brief moment. Surely, the spicy rabbit head is not wielding a protagonist template. Chapter 8. The boss electric zombie. After mining for over half an hour, Spicy Rabbit Head suddenly halted with a pickaxe. Brother Tuan, shouldn't we consider changing our location? I haven't unearthed any rare ores for quite some time, and even iron ore seems to be dwindling. Li Wu glanced at his backpack, finding it surprisingly abundant, even with an additional silver ore. Turning to observe the eager little girl, he chose not to reveal his insight, for after wielding the pickaxe for more than 2 hours, his mind had grown somewhat foggy. Very well, let's seek a more auspicious spot. Without hesitation, the duo ventured deeper along the mine tunnel, perhaps accustomed to the surroundings. Spicy Rabbit Head shed her initial trepidation and boldly charged ahead, her large eyes darting around in search of something unknown. Take it slow. We cannot contend with zombies. If one appears before you, it's game over. I am not looking for zombies. Ultimately, Spicy Rabbit Head did not encounter any zombies. As the two progressed, they noticed an increasing number of players flanking the mine's walls. Just as Li Wu pondered this peculiar occurrence, they stumbled upon a fork in the path, which led them into another main cavern. After searching for a while, they found no promising spots, certainly not as favorable as their original mining location. Just as Li Wu intended to suggest returning, the little girl abruptly grasped his arm, whispering mysteriously in his ear, Brother Tuan, look, there's a large outcropping above. Let us check it out. Perhaps there is a hidden cave or treasure up there. Li Wu glanced upward and indeed spotted a protruding ledge, approximately 5 or 6 meters high, exuding an air of mystery. However, upon surveying the throngs of players surrounding them, he could not help but feel a bit exasperated. So it seems you're the only one with keen eyesight? Perhaps due to the past 2 years spent caring for Tuan Tuan, Li Wu had developed considerable patience. Not wishing to be burdensome, he smiled and said, let us ascend and take a look. As they approached, they discovered several small holes in the rock face beneath the outcropping, clearly chiseled by previous explorers. Evidently, Spicy Rabbit Head was not the sole inquisitive soul. Upon noticing a ladder, her curiosity waned somewhat, yet driven by the notion that they had come this far, she excitedly began to scale the small holes. The young girl was surprisingly swift. In mere seconds, she reached the top and called down to Li Wu. There is nothing here. Is it flat up there? Very flat. Li Wu's eyes sparkled with interest, and he swiftly climbed up the rock face, his excitement growing upon arrival. Rather than a mere outcropping, it resembled a small platform. Though 3 to 4 meters long, it was indeed quite level. The platform's walls bore 2 or 3 openings, likely left by other players mining. What a prime location. They were at level 0. Unlike other players who were at least 3 or 4, should a zombie spawn right beside them, they would likely be sent back to town in an instant. Let's mine here. I actually wanted to see a zombie. I only caught a glimpse of half of one before. It'll be the same here. If one spawns below, you'll have a clearer view from up top. Well, alright then. Initially, the character known as Spicy Rabbit Head held onto a semblance of hope regarding this enigmatic platform, believing that the drop rates would be exceptionally high. However, after half an hour of futile digging, that illusion was swiftly extinguished. The experience was no different from mining below. Just as boredom began to set in, a sudden commotion arose in the distance, accompanied by peculiar sounds and flickering lights. The young girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly tugged at the diligent Li Wu, who was engrossed in her work. Turning to gaze into the distance, Li Wu was taken aback to see the previously dark mine illuminated by blinding electric flashes, while a throng of players fled in panic. Realizing the impending danger, Li Wu instinctively grabbed Spicy Rabbit Head and crouched down. Electric Zombie King, Boss, Level, 5 Health, 60, 000 Magical Attack, 680 Defense, 320 Skills, Chain Lightning, The lightning will deal 260 magical damage to the first enemy, then bounce to the nearest target, reducing damage by 5 with each bounce, up to a maximum of 18 times. Cooldown 1-2 seconds. Lightning Piercer releases a piercing bolt of lightning, dealing 200 magical damage to all targets within an 80-meter linear range. Cooldown 2 seconds. Thunder Shield automatically activates when health drops below 30, increasing defense by 50 for 1 minute. Cooldown 3 minutes. Is this truly a boss? Who could possibly contend with it? Although Li Wu was unaware of the levels and attributes of the game's elite players, the statistics of the Electric Zombie King led her to believe that no one stood a chance against it. With a magical attack of 680, even the weakest Lightning Piercer could inflict over 1,000 damage. The short cooldown only added to the overwhelming challenge. How could anyone withstand such onslaught? Not to mention the 300 damage from chain lightning. Li Wu firmly held on his spicy rabbit head's small head, fearing that the girl's curiosity might draw the boss's attention. Fortunately, the Electric Zombie King was swift, clearing the area while bounding after the fleeing players. Brother, let us defeat the boss. If we vanquish it, we shall reap great rewards. What shall we use to fight? A pickaxe to kill it? We can strike it from the platform. It cannot reach us. Li Wu looked at Spicy Rabbit Head incredulously and casually sent her the boss's data. It's a ranged monster. You can hit it with fireballs, but it can also zap you with lightning. Our health is far too low to withstand even a fraction of its damage, and our attacks cannot breach its defenses. Alas, what a pity. I shall ask my mother. Li Wu was not optimistic regarding Spicy Rabbit Head's mother having any viable solution. If it were a melee creature, perhaps they could exploit some tactics, but against a ranged foe, they were utterly at a loss. No, even against a melee boss, they would struggle. Their damage was insufficient, and their mana even more so. With such formidable defenses, even a handgun would prove ineffective. I am uncertain whether this game features rifles or machine guns. Even if they do exist, compared to the damage inflicted by handguns, it appears that rifles and machine guns would merely scratch the surface of defense. With a boss possessing 60,000 health points, how many bullets would one need to expend? It all translates to monetary expenditure. My mother stated that the Electric Zombie King can only be lured out of the mine by sacrificing players, after which a strategy of overwhelming numbers can be employed to defeat it outside the mining area. So far, it seems that only the novice village where my mother resides has achieved success, primarily due to the terrifyingly realistic pain mechanism. Emerging from hiding signifies a certain death by electrocution. The mine is exceedingly long, and one can only wonder how many lives must be surrendered to draw the Electric Zombie King out. In the effort to lure it, numerous individuals have developed psychological issues. In reality, they even fear plugging in their chargers. Upon hearing this, Li Wu nodded thoughtfully. This situation has already inflicted harm on the mental and physical well-being of the populace. Shouldn't Blue Star Online be shut down? After all, there are still 3 jobs waiting for him in reality. Chapter 9. Bug Exploitation. By the way, Brother Tuan, my mother urged us to find a secure hiding place. The Electric Zombie King wanders back into the depths of the mine when it has no target. The visibility for players within the mine is limited to merely a few meters, and the two of them dared not mine, fearing that the Electric Zombie King might catch sight of them. Although they stood several meters high, being at a distance still rendered them visible. The absence of other players mining enveloped the cave in an eerie silence, and coupled with the oppressive darkness, the young girl's initial excitement quickly waned, compelling her to clutch tightly onto Li Wu's arm within mere minutes. Brother Tuan, it's too quiet. I'm a bit frightened. The soft sensation on his arm stirred a flurry of thoughts in Li Wu's mind, but he swiftly admonished himself before dismissing such notions. Not long afterward, he gently tugged at the wrist of Spicy Bunny Head, signaling her to lie down. She promptly complied, holding her breath, straining to listen as faint vibrations echoed from afar. The Electric Zombie King was returning. The two remained motionless on the platform, awaiting the creature's retreat into the depths of the mine. The sounds of its bounding grew louder and clearer, yet to Li Wu's surprise, the Electric Zombie King halted beneath their platform, seemingly bouncing in place. A roar erupted from below, startling the young girl into a scream louder than the electric zombie king itself. Li Wu jumped in shock twice before regaining his composure. Fearing for the girl's development, he forcefully withdrew his arm and offered reassurance. Do not fear. The electric zombie king has no line of sight and cannot attack us. I'm so sorry, Brother Tuan. I was too frightened and couldn't help but scream. It's not your fault. It must have triggered the electric zombie king's alert line. I hadn't expected that the monster's alert could be activated from such a height. Oh, what do we do now? This boss isn't leaving. We won't starve to death here, will we? I have no solution. We cannot fight, nor can we flee. Let us simply ignore it and continue mining. What? Don't say that. Hurry and mine. Consider it a free return to town. Brother Tuan, the sensation of starving is unbearable. I do not wish to experience it again. Then we shall wait until our hunger value is nearly depleted, and then jump down to let the boss electrocute us. What? Ha ha ha. Li Wu was amused by Spicy Bunny Head's adorably bewildered expression and playfully patted her head, chuckling, it doesn't necessarily have to end in death. Let us wait a moment to see if anyone comes by. Perhaps we can lure the boss away, then we can descend and explore alternate paths. Oh, I see now. Spicy Bunny Head's eyes sparkled as she joined Li Wu in mining. Before long, a bolt of lightning illuminated the cavern, accompanied by two anguished screams, leaving only the echoing roars from beneath the platform. Li Wu withdrew his gaze from the distance, his brow furrowing slightly. He had been rather presumptuous. Ordinary players possess too little health. Upon entering the electric zombie king's alert range, they are instantaneously eliminated, unless a team collaborates to distract it during the cooldown of its abilities. It seems I truly must return to death. Li Wu sighed, conveying her conclusion to the spicy rabbit head. Upon hearing that they were destined to perish, the young girl, frustrated and vexed, seized a piece of or she had neglected to pick up and hurled it down. The stone struck the opposite cave wall and rebounded perfectly onto the electric zombie king below. Roar. -2. The girl paused momentarily, then exclaimed with excitement, Brother Tuan, throwing stones inflicts damage too. Let us vanquish the boss. Even an unblocked mandatory damage of 1 point can be a critical hit. Your talent is indeed invincible. Haha, right? Let us hasten to defeat the boss. With 60,000 health points, even if you could inflict a mandatory 2 points of damage, that would require 30,000 stones. Do you possess that many? No. The spicy rabbit head's little mouth drooped in disappointment as she mumbled, feeling aggrieved. Hey, do not lose heart. I believe I can slay this boss. Li Wu retrieved a stone from her backpack, mimicking the earlier action of the spicy rabbit head, and threw it at the opposite cave wall. -1, -60. Remarkably, it activated the cutting talent, dealing true damage equal to 0. One of the target's maximum health. Just 1,000 stones would suffice. Li Wu quickly checked her backpack, discovering only 206 stones, and turned to inquire of the spicy rabbit head. I have 398 stones. We still need 400 more stones. Little rabbit, hurry and mine. Fearing that the boss might regenerate health, Li Wu refrained from mining and attacking simultaneously. After briefly explaining the situation, she urged the spicy rabbit head to mine quickly, promising to commence their assault once they gathered 1,000 stones. Upon hearing that the boss was indeed vulnerable, the young girl eagerly grabbed her pickaxe and began mining, swinging it with fervor, even more diligently than Li Wu. An hour passed as they toiled, undeterred by the electric zombie king's incessant roars below. Meanwhile, the regional chat in the novice village erupted with activity. Damn, the electric zombie king is still there. Hi, you died too, huh? How long has it been? And there's still someone stuck in the electric zombie king's line of sight? Surely, no one is foolish enough to repeat Wu Lao Heir's fate and starve to death on that little platform. Starving is far more agonizing than being electrocuted, and losing one's items upon death is even more tragic. Avoid the 6th fork in tunnel number 2. The electric zombie king is trapped there, capable of electrocuting players outside of their line of sight. You kind-hearted fool upstairs. I was hoping to go and loot the corpse. Loot a pile of dung. The boss is trapped in a visual glitch. Its aggro is chaotic. Whoever shows their face will perish, and before you can loot, you will be obliterated. If it weren't for the limited visibility, I would love to see which big fool was responsible for my demise. Li Wu and the spicy rabbit head remained unaware that the regional chat had exploded. They diligently mined for an hour and a half until their stone count finally exceeded 1,000. The spicy rabbit head's critical hits had greatly contributed. Otherwise, Li Wu alone might have starved before gathering enough stones. You continue mining. The battle will take considerable time. The boss likely regenerates health significantly, and hitting it is not guaranteed. Understood. After Li Wu finished his explanation, he raised a stone and began to throw it. -1 -60 true damage. -1 -60 true damage. 1 per second. It would take nearly 17 minutes to throw 1,000 stones. When he finally completed throwing all 1,000 stones, the boss, as expected, still remained alive. Due to the obstruction of his line of sight, Li Wu was unable to use the true eye to check the boss's health. Fortunately, over at the spicy rabbit head, more than 70 additional stones had been unearthed. This time, without any mishaps, after he hurled down another 57 stones. A chilling scream erupted from beneath the platform, followed by a flash of blinding white light. Chapter 10. Darling, please do not be foolish, Ding. You have slain the electric zombie, earning 10,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations on defeating the electric zombie, earning 50 reputation points. Ding. Level up achieved. All attributes increase by 2, and you gain 5 free attribute points to allocate wisely. Ding. Congratulations. Your party has become the second group in the Huaxiao region to defeat the wild boss, electric zombie. Your team will share a reward of 2,000 reputation points, granting you 1,000 reputation points. Ding. By defeating a wild boss above your level, your talent level increases by 1. Li Wu, preoccupied with a multitude of system rewards, was wary of any unexpected intruders or the sudden appearance of minor monsters, which could render their efforts futile. Without a trace of hesitation, Li Wu swiftly descended from the small platform and frantically began gathering items. Mala Tutu followed suit, standing awkwardly to the side, seemingly hesitant to approach. Quick gather. With Li Wu's prompt, the young girl snapped back to attention, eagerly bending down to collect the scattered treasures. As expected from the second kill of the electric zombie in the entire server, the ground was strewn with loot, and the two spent nearly a minute collecting everything. Naturally, not all of it comprised equipment or materials. A significant portion consisted of coins. The nefarious planners of Blue Star Online had ensured that copper coins littered the ground, making it a tedious task to collect them. Had it not been for the fact that each copper coin represented 1/10 of a silver, Li Wu would not have bothered to bend down at all. Once the items were gathered, Li Wu seized Mala Tutu's hand, and they hurried back to the village without pause. Finally, the exhilarating moment of reviewing their rewards arrived. The coins dropped by the electric zombie were easy to tally. Given that their pockets had been emptied prior, the total amount was precisely what the boss had yielded. 1 gold, 68 silver, and 98 copper. Li Wu was elated. Setting aside the copper, the 1 gold and 68 silver amounted to a staggering 680 currency units, meaning they would each receive 840. Next came the equipment. However, Mala Tutu was a moment too late, as Li Wu had already claimed all the colored items, leaving her with merely 2 white items. Inferior magic wand. White. Spell attack 22. Required level. 3 sturdy iron sword. White. Physical attack 32. Required level. 5 white items held little value, and after a cursory glance, Li Wu began extracting equipment from their inventory, having collected 5 items. Ironwood shield. White. Defense 20. Required level. 3. Zombie femur. Black iron. Physical attack 70. Strength 3. Required level. 5. Zombie king bone pendant. Silver. Spell attack 10. Intelligence 5. Spirit 5. Required level. 5. Zombie king ring. Silver. Physical attack 12. Strength 5. Constitution 5. Required level. 5. The white items were rather mundane, yet the presence of 1 green and 2 blue items sparked a flicker of excitement in Li Wu. Judging by the notorious drop rates of Blue Star Online, colored equipment was likely to hold significant worth. What thrilled Li Wu even more was the last piece of equipment, which shimmered with a golden glow. Staff of the Undead King. Gold. Magic attack 188. Stamina 12. Intelligence 12. Spirit 12. Required level. 6. Equipped skill. Chain lightning. Chain Lightning. Inflicts 160 spell damage on the first enemy, then bounces to another enemy within 5 meters, with each bounce reducing damage by 10, up to a maximum of 5 times. Li Wu tenderly caressed the exquisite golden equipment. The explosive magical damage aside, the accumulated attributes alone amounted to an impressive total of 36 points. Most importantly, the skill attached to the equipment, albeit a toned-down version, is an AoE skill. A veritable monster-slaying artifact. Although Li Wu was uncertain of its price, she suspected it to be quite expensive. In addition to the equipment, the Electric Undead King also dropped another item, Purple Gold or X2. While the exact utility of the purple gold ore eluded her, it was clear that it must be far superior to regular gold Oregon. With a single gold or fetching 50 coins, the value of this item was surely considerable. After tallying her gains, Li Wu wasted no time, trading 16 silver and 53 copper to Spicy Rabbit Head, bringing both their totals to 84 silver and 49 copper. Rabbit, could you send the attributes of this equipment to your mother and ask her how much we could sell it for? Upon receiving the attributes from Li Wu, Spicy Rabbit Head was momentarily taken aback, only to respond after a while, okay. In a novice village 6554. Amidst a gathering of level 5 monsters known as fierce turtles, a robust middle-aged woman wielded a wooden shield, skillfully fending off the turtles' assaults. Her adeptness was evident as she not only blocked each attack effortlessly with her shield, but also retaliated with a swing of her sword. Although she still sustained some damage through the shield, the discomfort was merely a dull ache in her arm, far preferable to being bitten directly by the fierce turtle. Just as victory seemed imminent, a jarring notification abruptly pierced the air. Normally, such alerts were merely subtle coughs, but messages from specially marked friends carried a distinctive sound. Concerned for her precious daughter, who had just begun her gaming journey, the middle-aged woman had set the loudest notification tone, fearing that missing a message might lead to dire consequences. The realism of pain in this game was unnervingly intense. A moment's inattention could leave lasting psychological scars. Her daughter was only 15, and she couldn't help but worry. When her daughter's message arrived with perfect timing, the woman became momentarily distracted, causing her to misjudge the shield's timing. A fierce turtle seized the opportunity, biting her on the head, even though she still had health points left. The unbearable pain disoriented her, and despite her attempts to resist, she soon dissipated into white light, leaving behind shield. Damn it! Returning to the resurrection point, the woman chastised herself before hastily checking the message from her daughter. Mom, how much are these items worth? My dear, all these items have level restrictions. You can't equip them yet. As for the white and black iron gear, those are acceptable, but why are you even considering silver and golden equipment? I might begrudgingly buy you some silver gear, but golden gear is simply beyond my means. Mom, I meant how much we could sell them for. Not that I want to buy them. Sell them? Upon hearing her words, the woman nearly lost her mind and anxiously replied, Darling, please don't act foolishly. Even if it's just a game, you mustn't engage in such actions. You are merely 15 years old. Mother, what are you talking about? What foolishness? Just tell me how much these items can be sold for. Brother Tuan is still waiting. Brother Tuan? Is it possible that it's just some guy with a feminine username trying to tempt you with equipment? You mustn't believe him. I assure you, we are well off. We even have a property in a good school district. I feign poverty only to prevent you from spending recklessly. Brother Tuan and I have just defeated the Electric Zombie King, and we are preparing to sell the loot and share the spoils. What are you rambling about? And you must tell me more about the school district property when you have the time. The woman was momentarily bewildered, taking a while to comprehend the situation before hastily checking the attributes of the equipment her daughter had sent. Chapter 11. Auctioning golden equipment. My mother suggested that I could either set up a stall in the square or utilize the portable auction house. While trading the small square is free, the portable auction house charges a storage fee along with a 10 transaction tax. For items of significant value, it is advisable to use the auction house, as the stall method, although cost-free, is often crowded, making it difficult to encounter the sellers directly. Following the guidance of Spicy Rabbit Head, Li Wu accessed the auction interface, and I couldn't help but commend the planners of Blue Star Online for their ingenuity. The convenience of the portable auction house is unparalleled, allowing for buying and selling anytime, anywhere, with the added benefit of categorized searches. Simply type in what you wish to purchase, and it is readily available. However, the current usage of the auction house is limited to the novice village, as the main city has yet to be opened. Nevertheless, there are only 999 novice villages throughout Huaxia, each accommodating approximately 100,000 players on average, which is a considerable base. Within the auction house, numerous black iron-grade equipment items are available, albeit most are of the common variety. With golden equipment already in my possession, Li Wu had no interest in the mundane items. So he first searched for zombie thigh bone. 2 such bones were listed in the auction house, both matching the attributes dropped by the electric zombie king. One priced at 11 silver and the other at 13 silver, both at fixed prices. After contemplating, Li Wu chose not to list his items. Having spent a modest sum, using a black iron weapon worth 100 coins is hardly extravagant. Silver-grade equipment is scarce in the auction house, and neither Zombie King S Bone Pendant nor Zombie King S Ring is available. Li Wu searched by category, level, and quality, eventually discovering a level 5 silver necklace currently up for bidding. The auction price had already risen to 56 silver, and with several minutes remaining on the countdown, it was likely to increase further. After a moment of thought, he turned to Spicy Rabbit Head. The Zombie King Pendant and Zombie King Ring are of similar quality, so their prices should be comparable. We need not necessarily sell and split the proceeds. You may choose to keep one if you wish. I will select the Zombie King Pendant to keep for myself. After all, I do not possess a bank card and cannot withdraw any funds, Spicy Rabbit Head replied. All right. Li Wu nodded, promptly trading the Zombie King Pendant to Spicy Rabbit Head before listing the Zombie King Ring on the auction house. Silver equipment. He is unworthy of it. Moreover, he cannot wear it for the time being. Setting the starting price at 30 silver, the auction duration for silver equipment is fixed at 1 hour. Notably, there was no golden equipment available in the auction house, so Li Wu decided to set the starting price for his golden item at 2 gold, with the auction duration fixed at 3 hours. As the Zombie King S scepter was cast into the auction house, it swiftly garnered the attention of many players. In Novice Village 5188, a gathering place for level 8 steel-toothed boars, a young maiden, wielding a silver-white revolver in each hand, unleashed her final assault on a steel-toothed boar, which was obstructed by 2 shield-bearing players. After the steel-toothed boar, possessing 2,800 health points, dispatched one of the shielded players, it succumbed to the young maiden's firepower. Nearby, 5 shielded players surrounded another steel-toothed boar. After they successfully defeated it, one individual swiftly ran over to take the place of the fallen player. The young girl coolly dismissed the non-existent gunpowder smoke from the muzzle. This silver-grade pistol is quite impressive. It dispatches foes much more swiftly than that previous silver staff. A middle-aged woman approached, speaking softly. Miss, while firearms possess a rapid attack speed, they inflict only the fixed damage inherent to the weapon itself. Currently, you wield 2 spell skills, and the silver staff's damage per second is merely 5. 3 lower than that of your silver pistol. An increase of just 5. 3? Well, that's still decent. The pistol feels good in hand. Miss, the cost-effectiveness is too low. The young girl, her eyes widening in disbelief, gazed incredulously at her steward. Cost-effectiveness? Are you discussing value with me, Bai Daba? Am I lacking in funds? The middle-aged woman maintained her composure, replying coolly, You are indeed lacking in funds. What? Just now, against that steel-toothed wild boar, you fired 23 shots, costing 115 yuan, and lost a guard, incurring a death compensation of 50, along with 2 guards receiving 10 yuan each for their injuries. Your total expenditure for that wild boar was 185 yuan. 185? That is not much. In order to maintain your rank in the top tier, you must slay at least 700 steel-toothed wild boars daily, leading to a total expenditure exceeding 136,500 yuan. Such a substantial amount. Bai Daba blinked, somewhat incredulous. Your secondary account, provided by the master, has a monthly limit of 1 million yuan, supplemented by the allowances you receive from Madam, granting you a disposable income of 1.38 million yuan this month. Does that mean I won't be able to sustain myself for even 10 days? You are overestimating your resources. You have already spent 767 yuan, meaning you will be out of funds in approximately 5 days. With 14 days remaining this month, you will face 9 days of financial hardship. I recommend that you target giant rabbits after 5 days. What should I do? I do not wish to experience hardship, nor hunt giant rabbits. Then revert to using the silver staff. You can engage level 7 monsters. Although the consumption of potions for mana restoration can be substantial, it ensures the safety of your guard team. While your rank may gradually slip from the top tier, the disparity will remain manageable. Very well. The middle-aged woman observed by Daba as forlorn expression and could not help but stifle a chuckle. In truth, she was exaggerating. Daba possessed a considerable amount of pocket money available for spending. Her intention was to prevent the guard team from sacrificing their lives so recklessly. Having experienced 2 deaths herself early in the game, though not truly fatal, the visceral nature of that simulated demise was indeed quite terrifying. Daba, equipped with the finest gear and holding the highest level, could certainly take on the steel-toothed wild boars single-handedly if she were willing to endure the pain. Unfortunately, her fear of discomfort hindered her from doing so, leading to the unfortunate demise of the level 7 guards. Even with a rotation of 7 guards, the deaths would accumulate daily. Who could withstand such losses? With each death resulting in a 50 yuan compensation, the daily total could reach 3,000 yuan. However, what would happen if one of the guards developed psychological issues? Though these guards volunteered for the monetary incentive, the narrative could easily shift in the eyes of outsiders. In such a case, both the young lady and the Bai family's reputation could suffer. Thus, she subtly guided by Daba to alter her strategy without letting the guards feel as though she was obstructing their financial gain. Ding! A chime captured the attention of the middle-aged woman. This was a special alert from the auction house. By presetting her preferences, she would be notified promptly when items matching her criteria were listed. Upon observing the attributes of the king's staff, golden, her eyes twitched in surprise. Could they not have listed it a few minutes earlier? Such a waste of my mental energy. Miss, upgrading to Wild Boar ISNT. Impossible. The middle-aged woman was not the sole player from the novice village 5188 who had set alerts for golden equipment. Boss, there's more golden equipment. Chief, hurry, look at this treasure. No one shall dare compete with me for this golden staff. Li Wu opened the search interface, only to discover that the auction house did not have any purple gold or, after a brief contemplation, she decided to trade a piece of purple gold ore with a spicy rabbit head, ensuring they each received one. With everything that could be auctioned off already listed, she intended to take the young girl to the plaza for a look. However, Li Wu couldn't resist glancing at the bidding interface for the king's staff, and she found herself frozen in place. 50 gold, 50 gold, and 1 silver. 55 gold, 55 gold, and 1 silver. 58 gold. 88 gold. Chapter 12. Shopping frenzy. How much time has truly elapsed? Or could it be that he had misread the earlier figures? Was 1 gold not equivalent to 10 copper, but rather 1,000 copper? Li Wu, unable to resist the temptation, impulsively clicked the button adjacent to the currency bar in the auction house interface. When prompted to confirm a deposit of 1,000 yuan in exchange for 1 gold, he silently clicked cancel. A level 6 piece of equipment had its price skyrocketed to 88,000, and tears silently streamed from the corners of Li Wu's mouth. Upholding the principles of fairness and justice, he invited the nearby spicy rabbit head to take a look at the auction house as well. The little girl, with her innocent curiosity, stole a glance, and together they became entranced. The price continued to escalate, gradually slowing down once it surpassed 180 gold. Amidst the bustling crowd of players, the two remained motionless. It was only when their satiation levels plummeted below 3 that the intense hunger broke their trance. With over 2 hours remaining in the auction, if they continued to linger, they would risk ascending on the spot. Taking a deep breath, Li Wu slowly closed the auction interface. There was still ample time. They would engage in other pursuits first. Very well. With coins in his pocket, Li Wu showed no restraint in his purchases, acquiring 10 loaves of black bread and 5 bottles of mineral water. As for the delicious honey bread, which could augment 4 points of satiation for just 1 silver, he didn't even bother to glance at it. Casting a sideways look at the spicy rabbit head relishing the honey bread, he couldn't help but smirk. Spoiled child. Ding. Your Zombie King ring has been purchased by a player for 80 silver. After deducting a 10 transaction fee, 72 silver has been transferred to your wallet. Li Wu was taken aback. Having been preoccupied with the Zombie King's staff, he had lost track of time, but this silver ring brought an unexpected delight. Bring me half a honey bread. 72 silver equated to 720 yuan, enough to sustain him for 3 days of labor. Gazing at the currency in his account, he couldn't resist withdrawing 1 gold. Without even needing a password, 1 gold was seamlessly converted into 950 yuan cash transferred to his bank card. Li Wu initially rejoiced, only to erupt into a tirade shortly thereafter. Damn the planners. They charge a mere 0.5 for withdrawals, yet you impose 5. Is there no oversight from the Banking Regulatory Commission? Contemplating the substantial sum soon to arrive, Li Wu hastily retracted his grievances towards Blue Star Online, dismissing any thoughts of reporting to the banking authorities. Would he even need to work after this? With over 50 silver still in his pocket. Recalling the adage that one must invest to reap rewards, Li Wu reopened the auction house and commenced his search for level 1 equipment. The prices were quite satisfactory, primarily because the majority of players had already reached levels 4 or 5, rendering level 1 gear obsolete. Level 1 white items were virtually non-existent in the auction house, save for a few resilient black iron pieces stubbornly clinging to life, all priced affordably. Li Wu meticulously selected items that enhanced physical attack and health points. Giant Rabbit Blade, Black Iron, Physical Attack 17, Strength 2, Giant Rabbit Leather Armor, Black Iron, Health 35, Defense 6, Giant Rabbit Helmet, Black Iron, Health 30. Strength 1, Giant Rabbit Leather Boots, Black Iron, Health 25, Movement Speed 5, Golden Chain, Black Iron, Physical Attack 4, Strength 1, 2 Copper Bracelets, Black Iron, Physical Attack 3. Constitution 1, 2 Copper Rings, Black Iron, Physical Attack 3. Strength 1 acquiring a total of 9 pieces of level 1 Black Iron equipment for a mere 8 silver coins is quite delightful. Upon reaching level 1, Li Wu gained an additional 30 health points and 20 mana points, alongside an increase of 2 to all attributes and 5 points in free attributes. Adhering to the principle that attack is paramount in the early stages of the game, he allocated 4 points to Strength and 1 point to Constitution from the 5 free attribute points. Equipped with a complete set of Black Iron gear, Li Wu's attributes surged dramatically. Health, 270 mana, 140 physical attack, 77 magical attack, 24 defense, 30 strength, 23 intelligence, 12 spirit, 12 constitution, 15 bone, 12 agility, 12 skills, true eye, fireball, talent, cutting, level 1 attacks or skills inflict 0. 2 of the target's maximum health as true damage. Special, upgradable. Defeating outdoor bosses of equal or higher level may increase this by 0. 1. Each level of boss can trigger this effect 3 times. I will strive to minimize such data in the future and not force it to meet a word count. Spicy Rabbit Head, emulating Li Wu, also acquired a set of level 1 Black Iron equipment, albeit focused on magical attack, raising her magical attack to 62 points. The two, adorned in their newly gleaming gear, hastened towards the southern edge of the village. We are here, giant rabbits. -29, -142, the 200 health points of the giant rabbit were swiftly diminished. Li Wu momentarily paused, realizing that there was no need for kiting or even using skills. A single melee strike to the giant rabbits had sufficed. -72, a 100 critical hit is indeed formidable. Spicy Rabbit Head unleashed a fireball, dealing 142 damage. Was teamwork even necessary? Li Wu pondered and concluded he could manage without it. A single fireball dealt 29 damage, followed by a kiting maneuver inflicting another 29, and then a powerful strike of 115, leaving the giant rabbit with merely 58 health points. With the slight knockback effect of the powerful strike, a well-timed melee attack could secure the kill without taking damage. However, the mana cost was somewhat prohibitive. Slaying a single giant rabbit depleted nearly half of his mana. Were it not for the fear of pain, he could easily complete the task with just melee strikes and powerful hits. Li Wu mentioned this to Spicy Rabbit Head, who shook her little head vigorously, exclaiming, "I'm scared alone." Observing her genuine fear, Li Wu realized that even if they teamed up, Spicy Rabbit Head would not be at a disadvantage. Even if her fireball dealt 142 damage, or even 199, it would still require 2 fireballs to defeat the giant rabbit, whereas teaming up with him would only necessitate 1, thus maintaining efficiency. Ding! You have slain Giant Rabbit and gained 16 experience points. The 2 ascended to level 1. Although the experience gained from the giant rabbit diminished by 20, the efficiency remarkably increased. Defeating a giant rabbit in merely 3 seconds was utterly delightful. The sole factor affecting the speed of monster hunting was the mana of Spicy Rabbit Head. Despite her equipment enhancing her spirit, her mana pool only reached 200 points. After vanquishing 10 creatures, she required a brief respite to recover her mana. Li Wu, observing his ample mana, felt somewhat impatient. Although the efficiency of Spicy Rabbit Head remained intact due to their teamwork, his own efficiency had improved, ultimately granting him an advantage. Li Wu instructed Spicy Rabbit Head to maintain a non-combat stance to expedite mana recovery while he approached the nearest giant rabbit and unleashed a powerful strike. -103, seizing the moment as the giant rabbit staggered from the blow, Li Wu swiftly followed up with a regular slash. -72-1 in a surprising turn of events. The giant rabbit bit into Li Wu's blocking arm. However, the pain was not as excruciating as anticipated. It felt akin to being nibbled by a small creature through a padded coat, mildly fierce, yet leaving no mark. Chapter 13. A flight with the funds. Although Li Wu was taken aback, he did not lose his composure. With a swift strike, he dispatched the giant rabbit. Picking up the fur that had fallen to the ground, he summoned the character interface for a brief glance. His defense stood at 30, while the giant rabbit's physical attack only dealt 25 points of damage. Evidently, it had failed to breach his defenses. Could it be that the sensation of pain correlates with the damage inflicted? With a messenger at his side, Li Wu found no need to log off to conduct research. Instead, he turned and charged towards another giant rabbit. The Spicy Rabbit Head was obedient and promptly called out to her mother. After relaying Li Wu's inquiry, there was a prolonged silence from the other end, as if she were enduring something. "My dear, you can directly open web pages in the game, and there's an official forum. Such trivial matters can be looked up yourself. Mother has been driven to despair by you." Hearing her mother's irritable tone, the Spicy Rabbit Head discreetly stuck out her tongue and endeavored to access the official forum. The forum featured a search function, and soon the answer was at hand. Brother Tuan, the sensation of pain is related to 2 factors. Firstly, it is connected to the damage taken. The lower the damage, the less intense the pain. Secondly, it pertains to the characteristics of one's equipment, which closely resembles reality. For instance, if you wear leather armor, the areas it covers will experience less pain when attacked, whereas exposed areas will feel considerably more pain. "Ah, that makes sense," Li Wu nodded, picking up a pair of plain rabbit shoes before continuing to eliminate monsters. His mana was depleted, so he resorted to basic strikes against the foes. "By the way, Brother Tuan, I found another strategy. Although one must reach level 10 to switch to a shield guardian, players below level 10 are not restricted from using shields. While they 1T benefit from the damage reduction effects of a shield guardian, using a shield to block attacks will certainly mitigate pain." "Excellent. That is worth testing when time permits. For now, let's focus on slaying monsters." The Spicy Rabbit Head's mana had fully replenished. Observing that Li Wu was unharmed despite being bitten by the giant rabbit, and with her own defense standing at 26 points, also unbreached by the giant rabbit, she felt emboldened and sought out another giant rabbit. 142-1. "Ah, Brother Tuan, save me." 1. Li Wu watched the Spicy Rabbit Head scampering towards him, panic evident in her demeanor. He rushed forward and swiftly dispatched the giant rabbit that had been in pursuit of the frightened girl. Instead of fleeing, you could have struck it down with your staff. "It hurt so much," the Spicy Rabbit Head lamented, tearfully rubbing her arms and backside. Li Wu glanced at the silk robe she wore, contemplating that the sensation of pain likely related to the material of the equipment. After all, cloth could not compare to the thickness of leather armor. Naturally, the girl's own pain threshold seemed to be quite low as well. The 2 continued to hunt monsters. Li Wu, now capable of both enduring and striking, found himself at a slight disadvantage, yet he paid it no mind. After all, they were comrades who had faced bosses together. Such minor losses were inconsequential, and he harbored the thought of not leveling up too swiftly. Ding! Your Zombie King's staff has been purchased by another player for 240 gold. After deducting a transaction fee of 24 gold, a total of 216 gold has been transferred to your wallet. Even while immersed in the game, Li Wu could feel his heart racing. That single piece of equipment, which he couldn't even obtain from a novice village, was sold for a price he could not earn through a year of relentless work at 3 jobs. Blue Star Online, or rather, the Divine Planner. Are they female? If so, come here and let me give you a kiss. No worries, a male would suffice as well. Li Wu took a deep breath, signaling for Spicy Rabbit Head to pause. The staff of the Undead King had been sold. Now it was time to divide the spoils. Spicy Rabbit Head paused for a moment, about to say something, when suddenly, Li Wu vanished before her eyes. Upon checking his friend list, the name of the Invincible Cute team had turned gray. He had logged off unexpectedly. Li Wu hastily removed his gaming helmet, and as he opened his eyes, he found a pair of large, bright eyes staring back at him. The gaming helmet would automatically alert him if there was any significant noise or movement from the outside world. The only one capable of stirring him at home was little Tuan Tuan, prompting him to log off immediately. How could Tuan Tuan be awake? A glance at the clock revealed it was already 6 in the morning. Uncle, the baby made us stinky, little Tuan Tuan proudly exclaimed, hands on her hips, her big eyes sparkling with a praise-me expression. Li Wu enthusiastically clapped his hands, smiling affectionately. You're amazing, baby. You even know how to tell me you went potty. Did your teacher teach you that? Uh-huh. Teacher Lei Lei said that the baby is grown up and can go by herself. Such a good baby. But did you wipe afterward? No. Li Wu glanced at the pajama bottoms Tuan Tuan had already put back on, unable to suppress a smirk. After he had coaxed Tuan Tuan back to sleep and washed her little pants, quite some time had passed. When he logged back into the game, he noticed the little girl was no longer there. Checking his friend list, he saw Spicy Rabbit Head's name had also turned gray. Was the little girl so upset that she had a heart attack? Li Wu's concern lasted barely a second before he delivered a powerful strike to a nearby giant rabbit. After slaying 6 giant rabbits and depleting his blue energy, Spicy Rabbit Head's figure suddenly appeared not far away. Brother Tuan, whoa no, I scared the child. Li Wu rushed forward to clarify. Don't cry, I didn't run away with the loot. No, it was my mom who hit me, waha. Weren't you detained? My mom and I are locked in the same cell. What is going on? Is it because of me? No. Spicy Rabbit Head rubbed her eyes, recounting the situation. Although she insisted it wasn't Li Wu's fault, the incident was indeed connected to him. After Li Wu logged off abruptly, the little girl waited for a while, and when she realized he hadn't come back, she anxiously asked her mother if Blue Star Online could cause someone to disconnect. Upon hearing that Li Wu had suddenly logged off and disappeared, her mother, recalling the value of the golden equipment, confidently informed her daughter that it must have been due to encountering a bad teammate. Spicy Rabbit Head, however, was unconvinced, firmly believing her brother Tuan had simply disconnected and was not that type of person. The mother and daughter were at an impasse, each refusing to yield to the other. After a long and heated exchange, the little girl, full of rebellious spirit, retorted to her mother with a sharp remark, accusing her of having a petty heart. Infuriated, the mother promptly removed her helmet. Upon hearing this, Li Wu realized that the conflict stemmed from his influence, and quickly sought to comfort the Spicy Rabbit Head with a few kind words before initiating a negotiation. Brother Tuan, you need not share the spoils with me. The Spicy Rabbit Head declined the trade request, pursing her lips. Li Wu, mistaking her demeanor for anger, gently patted her head and chuckled, though you may feel wronged. Do not jest with gold coins. Accept the offer. I had no intention of taking any, she replied. That boss was defeated by you, Brother Tuan. I merely gathered a few stones, and what value do stones hold? I have always felt that what you previously bestowed upon me was already generous. Such words are unjust. Without you, I could not have vanquished the boss. Had it not been for your assistance, I might have spent an entire night mining without yielding even 1,000 stones. Even if I had the patience to toil through the night, my satiety would not have sufficed. Thus, for this boss, we are equally indispensable, and the spoils should certainly be divided. However, the crux of the matter lies in your exceptional talent, Brother Tuan. Your talent is equally significant. Chapter 14. Why work at all? Li Wu managed to persuade the spicy rabbit head to accept the transaction after much back and forth. Upon seeing his account diminish by 108 gold, he let out a bitter laugh. Maintaining the baseline of 108,000 gold proved to be quite a strenuous task. Just as he was about to click on the withdrawal option, a thought struck him, prompting him to open the chat interface. Regional chat, 5188 Novice Village, Invincible Cute Team. Large amounts of gold available, at a rate of 1.02, no prior deposit required, small amounts accepted. Jiangfeng Yu Hua Titue Mian. What the heck, are there scammers in Blue Star Online too? Luminous Night. This game ties your identity card to brainwave scanning. No one could be that foolish, right? It must be a studio. Who would have thought they could operate even in Blue Star Online? Is there really a studio? Surely there are no scripts involved. Bye to bow. Watch me unleash chain lightning. Jiangfeng Yu Hua Titue Mian. Did the above just score a skill book? Invincible Cute Team. Large amounts of gold available, at a rate of 1.02, no prior deposit required, small amounts accepted. Ding. The system detected a violation in your speech. You were muted for 3 hours. With a sigh, Li Wu reached out to confirm his withdrawal. He extracted all 113 gold, arriving at a sum of 107,350 yuan. What a waste of effort. Earning 110,000 in a single night left Li Wu exhilarated. He longed to confront a boss for 1,000 rounds, or at least 500 would suffice. Recalling the bosses, Li Wu quickly accessed the official forum. According to the forum leaks, there were 4 bosses in Novice Village, 1 in each cardinal direction. The level 5 boss, Silver Wolf King. The level 5 boss, Electric Zombie King. The level 10 boss, Furious Giant Ape. And a level 10 boss known as the Gatekeeper, Hellhound. Li Wu remembered that the requirement to upgrade his cutting talent was to defeat bosses of equal or higher level. The same level bosses could only be triggered 3 times. So it would be prudent to slay 2 more level 5 bosses before reaching level 6. Currently, the 2 level 10 bosses had yet to be conquered, while the level 5 boss, Electric Zombie King, including those defeated by Li Wu, had only been vanquished twice across the entire server. Conversely, the other level 5 boss, Silver Wolf King, had been defeated countless times by players. The Silver Wolf King's spawn location was in the southern plains of Novice Village, although the exact position varied. It generally appeared in open areas. Despite the Silver Wolf King boasting high attack power and substantial health, it lacked large-scale AoE skills, making it susceptible to straightforward tactics. Li Wu conducted further research and discovered that the Silver Wolf King respawned every 12 hours, although information on the other bosses remained scant. However, since the Electric Zombie King was also a level 5 boss, it likely followed the same respawn schedule as the Silver Wolf King. Still muted, Li Wu had no choice but to seek assistance from the spicy rabbit head beside him. Regional Channel, 5188 Novice Village, Spicy Rabbit Head. Does anyone know when the Silver Wolf King will respawn? Jiangfeng Yu Hua Titue Mian. Around 12:30 to 1 o'clock p.m. Luminous Night. Brothers, let us gather to tackle the boss at 12:30 p.m. sharp. We want T disperse until it's defeated. Luminous, watch my lips and M.B. Having discovered the answer she sought, Li Wu exited the chat channel. Glancing at the time, she waved farewell to Spicy Rabbit Head, smiling. I must log off to prepare a meal for the child. You should rest as well, and we shall hunt the Silver Wolf King together at noon. Upon finishing her words, she logged off, leaving Spicy Rabbit Head gazing at the spot where Li Wu had vanished, an inexplicable feeling stirring within his youthful heart. So, Brother Tuan has a child now. Oh, mother. Li Wu checked the time. 6:40, perfectly timed. Recently, Tuan Bao had been a bit irritable, and Li Wu decided against sending him to kindergarten for breakfast. She first rinsed some millet, then set her rice cooker to the porridge mode. Next, she retrieved a block of tofu and a tomato, slicing them neatly before placing them in the steamer. This was a method she had discovered in a parenting book, as steamed tofu and tomatoes are gentle on the stomach. However, she had only ever prepared stir-fried tomatoes and tofu for Tuan Bao and never tried steaming. To be prudent, she also chopped a small piece of winter melon and added it to the steamer, intending to prepare minced meat with winter melon later, as it too helps alleviate heat. Next came the main course. Li Wu toasted 2 slices of bread and fried 2 eggs. At 7 o'clock, The alarm rang precisely. I am an invincible little darling. As the music played, little Tuan Tuan rolled over and sat up, his large eyes immediately locking onto his uncle as he entered the room. The little one showed no signs of morning grumpiness. With a playful wiggle of his tiny bottom, he hopped off the bed and padded barefoot to the bathroom. He first used the small toilet, then, with a cheeky posture, dragged out the portable step from under the sink, managing his face washing and toothbrushing entirely by himself. Having accomplished his tasks, the little one approached Li Wu with an air of pride, looking up expectantly. "Look, the baby has brushed his teeth and washed his face all by himself. How wonderful!" Li Wu exclaimed, giving an enthusiastic thumbs up, which made Tuan Tuan puff out his chest a bit more. Yes, Tuan Bao is the best." The little one beamed with delight, hugging Li Wu's leg. The child graciously sampled the steamed tomato tofu and minced winter melon, finishing a bowl of millet porridge and a fried egg, even nibbling on a piece of toasted bread. Leaving nothing untouched, Li Wu polished off the remaining food, just as he felt satisfied. Having eaten their fill, the duo set off promptly at 7:45. The little girl stood on the pedal of the electric bike, her small hands obediently gripping the handlebars, murmuring invincible little darling. Li Wu cast a wistful glance at the tousled hair of the little girl, regretting his inability to braid it skillfully. Miss Lei Lei adeptly crafted various styles daily, while his efforts resulted in a wild, untamed mess. After entrusting little Tuan Tuan to Miss Lei Lei, Li Wu found himself momentarily at a loss for what to do. At this hour, he would typically visit the barbecue shop at the end of the street, threading skewers for 10 cents each, capable of preparing as many as 800 skewers in a morning. In the afternoon, he would unload goods at the supermarket, earning around 100 when the load was substantial, and 60 or 70 when it was lighter. In the evening, after picking up Tuan Bao, he would carry him while delivering takeout until around 9 o'clock p.m., when he would finally return home. The household has been equipped with surveillance and motion detection alarms. After his child fell asleep, Li Wu ventured out to deliver food until the early hours, earning nearly 300 yuan throughout the day. Yet, just the previous night, he had garnered an astonishing 110,000 yuan through Blue Star Online. At this moment, the thought of returning to skewers was indeed a daunting task. After a brief moment of hesitation, Li Wu raised his phone and requested a 2-week leave. It was inconceivable for him to resign outright. After all, the previous night's success had been a stroke of fortune rather than sheer skill. He could not assure himself that he would replicate such earnings in the game. For now, he would observe the situation while he still needed to make up for the hours owed online. He would return home to rest, and after awakening, he would engage in the pursuit of the Silver Wolf King. Chapter 15. The Silver Wolf King Li Wu claimed he was heading home to rest. Yet upon lying in bed, sleep eluded him. Instead, he sat upright, perusing the information on Blue Star Online for an extended period, eventually drifting into slumber without realizing it. Once he accrued a substantial fortune within the game, he resolved to purchase a gaming pod, rumored to have a soothing effect on the nerves, making the gaming experience akin to slumber. Although the gaming helmet offered some similar benefits, it could not replace the necessity of sleep. He awoke at 11:30, having skipped lunch and immediately logged into the game. Within the virtual realm, he found himself standing in the giant rabbit prairie, where he soon spotted the figure of Spicy Rabbit Head. The young girl, brimming with energy, had logged in even earlier than he. At that moment, she was single-handedly battling the giant rabbit, demonstrating her newfound skill as she expertly kited it after casting a fireball, evidently having honed her abilities in his absence. Upon noticing Li Wu's approving thumb up, Spicy Rabbit Head shyly scratched her head and then dashed over. "Brother team, I'm scared." Li Wu cast her a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, "At such a tender age, refrain from learning to brew tea." "Huh? What do you mean?" she retorted, perplexed. "You're being overly cautious," he clarified. "How rude. I'm scared, okay?" Spicy Rabbit Head pouted defiantly. "If you're frightened, why not seek a party? Over there are a few players who seem like novices battling the giant rabbit." Li Wu pointed towards 3 players struggling against the creature, appearing even less experienced than he. "I did form a party, but they are rather clumsy, always failing to hold aggro, leaving me to take the hits. I've been bitten numerous times, and with more players, the experience diminishes. I do not wish to play the role of a caring big sister." although I did give them all the basic gear I found today, so they can manage together. You, a caring big sister? Li Wu glanced towards the trio, realizing they seemed to be of a similar age to Spicy Rabbit Head. However, the girl had developed quite impressively, appearing somewhat more mature. Surely, the Haven T landed themselves in the detention center as well. Any of your fellow inmates? Not at all. They're celebrating their birthdays today, having just turned 14. Li Wu couldn't help but scoff at this revelation. Blue Star Online was indeed remarkable, possessing comprehensive personal information on all its citizens. Enough of that. I have a few pieces of gear dropped by the giant rabbit that are of little value. Take them to them. As for me, I wish to venture and witness the Silver Wolf King. Will you stay here or accompany me on this adventure? Of course, I shall join you. As Li Wu received a few distant expressions of gratitude, he waved his hand and departed the giant rabbit prairie alongside Spicy Rabbit Head. The giant rabbit prairie lay just south of a novice village, aligning with the direction of the Silver Wolf King's spawn. However, the southern expanse of the village was vast, requiring a full hour to traverse from the entrance to its farthest point. Such a large area was necessary to accommodate hundreds of thousands of players. The Silver Wolf King's spawn point was random. Thus, Li Wu's target was the Mad Sheep Prairie located in the center of the Southern Plains, a strategy he had discovered on the official forum. The Mad Sheep is a level 4 creature, a passive monster that does not initiate attacks. Not only does it guard the area, but it also radiates influence across various directions of the Southern Plains for a brief period. Once the location of the Silver Wolf King is known, it is most efficient to rush from the Mad Sheep Prairie. After all, the Silver Wolf King has been defeated countless times. The players waiting for its respawn are innumerable, and if one arrives too late, they may not even catch a glimpse of its fur. Li Wu and Spicy Rabbit Head, both level 1 characters, foolishly hoped to encounter the Silver Wolf King without any strategy. A single high-level aggressive monster could easily send them back home. The two navigated safely to the Mad Sheep Prairie, finally witnessing a scene where players outnumbered the monsters. The level 4 passive creatures are currently highly sought after, and combined with other players eager to witness the Silver Wolf King, the area was bustling with activity. After several attempts, Li Wu finally managed to cast his true sight before the Mad Sheep was vanquished. Mad Sheep, level 4 health, 820 attack, 75 defense. 50. Li Wu gazed at the attributes of the Mad Sheep in astonishment. He had initially believed that, equipped with a full set of black iron armor, the two could challenge the Mad Sheep, yet they were thoroughly overwhelmed. Fortunately, Li Wu had no intention of engaging the monsters. He and Spicy Rabbit Head quietly monitored the chat channel. At 1:45, the awaited message finally appeared on the screen. Lonely and cold. The Silver Wolf King has spawned at coordinates 12443, 17664 in Wild Boar Ridge. Class Leader, Brothers Charge. Upon seeing the Silver Wolf King spawn at Wild Boar Ridge, Li Wu furrowed his brow. The creatures in Wild Boar Ridge are level 8, steel-toothed wild boars. And according to forum information, all monsters above level 5 are aggressive. They will attack once a player enters their range. Under normal circumstances, 2 level 1 characters would have little chance of reaching Wild Boar Ridge, but Li Wu had already devised a plan. Stay close to me, and let's follow the main group, he instructed. Many players, like Li Wu, were waiting at the Mad Sheep Prairie for the Silver Wolf King's respawn. Li Wu led Spicy Rabbit Head, closely trailing behind players who appeared well-equipped. With high-level players attracting the monster's attention, all Li Wu had to do was keep up, while being cautious of any returning creatures. The high-level players would not engage the monsters, but would continue moving, and any monsters that pursued them would eventually return to their respawn point after a certain distance. It was easier said than done. The main group quickly entered the territory of the level 5 venomous spiders. With so many players present, too many monsters had been drawn away, and those returning from their pursuit were abundant. Maintaining zero aggro amidst the chaotic melee required keen eyesight and quick reflexes. Fortunately, Li Wu was a professional. Delivering food with precision involves racing against time, multitasking, navigating streets, avoiding pedestrians, and competing with rivals. Li Wu's keen eyesight and reflexes were exceptional. He skillfully led Spicy Rabbit Head through twists and turns until they indeed reached Wild Boar Ridge. Once the player army arrived, they spontaneously began to clear the monsters. The attack power of the level 8 creatures was not something anyone could afford to ignore, compelling them to clear the path ahead. However, the collective strength of a multitude rendered what was once a formidable foe, the steel-toothed boar, into mere prey akin to the great rabbit. A throng of players surrounded a single boar, while others hurled fireballs from the rear, causing the steel-toothed boar to experience little pain before departing to meet its demise. Li Wu and Spicy Rabbit Head trailed behind, engaging in a light-hearted pursuit, contributing what little they could, though their efforts were insufficient to break through the defenses. They appeared quite diligent, albeit their experience gains were negligible. In the realm of Blue Star Online, any inflicted damage upon a monster grants experience proportional to the harm dealt, though the final blow determines who claims the loot. After several minutes of fervent battle, the duo finally joined the crowd and advanced to the vicinity of the Silver Wolf King, where they beheld a silver giant wolf towering as high as a story, even from a distance of several hundred meters. Chapter 16. The terrifying Silver Wolf King. At this moment, an innumerable throng of players had gathered near the Silver Wolf King, with 2 level 1 novices appearing conspicuously in the realm of level 8 monsters. Fortunately, the game's restrictions on player versus player combat were stringent. Any player who initiated an attack would have their name turn gray, and killing another would result in a red name. However, eliminating players with gray or red names would not accrue any malevolent value. Thus, the 2 novices need not overly concern themselves about a high-level character whimsically sending them back to the city for free. Li Wu cast a true eye towards the distant Silver Wolf King. Silver Wolf King, boss, level 5 health, 68. 000 physical attack, 780 physical defense, 360 magic defense, 310 skills, sharp fangs and claws. Passive skill, basic attacks inflict an additional 10 damage and 20 life steal. Bite inflicts 180 of attack power as damage to the target, with a cooldown of 3 seconds. Thunderous Charge instantly leaps towards an enemy, dealing 150 of attack power upon landing and inflicting 110 damage to all targets within a 30-meter radius, with a release distance of 35 meters and a cooldown of 8 seconds. Frenzied Rampage. Passive skill, when health drops below 30. The Silver Wolf King enters a frenzied state, increasing movement speed by 100, attack speed by 200, and reducing skill cooldowns by 50. Li Wu was taken aback by the attributes of the Silver Wolf King, which seemed considerably higher than those of the Electric Zombie King. However, considering that the Silver Wolf King was akin to a warrior while the Electric Zombie King resembled a mage, this disparity was not surprising. After all, the Silver Wolf King possessed only 1 area of effect attack, whereas the Electric Zombie King had 2. Why was there no major guild clearing the area or organizing hunt? Initially puzzled, Li Wu soon grasped the reason. Blue Star Online differed from previous large-scale games. The player base was immense. Even a top guild boasting 100,000 members could not muster a group of several dozen players scattered randomly across the myriad of novice villages. Guilds could only be established in the main city of Blue Star Online, and since no one had yet entered the main city, there were no true guilds in existence. Without a guild system, even if players attempted to rally others through shouting or external chat tools, effective command would remain elusive. The greater the number of players, the more chaotic the situation became. Even if a prominent player managed to organize a 1,000-person team within the first week of the game's launch, without a guild system, players would struggle to discern friend from foe. The ensuing chaos in the Wild Boar Ridge, with thousands of players clashing, would be a spectacle of utter pandemonium. One might not even know how they met their demise. Of course, nothing is absolute. After observing for a while, Li Wu noticed a regimented group of over 100 players stationed more than 100 meters away from the Silver Wolf King, reminiscent of the military training scenes from his freshman year. Clearly, some individuals possessed exceptional leadership skills. One could only wonder about the financial prowess of the commander. If it were Li Wu in charge, he would demand a substantial sum to maintain such order, especially if there were tasks beyond merely standing at attention. Speaking of money, shouts began to rise around the scene, with various calls for recruitment echoing in a cacophonous symphony. Li Wu found it difficult to discern the chatter, so she opted to access the text chat channel instead. Immortal touching my rear. Seeking damage dealers for the team. The captain will pick. Wage is 10 silver. Requirement is an attack power of 270. Range preferred, 317. I am a little fairy. Recruiting damage dealers. With a patron, equipment cost shared at market price. Requirement is an attack power of 260. Range preferred, 713. King Gigi. Recruiting damage dealers. Random selection. Requirement is an attack power of 260. Range preferred, 911. Waves of emotion. Seeking damage dealers. Captain will pick. In with a show. Requirement is an attack power of 260. Range preferred, 11-9. Phantom Knight. A civilian team searching for companions. Random selection. Level 6 and above only, 18-2. Phantom. Watch my lip movements. The maximum group size in Blue Star Online is 20, and the chat channel was inundated with various recruitment messages. Li Wu applied for a long time, only to be regrettably rejected by the Waves of Emotion team. They had set entry requirements, automatically rejecting anyone with an attack power below 260. The necessity for an attack power of 260 or higher was not hard to comprehend. The boss possessed a physical defense of 360 points, while mages had a defense of 310. It was rare for ordinary attacks to break defenses, and melee players with an attack power of 260 could only inflict damage exceeding 30 points by utilizing a powerful strike. Likewise, players with 260 points of spell attack power could only deal 28 points of damage using fireball spells. After much searching, Li Wu discovered that aside from the fully booked Waves of Emotion team, the other groups were barely half filled, with the team offering 10 silver wages only managing to secure 3 members by the end. Judging by the public chat, there seemed to be only a few dozen players with an attack power exceeding 260, though it was possible that some teams had already filled up in advance. Nevertheless, this indirectly reflected the general strength of high-level players. Desiring to join a high-end team, Li Wu had leveled up her cutting talent, achieving a real damage rate of 0. 2. The Silver Wolf King had 68,000 health, and she could inflict 136 points of damage in a single strike. Though unsure of the capabilities of the most elite players, Li Wu believed she was not inferior. Suddenly, a naive newcomer stepped into the Silver Wolf King's alert zone, and with a swift pounce, the boss eliminated the fool, commencing the boss battle. The scene was exceedingly brutal, although the Silver Wolf King's area attack skill, Thunder Pounce, still had 8 seconds to go. It did not imply that the boss was slow to eliminate foes. With an attack power of 780 and a 10 bonus, the damage inflicted was 858 points, a figure that few could withstand, effectively capable of taking out a young player in a single blow. While this seemed inconsequential among thousands of players, the reality was quite different. Players had a limited attack range, even though the Silver Wolf King towered like a multi-story building. Only 200 or 300 players could participate in the attack, leaving the vast majority unable to approach. Li Wu and the Spicy Rabbit Head were among the players who could not get close. Above the Silver Wolf King's head floated a mass of -1 damage indicators, with occasional bursts of damage reaching 10 or 20 points. However, the Silver Wolf King's attack speed was formidable, striking twice per second and recovering over 150 health points with each hit, equating to a recovery of more than 300 health points every second. Fortunately, despite its voracious appetite, it could not surpass the number of players present. Although the decline was gradual, the vitality continued to diminish. However, this state lasted merely 8 seconds. The cooldown for the Silver Wolf King's thunderous strike had concluded. With a grand leap, it pounced into the throng, and within a 30-meter radius, dozens of players were instantly transformed into ethereal lights. Only one player remained steadfast, adorned in resplendent gear, clearly a formidable figure. Regrettably, he was the sole survivor within the 30-meter range, and the Silver Wolf King could not disregard him, swiftly dispatching him with a vicious bite. Witnessing such a scene, Li Wu furrowed her brow and pulled the Spicy Rabbit Head back behind the group. Chapter 17, My Apologies, Sister. After retreating to a safe distance with the Spicy Rabbit Head, Li Wu instructed the young girl to crouch down. The girl, bewildered, complied obediently. In the next moment, Li Wu lifted his foot and stood upon the girl's shoulder. Startled, she gasped but remained still, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Towering at over 6 feet tall, clad in leather armor and wielding a long sword, Li Wu perched atop the petite figure in her silk robe, accentuating her fragility and making the scene appear rather unseemly. From this vantage point, Li Wu surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, organized teams had refrained from engaging, opting instead to observe from the sidelines. He had harbored suspicions earlier. Although the Silver Wolf King's health was steadily dwindling, the rate seemed unusually slow. After all, he had estimated that there were dozens of players with over 260 attack points just from the chat channel, not to mention those who were either ungrouped or had already formed teams, surely exceeding 100 in total, even if they all possessed a mere 260 points. With a single skill inflicting 30 damage, that would amount to 3,000 damage from the collective effort. This was merely the so-called threshold of 260 points. Li Wu believed there were formidable players present, such as the one who had acquired the Wand of the Undead King, whose damage potential was undoubtedly beyond imagination. "Get down from there, you scoundrel!" A sharp voice suddenly called out from behind, startling Li Wu. Rather than adopting a dismissive posture, he promptly leaped down from the girl's shoulder. He realized the situation was less than dignified, but in his eagerness to validate his hypothesis, he had not given it much thought. A girl rushed toward him, her staff nearly thrust into his face. "What is wrong with you?" Using a little girl as a stepping stone, Li Wu instinctively recoiled, wary of her striking him with the staff. "Calm down. It's just a game. All characters, regardless of age or gender, possessed the same attributes." Before he could finish, he noticed the staff was strikingly familiar, gleaming with a golden light. "Wand of the Undead King? Attributes or not, you're a scoundrel and a pervert." The scolding should have incited anger within Li Wu, yet the realization that she was, in fact, a source of sustenance quelled his ire instantly. Contemplating for a moment, he crouched down again. "Rabbit, come stand on my shoulder." "Huh?" The girl, initially taken aback, quickly shook her head. No, it's not necessary. It's quite all right. I was inconsiderate earlier. It did look rather improper. And I didn't intend for you to be treated as a mere stepping stone. Just keep an eye on that group of 100 to the east, and let me know when they move." "Oh, okay." The girl nodded, complying as she climbed onto Li Wu's shoulder. He rose slowly, bearing her weight, and turned to the young lady, whose expression resembled that of someone in distress. "My apologies. I hope I did not cause you any embarrassment." The girl's previously charming face was now contorted in discomfort. However, given Li Wu's amiable demeanor, she felt less inclined to perceive herself as a victim. As they both stood in this unusual arrangement, it became clear that she was merely meddling in their affairs. "I'll be more mindful next time." Baidaba inhaled deeply, retracting the staff that had been pointed threateningly at Li Wu's face. "All right then." He cast a sidelong glance at the name hovering above Li Wu's head, suddenly struck by a realization that sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. With a sincere clasp of his fists, he addressed Li Wu. "I apologize, sister. I misjudged you." Li Wu's jaw slowly dropped, and he too shuddered involuntarily, mimicking Baidaba's gesture with his own hands clasped in front of him. "Just call me brother. Indeed, you have misunderstood. I am but a staunchly straightforward man." My apologies." It's quite all right." Baidaba could not suppress a chuckle as he observed Li Wu and the spicy rabbit head, noting they were both only level 1. With grandiosity, he proclaimed, "It's through combat that we forge our bonds. Shall I assist you in vanquishing a boss? The gear and items shall be mine, but all coin shall belong to you." Li Wu was taken aback by Baidaba's offer. He recalled that the Electric Zombie King had dropped 1 gold and 68 silver, and the Silver Wolf King should yield a similar bounty, amounting to over 1,600 coins. Baidaba, oblivious to Li Wu's talents, was merely eager to aid them. Naturally, Li Wu would decline. Having recently acquired over 110,000 coins, a mere 800 was hardly worth his attention. He wished to gamble on the final strike, to seize the prize for himself. "I shall not trouble you further, Rabbit. Do you wish to accompany this young lady?" "No, thank you. I merely came to observe the Silver Wolf King with Brother Tuan. I have no intention of engaging in battle. Such a vast maw could easily swallow me whole." Li Wu nodded at Baidaba, politely refusing his generous offer, and shifted aside, shouldering the spicy rabbit head. Baidaba, assuming Li Wu's pride was at play, said nothing more and returned to his previous position with the lady steward and 7 bodyguards. The brief encounter stirred no ripples in the water. Li Wu kept a vigilant eye on the Silver Wolf King's health, urging the spicy rabbit head to remain alert to the right, where a team was behaving suspiciously. The Silver Wolf King's health had dwindled to nearly 30, while the throng of players engaged in combat appeared congested, yet had replenished countless waves. The surrounding teams observing the fray had become sparse. It seemed the Silver Wolf King was on the verge of demise. Yet the throngs of players struggled to force their way in. How could the stationary teams hope to claim the boss? With a resounding howl that echoed through the skies. The Silver Wolf King's silvery fur abruptly turned blood red, and its stature swelled dramatically, resembling a small mountain. The battlefield transformed in an instant. The Silver Wolf King's speed became astonishingly swift, its aggro chaotic, sending players scattering in disarray. Many players had yet to complete their fireball incantations before the Silver Wolf King had leapt beyond their reach. Melee fighters faced even greater frustration, chasing desperately behind the Silver Wolf King, only to strike air. Most terrifying of all was the Silver Wolf King's abilities, as its Thunder Charge, initially on an 8-second cooldown, now struck every 4 seconds, effectively annihilating swathes of players with each leap. Its attack speed had accelerated to a blur, and its health not only remained stable, but began to increase. In less than 2 minutes, the number of players in the arena plummeted to a chilling low. Barely a fraction of the original crowd remained. "Brother Tuan, they are moving." The spicy rabbit head suddenly leaped down from Li Wu's shoulder, pointing towards the eastern direction. Has the battle finally commenced? At this moment, Li Wu began to comprehend the intentions of the observing teams around them. Since no one possessed the strength to clear the area, let the Silver Wolf King take on that responsibility. The scattered and disorganized fighters had already been significantly diminished by the Silver Wolf King, allowing the more capable teams to showcase their talents. It is no wonder that the novice village number 5188 had successfully summoned the Silver Wolf King twice. Their equipment levels had already improved, making failure improbable. As the surrounding teams entered the fray, the previously one-sided situation swiftly stabilized. Remarkably, even a single bite from the Silver Wolf King failed to eliminate the shield-wielding player before it. A glowing shield manifested around him, followed by a radiant golden light descending upon his head. A healing spell. Chapter 18. Whose home will the Silver Wolf King fall to even before reaching the 10th level? There were already players proficient in the healing spells of a priest. This game truly harbors hidden talents. The player wielding a shield was particularly remarkable, as the damage dealt by the Silver Wolf King in its berserk state was exceedingly high. This player's health undoubtedly exceeded 2,000, and their defense was similarly formidable. Otherwise, having a priest would be of little use. Li Wu observed closely, noting that the shield-bearing player had emerged from the eastern contingent of 100, appearing to be no younger than 40, with the name displayed above his head, Hao Jianjun. Surely, he wouldn't be using his real name as his in-game moniker. The numbers floating above the Silver Wolf King were impressive. -28, -38, -55, -66. The creature's health was rapidly depleting, despite its significantly enhanced attack power and speed, as well as a quadrupled lifesteal efficiency. It could not withstand the onslaught. Thunderous Charge. The Silver Wolf King leapt once more into the throng, but this time, it failed to eliminate all players within a 30-meter radius. 4 or 5 players remained steadfast, evidently possessing either high defense or health exceeding 1,000. Hao Jianjun executed a charge skill, surging forward to slam his shield against the Silver Wolf King's knee, momentarily redirecting its aggro. Bai Debao had also entered the fray, rushing forward with his butler and bodyguards, unleashing a bolt of lightning. -280. Despite the multitude of numbers appearing above the Silver Wolf King, this rare 3-digit figure was conspicuous, leading Li Wu to deduce that it must be the renowned Bai Debao, a benefactor of the game. It was known that the Wand of the Undead King alone granted 180 points of magical attack, nearly rivaling the total equipment of an average player. Given that he could afford to spend over 200,000 on a single piece of level 6 gear, it was improbable that his other equipment was lacking. Suppressing the urge to rush forward, Li Wu's gaze remained fixed on the Silver Wolf King's health. With such a meager amount of health, he would barely register as a contributor, akin to tossing a mere peanut into the fray. His opportunity was singular. The Silver Wolf King's health had dwindled to a critical point, and with Thunderous Charge on cooldown, he was poised to strike the final blow with his 136 points of true damage from his cutting talent. The Silver Wolf King's health fluctuated, finally descending to 3,000 points. As it executed a thunderous leap, taking out a swath of players, Li Wu seized the moment. Though too distant to reach the Silver Wolf King in time, he had never intended to close the gap. While he specialized in physical attacks, his own damage was insufficient to breach defenses, thus he opted for Fireball. In the final moment, Li Wu launched his Fireball. Ding! A crisp system notification echoed in his ears. Elation surged within Li Wu as he prepared to rush forward and claim the loot, but he quickly sensed something amiss. He had not leveled up. Despite defeating numerous giant rabbits, he was just shy of the experience needed to reach level 2. Surely, slaying the Silver Wolf King would grant him sufficient experience. Congratulations! You participated in the defeat of the Silver Wolf King and dealt effective damage, earning 1,000 experience points and 5 reputation points. Li Wu let out a regretful sigh, raising his gaze towards the location where the Silver Wolf King had vanished, eager to discover which fortunate soul had delivered the final blow. The crowd was too dense to discern clearly, but the jubilant shouts from the front provided him with the answer. It was by DeBayo, with a profound sense of admiration. One could not help but marvel at the prowess of the foremost mage, whose damage output was unparalleled in seizing the boss. By the way, he inquired, "Are you in need of any accessories for your legs?" Suddenly, a radiant golden light erupted, revealing what appeared to be 2 pieces of exquisite golden equipment. Li Wu chuckled at his own misfortune, realizing that it was only natural for someone so heavily invested to claim a boss. It would indeed be a farcical situation if he, as a mere freeloader, failed to secure anything. Just as Li Wu was about to turn and call for the spicy rabbit head to hasten their efforts before the steel-toothed wild boar respawned, a cacophony of clamor and a flurry of skill effects erupted in front of him. Looking up, he beheld 3 or 4 burly shield bearers escorting by DeBayo's towards him, with blades and spells hot on their heels. Although the assailants were few, the circumstances for the group remained dire. The shielded bodyguards demonstrated commendable skill, successfully intercepting numerous attacks and even deflecting some targeted fireballs with their shields. Yet, ultimately, their numbers were insufficient, and one by one, the Guardians succumbed to the onslaught, transforming into wisps of white light. In a moment of desperation, DeBayo's ceased his flight and unleashed a chain lightning spell, dispatching 3 of his foes instantly. The remaining 2 were left gravely wounded, with one further fireball eliminating another. However, DeBayo's himself soon fell victim to concentrated fire, dissolving into white light. Amidst the luminous remnants of DeBayo's, a glimmer of gold descended from the heavens. Countless players surged toward it, while those unable to keep pace unleashed their frustrations in the form of errant spells. As several white lights flickered away, the ground was littered with a chaotic assortment of items, prominently featuring a dark, ominous thigh bone. Who could be so unfortunate as to be left with naught but a solitary bone? Li Wu opened his backpack, only to discover that the valuable zombie thigh bone, worth hundreds, had dropped. Instead of reacting with indignation, he gazed at the golden staff within his pack with an expression of incredulity, his heart racing. Zombie King-S staff gold. What an extraordinary stroke of luck. With DeBayo's meeting his demise right before him, Li Wu instinctively picked up the shimmering object from the ground, only to find himself abruptly transported back to the resurrection point in the novice village. Perhaps it was time for him to invest a little. It felt somewhat inappropriate to be reaping such rewards from Blue Star Online without contributing. At that moment, a message from the spicy rabbit had arrived. "Brother, where are you? I can't find you. I've been killed and sent back to town. What should I do?" He replied, "I'm frightened. Look around for any reliable high-level players returning to the village and follow them closely. Be cautious of those with gray or red names." Understood. The spicy rabbit head responded obediently, shortly sending another message. "I've found a dependable team. The one you told me to keep an eye on. There are no gray or red names among them." "Good. When you return, let me know so we can continue hunting monsters." Li Wu's mind briefly flashed to the resolute face of Hao Jianjun, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his thoughts. But he quickly dismissed it. Nothing was more pressing than handling the Zombie King's staff. Without a second thought, he opened the auction house and placed the Zombie King's staff for sale. It seemed many had been eagerly awaiting this moment. For the instant the staff was listed, the responses began to pour in. The bidding price surged rapidly, reaching 180 gold in mere minutes, indicating that the final price is likely to surpass the previous one. Logically, considering that over 10 hours have elapsed since the last auction, the level 6 equipment should have depreciated. However, the remarkable prowess of Baidabeos is undeniable. His substantial damage during the boss fight, one skill eliminating 3 skilled players and a fireball taking out a novice, serves as the finest advertisement for the King of Zombie Staff. A prominent message from the village, Baidabeos requests that those auctioning the King of Zombie Staff consider postponing the auction or alternatively, allow for a face-to-face trade using other equipment or items, assuring that he will provide a premium that guarantees no loss for the seller. Chapter 19. For the sake of a little kindness, the village's pinned message read, Junlin Tianxia. Don't take it down. Last time, I was offline and someone seized the opportunity. This time, let us see who can compete with me. Watch the auction house. Another pinned message erupted in the village, and Li Wu understood that the last sentence was directed at him. Glancing at the auction house, he observed that the bidding price, which had just risen to 190 gold, surged directly to 250 gold, instantly surpassing the previous bid. Li Wu's heart began to race uncontrollably. 250 gold, with a 10 service fee deducted, would yield 225 gold, equivalent to 220,000 in cash. Recently, the government had implemented a policy, although the special medicine for Tuanbao had yet to be included in health insurance. Import duties had been completely waived. This amount was nearly sufficient to cover Tuanbao's special medicine for almost a year. Moreover, there were still nearly 3 hours left in the bidding time. Given Junlin Tianxiao's momentum, if someone contested, the price could very well increase further. Of course, it was also possible that Junlin Tianxia was merely creating hype, aiming to stabilize the price at 250 gold. Faced with 2 pinned messages from the village, Li Wu felt that any hesitation would be a sign of disrespect towards the gold. Meanwhile, Baidaba, standing at the resurrection point, was nearly furious. Why'd it have to be the precious staff that was dropped? Although she had been killed initially, the joy of having snatched the Silver Wolf King overshadowed her anger. Furthermore, discovering that a silver wolf robe perfectly suited her in her backpack brought her even more delight. The silver wolf robe was a piece of golden-grade equipment, and golden armor reduced pain more effectively than silver-grade armor. As the largest coverage piece of protective gear, its value was undeniable, regardless of its attributes. Especially for Baidaba, who was exceedingly sensitive to pain, the worth of this robe surpassed that of a weapon. Where's my staff? Baidaba finally realized that her Zombie King staff was missing. Unless some prominent figure had picked it up, it was likely that an ordinary person would have immediately placed it on the auction house. Without needing a reminder from the accompanying female steward, Baidaba promptly checked the auction house. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, the Zombie King staff was listed. Without hesitation, she began to raise the bid, only to be met with an insufficient balance notification when she reached 200 gold. Initially contemplating borrowing money from the steward, she was ruthlessly denied. The reasoning being that she had recently started dating a young man and was planning to buy him a car. Such a shameless excuse left Baidaba at a loss. For the steward was not merely a servant. She had grown up watching her, akin to a family elder. In truth, the Zombie King staff could be sacrificed. The steward smiled gently and initiated a trade with Baidaba. Her eyes lit up. Previously, the Silver Wolf King had dropped numerous items, 2 of which were golden-grade equipment. Since she and the steward were in a team, they had each picked up 1 piece and fled, leaving the remaining items untouched, but alas, they had not escaped. At this moment, the equipment that the steward offered could indeed serve as a substitute for the Zombie King staff. Baidaba hesitated for a moment. Ultimately, she still desired the Zombie King staff. In fact, switching to melee weapons could work. Hadn't the master mentioned that one could train close combat skills in the game? Hence, Her desire for the Zombie King's staff intensified. Daba, rebellious in nature, outright rejected the steward's proposal. You have no money. I shall sell this equipment. Time is of the essence. The auction duration for golden equipment is merely 3 hours, and there is insufficient time for you to list it now. Yet, this does not deter me. Daba promptly spent 1 gold coin to purchase a large horn, issuing a prominent message to the entire village. Within moments, Daba noticed that Jun Linxiangxia's face contorted with frustration, resembling a steamed bun. The price of 250 gold had already surpassed the expected cost of a level 6 golden weapon, and no one could guarantee that the price would not continue to escalate. Were she in my position, she would likely not opt for a buyer who could not afford the price and seek alternative remedies. Most critically, the online realm of Blue Star is rife with opportunism. Prematurely delisting items incurs a penalty. The current maximum penalty stands at 5 of the highest bid, which, at a bidding price of 250 gold, amounts to a staggering 12 gold and 50 silver, equivalent to 500 coins. For an ordinary player, would one dare wager over 10,000 coins on the reliability of Daba? Daba clenched her teeth, poised to purchase another horn for remedy, when she noticed the Zombie King's scepter had been delisted from the auction house. Glancing at her friend's list, Daba discovered a plethora of friend requests. After accepting each one, she was inundated with messages. Some sought her favor, others offered to pay her 50 gold, while yet others agreed to her trade method, requesting she first transfer 20 gold to compensate for the delisting loss. The sheer volume of messages left Daba bewildered, unable to discern the genuine seller among the crowd. Ding! The invincible adorable squad has initiated a face-to-face trade with you. Suddenly, a trade request popped up, and Daba instinctively clicked to accept, revealing the Zombie King's scepter on the trading interface. At this moment, Li Wu felt a twinge of awkwardness. This was merely a game. Should Daba be defeated by another, and he claimed the Zombie King's scepter, it would naturally belong to him. Furthermore, even if he chose not to collect it, someone else surely would. Ultimately, the Zombie King's scepter had no bearing on Daba anymore. Though entirely legitimate, the act of collecting another's dropped item only to turn around and sell it back to them carries an inherent awkwardness. Li Wu could have avoided this inconvenience. Although Daba claimed she would not let the seller suffer a loss, the fact that this Zombie King's scepter had just been listed and was already bid up to 250 gold left the final price uncertain. Daba's assurances held no tangible guarantee. Additionally, the prospect of a 500 coin penalty gnawed at Li Wu's conscience. Yet he ultimately chose to delist the Zombie King's scepter. Awkward, troublesome, and a painful sacrifice. 3 reasons Li Wu detested yet could not overcome in the face of goodwill. Provided, of course, that he did not incur a loss. Prior to confronting the Silver Wolf King, Daba proposed to include the unfamiliar Li Wu and the spicy rabbit head in their party. While the currency dropped by the boss was insignificant to Daba, it was hardly of great importance to Li Wu either. However, for Li Wu, who had endured the caprices of human relationships due to the illness of his companion over the past 2 years, this seemingly inconsequential act of kindness remained invaluable. Li Wu was willing to undertake this awkward, troublesome, and painful endeavor in the name of goodwill. "Sister, it is you," Daba exclaimed in astonishment and delight. "It is a brother." Li Wu felt somewhat helpless, uncertain whether the Blue Star Online offered a name change card. Daba, a person of discernment, refrained from uttering anything awkward. Instead, he promptly placed a piece of equipment on the trading interface and entered 100 gold coins. Due to the pain associated with melee weapons, their value was slightly diminished. Nonetheless, they could still fetch around 180 gold coins. "I could add another 100 gold coins. What do you think?" Before Li Wu could respond, Daba continued, "Oh, by the way, you incurred a penalty fee, and I must reserve some gold for potions. However, I still possess a complete set of pure physical silver equipment that I had previously exchanged." As he spoke, Daba placed all the physical gear he had swapped for the Zombie King's staff into the trading slot, including a pair of silver dual guns. Without any hesitation, Li Wu clicked to confirm. One should learn to be content. Chapter 20. The fangs of the silver wolf, Li Wu felt a profound sense of contentment. Observing by DeBeo's eagerness towards the king of zombies' staff, she knew that adding an extra 10 or 8 gold coins would pose no issue. However, doing so would indeed diminish the value of the baseline he had painstakingly established at the Spicy Rabbit Head. By DeBeo's satisfaction was palpable, although he was nearly destitute. Acquiring this silver wolf robe was akin to earning 100 gold coins. While he had no intention of selling it and did not particularly need the money, it represented a return on investment. Suddenly, it felt as though he had earned a fortune of 100,000. I wonder if my cantankerous father would still dare to call me wasteful. Would you like me to assist you in leveling up? By DeBeo's mood brightened, and he found Li Wu increasingly agreeable, reiterating his offer to help her advance. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. Li Wu politely declined by DeBeo's offer once more and turned to leave. Wait, you seem like a decent person. Let's be friends. Naturally, Li Wu could not turn down a friend request from someone who provided her sustenance and support. She promptly accepted. Once out of by DeBeo's sight, Li Wu eagerly opened her backpack. Silver wolf fangs, golden, physical attack 198, strength 12, stamina 12, agility 12, required level 6 equipped skill, sharp fang, passive skill that adds 8 additional damage and 5 lifesteal to normal attacks. What a remarkable item. A physical attack power of 198 combined with 12 strength translates to an impressive total of 222 attack power. The equipped skill is equally impressive. Although it isn't an active skill, normal attacks incur no cooldown, making each strike akin to a mini-skill, and the 5 lifesteal significantly enhances sustainability. Li Wu caressed the weapon for several seconds before deciding to list it for sale. How foolish of me to hesitate even for a moment. Such indecision is an affront to gold. There was no way she could keep it. By the time she reached level 6, the weapon would likely depreciate significantly. It was better to sell it while the price was high. Additionally, there was a complete set of silver equipment in her bag. Without delay, Li Wu retrieved the 2 gleaming silver pistols. After all, men have little resistance to such items. To her surprise, the 2 silver pistols constituted a single piece of equipment and could not be used separately. Regrettably, they required level 7, so Li Wu could only admire them without equipping them. The other 8 pieces of silver equipment were all level 8. Although they had been discarded by DeBeo's, they were undoubtedly among the finest gear available in the current novice village. Anyone donning such a set would instantly become a top player in the village. One glance would compel observers to exclaim, "What a dapper fellow!" Li Wu examined the attributes and found them perfectly suited to her needs. Primary attack power with secondary health and resilience, representing an upgraded version of her current level 1 black iron gear. Why delay in listing them? Wait for depreciation. This time, Li Wu acted without hesitation, listing everything, even the beloved silver dual pistols. There was also a novice pistol in her bag, which she could hold and carry. Though she could not afford ammunition, it sufficed to satisfy her desire for the weapon. In the auction house, there were a few level 8 silver pieces available for sale, but their scarcity suggested that her set would fetch a handsome price. While she was uncertain of the final amount, combined, they would undoubtedly yield a greater profit than selling the King of Zombies staff alone. After listing her items, Li Wu logged off to enjoy a meal. Having earned a substantial sum once more, Li Wu decided to indulge himself and went downstairs to purchase 2 meat buns without any toppings. After savoring his meal, he promptly returned online. He headed straight for the giant rabbit prairie, where he single-handedly vanquished over 80 giant rabbits, thereby leveling up to level 2. At that moment, the Spicy Rabbit Head also made her return, and to Li Wu's surprise, the young girl had also reached level 2. Upon inquiry, he learned that the Spicy Rabbit Head had followed a 100-person team that did not return directly to the village, but instead diverted to a level 6 monster gathering area to grind for experience. The young girl had unwittingly followed them to the level 6 monsters and was utterly bewildered. Fortunately, a certain expert named Hao Jianjun noticed her plight and sent 2 individuals to escort her back. During their journey, they casually dispatched some obstructive monsters, inadvertently helping the young girl level up. Li Wu was somewhat taken aback and then jested, "This expert is rather oblivious. I would suggest taking the opportunity to strike while you're unaware and return to the city in an instant." "Brother team," the Spicy Rabbit Head pouted and stomped her foot in mild annoyance. All right, now that we're both level 2, let us purchase some level 2 equipment and then tackle level 2 monsters. Sound good? The young girl, possessing a fortune of 100,000, was particularly fond of shopping. The two spent quite some time at the auction house, initially hoping to splurge on a set of level 2 silver armor, but unfortunately, none could be found. After further searching, Li Wu discovered that the lowest level for silver equipment was actually level 3, speculating that only items of level 3 or above would be available. Not wishing to verify this on the forum, they settled on a suitable set of level 2 black iron gear. After changing outfits, the spicy rabbit head generously gifted her outdated level 1 black iron armor to a nearby newcomer who was struggling against the giant rabbits. Once she had played the role of a caring older sister, the young girl gazed at Li Wu with wide, expectant eyes. After a moment's hesitation, Li Wu tossed his recently replaced gear into the auction house. This frivolous child is trying to drag me into her spending spree. That costs 80 coins. The young girl, realizing her charming gaze had failed to sway him, cheerfully followed Li Wu to the level 2 monster gathering area. Land Turtle, level 2 health, 360 physical attack, 42 dual defense. 15 The level 2 monsters had significantly enhanced attributes, nearly doubling their overall stats, which would be quite a challenge when clad in level 1 gear. Fortunately, level 2 black iron equipment was quite affordable, allowing the duo to overpower their foes effortlessly. After equipping his new gear, Li Wu's health reached 320, attack 98, and defense 39, making him quite capable of handling the land turtles with ease. The spicy rabbit head, after her equipment change, boasted a health of 255, spell attack of 90, and defense of 30. She had been quite thoughtful in her selection, prioritizing spell attack and spirit while neglecting health and defense, resulting in her mana exceeding her life total, reaching 260 points. Even so, with her 100 critical hit chance, she could easily take on the land turtles, though the child was fearful of pain. With the land turtle's attack at 42 and Li Wu's defense at 39, he only sustained 3 points of damage. Naturally, Li Wu was disinterested in employing any evasive tactics and charged straight in for a powerful strike. Minus 132 minus 3, the 3 points of damage barely compared to the minuscule damage of his companion's fists, prompting Li Wu to show no change in expression. The explosive damage of the spicy rabbit head remains formidable, swiftly reducing the land turtle to mere threads of health. With a single strike, Li Wu effortlessly dispatched the turtle, and fortuitously, the first turtle shell dropped. Turtle shell is a crafting material. Further details can be obtained from the armor shop. With the experiment concluded, the duo officially commenced their monster hunting, akin to their previous encounters with the giant rabbit. Li Wu, opting not to utilize skills, managed to take down the land turtle with 2 standard strikes, complemented by a fireball from the spicy rabbit head. A single land turtle could only inflict 3 points of damage upon him, its healing capabilities failing to keep pace. The spicy rabbit head was elated, for her current mana allowed her to unleash 26 fireballs, and with natural mana regeneration, she could continuously engage 30 monsters before requiring a respite, no longer deemed a minor burden. Chapter 21. Uncle earned a fortune. Li Wu was in high spirits, although ascending from level 2 to level 3 required a staggering 36,000 experience points. Each land turtle yielded 60 experience points, 30 after splitting, which was significantly higher than that of the giant rabbits. The efficiency of farming land turtles surpassed that of giant rabbits, much to their satisfaction. However, there was a slight drawback. The gathering spots for level 2 monsters were no longer as desolate as the giant rabbit plains. The influx of players had notably increased. After the two of them had dispatched over 30 land turtles in one breath, the area was nearly devoid of monsters, compelling them to search elsewhere or wait for respawns. Fortunately, they had not encountered the usual instances of boastful displays or player killings motivated by greed, and even the carnal temptations seemed absent. The game as pay mechanics were rendered so realistically that most players hesitated to engage in player killing. The fact that they were reduced to hunting turtles was indicative of the surrounding player skill levels. They continued their endeavors until 4 p.m., but after over 20 hours of continuous play, the young girl could no longer persevere and logged off to catch up on sleep. Li Wu glanced at the time and suddenly recalled that if the Electric Zombie King also had a 12-hour respawn time, it should be available now. After a brief contemplation, he deemed the time insufficient and decided to set it aside for the moment, as Tuan Bao would soon be finishing school. Ding! Your Silver Wolf's Fong has been purchased by another player for 167 gold, after deducting a transaction fee of 16 gold and 70 silver. You have received 150 gold and 30 silver into your wallet. A smile crept onto Li Wu's lips upon reading the message. Although it was a few gold less than anticipated, the set of silver equipment had sold for considerably more than expected. The price of the silver dual guns was rather dismal at merely 2 gold. Compared to other weapons of the same level and quality, it was practically a bargain, primarily due to its high consumption rate, so much so that even the white big treasure couldn't afford it, rendering it more collectible than practical. However, the other 8 pieces of silver equipment had fetched a high price, totaling 28 gold, leaving 25 gold and 20 silver after taxes. Remarkably, the total value of all items amounted to 197 gold if one disregarded the transaction tax. Li Wu speculated that the Zombie King's scepter would likely struggle to exceed 280 gold, especially since White Big Treasure, its most formidable competitor, had no cash to drive up the price. After all, it was merely a level 6 piece of equipment. The top-tier players had already ascended to level 9, and even a level 6 golden weapon would soon depreciate significantly. With an additional 267 gold and 30 silver in his inventory, Li Wu wasted no time and promptly withdrew 267 gold. After all, what if Blue Star Online faced closure in the next moment? The funds arrived in his bank account, amounting to 253,650 yuan. He retrieved a bottle of mineral water, consumed half, and stored the remainder. Such extravagance, foregoing bread for water. At 4:50 p.m., Li Wu logged off punctually, racing on his electric scooter to the kindergarten, where the children had yet to begin their exodus. With youthful vigor and agility, he navigated through the crowd of elderly guardians, successfully positioning himself in the front row. This was his first time arriving early at the kindergarten. Tuan Bao often expressed a desire to see her uncle as soon as school dismissed, yet Li Wu, burdened by his 3 jobs, was frequently tardy. Sometimes, he was the last one left in the entire kindergarten, with only Tuan remaining. As the music began to play, the children of the toddler class, under the guidance of their teacher, emerged in orderly lines from the classroom. Li Wu firmly grasped the railing beside him, resolutely anchoring himself in the front row despite the crowd, even as an elderly lady discreetly nudged him with her elbow. Finally, it was the turn of the second class. War Duan Belungit. Upon exiting the building, the little one eagerly craned her neck to catch a glimpse of the kindergarten entrance. Though each time brought a slight disappointment, she still yearned to see her uncle first. Tuan's eyes sparkled. Even from a distance, Li Wu could discern the gleam in her eyes and the newly emerged molars. Understanding her surroundings well, Tuan refrained from rushing into her uncle's embrace, instead holding hands with her classmates, following the teacher's lead towards the main gate. Teacher Lei spotted Li Wu, and with a sudden rush of emotion, she deviated from the usual order, directly pulling Tuan from the back of the line and presenting her to Li Wu first. Li Wu scooped Tuan into his arms, nodded at Teacher Lei, and turned to protect his precious one as they navigated through the throng. "Uncle, I am so happy. I saw you right after school," Tuan exclaimed. "Yes, Uncle is happy too. From now on, can I let you see me as soon as school is over?" "Okay." Tuan opened her little arms and hugged Li Wu tightly around the neck. "Uncle, do you know that I love you the most? Have you eaten enough for dinner?" "My dear, I'm sorry, Uncle, I didn't eat enough. There were green vegetables in my meal, and I ate slowly. The other children finished before me, and I was too anxious to finish." "You don't need to apologize. Uncle is not angry. That green vegetable is called broccoli. It will make you stronger. Will you try to eat it better in the future?" "Okay, you're such a good child. Now, shall I take you to a restaurant?" "The big one you wanted to go to last time." "Really? The one with the enormous lion?" "Exactly. Today, Uncle earned a lot of money. Let us treat ourselves." "Yay, Uncle earned a lot. Is it 100 yuan?" "More than 100. Then is it 1000? Even more than 1000. Wow. Is it 500? My dear, how about I enroll you in a math class instead?" Are there children in the math class? You can bring one, but I'm not sure if they accept students as young as you. Though referred to as a grand restaurant in Tuan Tuan's eyes, it was simply the largest in a small county town, where even the biggest hotel wouldn't earn a star rating. Li Wu indulgently ordered 4 of Tuan Tuan's favorite dishes, considering it a special treat. After all, his precious one would only take a few bites before feeling full. Once Li Wu finished eating, he packed the leftovers, knowing he would be awake late into the night, which could serve as a midnight snack. Upon returning home, he relished the rare opportunity to spend time playing interactive games with Tuan Tuan, allowing her to braid his hair while he browsed the Blue Star online forum on his phone. In just one day and night, he earned over 300,000. Even if luck played a significant role, Li Wu could not afford to overlook such fortune. Moreover, given the state-mandated timeline, Li Wu contemplated treating it as a professional endeavor. To excel in any vocation, one must begin with a thorough understanding of its intricacies. After some research, Li Wu discovered an unsettling truth. There was no information available regarding the operating company of Blue Star Online, nor could he find any details about the development firm. All sources indicated that it was under the auspices of the state. Is it reasonable for the state to develop and operate? Indeed. However, what leaves one perplexed is the inability to ascertain which nation is responsible for its development and which for its operation. This inconsistency raises significant questions. Despite his confusion, Li Wu found himself unable to uncover any pertinent information. Chapter 22. Someone wants to steal the Electric Zombie King. Who cares? Li Wu cast aside her doubts and began to peruse the materials and posts related to the game. At 9 p.m., she adorned herself with her vibrant, low-quality dreadlocks and lulled her pet to sleep before donning her helmet and logging in. Spicy Rabbit Head was offline, presumably enjoying a deep slumber. Just as Li Wu prepared to venture into the mine to assess the situation, a series of loud announcements caused her to frown. Village announcement. Junlin Tianxia. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The Electric Zombie King is summoning Death Warriors. Are there any Death Warriors left? Dying costs 5 silver. Screenshot me for V50. Village announcement. Junlin Tianxia. Recruiting ranged attackers. Those with magic damage over 300 are welcome. Salary, 50 silver. If you defeat the boss, your salary will double. Join me. I am lonely and crave companionship. Village announcement. Junlin Tianxia. By Daba, if you dare to steal the boss, I will end you. Village announcement. By Daba. Are you referring to me? I 1T steal the boss. I'm just here to target you. Can you withstand my 500 points of magic damage? Village announcement. Junlin Tianxia. Damn. Your magic damage is already 480? I was wrong, Sister Bai. You already possess the Zombie King staff, so let me have this boss. Village announcement. By Daba. Keep your damn comments to yourself. As if you could seize it without me. Find your Death Warriors before you start complaining. Li Wu initially intended to delve deep into mine to seek the Electric Zombie King, hoping to find opportunities to trap the monster on small platforms. To her surprise, Junlin Tianxia planned to confront the Electric Zombie King directly due to not acquiring the Zombie King staff. Although Li Wu's kill of the Electric Zombie King was only the second in the entire server and did not trigger a server-wide announcement, the Zombie King staff easily suggested a connection to the Electric Zombie King. It was rare to hear of anyone acquiring equipment with a zombie prefix from regular zombie farming. The loud announcements continued to echo, indicating a determined effort to capture the Electric Zombie King. Li Wu felt somewhat disheartened, but decided to purchase 600 stones from the player stalls, intending to join the fray. If Junlin Tianxia successfully lured out the Electric Zombie King, she would attempt to claim the boss for herself. If he failed, she would proceed with her original plan. The village announcements stirred the entire community, and with 9 p.m. coinciding with peak player activity, the area outside the eastern mining zone became overcrowded, leaving the village deserted. Observing the bustling crowd, Li Wu suddenly felt that Junlin Tianxia had made a grave miscalculation. The Electric Zombie King was not particularly difficult to defeat. The challenge lay in luring it out of the mine. Yet, Junlin Tianxia chose to stir up commotion during the time when the most players were online. Even low-level characters could inflict unavoidable damage, and with thousands of players flocking to join, the likelihood of Junlin Tianxia securing the boss diminished significantly. Moreover, The mine's entrance was too close to the novice village. Unlike the strategy employed against the Silver Wolf King, where the boss could eliminate scattered players, this plan was futile. Players could simply respawn and return, as there was no experience lost during the novice phase. Although Junlin Tianxiao was playing poorly, Li Wu found it difficult to feel joy, as his chances of acquiring the boss were exceedingly slim due to the overwhelming number of players. Yet, there were still some daring souls in the game. The rewards for Junlin Tianxiao V50 attracted many. The regional chat channel was abuzz with coordinates of the Electric Zombie King. Potato, I've earned $50. At the 9th fork of Cave 3, turn left at the 4th fork, coordinates 17664. 33447, Radish, 50. Same location, coordinates 17662. 33445. Pumpkin, a profit of 50 health. Same position, coordinates 17660. 33444. Big Pig, is it really that enticing? Could someone inform me? Is it painful to be electrocuted by the Electric Zombie King? Tomato, 50 health profit, same position, coordinates 17658. 33440. Junlin Tianxia, it must be delightful. Brothers, come quickly and act as martyrs. Being electrocuted feels quite pleasant. Akin to a massage. The earnings are simply splendid. I am a good person. The boss is unkind. Dying at the hands of the Electric Zombie King feels just like an electric shock. Those with low endurance should refrain. Beware of leaving psychological scars. This $50 feels ominous. The lad behind couldn't keep up, and the Electric Zombie King turned back. Coordinates 17665. 33447. It was drawn back. Coordinates 17,660. 33,441. Reports from the Martyr players flooded the regional channel, indicating the Electric Zombie King was indeed being lured step by step. However, with the efficiency of luring one monster per few steps, it was still a long way from completely drawing out the Electric Zombie King from the mine. Li Wu found a stone to stand upon and surveyed the surroundings, yet he couldn't locate the target amidst the throng of players. He recalled a certain expert named Hao Jianjun, whose health and defense were formidable. If he were willing to act as a martyr, the efficiency would undoubtedly be exceptional. He remembered that Hao was accompanied by someone with healing skills. If the two coordinated, they might truly manage to lure out the Electric Zombie King. It was uncertain whether that disciplined team of 100 had arrived to join the fray. The martyrs continued their endeavors, respawning at the resurrection point after each demise, with hundreds of martyrs cycling through. According to the public screen-s coordinate updates, the Electric Zombie King had been lured halfway. Potato, 56. I can't hold on any longer. The brothers behind, please move forward a bit. $300 should suffice. Pumpkin, I can't take it anymore. This isn't something a normal person would do. I feel weak-kneed the moment I enter the mine. Radish, it's already halfway drawn out. I'm not essential anymore. I'll take a breather, let the brothers behind push forward. Ultimately, some could no longer endure. The pain felt was directly correlated to the level of damage endured. The vast majority of players would lose all health upon encountering the Electric Zombie King, suffering maximum damage. Though they were instantaneously defeated, the agony experienced in those final moments was unparalleled. Repeatedly being electrocuted, who could withstand such torment? Some martyrs, after dying once, would retreat after a couple of cigarettes, while those with the stronger will begin to falter after 5 or 6 defeats. Regardless, the conditions set forth by Junlin Tianxia merely stipulate that one must be electrocuted once to receive V50, without any insistence on successfully luring the creature out. Should Junlin Tianxia truly require the creature to be drawn out for payment, it is likely that only a handful of foolish individuals would be enticed. The number of hesitant warriors grows increasingly sparse, and at last, when only a third of the journey remains, a player succumbs to despair, prompting the Zombie King to retreat. Emotions are indeed contagious. Although no reports have yet emerged on the public screen, Li Wu deduces the circumstances from the sudden halt in coordinates. The Electric Zombie King does not instantly return to its spawning ground. If the warriors persist in their pursuit, they may yet succeed in drawing it back. As anticipated, Junlin Tianxiao once again amplifies their announcement, doubling the salaries for the warriors. observing the throng of players gathering in anticipation of the electric zombie king's emergence. Li Wu contemplates threading through the crowd and delving into mine number 1. He intends to take a gamble, wagering that the electric zombie king cannot be lured out. Chapter 23. An unexpected interception amidst a throng of tens of thousands. The odds of seizing the boss are lamentably slim. Those with prowess may call it foresight, while those lacking it might deem it mere blind luck. Rather than relying on chance, it is far wiser to undertake actions with greater certainty. Currently, the electric zombie king has been lured out 2/3 of the way, signifying that should the monster's enticement ultimately fail, the path it traversed will become its inevitable route of return. Li Wu can easily set an ambush in advance and await the electric zombie king's return. Although the mine has been divided into several numbered sections by players, the depths of the cave are interconnected. Li Wu proceeds along the first tunnel, venturing deeper. The number of players mining along the way has diminished significantly. Most linger near the entrance, mining while waiting for the spectacle to unfold. As he progresses deeper, players become increasingly sparse, and by the time he reaches the depths, there are scarcely any in sight. Even though the first tunnel is not the designated path for luring monsters as announced on the public screen, Li Wu opens his chat history with Spicy Rabbit Head to review the message he sent to the young girl earlier. Lacking paper and pen, he has communicated the crucial coordinate points to her through private messages, transforming her into a tool while online and a mere notepad when offline. However, as he delves deeper into the mine, Li Wu begins to question his earlier assumptions, suddenly realizing that the electric zombie king may not necessarily return via the precise path it was led away from. The intricate maze of tunnels is complex. The Death Warriors discovered the boss by turning left at the 9th junction of the main tunnel, proceeding to the 4th branch. Yet upon turning back, the boss might choose any of the myriad paths to return. Thus, the most reliable spot remains the original left turn at the 4th branch where the boss was first encountered. The outcome of the monster lure is imminent, and with Li Wu taking a detour through the first tunnel, his time is growing short. He hopes that Junlin Tianxia can hold on a little longer. It seems as if his thoughts have resonated, for the loudspeaker of Junlin Tianxia blares once more. All village announcements. Junlin Tianxia. The boss is about to emerge. Those merely spectating, do not clutter my ranks. I will not reward those who merely seek to bolster their numbers. Not long after Junlin Tianxia's proclamation, news spread through the chat channel that the electric zombie king had completely turned back. The statement regarding not rewarding those who merely seek to bolster their numbers acted as a catalyst. This exemplifies the disadvantage of a disorganized mob. In the absence of effective leadership, chaos ensues easily. What constitutes bolstering numbers? Having faced adversity numerous times, one might fear being deemed a mere number booster. True number boosters hesitated to advance, while those without such intentions feared being mistaken for them, resulting in a delayed response as the boss turned around completely. Truly, Junlin Tianxia has made a grievous blunder. Li Wu muttered a curse under his breath and hastened his pace. At this juncture, he had only traversed halfway. Even if he were to arrive at the 4th left turn in time, it remained uncertain whether he would swiftly locate an appropriate spot to trap the monster. A protruding platform within the main tunnel caught his eye, appearing to be an ideal vantage point. Just as he contemplated taking a gamble, several beams of light suddenly illuminated the mine, and a zombie began to emerge from the ground not far away. The small monsters have spawned. Zombie, level, 3 health, 550 attack, 65 defense. 28. It is improbable for the monsters to spawn singularly. The mine is likely teeming with zombies. Seizing the opportunity before the zombies fully emerge, Li Wu dashes forward, delivering a powerful strike. -119 -1, slashing damage. -70 -26 after enduring a skill and a basic attack. The zombie finally crawls out, its dark claws striking Li Wu. Hiss! The pain from 26 damage prompts Li Wu to inhale sharply, yet it does not impede his movements. -70 -1, slashing damage. Roar -26 hiss. -70. After a fierce exchange with the zombie for 5 rounds, Li Wu loses 130 health points before slaying the creature. Thankfully, clad in black iron armor, he could withstand the assault. Li Wu glances at his remaining 190 health points, sighing in resignation, and swiftly begins to dig into the adjacent cave wall. There is little time to defeat the small monsters. Even if they had not spawned, the clock is ticking. Encountering an opportune spot to lure the boss, he can only gamble on its passing. Once atop the platform, Li Wu lies flat, surrendering to fate. Perhaps fortune itself seeks to bestow its dubious luck upon him, for shortly after, the unmistakable roar of the electric zombie king reverberates through the mine. Remaining calm, Li Wu refrains from movement until he hears the sounds of the electric zombie king thrashing beneath the platform. Then he rises with a grin. -120 slashing damage. His talent has leveled up, doubling the slashing damage, much to his delight. As Li Wu hurls over 200 stones, the electric zombie king unexpectedly unleashes a skill towards the direction he had come from, eliciting a scream. Hadn't they been farming small monsters? Why was someone arriving so quickly? Could it be that Junlin Tianxia had not given up? Although surprised, Li Wu does not falter in his actions. Defeating the boss relies on skill, and he cannot yield simply because others have spent money. Moreover, no payment has been rendered to him. Having caught up to the boss, he maintains his distance. Something feels amiss. 3 have already perished, yet the boss remains stationary. The limited visibility obscures the situation. I shall attempt again. Although visibility is insufficient, the sounds carry through, and Li Wu cannot help but smirk upon hearing the discussions. What now? The boss remains still. Is this not a gift? Should I still attempt to lure? Press on. I have already spent tens of thousands. Do you expect me to abandon this? You said it. Do not regret it later when it cannot be lured. Damn, does Junlin Tianxia lack this little bit of face? Startled by the voices from beyond his sight, Li Wu momentarily hesitates, yet his hands continue their work. Junlin Tianxia is not performing poorly. They are aware of the frontline supervision, which explains their knowledge of the player deaths. However, with the electric zombie king casting skills, everyone. 2 seconds. Maintaining aggro is a challenge. Pulling it away is only feasible if one can withstand the damage, else visibility will be lost entirely. As anticipated by Li Wu, a series of anguished cries echoed, while the electric zombie king continued to bounce beneath the small platform. Junlin Tianxia's face turned pale as he sensed the gravity of the situation, yet he found himself utterly helpless. These death warriors were merely fodder, sent forth to meet their demise. They had not even donned a single piece of equipment for fear of losing it, and their packs were devoid of even a morsel of sustenance. Naturally, they had come to embrace their fate, and thus, it was inconceivable that they would possess any worthwhile gear. Even if they did, it would be rendered useless in an instant. Players capable of withstanding a single blow from the boss were invariably clad in superior equipment, who would willingly throw themselves into the fray. It almost seemed as though someone was intentionally obstructing the boss. A death warrior who had encountered a similar predicament mumbled a remark that jolted Junlin Tianxia into action. He quickly shouted towards the direction of the electric zombie king. Which brave soul has managed to trap the boss? Since you cannot engage in combat anyway, would you be so kind as to sacrifice a life? I shall bear the loss, and additionally, offer 1 gold as compensation for your mental anguish. Chapter 24, A Link. Please. Naturally, Li Wu would not be foolish enough to respond. Instead, he silently hurled stones with fervor. The boss had an extensive attack range, prompting Junlin Tianxia and his companions to maintain a safe distance. By the time he defeated the boss, there would be ample opportunity to collect what appeared valuable. Even if Junlin Tianxia charged over and killed him, he would merely be left with scraps. Li Wu was resolute in his belief that fortune would not betray him, and that he would obtain something worthwhile. Ignoring others, Junlin Tianxia could not ascertain whether someone was deliberately hindering the boss. He clung to a glimmer of hope and continued to send reinforcements. With only a handful of warriors remaining, the sound of jingling coins filled the air, infuriating Junlin Tianxia. He seized the last 2 warriors, instructing them to alternate in drawing the boss's attacks, allowing him to dash in during the cooldown period. The electric zombie king's lightning thrust had a mere 1-2-second cooldown, and Junlin Tianxia soon found himself engulfed in electric sparks. -865 yet, he did not perish. After all, he was a formidable player known for his boldness in communication. His equipment was top tier, and he still had at least 2/5 of his health remaining. Suddenly, a blue light enveloped Junlin Xiangxia, and his health bar transformed to a blue hue. This was his innate talent. Upon his health dropping below 50, a magical shield would automatically activate, mitigating a portion of damage, currently at a rate of 30. With 1,200 mana points, he could absorb 360 points of damage. Junlin Xiangxia charged forward once more, only to be met with another attack from a boss. Minus 505, after a reduction of 360, the blue bar reverted to red, leaving him with merely 180 points of health. Realizing he still lacked sufficient visibility, he pressed onward, swallowing a potion of red medicine despite the pain. 800. This was no ordinary shop item. It was a rare instant recovery potion, crafted by an alchemist from a laborious process, with a mere chance of producing one from 1,000 ordinary potions. Determined to uncover the truth, Junlin Xiangxia was willing to take the risk. On minus 865, another bolt of lightning struck, leaving Junlin Xiangxia in a precarious state. Cursing, he finally breached the visibility range. Indeed, someone was obstructing the boss. Although he could not discern their face due to the angle, the name above their head was visible. Invincible, adorable group? Could it be some bewildered girl? A multitude of questions flooded Junlin Xiangxia's mind, only to be abruptly interrupted as he glimpsed the boss's health. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and Junlin Xiangxia was taken aback by a series of question marks above his head. It was astonishing that someone could approach the boss. Li Wu, too, was startled, though fortunately, that individual ultimately transformed into a beam of light. Concerned that more might rush in, Li Wu did not dare to pause, and moments later, the electric zombie king let out a wail as it dissipated into light. Without a moment to check the system notifications, Li Wu hurriedly slid down from the small platform, straining to hear any approaching footsteps while frantically gathering the glowing items, ready to flee at the slightest indication of company. It seemed he had truly triumphed. Li Wu managed to collect all the silver coins and noted that no one had arrived. Gazing at the pile of at least 180 copper coins on the ground, he stood resolutely and dashed away. The death drops were fresh after 5 minutes. And with so many casualties here, even the most trivial item is worth more than 100 or 80 copper coins. Upon arriving at the location where the player had recently collapsed, it was indeed true that something lay on the ground. When Li Wu picked it up, he was momentarily taken aback. Wild boar leather boots, gold, life 1, 60 intelligence, 12 spirit, 10 agility, 8 movement speed increased by 12 equipment level. Hey, what kind of family is this? Even the death warriors dare to sport golden gear? Li Wu was momentarily dazed, but soon realized that the original owner of these boots must have been Junlin Xiangxia. Besides the wild boar leather boots, there was also a red potion. Initially, Li Wu paid it no mind, but upon examining it, he discovered it was a previously unseen instant recovery potion, capable of restoring a staggering 800 health points in an instant. The potency of this potion was such that consuming it would leave him gasping for breath. Li Wu walked a bit further, only to find the ground barren, quickly coming to the realization that these death warriors must have been in a state of undress, and hurried back to gather the discarded copper coins, one by one. Village announcement. Junlin Xiangxia. Invincible adorable team. You foul woman, using hacks. Just wait to be banned. No, this is a state-operated game. Prepare for imprisonment. Li Wu was both amused and exasperated by Junlin Xiangxia's loud proclamation. After a moment's thought, he opened the regional chat. Invincible adorable team. I am a firm, unyielding man. I do not use hacks. Junlin Xiangxia. You nearly killed the boss with stone. Do you expect me to believe you're not hacking? Immortal touching my bottom. Using stone only inflicts a forced 1 point of damage. You must be hacking. Phantom Knight. So there are indeed hacks. No wonder zombified King's scepter dropped. Clearly, it came from an electric zombie king. You soloed it last night, didn't you? Phantom, what does it matter to you whether there are hacks? Just look at my mouth shape. White big treasure. Sister? V50 for a link. Upon seeing White Big Treasure joining the fray, Li Wu realized this situation was becoming increasingly difficult to explain. If a large number of people reported him, it could truly attract unwelcome attention. His cutting talent now seemed rather extraordinary, rivaling the 100 critical hit of the spicy rabbit head in certain aspects. He did not wish to reveal it so soon. After pondering a moment, Li Wu saw that the speaking cooldown had expired and began to weave a tale. Invincible, adorable team. Throwing talent ignores defense. Believe it or not, feel free to report me. Junlin Tianxia. Even if what you say is true, how do you justify stealing my boss? White big treasure. Battling a boss relies on skill. What do you mean by stealing? Village announcement. Junlin Tianxia. I invested so much, and he intercepts it halfway. Is that not stealing? Village announcement. White big treasure. Perhaps they were all positioned perfectly waiting for the boss. You drawing it away has delayed their plans. Li Wu was thoroughly impressed by White Big Treasure's eloquence. This was precisely the excuse he had contemplated, but had been unable to voice due to the time constraints of the regional chat. The 1,000 coins for a single phrase truly made Li Wu feel a pang of sympathy for White Big Treasure. What words could not be spoken in the free section? Regional chat. Invincible cuties. I am grateful to the white heroine for her righteous words. Indeed, I have been lurking in the depths of the mine for 3 hours, nearly allowing that scoundrel Junlin Tianxia to thwart my endeavors. By Daba, well said. If the electric zombie king drops any equipment suitable for me, please prioritize selling it to me. Junlin Tianxia, do you take me for a fool? This matter is far from over. I have my people stationed at all 3 mine entrances. Let us see how you will return to town. Li Wu, upon noticing Junlin Tianxia blocking his way back, felt not an ounce of anxiety, but rather a sense of complete relaxation. Since they were blocking the entrances, it meant they would not come in search of him, granting him the time to sort through his spoils. Just as Li Wu opened his backpack, a private message from Baidaba suddenly arrived. Brother, shouldn't you express your gratitude to me? We are friends, and just an hour ago, your name was grayed out. How is it that you've been lurking for 3 hours? Oh, thank you. Let's get to the point. Please send me a link. Chapter 25. Small website links despite her reservations. Li Wu sent a link to Baidaba. After responding to Baidaba, Li Wu began to examine her recent gains. First, there were the system notifications. She had slain the Electric Zombie King and earned 16,000 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the Electric Zombie King and gaining 50 reputation points. By vanquishing a wild boss above her own level, her talent level increased by 1. On her first encounter with the Electric Zombie King, she received 10,000 experience points. This time, having leveled up twice, her experience reward diminished somewhat. Previously, her kill was the second in the entire server, granting her 1,000 reputation points. However, this time there was no ranking reward, leaving her uncertain whether the lack of a third kill reward was due to others preempting her or not. Her talent level had risen once again, increasing her cutting damage to 0.3. Now, she required only 334 stones to confront the Electric Zombie King once more. Next, she examined the loot dropped by the Electric Zombie King. Her excitement surged upon discovering golden equipment, as the Electric Zombie King had generously dropped 2 pieces. However, after a brief glance, her smile waned slightly. Zombie King Helmet, Golden, Health 150 Bone 8 Intelligence 8 Spirit 8 Equipment Level 5. Zombie King Bracelet, Golden, Spell Attack 18 Intelligence 8 Spirit 8 Intelligence 8 Equipment Level 5. Though both items were of golden grade, they lacked the inherent skills of the Zombie King staff, and her expectations plummeted. While they were indeed golden equipment, their levels were only 5, and their individual attributes were comparable to the 7-level silver equipment Baidaba had provided her. Fortunately, golden equipment boasted an additional attribute. The extra 8 spirit on the helmet likely held little value, while the bracelet was decent with an added 8 intelligence. Overall, considering the current level of top players, these 2 pieces of golden equipment could only be deemed as the best among the mediocre, likely not even matching a fraction of the Zombie King staff. Thankfully, Junlin Tianxia had contributed an 8-level golden boot, which should fetch a handsome price. Additionally, there were 2 pieces of 5-level silver equipment. One was a physical focus garment that Li Wu intended to keep for herself. The other was a magic-oriented Zombie King ring, which she planned to sell at a low price to the spicy rabbit head. It was too perilous for a young girl to hold on such a vast fortune of 100,000. There were also two plain items that Li Wu couldn't be bothered to examine and intended to discard at the shop. Aside from the equipment, she discovered a book in her backpack. Upon retrieving it, she couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Skill book, Thunder Shield upon use. It grants the passive skill Thunder Shield. Thunder Shield automatically triggers when health drops below 30, increasing defense by 30 for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. It was indeed a skill book. Skills were far more desirable than golden weapons, as they remained with one for a lifetime, regardless of how excellent the skills attached to equipment were. They could be lost at any moment. However, the Thunder Shield seemed rather ordinary, offering limited enhancement and a brief duration. Fortunately, as a passive skill, it would likely be well suited for a tanking profession. Faced with the skill book, Li Wu hesitated for the first time. Even the most mundane skill books should hold significant value. However, it appears that as long as Blue Star Online remains operational, he cannot extricate himself from this game. By enhancing his own capabilities, he should find it easier to accumulate wealth within the game. Were it another skill, he might have gritted his teeth and learned it himself. But the Thunder Shield evidently aligns more with tank roles. Tank roles are inherently more team-oriented, and under the burden of pain, the experience could be quite harrowing. Although Li Wu has yet to determine which profession to pursue, becoming a tank is certainly not among his options. The cost-effectiveness of self-learning is too low. Selling it would be wiser. Of course, Li Wu would never admit to being coerced by the threat of gold coins. Finally, he was left with a piece of unidentifiable purple gold ore. Li Wu intended to list all his items for sale and then commit a virtual suicide to allow Junlin Tianxia to keep watch in solitude when a notification from French chimed. Upon opening it, he saw a message from by Dababeo. Is this your link? The multiple question marks made it evident that by Dababeo was quite irate. Li Wu, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Has the link expired again? I'm a bit tied up at the moment, but I'll look for it shortly. Are you out of your mind? That is not the type of link I wanted. Why the insults? What exactly do you want? I want a cheat link, not this adult website you sent me. Shouldn't I be angry with you? This is truly a misunderstanding. Didn't I mention on the public screen that I don't use cheats? Huh? You didn't actually defeat the boss with a stone, did you? So you called for me all that time, and you didn't even believe it yourself? It is indeed hard to believe. A boss that the entire village failed to conquer, and yet you managed it alone. Who would believe that? Believe it or not, I didn't use cheats. Fine, I believe you. Have you finished off the Electric Zombie King? Did it drop anything good? Noticing that his benefactor was ready to spend, Li Wu quickly sent over the attributes of 3 pieces of golden gear and a Thunder Shield. His benefactor was somewhat selective, choosing only 2 items. Sell me the bracelet. Should I list it now? Can you avoid auctioning it? The auction lasts 3 hours, and I still need to watch out for others trying to steal it. I'll offer 22 gold. That should be a fair premium. Just set a fixed price and I'll buy it instantly. At 22 gold, equivalent to 22,000 coins. The offer exceeded Li Wu's expectations. He did not haggle and promptly set the item to a buy it now price of 22 gold. By Dababeo, as predicted, purchased it immediately, and Li Wu received 19 gold and 80 silver. In fact, next time, he could opt for a direct transfer, given by Dababeo's extravagant tendencies. Even if he provided her with the equipment first and then had her transfer the funds, it would be reliable. This way, he could save on the 10 transaction tax and the 5 withdrawal fee. Li Wu did not rush to withdraw the funds. Instead, he listed all his other equipment for sale, including 2 pieces of silver gear and the purple gold ore. However, the golden gear and the Thunder Shield were set for auction. The 2 silver pieces were listed at a fixed price, set 30 higher than similar items in the auction house. If sold, it would be considered a profit. If unsold, the items would automatically delist after their time expired, with a mere 1 storage fee charged on items that fail to sell. This ingenious technique of utilizing the auction house as a mobile storage facility came naturally to Li Wu. The only valuable item remaining in his possession was the purple gold ore, of which he now had 3 pieces after sharing one with the spicy rabbit head last time. Unsure of its purpose, and finding no buyers in the auction house, Li Wu decided to list it directly starting at a price of 1 gold. With no other valuable items in his bag, he made his way towards a distant, wandering zombie. The zombie clawed at Li Wu, inflicting 26 points of damage. Yet he did not resist, allowing the creature to ravage him. With a total health of 320 points, the damage represented less than 10, a pain that was still bearable. Wasn't Junlin Tianxia supposed to be blocking outside? He could simply commit suicide for a free return to the city and witness how he was being blocked. A village notice was pinned at the top. Junlin Tianxia. Is that wild boar leather boot in the auction house the one I dropped? Invincible Cute Group. You are doomed. A server-wide manhunt is on. Each kill of an Invincible Cute Group member rewards 10 silver, with no upper limit. Chapter 26, Brother Tuan. The commander is calling. The agony was bearable, yet the sensation of death was excruciatingly vivid, akin to drowning. Once Li Wu regained her composure from the feeling of demise, she immediately covered her face, set her name to hidden, and hastily rushed to the shop to acquire a mask. It was evident that Junlin Tianxia was not one to be trifled with. While she was unperturbed by the all-server bounty on her, the revelation of her true identity posed certain risks. She had no desire to endanger her reality or her companions over a mere game. After donning the mask, Li Wu activated the chat channel. Invincible Adorable Group. Defeating the boss is all about skill. Can you not handle it? Junlin Tianxia. I have wealth. So what if I pursue you? Xianren Fu Watan. ISN T10 silver a bit low? Not even worth the trouble. Shunli. Exactly, and it would offend people. Those who can solo the Electric Zombie King are not to be trifled with. 100 bucks isn't worth it. Luminous Knight. Indeed, the price is too low. Killing someone will turn your name red. Luminous, what is it to you? Watch my lips. All village top message. Junlin Tianxia. All server pursuit of the Invincible Adorable Group. 1 gold for each kill. No cap. Upon seeing Junlin Tianxia's loud announcement, Li Wu's eyes turned green with greed, and she quickly messaged in the regional chat. Invincible Adorable Group. Can I take this deal? I'll give you a 20 discount. By Daba. I'm low on resources lately. I wanted 2. Is there really no cap? Count me in. Invincible Adorable Group will report the location and split the earnings. As Junlin Tianxia observed the lively chatter in the chat channel, he suddenly felt he might have made a foolish mistake. Indeed, before he could respond in the chat, the Invincible Adorable Group nearly shattered his wallet. Invincible Adorable Group. We are earnestly seeking cooperative players. Kill me once for 60 silver, payment up front, electronic contracts to be signed. Those wishing to join, please enter the team. Once we gather 20, we shall commence battling until dawn. Xianren Fu Watan. This seems quite reliable, though I fear Junlin Tianxia might default. By Daba, don't bother looking for others. I'll partner with you. I just took a screenshot of his announcement. People have pride, and I'll spend 500 bucks to get it pinned on the forum. Let us see if he values his pride or his reputation. Junlin Tianxia's face truly turned green as he suddenly realized the stark difference of Blue Star Online compared to other games. The realistic pain made the commonplace events of other games rather complicated. In other games, turning red for killing someone was trivial, yet in Blue Star Online, it was a severe punishment. Offering insufficient payment would lead to no one taking the job, while offering too much might inadvertently allow the Invincible Adorable Group to exploit the situation, especially with by Daba, the troublemaker. Though Junlin Tianxia had wealth, it was not to the extent of frivolously throwing it around. Funding his enemies would be sheer folly. Meanwhile, Li Wu was genuinely recruiting players, not merely making idle threats. 600 bucks for a single death. What a hassle to go after a boss. Moreover, there were indeed loopholes regarding pain. Managing damage below 10 could still be tolerable. As for the sensation of death, what harm is there in killing him 1,000 times for the sake of Tuan Bao's medicine? It is akin to a humorous quip circulating online. While no one might bow their head for a mere 100 yuan, if there were no limit, I could render old Zhong bankrupt with my homage. While Li Wu reveled in the beauty of life, a remark emerged in the regional chat. Little Demon, Junlin's home is experiencing a power outage. By the Bayos, do not underestimate that scoundrel Junlin. The nationwide manhunt was called off upon the announcement of Junlin Tianxia's power outage. Regrettably, Li Wu disbanded the team. Harboring a certain admiration for Junlin Tianxia's ability to let go and move on. Truly, the most sinister individuals are the most terrifying, for their masks are not easily removed. Observing the incessant influx of friend requests, Li Wu promptly set an automatic rejection. It seemed there were indeed many eager to engage in business with Junlin Tianxia. Tuangu, I am online. What on earth have you sent me? Once the spicy rabbit had logged in, he discovered a multitude of messages from Li Wu, all composed of a string of numbers. He quickly responded, "Not important, just the coordinates for the electric zombie I recorded earlier." Tuangu, did you slay the electric zombie again? Yes. Wow. Tuangu is impressive. Enough with the flattery. Let us hunt the giant turtle. All right. Li Wu replenished some bread and set off with Spicy Rabbit Head to hunt the giant turtle. The Silver Wolf King would respawn around 1 p.m., with the next appearance expected after 1 a.m., leaving them with ample time. After nearly an hour of hunting the turtle, Li Wu felt it was time to join the fray, only to be unexpectedly declined by the young girl. Spicy Rabbit Head recognized that he was currently a burden. His forced 2-point damage was of no consequence, as the Silver Wolf King had already witnessed his ineffectiveness. It would be wiser to temporarily return to hunt the giant rabbit. Li Wu did not press the matter. Concealing his name behind a mask, he ventured into the fierce sheep grassland. Following the same routine as midday, players gathered from all directions once the coordinates for the Silver Wolf King were announced. Li Wu, swept along with the crowd, arrived at a clearing outside the spider forest. A haven for level 3 monsters, but not a single spider was in sight, nor even a chance to use a true eye. Some initiated gold teams, while others sought fighters, yet no one dared to engage the monsters. After 3 attempts at slaying the Silver Wolf King, the solo players grew wise, unwilling to serve as cannon fodder. Tuangu, someone asked me if that thunder shield in the auction house was sold by you. The sudden message from Spicy Rabbit Head left Li Wu perplexed. He replied, "Yes, that was me, but why would someone inquire about you? It was one of the 2 brothers who drove me back at noon. We became friends and chatted on the way. I think I mentioned you. He said your friend requests are closed and their commander wishes to reach out to you." Upon reading Spicy Rabbit Head's response, Li Wu's expression grew serious. The term commander is not used lightly. Could that individual, Hao Jianjun, be affiliated with the military? Considering the disciplined nature of that 100-member team, indeed seemed plausible. Only the military could swiftly gather such manpower under the random assignment model of the novice village. The 100-man team was quite conspicuous, and Li Wu quickly spotted them as he tiptoed. Observing that the auction house had already reached 102 gold pieces, with only a few minutes remaining in the bidding time, Li Wu hesitated for a moment before making his way toward the 100-man team. He held a profound sentiment for the soldiers who protect the homeland. Had circumstances been different, he would have joined the People's Liberation Army like his classmates, enlisting as a college student. Alas, life often unfolds in unexpected ways. As Li Wu approached, the 100-man formation appeared unchanged, yet he suddenly felt as if he were prey being watched by a ferocious beast, poised to receive a fatal blow in the next moment. Chapter 27. Inside the game, Li Wu's expression shifted momentarily, but she quickly relaxed, a subtle smile gracing her features, albeit hidden behind her mask. I represent the invincible cute group. The thunder shield in the auction house was sold by me. Upon hearing Li Wu's words, Hao Jianjun stepped forward briskly from the group. Foregoing pleasantries to state directly, I wish to purchase your Thunder Shield skill book. However, my cash is currently insufficient. May I request that you withdraw it from the auction until I can gather the necessary funds? Had this been anyone else, Li Wu would likely have scoffed. With over 100 subordinates, it seemed rather absurd that one could not produce a mere 100,000. Nevertheless, Li Wu harbored suspicions that these individuals were military personnel, and active duty at that, which made the situation less surprising. Regardless of the number of subordinates, they were funded by the state, not personal salaries. Moreover, it was evident that Hao Jianjun had already expended considerable resources. Otherwise, how could he have withstood the Silver Wolf King at noon without succumbing? Of course, superiors are still human. Perhaps they too face constraints at times, so it seemed quite understandable. While Li Wu's mind wandered, her actions remained resolute. Within moments, she retrieved the Thunder Shield skill book from the auction house and smiled, saying, "You can take as much as you need now. We can settle the rest later when you have the funds." How Jianjun gazed at the skill book displayed on the transaction interface, momentarily taken aback despite his high position. The name sounded rather feminine, yet the player conducted business with an impressive decisiveness. After handing over all 76 gold coins he possessed to Li Wu, he nodded and stated gravely, "The Thunder Shield has already reached a bid of 104 gold in the auction house. It will likely increase further. How about we settle on 110 gold? That would leave me owing you 34 gold. Agreed. Li Wu replied with a nod and turned to leave. Not even a few more words? How Jianjun opened his mouth, but the promise he intended to make lingered unvoiced. This was exceedingly smooth. In reality, his status afforded him ease wherever he went, but this was a game. It was not until the prompt for a friend request sounded that how Jianjun realized it was from the Invincible Cute group. Now, this felt more like reality. 34,000 coins, and he hadn't even received an IOU. Without adding this player as a friend, how could he pursue it? He need not worry about the 34 gold. However, could you perhaps divulge some insider information about this game? Upon reading the message from the Invincible Cute group, how Jianjun furrowed his brow. This debt of 34,000 was better left unpaid. After some contemplation, he responded, "I understand your inquiry. However, my knowledge is limited. I can only advise you to enhance your strength within the game as much as possible. That is all I can offer." Once he sent his reply, he promptly deleted Li Wu from his contacts. He bore no psychological burden regarding the revelation of this minor secret, as certain matters were already common knowledge among some individuals. Besides, he held a certain admiration for this young person who, despite their feminine name, conducted affairs with such vigor. However, a secret remains a secret. To prevent any probing for further details, it was best to sever ties, especially since this young man had stated that the money need not be repaid. Li Wu gazed at the response from Hao Jianjun, a tumult of emotions stirring within him. Was this not a mere platitude? Who does not yearn to enhance their prowess? Li Wu had long found it perplexing, a conundrum shared by individuals across the globe. Why were all nations compelling their citizens to engage in gaming? Even the military, tasked with safeguarding the homeland, had been drawn into this phenomenon. A modest novice village, designated as 5188, had mustered a contingent of 100. And if this were to proliferate to thousands of such villages, would it not imply that nearly the entire military force of the nation could be ensnared? The mere thought of it was terrifying. The notion of harvesting resources was but a jest, surely. There exists a monumental secret compelling the leaders of these nations to enact such absurd policies without hesitation. Is it a scarcity of resources? A desire to establish a second world within the confines of a game? Or perhaps, akin to the Matrix, an ultimate ambition to confine humanity within a digital realm? Could it be that the Third World War is to be resolved through peaceful means, with the battlefield set within Blue Star Online? Or is it possible that a cataclysmic collision with Mars is impending, necessitating that humanity transforms into a mere consciousness preserved within a colossal subterranean hard drive? Li Wu entertained numerous hypotheses, yet they remained mere conjectures. Today, he had fortuitously encountered an individual who seemed to possess military connections, and he was eager to seize the opportunity to glean some insights. He had not anticipated that the favor owed to him by the 34 gold would unlock monumental secrets. Even the slightest revelation would suffice. Regrettably, his investment of 34 gold yielded naught but empty words. When he sought to inquire further, he discovered that he had been removed from the friend list. Just as he contemplated whether to approach the individual directly, he heard a commotion behind him, as Hao Jianjun charged toward the Silver Wolf King, accompanied by his subordinates. As the battle commenced, Li Wu found himself engulfed by a sea of players. Hao Jianjun's strength had evidently escalated since noon. He confronted the Silver Wolf King with unwavering resolve, and with the support of his teammates healing, the beast struggled to subdue him. Li Wu, jostled by the throng, was inadvertently thrust into the fray. This was intolerable. Spotting the Silver Wolf King in close proximity, he swiftly turned to flee. But fate seemed to conspire against him. Just as he was on the verge of escaping the attack range, the Silver Wolf King unleashed a thunderous strike that landed perilously close, rendering the ground barren within a 30-meter radius. Li Wu was caught off guard. He endured a full brunt of damage, and even upon resurrection, He felt an ache that rattled his very being, taking a considerable time to recover. This endeavor had been utterly futile. Not only had he squandered an hour without any gain, but he had also incurred a loss of 34,000 coins, leaving him utterly despondent. He had hoped to capitalize on his recent level up and seize the opportunity to claim the boss with a 0.3 chance of dealing 204 points of damage to the Silver Wolf King. There lingered a glimmer of hope that he might deliver the final blow, which would not only grant him an additional level, but also allow him to collect a gleaming reward, even if he were to be targeted by others in the process. Ding! The Zombie King helmet, gold, you auctioned has been sold for 7 gold and 35 silver. After a 10 transaction tax, the remaining 6 gold, 61 silver, and 5 copper have been transferred to your wallet. Ding! The Wild Boar leather boots, gold, you auctioned have been sold for 12 gold. After a 10 transaction tax, the remaining 10 gold and 80 silver have been transferred to your wallet. Ding! The auction for your purple gold or 3 has ended without a bid. The starting price was 3 gold, with a 1 storage fee of 3 silver deducted. Li Wu gazed at his plump wallet and, without a moment's hesitation, clicked to withdraw. In addition to the total of 121 gold contributed by Daba and Hao Jianjun for the Electric Zombie King, he withdrew everything. His bag still contained 2 pieces of unsold silver equipment, which Li Wu promptly stored away in his warehouse. He then summoned Spicy Rabbit Head to join him in farming turtles. Surely, Hao Jianjun's words were not unfounded. Regardless of the truth, it was undoubtedly wise to seize the moment and level up. Chapter 28. Uncle is remarkable. 2 players, one large and one small, steadfastly defended the gathering place of the land turtles, continuing their endeavor until the break of dawn at 7 o'clock. After logging off to prepare breakfast for Tuan Tuan, Li Wu returned to the giant rabbit plains. Following a night of relentless battle, Li Wu had ascended to level 3, while Ma La Tutu lagged slightly behind. Lacking the experience from defeating the Electric Zombie King, little Tuan Tuan remained as sweet and understanding as ever, independently rising to brush her teeth and wash her face, patiently seated at the dining table awaiting her beloved uncle to serve her favorite meal. In just 2 days and nights, they had amassed 600,000, greatly alleviating Li Wu's stress. With the prior savings, he need not worry about Tuan Tuan's special medicine for the next 2 years. Uncle, why are you so happy? Because Tuan Tuan is simply adorable. Yes, Tuan Tuan is the cutest. I am an invincible little darling today. Tuan Tuan will be obedient and listen to the teacher. And in the evening, Uncle will take her to buy that large doll we saw last time. Wow. Tuan Tuan initially raised her tiny hands in joy, but quickly lowered them. But didn't T-Uncle say we could only buy that during the new year? Is today the new year? Not yet, but Uncle has earned a lot of money again, so it's all right to buy it in advance. Wow. Uncle earned a lot of money again. Is it still 100 or so? It's even more than that. Wow. Uncle is so amazing. After sending little Tuan Tuan to kindergarten, Li Wu did not rush to catch up on sleep, but instead logged back into the game to venture into the mine. The Electric Zombie King he had slain around 11 o'clock last night was expected to respawn around the same time today. To confront the Electric Zombie King, one must lay an ambush, for without proper preparation, one could be defeated before even encountering the boss. Li Wu navigated to the coordinates he had noted the previous day and arrived at the spot where the Electric Zombie King had been discovered. Seizing the opportunity before its respawn, he found a suitable small platform and laid down to rest offline. Awakening promptly at 11, Li Wu logged back in. Still reclining on the small platform, he opened a regional chat, confirming that no one was organizing a raid against the Electric Zombie King. Thus, he lay there and browsed the forum. Within the mine, the Electric Zombie King's alert range and attack distance exceeded the player's field of vision. It was impossible to mine while waiting, as even sitting up could lead to detection by the wandering Electric Zombie King. Lying flat was the safest approach, ensuring that the Electric Zombie King would not be spotted until it bounced beneath the small platform, effectively trapping the creature. The forum merely stated that the Electric Zombie King roamed deep within a mine, with no specific respawn coordinates available. Li Wu could only observe the forum while patiently awaiting his prey. Meanwhile, outside the mine, several players wore grim expressions. 2 hours have passed, and we still haven't caught sight of the invincible darling. Has he given up on farming the Electric Zombie King? Logically, he should still be farming. The boss is guaranteed to drop golden equipment. Even the most basic level 5 golden gear can fetch several thousand, and a weapon could be worth at least 100,000. Who would willingly forfeit that? We VE already wasted 2 hours. How long must we linger here? Money is hard to earn, and we VE already accepted a deposit from Junlin Tianxia. Are you really willing to withdraw? It is utterly impossible to withdraw, nonetheless. I shall wait until midnight, for I still wish to seek employment with the Silver Wolf King. The Silver Wolf King has lost his allure last night. The wages from the G group were halved, and it seems they may be reduced further, hardly sufficient for a mere errand boy. This is to be expected, as players have already reached level 10, and it is likely that they will soon conquer the level 10 bosses. The level 5 bosses can still be contended with for a couple of days, but no one is collecting other equipment anymore. The Invincible and Adorable group remains the most enjoyable. I have heard they possess a throwing talent that allows them to ignore defenses, making the electric zombie appear as if it were crafted specifically for them, yet they tackle it alone. This has occurred only a couple of times. The top players are nearing similar levels and equipment, and soon they can easily lure it out. What a waste. The allure is fleeting, and after another attempt or two, even the dogs will lose interest. Our novice village is nothing but trash. I have seen numerous posts on the forum where players from other novice villages have casually defeated the electric zombie. Li Wu was unaware that Junlin Tianxia's hired hands were lurking at the mine's entrance, leisurely browsing the forum, and unknowingly fell asleep within the game. It was uncertain how long he had been asleep when the roar beneath him roused him from his slumber. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already half past midnight. Perhaps he had slept too deeply, or the boss had been slow to appear. With over 300 stones, Li Wu swiftly vanquished the electric zombie. Ding, ding, ding. The familiar system notification chimed. 12,000 experience points. Yet the experience gained post-level 3 had decreased once more. Additionally, he received 50 reputation points, bringing his total to 150, though he remained uncertain of their purpose. He was fortunate to obtain a cutting ability and level up, with his current cutting ratio reaching 0. For the level 5 bosses could no longer trigger talent enhancements. Upon reviewing his spoils, Li Wu couldn't help but sigh. After all, he was not a child of fortune, and it was unrealistic to expect valuable drops from every boss encounter. Among his loot was a level 5 golden ring, 3 level 5 silver pieces, 1 black iron item, and the ever-constant 2 pieces of purple gold ore. The currency drop amounted to 1 gold, 68 silver, and 88 copper. He decided to list the golden ring for sale, reserving the silver equipment for personal use, while he disregarded the black iron piece, opting to sell it for 5 silver coins, merely to earn some pocket money. After organizing his gains, Li Wu observed the zombies respawning in the distance and hesitated to commit suicide to return to town. Dying was simply too unpleasant. If he could avoid it, he would. He reopened the auction house and searched for level 3 silver equipment. Hadn't Hao Jianjun advised him to enhance his strength? Thus, Li Wu had lost interest in the black iron gear, intending to acquire a full set of level 3 silver equipment, which would undoubtedly improve his leveling efficiency significantly. The price for level 3 silver equipment was rather steep, unlike the bargain prices of black iron gear. For the vast majority of players, it is quite normal to utilize level 3 silver equipment until level 6 or 7, as it offers an additional attribute, compensating for any lower base values. Naturally, this so-called expense was relative to Li Wu, the freebie seeker. It was outrageously expensive, a complete set of level 3 silver equipment, including weapons. Cost Li Wu a staggering 58 silver coins, truly a substantial toll. The large doll that his beloved cherished was merely 188. How could they dare to charge such a price? Li Wu, in a fit of frustration, donned the silver armor and promptly placed the discarded level 2 black iron armor on the market. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to list the 3 newly acquired pieces of silver along with the 2 from his previous haul. What a folly to keep them, he mused. To reach level 5 will require at least another day, and who knows how much the equipment might depreciate. It is imperative to sell. Having completed his transactions, Li Wu cast a glance at his personal attributes. Level 3, health, for 80, physical attack, 168, magical attack, 32, defense, 62. The other attributes were of little consequence for now. A clear understanding of his attack and defense sufficed. He still had 10 unallocated attribute points. Originally, he intended to distribute them in a 4-to-1 ratio between strength and constitution. However, having recently profited from his cutting skills, he contemplated allocating more points to agility instead. Increased agility would enhance his attack speed, which would naturally benefit his cutting abilities in the later stages. Nevertheless, considering his current low level and the affordability of equipment, Li Wu resolved to conserve his attribute points for the time being, ready to allocate them as needed in the future. Chapter 29. Arrears and wages from migrant workers. The silver equipment proved its worth, exhibiting a remarkable enhancement, with a defense value reaching an impressive 62 points. The zombie's attack power stood merely at 65 points, inflicting a paltry 3 points of damage on Li Wu, who was able to recover health more rapidly. With a comprehensive boost, Li Wu charged towards the distant zombie. Minus 224, critical strike. Minus 140, normal attack. A powerful strike followed by a normal attack dealt substantial damage, reducing the zombie's health by over half. Minus 3, minus 140, minus 3, minus 140. Kill. With just 1 skill and 3 normal strikes, Li Wu successfully dispatched the zombie, calculating the damage dealt. The zombie possessed 550 points of health, while a combination of 1 skill and 3 normal strikes could inflict 644 points of damage, resulting in a surplus of 94 points. Is that all it amounts to? 4 normal strikes would yield 560 points. After all, Li Wu lamented the unexpected loss of brain cells for a brief moment before charging towards the next zombie. The journey back to town was not overly time-consuming. Only the depths of the mine harbored lingering zombies due to the presence of the electric zombie king. During the middle stages, players surpassed the number of zombies, rendering it nearly impossible to engage them. Li Wu exited the mine unscathed, albeit puzzled by the sight of several level 7 or 8 players searching for something with their backs turned to the mine. Upon returning to the novice village, Li Wu replenished supplies of bread and water before seeking out Spicy Rabbit Head. Although the young girl was timid, her damage output was undeniably impressive. Such a capable ally would be a waste not to utilize. It was uncertain whether the girl required sleep. In Li Wu's absence, she had managed to level up to level 3 by diligently hunting giant rabbits. Spicy Rabbit Head was far more willing to spend money than Li Wu. Upon reaching level 3, she promptly purchased a complete set of silver equipment, specifically selecting items with superior attributes. Normally, equipment of the same level would see magical attack values lower than physical attack values. Yet after her upgrade, Spicy Rabbit Head boasted a magical attack of 186 points, surpassing Li Wu's physical attack by a striking 18 points. This was, of course, due to her allocation of free attribute points, investing them in intellect and spirit at a ratio of 4:1. Upon observing Spicy Rabbit Head's attributes, Li Wu immediately took her to the level 4, Mad Sheep, Gathering Ground. With 2 sets of level 3 silver gear and a 100 critical hit chance, it would be unreasonable not to engage in battles against higher-level monsters. Were it not for the fear of excessive pain, Li Wu would have relished the opportunity to challenge level 5 monsters. Mad Sheep, level 4 health, 820 attack, 75 defense. 42. Li Wu utilized his true sight to inspect the attributes of the Mad Sheep, pondering a strategy. He initiated the encounter with a normal attack, followed by a powerful strike, seizing the moment while the Mad Sheep was momentarily disoriented to deliver another normal strike. Minus 126, minus 252, minus 126. 3 attacks, not counting the negligible cut, could still drain over 500 points of health. The fireball from Spicy Rabbit Head arrived at the perfect moment, instantly obliterating the Mad Sheep. Minus 399, the explosive damage left Li Wu awash with envy, unable to conceal his admiration. Truly, she was a child of fortune. If the young girl's level and equipment were to catch up to the top players, one could only imagine the salary the gold farming team would have to offer her. Upon slaying the frenzied sheep, a bounty of 60 experience points was awarded. With a 20% bonus for leveling up, Li Wu accrued a total of 72 experience points, a result of being in a team. Had it been a solo endeavor, he would have garnered 144 points. To ascend from level 3 to level 4, a daunting 40,000 experience points were required, necessitating the defeat of 555 frenzied sheep by the two players. However, Li Wu independently vanquished the Electric Zombie King, earning 14,000 experience points. And with the additional monsters he had dispatched, he was already halfway to his goal. Malatu, while slightly behind Li Wu, was not far off. After all, while Li Wu sought boss encounters, the young lady had been diligently farming giant rabbits and turtles, leveling up with each swift strike. Glancing at the time, Li Wu scanned the chat channel and discovered that the Silver Wolf King had spawned, explaining the scarcity of players in the level 4 monster zone. Seizing the moment, they resolved to farm while the area was relatively vacant, knowing that soon it would be a struggle to find ample resources amidst the throngs of wolves. Li Wu harbored no intentions of contesting the Silver Wolf King, despite having raised his damage output to 0. For, with the boss's health standing at 68,000 points, he could only inflict 272 damage per hit. However, the seasoned players had also increased their levels and equipment during these past days, with the threshold for gold farming teams now set at 330 attack points. Attempting to secure the final blow seemed as improbable as winning the lottery. With the level 5 boss's talent upgrade already triggered 3 times, it would be far more prudent to focus on leveling up in preparation for strategizing against the level 10 boss. Given the tendencies of Blue Star Online, it was likely that the health of a level 10 boss could soar into the hundreds of thousands, rendering it nearly impossible for others to inflict damage while he could only manage a few hundred points. With frenzied sheep scattered throughout, the two players reveled in their endeavors. But after half an hour, the number of players in the sheep gathering area began to swell. Li Wu and Malatutu finally experienced a glimpse of the arduous journey faced by veteran players in their quest to level up. Although it was not quite as dire as the initial server launch, where 10 players would gather to fell a single monster, the necessity to wait for respawns after defeating a mere 10 creatures served as a sobering reminder for Li Wu. They ventured to the level 3 monster gathering area, which, while less populated, offered insufficient opportunities for casual combat. The lower experience yield and lack of level-up bonuses made it less efficient than the frenzied sheep. Ultimately, they returned to the sheep gathering ground, and it was not until 4 in the afternoon that Li Wu finally managed to achieve level 4, while Malatutu still required several thousand experience points. As Li Wu pondered whether to purchase a set of level 4 equipment to test his mettle against level 5 monsters, a sudden announcement from a loudspeaker captured his attention. The village notice read, "Junlin Tianxia, how dare you ask me for money when you haven't accomplished anything?" Had Junlin Tianxia stirred up trouble once more? With a furrowed brow, Li Wu opened the chat channel. "Killer Chong, I waited at the mine entrance for 4 to 5 hours. The Silver Wolf Gold team has been delayed, and you think a mere 10 silver deposits suffices to dismiss us? Chike 996. For the 5 hours? I've been waiting since 10 o'clock. Not a single monster has appeared, and he won't even pay the rest of us. Boiling kettle. We've been keeping watch. Didn't the invincible adorable team come to trouble us?" As Li Wu gazed at the chat bar, he suddenly recalled the several high-level players lingering at the entrance of the mine. It dawned on him that they were indeed lying in wait, preventing him from engaging the boss. They likely never anticipated that he would venture into the mine so early in the morning. Hence their focus on monitoring those entering rather than those exiting. In the village's pinned messages, Junlin Tianxia proclaimed, "Nonsense. A King of Zombies ring was just auctioned off. Who do you think was responsible for that drop? You couldn't even catch me at the entrance, and yet you expect me to pay?" Killer Chong retorted, "Perhaps it was something he obtained yesterday." Chike 996 chimed in, "Exactly. Junlin Tianxia is shameless, withholding wages from the hardworking." Kettle echoed, "Junlin Tianxia is shameless, withholding wages from the hardworking." Junlin Tianxia responded vehemently, "Enough with the nonsense. I just allowed someone to delve deeper into the mine, and the boss has already vanished." Killer Chong reiterated, "Junlin Tianxia is shameless, withholding wages from the hardworking." In the village's pinned messages, Junlin Tianxia declared, "A bunch of worthless fools. I shall not even share my riches with you." In the village's pinned messages, Junlin Tianxia exclaimed, "A bunch of worthless fools. I shall not even share my riches with you." Chapter 30. The Battle for Supremacy. Li Wu finally discerned the truth. That scoundrel, Junlin Tianxia, had actually hired someone to obstruct him. Being killed was one thing, but this rogue aimed to sever his source of income. The mine had only 3 entrances. If he dispatched a few high-level players, they could easily bar him from entry. Even if he concealed his identity beneath a mask, it would be of no avail. After all, the miners were primarily of lower levels or poorly equipped, unable to make a living. A few formidable players wielding swords could easily compel him to reveal his name. Would he dare to conceal it? There was no need to fear offending anyone. Who among the powerful would stoop to mining? This incident was bound to repeat itself. Li Wu, disregarding any thoughts of leveling up, hastened to the mine. Seizing the opportunity while they were at odds, he aimed to get his character inside the mine as swiftly as possible. Upon arriving near the mine, he observed that no high-level players were stationed at the entrance, allowing him to enter with great haste. Drawing from his prior experiences, Li Wu ventured deep into the mine. After clearing the zombies from the depths and successfully lying on a small platform, it was time to pick up the child. Riding his electric scooter to the kindergarten, Li Wu, as he did the previous day, secured himself to the railing, eagerly waiting for his dear child to spot him first. Little Tuan Tuan, as usual, peeked out from the teaching building, her big eyes sparkling with the same anticipation. Li Wu was once again met with the child's delightful expression and her adorable little teeth, prompting him to wave his hand and reveal his broad grin. Such a charming expression was simply irresistible, because Tuan Tuan had earnestly informed Teacher Lei Lei that her uncle would be there to pick her up right away. Teacher Lei Lei had thoughtfully placed Tuan Tuan in the front row. Suppressing the urge to leap forward, the little one, under the teacher's guidance, finally reached the designated spot. Before Teacher Lei Lei could call out names, she sprang into Li Wu's embrace like a little cannonball. Li Wu pinched Tuan Tuan's cheek playfully, saying, "Say goodbye to the teacher." "Goodbye, Teacher Lei Lei," she chirped. "Uncle, are we going to buy a big doll?" "Yes, we should buy a big doll. But you must tell your uncle. Did you eat a lot for dinner?" Tuan Tuan animatedly gestured with her tiny hands, responding earnestly, "Yes, I ate a great deal. 5 dumplings. 5 indeed." Li Wu raised Tuan Tuan's thumb in approval and continued, "Let's go buy that big doll now." By the time little Tuan Tuan, clutching a doll larger than herself, drifted off to sleep, it was nearing 10 o'clock. Naturally, the excitement of a new toy kept her giggling in her dreams. Li Wu affectionately tapped her tiny nose, then donned his gaming headset. Once online, Li Wu promptly checked the chat channel, ensuring no one was organizing a hunt for the Electric Zombie King. With a sense of ease, he settled in, patiently awaiting the arrival of his quarry. As expected, the Electric Zombie King, whom he had already bested thrice, soon succumbed beneath Li Wu's stone. Unfortunately, the level 5 boss could no longer be upgraded to enhance his cutting talents. Ding. Acquired 12,000 experience. Ding. Reputation 50. Li Wu quickly gathered the boss's loot, his heart fluttering slightly at the sight of 2 golden beams. Zombie King Armor. Golden. Health 2, 80 Defense, 30 Bone, 12 Spirit, 12 Equipment Level. 5. Zombie King Helmet. Golden. Health 150 Bone, 8 Strength, 8 Intelligence, 8 Equipment Level. 5 upon discovering the armor. Li Wu felt a surge of excitement. After all, due to the pain it inflicted, the value of clothing was second only to that of weapons. Even a level 5 piece should command a considerable price. However, upon examining the attributes of the Zombie King armor, her expression darkened instantly. To her dismay, the physical type armor boasted an enhancement in spirit, significantly diminishing its worth. Even disregarding the lack of strength and bone, an increase in agility would have sufficed. Li Wu browsed the auction house, and her countenance grew even more somber. Excluding the superfluous spirit, this golden armor was comparable to an ordinary level 8 silver piece. And it even fell short by 10 health points. What a drastic depreciation. The Zombie King helmet nearly caused her to choke, with boosts to both strength and intelligence. It seemed as if it were crafted for a paladin. The 2 golden beams materialized into 2 worthless items, and had the corpse of the electric zombie not dissipated, Li Wu would have been tempted to deliver a few kicks to it. Was it possible that the developers were conspiring against her for monopolizing the electric zombie? Sighing, Li Wu checked the remaining drops. 2 silver items, a pair of shoes, and a ring, each possessing standard attributes skewed towards physical enhancement, might prove useful for her. There was also a long-forgotten zombie femur, a black iron-gray piece of equipment that she could hardly be bothered to inspect, promptly tossing it into the auction house for the equivalent of a couple of meat buns. Once again, she found 2 pieces of unknown purpose purple gold ore. Li Wu had perused the forums and discovered that no one yet knew their utility. To her dismay, even the currency had diminished in value. The last drop had yielded 1 gold and 66 silver, whereas this time it was merely 1 gold and 10 silver. Could it be that the average player level had risen too high, resulting in a reduced drop rate for such low-level bosses? Struggling to concoct a rationale, Li Wu turned and made her way out of the mine. Upon nearing the entrance, she cautiously surveyed the surroundings to ensure no high-level players were lurking before hastening back to the village. Whether it was due to Jun Lin Tianxia's oversight or the aftermath of the wage dispute that left no one willing to accept tasks remained uncertain. Faced with 2 golden pieces of equipment, Li Wu hesitated but ultimately decided to keep them for herself. Their peculiar attributes rendered them unattractive to high-level players. However, their low level could indeed be a boon. After all, as golden equipment, even 1 lackluster attribute could rival level 8 gear. A level 6 player effectively wielded level 8 silver equipment, which would undoubtedly enhance her combat prowess. Regrettably, while there were indeed affluent players struggling at level 6, their numbers were lamentably scant. Thus, the potential market value of these 2 golden pieces would be limited. Moreover, having fought so hard to acquire golden equipment, it seemed only fair that she should enjoy them herself. Li Wu deposited the armaments into the village warehouse and then called upon her trusty companion to begin hunting monsters. Mala Rabbithead had also reached level 4, yet neither of them rushed to equip level 4 gear. With a scarcity of monsters and an abundance of players, even with some enhancements, their efficiency would not see significant improvement, as they could dispatch the crazed sheep in a mere 2 or 3 strikes. Until midnight, the chat channel began to organize and respond to the hunt for the Silver Wolf King. As the Electric Zombie King had not yielded any substantial profit, Li Wu, driven by a stroke of luck, decided to participate. In the end, however, he squandered over half an hour to gain a mere 1,000 experience points. It had barely been a moment, and the prowess of top players had already escalated, with numerous 3-digit figures floating above the Silver Wolf King's head, rendering Li Wu's 272 utterly inconspicuous. His attempt to land the final blow was met with the dismal fortune of having no luck whatsoever. Li Wu dutifully returned to grinding monsters, vowing never to engage the Silver Wolf King again. The monotonous hours of monster grinding persisted until 5 in the morning, when an unexpected server announcement invigorated all online players in Blue Star Online. The announcement proclaimed, "Congratulations to the team led by player Zhang Tianxia for defeating the level 10 boss, Raging Giant Ape, earning the first kill reward of 3,000 reputation points in the Huaxia server." Chapter 31. New skills. A continuous announcement echoed across the server 3 times, informing all online players of a player named Zhang Tianxia who had successfully defeated a level 10 boss. Li Wu glanced at her experience bar and realized she was merely 800 experience points away from reaching level 5, tears of envy brimming at the corners of her mouth. A level 10 boss. One could only imagine the plethora of valuable loot it would drop, especially since it was the first kill on the server. The drop rate buff would undoubtedly be maximized. Was this not a golden opportunity? What level of equipment could a level 10 boss potentially yield? The level 5 boss dropped golden weapons of level 6. Could the level 10 boss possibly drop level 11 weapons or even platinum gear? As of now, no one had entered the main city, and the highest level was only 10. Wasn't this just a case of longing for something unattainable? Despite her envy, Li Wu did not pause in her actions, striking at the mad sheep with her sword. With a level 10 boss already defeated, why had no one ventured into the main city? Was it not said that the level cap in the novice village was only 10? Did one need to complete specific tasks? Being far from level 10, Li Wu had little inclination to scour the forums for answers. After dispatching a few more mad sheep, She finally leveled up to 5. Ding! Congratulations! You have reached level 5 and have learned the universal skill Smash and the universal skill Ice Arrow. Smash, a powerful strike to the target's head, dealing 150 damage and stunning them for 5 seconds. Note, a novice universal skill, subject to adjustment upon class change. Ice Arrow inflicts 130 spell damage on the target, reducing their movement speed by 30 for 2 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 seconds. Note, a novice universal skill, subject to adjustment upon class change. Now at level 5, having acquired 2 new skills, Liwu promptly returned to the village with her spicy rabbit head. In the warehouse, she found 4 pieces of level 5 silver equipment suited for her, along with a level 5 silver ring of the magic type. She casually bestowed the ring upon the spicy rabbit head. Even though the little girl was still a bit shy of reaching level 5, she would get there soon enough. Initially intending to sell it to her at a low price, Liwu hesitated, as the little girl was simply too obedient, executing commands flawlessly, making it difficult for him to voice his intent. After all, a piece of level 5 silver gear was hardly worth more than 200 coins. He decided to treat her to an extra-large serving of spicy hot pot instead. Brother Tuan actually gifted me a ring. Could it possibly indicate something more? Pondered the spicy rabbit head, her small hands tightly clutching the shimmering silver ring, her face subtly flushed, her twin ponytails bobbing with her excitement. Liwu, unable to contain his emotions, purchased a few more pieces of level 5 silver equipment from the auction house, spending over a gold coin. The expense made him shudder, and he turned to the spicy rabbit head, saying, "Rabbit, let us speak honestly as true brothers. Otherwise, our friendship may not endure. For the sake of our lasting camaraderie, I shall only charge you 15 silver for that silver ring." Huh? The spicy rabbit head appeared bewildered as she traded 15 silver to Liwu, faintly hearing the sound of something shattering within her. With the recovery of 15 silver, Liwu's expression brightened considerably. Although still a low-level character at level 5, weapons were immensely valuable. A level 5 silver weapon could fetch as much as 39 silver. How were ordinary folk expected to get by? The beloved large doll of his dear child cost only 188. Investing heavily, I acquired a level 5 silver set, which significantly boosted Liwu's attributes. Name: Invincible and Adorable Team Level, 5 health, 780 physical attack, 238 defense. 90. I shall refrain from detailing less pertinent attributes to avoid unnecessary verbosity. Even with 20 unallocated attribute points remaining, my health has reached 780, and my attack power has soared to 238, just a hair's breadth away from joining the recent Silver Wolf King gold farming party. With such formidable offensive capabilities, Liwu felt an exhilarating surge of confidence, and accompanied by Spicy Rabbit Head, made a beeline for the level 6 monster gathering ground. To the south of the village lies the Blood Fong territory, where one would expect a bustling crowd of players hunting level 6 monsters. However, it was peculiar to observe the scarcity of adventurers here. Logically, level 6 monsters should be in high demand, as most players are preoccupied with their livelihoods, often logging in for a mere 6 hours a day, typically hovering around levels 6 or 7, ideal for farming level 6 creatures. Liwu could easily envision a scene teeming with people and the sound of fireworks. Yet the reality was starkly different. Pondering this mystery, Liwu cast a discerning eye upon a creature resembling a gray wolf, albeit with 2 prominent canines protruding from its jaw. Bloodfong Beast, level 6 health, 1680 attack, 150 defense, 68 skill, Bloodthirst. Normal attack have a 30 chance to absorb 100 health points from the opponent, restoring 100 health points to itself. Liwu's brow furrowed slightly at the sight of the Bloodfong Beast's attributes. With 1680 health and 68 defense, it indeed presented a challenge. However, possessing 2 additional skills at level 5, while Ice Arrow might not be particularly useful, the stun ability proved quite practical, allowing for 2 swift strikes during its 1.5-second incapacitation. Moreover, with the level 5 silver set equipped, Liwu's defense reached 90, meaning a single blow from the Bloodfong Beast would only inflict 60 damage, less than 10 of his total health of 780, a manageable pain. Yet, why were there so few people around? Despite his curiosity, Liwu beckons Spicy Rabbit Head to engage the monster. Level 6 creatures are aggressive, so Liwu approached cautiously to avoid attracting the attention of other Bloodfang beasts, allowing Spicy Rabbit Head to strike first. With the stun skill in play, Liwu felt assured that Spicy Rabbit Head would endure the encounter unscathed. Minus 347, the young girl, despite not yet reaching level 5, dealt a frightful amount of damage, immediately drawing the ire of the Bloodfang beast. The beast, swift as the wind, lunged at Spicy Rabbit Head. Liwu quickly stepped forward, delivering a powerful strike against the beast. Minus 255, stun, minus 6, slashing damage. Seizing the opportunity while the Bloodfang beast was stunned, Liwu unleashed 2 rapid strikes. Minus 170, minus 6, slashing damage. Minus 170, minus 6, slashing damage. As the stun wore off, the Bloodfang beast's focus shifted entirely to Liwu, who was bitten fiercely on the arm. Minus 60, the damage of 60 points constituted less than 10 of Liwu's health, a tolerable ache, prompting him to retaliate with a powerful strike aimed at the Bloodfang beast. 255, 6 slashing damage. Liwu intended to exploit the fleeting interruption effect of his powerful strike to deliver another blow. Yet he was unprepared for the significantly swifter attack speed of the Bloodfang beast compared to the previous foes he had encountered. As he executed a horizontal slash, the beast retaliated with a claw strike. 170, 6 slashing damage. 60 at this moment. Both of Liwu's melee skills had cooled down, leaving him only able to trade damage with the Bloodfang beast. 170, 6 slashing damage. 60, 347, the second fireball from the Spicy Hot Pot Rabbit Head arrived just in time, inflicting an additional 347 points of damage, reducing the Bloodfang beast's health to a mere 21 points. Just as Liwu prepared to strike the beast down, he was taken aback when the Bloodfang beast lunged forward, sinking its massive fangs deep into his arm. 160, lifesteal 100 damn. The intense pain radiating from his arm compelled Liwu to curse involuntarily. Chapter 32. Bloodfang's spider. The sensation of being drained was accompanied by sharp pain, akin to the bite of a large dog, with a staggering 160 damage contributing to more than 20 of the total. With a grimace, Liwu bore the agony and plunged his sword into the Bloodfang beast, which lay dead at his feet. The situation was far from pleasant. He had endured 4 bites, resulting in a loss of 340 health points. Even if he could withstand the pain, engaging 2 monsters in quick succession would necessitate a pause for recovery. This was under the assumption that the Bloodfang beast triggered only a single instance of life drain, if it activated 2 or 3 times. Facing 2 beasts simultaneously would be an arduous task. It was no wonder that the player population here was sparse. The 100 points of life drain blatantly disregarded defense. Unless one possessed health exceeding 1,000 or even 1,500, the overwhelming dual sensations of pain were unbearable for most. Players with such health were ill-suited for hunting Bloodfang beasts, hence the desolate nature of Bloodfang Ridge, with only a handful of players banding together for monster hunting. Liwu dismissed the pain as inconsequential, yet the inefficiency was alarming. We should first tackle level 5 monsters. Once you reach level 5, we can return, he suggested to the young girl, concealing his aversion to pain for the sake of efficiency. To the south of the village, the level 5 monsters were venomous spiders, resembling their real-world counterparts, but with a size that was quite intimidating. At first glance, one might mistake them for colossal, humanoid crabs that had come ashore. Liwu cast a keen eye, revealing the attributes of the venomous spider. Venomous spider, level 5 health, 1200 attack, 126 defense, 54 skills. Venom, normal attacks inflict venom, causing the target to become poisoned, dealing damage equivalent to 10 of attack power per second for 5 seconds. Each attack refreshes the duration, and the venom can stack up to 5 layers. Monsters of level 5 and above are predominantly aggressive and possess at least 1 skill. While the damage from the venom skill may appear modest, its cumulative effect can be quite formidable. The venom damage bypasses defense. 12 points of damage sustained over 5 seconds accumulates to 60 points. If stacked to 5 layers, it could easily surpass the 100 critical strike damage of the Spicy Rabbit Head. Li Wu calculated the health and damage metrics, determining that the venomous spider could indeed be farmed, provided he did not accumulate more than 2 layers of venom. He initiated the assault with a fireball from the spicy rabbit head. Minus 375, the venomous spider lunged at the spicy rabbit head, its grotesque form striking terror into the young girl, who squealed in fright. Had Li Wu not quickly reassured her, she might have bolted back to the village in panic. Minus 303, minus 4 from cutting damage. Minus 184, minus 4 from cutting damage. Minus 184, minus 4 from cutting damage. Li Wu closed in, delivering a shield bash that stunned the venomous spider, swiftly following up with 2 regular attacks. Minus 36, minus 12, venom damage. The spider regained its senses and bit Li Wu, who was inexplicably transformed into a green figure. Bearing the tingling sensation emanating from the wound, he swiftly delivered a decisive strike, ending the life of the venomous spider. The bloodfang spider dropped the material, but Li Wu was too preoccupied to pick it up. He rubbed the area where he had been bitten vigorously. The toxin was not painful, yet it itched intensely, a persistent itch occurring every second until the duration ended. Although the itch was bothersome, Li Wu was quite satisfied with his efficiency in defeating monsters. Having been bitten only once by the venomous spider, he had merely lost 96 health points from the combined damage of the attack and the venom. Given his current health and natural regeneration, he could effectively slay 9 bloodfang spiders in succession. Of course, with the aid of a health potion, he could sustain his combat for an extended period. However, the thought of the shop's cheapest health potion costing 20 copper made him hesitate. The least expensive level 1 red potion restored 200 health points over 5 seconds, equating to a recovery of 40 points per second. When hunting bloodfang spiders, this meant spending 1 coin to defeat a single spider. Perhaps that was not entirely unacceptable. Hey rabbit, look, Li Wu employed his silver tongue, appealing to emotions and reason, recounting their shared hardships and battles side by side. The spicy rabbit head was momentarily taken aback, and the level of shamelessness was such that even the author felt embarrassed to write it down. Satisfied, Li Wu received 250 small red potions from the spicy rabbit head, and with an additional 250 he had purchased himself, he estimated that it would suffice. He cheerfully led the young girl back to Bloodfang Ridge once more. Using potions to level up proved significantly more efficient, eliminating the need to suffer through waiting for health restoration. Were it not for the abundance of players at Bloodfang Ridge and the scarcity of monsters, Li Wu would have wished to continue grinding indefinitely. It appeared that the drop rate for active monsters was slightly higher than for passive ones. Although the black iron equipment was disappointingly rare, whiteboard equipment and materials dropped in abundance. Naturally, relying on this for profit was unrealistic, but the funds for game cards, bread and water, were still sufficient. After grinding for over 2 hours and using half of his small red potions, the spicy rabbit head finally reached level 5. Without needing prompting from Li Wu, the young girl opened the auction house and purchased a full set of silver equipment, still opting for the pieces with the best attributes, boosting her spell attack to an impressive 260 points. After equipping her new gear, the spicy rabbit head felt even more inflated with confidence, insisting on confronting the bloodfang beast. After all, their team leader had said that the beast's bites were not painful, yet despite the 2-hour grind against the bloodfang spiders, she still felt a shiver of fear. She was terrified of small spiders in reality, let alone this monstrous version magnified 100-fold. Were it not for the team leader standing in front of her, she would have preferred to hunt rabbits rather than face these terrifying creatures. Li Wu, somewhat reluctant to move, hesitated, not wanting to admit his fear of pain. Just as he contemplated a plausible excuse, a massive white light flared up in the distance, and a gigantic spider, nearly the size of a door, emerged. Li Wu was too close and inadvertently triggered the giant spider's alert. It charged straight at him the moment it spawned. Startled by the sudden appearance of such a colossal creature, Li Wu quickly regained his composure, raised his hand, and hurled a true at the beast, followed by a powerful strike to its head. Minus 257, minus 24. Without needing to check the giant spider's information, Li Wu noted the 24 points of slicing damage and promptly turned to flee. The spicy rabbit head reacted even more swiftly than Li Wu. As the giant spider emerged, it was already screaming and fleeing. After being stunned for a mere 1.5 seconds, the giant spider resumed its pursuit of Li Wu, its speed, though not exceedingly fast, surpassing that of Li Wu. Despite Li Wu's desperate sprint of over 20 meters, the giant spider caught up, sinking its fangs into Li Wu and inflicting a painful blow of 150 health points, prompting cries from Li Wu that eclipsed even those of the spicy rabbit head. -150, -24, poison damage. Even more terrifying was the fact that the giant spider possessed a venomous skill, causing Li Wu to turn ashen green. Just when Li Wu feared a return to the city to revive, an icy arrow flew from the distance, striking the giant spider with a resounding impact. -476, the explosive damage instantly redirected the giant spider's ire away from Li Wu, causing it to pivot and charge towards the retreating spicy rabbit head. Chapter 33. The stolen monster. Li Wu naturally dared not allow the gigantic spider to advance. If it were to bite the spicy rabbit head, it would inflict at least 200 points of damage. Given that the spicy rabbit head's health was already lower than his, it would surely be a cause for lamentation. Beyond consolation, fortunately, the chilling arrow's deceleration effect took hold, significantly slowing the spider's pace. Li Wu seized the moment, thrusting his sword fiercely into the spider's rear. A powerful strike. -257, -24 slashing damage. Having successfully landed his blow, Li Wu did not linger and promptly resumed his flight. Perhaps due to the embarrassment of its wounded area, the spider's enmity shifted back to Li Wu. Although still under the influence of the deceleration, the spider was slightly faster than Li Wu, despite his swift reflexes allowing him to maintain a two-step distance. He was soon overtaken. The vengeful creature sank its fangs into Li Wu's rear. -150, -24, poison damage. The spider's bites were spaced over 5 seconds, preventing the poison from stacking. However, Li Wu's health had already dwindled to 336 points, with 4 instances of 24 points of poison damage imminent. He could not afford to retaliate and instead consumed a health potion while fleeing. -476, the spicy rabbit head's fireball spell arrived just in time, its explosive damage once again drawing the spider's ire. -257, -24 slashing. Li Wu swiftly turned back, landing a powerful blow on the spider before using the moment of disorientation to create distance. He then conjured another chilling arrow and loosed it at the creature. -1, -24 slashing. Regaining its senses, the spider did not pursue Li Wu, instead charging towards the spicy rabbit head. It remained uncertain whether it was due to Li Wu's insufficient damage or a strategic choice to target ranged attackers first. Fortunately, while Li Wu's chilling arrow could not penetrate defenses, it did trigger the deceleration effect, preventing the spider from closing in on the spicy rabbit head. Maintaining distance and alternating his use of chilling arrows to keep the monster slowed, Li Wu called out loudly for the spicy rabbit head to cooperate, while taking a moment to glance at the spider's attributes. Bloodfang leader level, 5 health, 6,000 attack, 240 defense, 100 skills, poison, normal attacks inflict poison, dealing 10 of attack power as poison damage per second for 5 seconds. Each attack refreshes the duration, and the poison can stack up to 5 layers. Web fires a web in the target's direction, immobilizing the target for 2 seconds, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Li Wu, of course, could not scrutinize the information while engaged in battle, nor did he need to, as he had already experienced the Bloodfang leader's health, attack, and defense firsthand. He sought to ascertain whether the Bloodfang leader possessed any additional skills beyond poison, and what those skills might be. "Stop, rabbit!" Li Wu glanced at the attributes and quickly signaled for the spicy rabbit head to cease its assault, but alas, it was too late. The young girl had already released her chilling arrow. Another explosive blow thoroughly enraged the Bloodfang leader, whose massive form abruptly halted, its pointed rear and suddenly thrust out, and a silken white web shot forth towards the spicy bunny head. The spicy bunny head, already trembling with trepidation and fixated on evading, was utterly oblivious to the Bloodfang leader's movement. In an instant, it found its feet ensnared in the web, immobilizing it. The web's grip lasted a full 2 seconds, ample time for the Bloodfang leader to close the distance. Li Wu, naturally unwilling to stand idly by, hastened to pursue, But alas, both of his close combat skills were on cooldown, leaving him to rely solely on basic attacks. Minus 138, minus 24 cutting damage. Minus 138, minus 24 cutting damage, even after 2 swift strikes. He failed to regain the Bloodfang leader's aggro, rendering him helpless as he watched the creature sink its fangs into the most vulnerable part of the spicy bunny head. Minus 170, minus 24 poison damage. The brutal scene sent a shiver down Li Wu's spine. As he had anticipated, the spicy bunny head clutched its chest, its face flushed with pain, eyes glistening redder than its cheeks. A powerful strike. Minus 257, minus 24 cutting damage. Minus 138, minus 24 cutting damage. At last, Li Wu's skills had cooled down. He unleashed a formidable blow that interrupted the Bloodfang leader's relentless pursuit and followed up with a basic attack to reclaim its attention. At this moment, the Bloodfang leader's health plummeted to 2,937. Minus 150, minus 24 poison damage. The retaliatory strike from the Bloodfang leader sent Li Wu's health plummeting to the brink. As he quickly consumed a small red potion, restoring him to 440 health, only to see it drop to 266, compounded by a layer of poison that still had 4 seconds remaining. In a rush, Li Wu delivered a fierce blow to the Bloodfang leader, then turned to flee while consuming a potion. Meanwhile, the spicy bunny head, clutching its chest and running frantically, overwhelmed by itchiness, shame, and fear, managed to remember Li Wu. After sprinting a few meters, it bravely turned back to unleash an ice arrow spell, suppressing its terror. Minus 476, the young girl's bravery bought precious time for Li Wu, who, leveraging his powerful strike and the ensuing slow effect, increased the distance between them. Stay calm, drink the red potion, and continue retreating. Remember to alternate using ice arrows with me. Li Wu encouraged the spicy bunny head as he meticulously timed his own use of ice arrows. The Bloodfang leader, consistently hindered by the alternating ice arrows, remained in a slowed state, while its web attack was still on a lengthy cooldown, leaving it helplessly watching as the two remained tantalizingly close, yet just out of reach. Minus 1, cutting 24. Minus 476 as the Bloodfang leader's health dwindled to 1960. Li Wu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he estimated they could perhaps kite it for 2 more rounds, by then, his powerful strike would also be available, ensuring a decisive victory against the Bloodfang leader. Calmly, Li Wu consumed another small red potion, restoring his health to 370, steadily climbing. Minus 1, cutting 24. Minus 476, minus 160, minus 165, 3 ice arrows, 1 to the left and 2 to the right, whizzed past Li Wu, striking the Bloodfang leader before him with remarkable force. The one on the left was undoubtedly from the spicy bunny head, but who launched the 2 on the right? Li Wu quickly regained his senses, but before he could turn his head, a figure surged from the side, delivering a fierce blow to the top of his head, immediately followed by a swift strike against his body. Minus 217, stunned. Minus 115, the sudden attack left Li Wu reeling, the intense pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. His health had only just recovered to 450 when the unexpected onslaught nearly cost him his life. Minus 476, the spicy rabbit head had never encountered such a situation. By the time she reacted, her ice arrow spell instinctively flew towards the Bloodfang commander. Minus 165, minus 160 simultaneously. 2 fireball spells struck the Bloodfang commander with tremendous force. The spicy rabbit head's brief delay inadvertently saved Li Wu's life. The player who had ambushed Li Wu, seeing the Bloodfang commander's health bar reduced to a sliver, was overtaken by greed. The powerful strike that should have landed on Li Wu instead struck the Bloodfang commander. Chapter 34. Counterattack. A powerful strike from the ambusher reduced the Bloodfang commander's health to 126. With one more blow, the spoils of the battle would be secured. At this moment, Li Wu finally emerged from her dazed state. Although the character from the invincible and adorable team was stunned, her mind remained clear. Without a moment's hesitation, she shouted, "2-2, switch to free attack mode and target the 2 players on your right." As she cried out, Li Wu retaliated with a fierce blow to the ambusher's head, followed by a swift strike against the Bloodfawn Commander. Congratulations! You have slain Bloodfawn Commander Elite, earning 1,200 experience points. Li Wu had successfully defeated the Bloodfawn Commander. On the other side, the spicy rabbit head was thoroughly flustered by the sudden appearance of 3 unwelcome guests, unsure of how to react. Fortunately, though she was a novice, she was obedient. Upon hearing Li Wu's command, she quickly switched to free attack mode and hurled a fireball at a distant player to her right. The mage, already irate due to the incompetence of his teammates, let out a cry of agony as the spicy rabbit head's devastating damage struck him, causing him to lose focus and retract the skill he was about to cast. Despite being level 6, his equipment was inferior to the spicy rabbit head's, leaving him with a mere 620 health points. The 540 points of damage rendered him oblivious to even the identity of his great-grandmother, and with only 80 health remaining, he instinctively retreated in a panic. Another mage, startled by his companion's scream, maintained his composure and loosed a frost arrow towards Li Wu. He hoped to eliminate her before she could reclaim the dropped items, thus ensuring they would belong to him. However, Li Wu, who should have fallen, remained standing. The small health potion she had consumed just prior still had 3 seconds of effect left, restoring 120 health points just as the frost arrow struck her. She was left with 198 health, and miraculously, after the arrow's impact, she recovered an additional 40 points. With only 68 health remaining, she was perilously close to death, with no time to collect the loot. Yet, Li Wu remained composed, undistracted by the shimmering items on the ground. Instead, she calmly retrieved another health potion from her backpack and drank it, her eyes betraying not only tranquility, but also a flicker of exhilarating contradiction. The ambusher, just recovering from his own foolishness, was momentarily stunned by Li Wu's apparent stupidity. He could scarcely believe she wasn't even picking up the loot. Had it been him, he would have snatched something before meeting his demise. In a fit of joy, the ambusher swung his sword at Li Wu. To his astonishment, Li Wu did not perish from the blow. Instead, she retaliated with a powerful strike to the ambusher's head, followed by a swift normal attack. In total, the ambusher had lost 712 health points, leaving him with barely a sliver of life remaining. The ambusher stared blankly at Li Wu, who still had 665 health points remaining. His eyes filled with terror. The intense pain from 2 consecutive high-damage strikes drained his will to fight, prompting him to turn and flee. Li Wu, unhurried and composed, pursued him and delivered a humiliating jab to his rear. In an instant, the ambusher's health plummeted to 0, his dying scream echoing in tandem with another distant wail. Meanwhile, the fiery spell cast by Spicy Rabbit had dispatched the bloodied mage, leaving her momentarily stunned by the agonizing cries that followed. Observing another mage fleeing in the distance, Li Wu's lips curled into a grin that revealed 8 gleaming white teeth. He conjured an ice arrow and launched it forward, charging ahead while simultaneously consuming a health potion. Although the ice arrow did not breach defenses, its slowing effect activated, drastically reducing the fleeing mage's speed. "Rabbit, attack that individual," he commanded. However, the 2 seconds of deceleration were insufficient for Li Wu to close the gap, and as the effect wore off, he called out urgently for Spicy Rabbit Head's assistance. Strangely, the usually responsive girl remained silent, failing to unleash her skills. Glancing back, Li Wu confirmed that she was standing there unharmed. Although puzzled, he did not have time to inquire and continued his pursuit. The mage, believing he would surely perish in a 1v2 scenario, was too frightened to look back, solely focused on escaping. Fortunately, his terror rendered him incapable of retaliating with the ice arrow, which would have made capturing him quite troublesome. Li Wu unleashed another ice arrow, successfully slowing the mage once more and finally closed in behind him. With a powerful strike, he dealt a devastating blow, followed by a robust basic attack that eliminated the last enemy. After dispatching his foes, Li Wu swiftly collected the fallen items and dashed toward the location of the Bloodtooth leader's loot, akin to a rabbit being chased by a dog. After gathering the spoils from the Bloodtooth leader, he then proceeded to retrieve the items dropped by the melee player who had ambushed him earlier. In Blue Star Online, the penalties for malicious player killing were severe. Engaging in attacks on others would result in a 10-minute gray name status, which could not be concealed even with hidden names. Furthermore, while under this status, one would lose a piece of equipped gear and at least one random item from their inventory. Actively killing another player would warrant a red name for an hour, during which death would result in the loss of 2 pieces of equipment and nearly all items in the backpack, except for a few bound items. Another player attempting to steal a kill had also been eliminated by Spicy Rabbit Head, though it remained unclear if they had dropped anything. Just as Li Wu was about to inquire, he noticed the girl still standing there in a daze, her head adorned with a flashing red name. Rabbit? Li Wu approached with curiosity, only to find Spicy Rabbit Head trembling with her head bowed. Rabbit? He gently tugged at her ponytail, causing her to stagger. Finally, the girl who had been ambushed reacted, her face contorted in despair as she cried out, "Wah, wah, wah. Brother Tuan, I killed someone. I killed someone. Will I be arrested? Will I be executed? Wah, wah." Li Wu was momentarily taken aback. Yet she was not amused by the little girl's comical reaction. Instead, she stepped forward and gently patted her on the back, whispering, "Be good, my dear. Don't be afraid. This is merely a game, and you haven't taken a life." A game? The Spicy Rabbit Head raised her head, staring blankly at Li Wu. Indeed, it is just a game. The opponent is not truly dead. They're likely at the respawn point, cursing us and their incompetent teammates right now. So it's just a game. I thought I had killed someone. I'm still in the detention center and can't escape. Boo-hoo. Upon realizing that the little girl had come to terms with the situation, Li Wu had no patience for her whimpering ways. She turned her hand that had been patting the girl's back and suddenly tugged at her ponytail, causing the girl to stumble. Enough of this. Your face is a mess with tears and snot. It's utterly unseemly. The Spicy Rabbit Head was bewildered by Li Wu's unconventional behavior, and her tears were instantly stifled as she hurriedly wiped her face. Chapter 35, Skill Book. Toxins. Upon witnessing the Spicy Rabbit Head return to its normal state, Li Wu quietly exhaled in relief. The nation's enforced gaming culture was bound to result in unforeseen consequences. The virtual realm of Blue Star Online was crafted with such realism that even adults occasionally found it challenging to distinguish between the virtual and the tangible world. One can only imagine the confusion faced by the impressionable minds of the youth. In recent years, countless young individuals have become so engrossed in computer and mobile games that they have blurred the lines of reality, replicating in-game behaviors such as assault, robbery, and even murder in the real world. For a well-behaved girl like the Spicy Rabbit Head, who likely spent her childhood playing innocent games like Link Link and Princess Dress Up, being thrust into the seemingly alternate universe of Blue Star Online must have been a staggering experience. The repercussions of such an immersive experience could extend beyond mere psychological trauma. There was a genuine risk of developing mental health issues. Even Li Wu himself had felt a fleeting surge of excitement, despite knowing he ought to prioritize collecting the Commander S drops. Once the Spicy Rabbit Head regained her composure, she noticed her name had turned red and anxiously inquired, "Brother Tuan, why is my name red? Didn't they strike first? Your teammates' attacks do not affect each other. The player you eliminated did not target us, which is why your name is red," Li Wu explained. "What should I do now? I fear others may come to kill me." At her words, Li Wu scanned the surroundings cautiously, spotting distant players observing them. He quickly urged the Spicy Rabbit Head to move. "Let us head to a lower-level area. There, the players are weaker and it's safer. Oh, let us go hunt giant rabbits. Surely no one would dare to attack me there. Don't be reckless. The giant rabbit plain is right at the village entrance, and numerous seasoned players frequently pass through. We should first hunt land turtles for an hour. That area is more remote and thus safer." As Li Wu guided the Spicy Rabbit Head towards a secure location, he assessed their recent gains. The white-named player had been fortunate enough to leave empty-handed, but the 2 gray-named players he had slain had dropped several items. Regrettably, the loot consisted only of a level 4 silver bracelet and a level 6 black iron longsword, both of which were rather unimpressive in value. However, such disappointing equipment was to be expected. Had the items been of higher quality, the 2 would likely have met their demise today. The level 4 silver bracelet and the level 6 black iron longsword were of comparable worth, prompting Li Wu to casually hand the silver bracelet to the Spicy Rabbit Head. The remaining items were primarily materials, with only a few being of any value. Save for an astonishing 32 pieces of black bread that elicited a sense of delight from Li Wu. Was this a group drop? If only it had been the full set of 99 pieces. Otherwise, the 5 yuan per piece black bread would have amounted to a substantial fortune. Nonetheless, 32 pieces were still considerable, enough to sustain him for a day's worth of deliveries. After sharing half of the black bread with the spicy rabbit head, Li Wu began to examine the drops from the Blood Fawn commander. He had encountered elite-level monsters before, having read about them on forums. But this was his inaugural experience within the game. Currently, no players had deciphered the respawn mechanism of commander-level monsters. Some claimed they respawned based on time, while others suggested it was triggered by the number of monsters killed in the current area. The expanse of the Blue Star Online map is truly vast. Take Bloodfang Ridge, for instance. Traversing from one end to the other requires at least a quarter of an hour, and unless luck is extraordinarily favorable, it is exceedingly rare to encounter a living commander-level monster there. While these monsters are certainly stronger than their ordinary counterparts, they pale in comparison to bosses, as a mere handful of players of equivalent level can easily defeat them, often within mere minutes of their respawn. Commander-level monsters are currently the most prolific producers of golden equipment in the market. Unlike bosses, which guarantee a 100 drop rate for golden gear, the drop rate for commander-level monsters may not even reach 20. However, their sheer numbers and rapid respawn rates compensate for this, and the variety of equipment they offer far surpasses that of bosses. Although commander-level monsters only spawn in areas above level 5, there exist numerous gathering spots for level 5 to 10 monsters in all 4 cardinal directions of the Novice Village, resulting in as many as 24 potential spawn areas. The pair of wild boar skin boots, dropped by Junlin Tianxia, should have originated from the commander-level wild boar at level 8. Regrettably, this Bloodfawn commander did not yield any golden equipment, instead dropping 2 pieces of level 5 silver gear, their attributes inferior to those worn by the 2 players. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The highlight is a skill book. Li Wu's heart raced uncontrollably, wondering if the god of wealth had unexpectedly visited his home and forgotten to bring toilet paper. Skill book. Toxin inflicts damage to the target while poisoning them, dealing 10 of attack power as toxin damage per second for a duration of 5 seconds. Each attack refreshes the duration, and the toxin can stack up to 5 layers. Note, range damage does not trigger this effect. Isn't this precisely the skill of the Bloodfang spider? Li Wu immediately contemplated selling it for profit, but then recalled the advice of Hao Jianjun. Strive to enhance one's own strength. Equipment may frequently change, yet skills can accompany one for a lifetime. Moreover, this toxin skill is exceedingly appealing, if stacked to 5 layers. It would rival the 100 critical hit of Spicy Rabbit Head. Li Wu cast a sidelong glance at the chattering Spicy Rabbit Head beside him, a flicker of greed crossing his eyes. The young girl stood bewildered, entirely unaware of what the Bloodfawn commander had dropped. Even if Li Wu hoarded the skill book, she would remain oblivious. Li Wu found himself in a state of indecision. If he were to share with Spicy Rabbit Head, acquiring the toxin skill would necessitate compensating her with half the earnings. Previously, the Thunder Shield had been appraised at 110,000 by Hao Jianjun, and in Li Wu's estimation, this toxin skill should fetch an even higher price. If sold, his mental valuation would undoubtedly exceed 130,000, and money was of paramount importance to him. Within Li Wu's gaze, a fierce internal struggle unfolded as conscience and avarice clashed violently, leaving him in turmoil. Brother Tuan, I can return home tomorrow. I'll ask my mother to help me open a bank account, and then I can buy many beautiful new clothes. Do you want to see? Spicy Rabbit Head suddenly exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Li Wu stared vacantly at the blushing girl, gradually regaining clarity. However, the matter of several thousand was trivial. With the funds for medications and living expenses, he had managed to survive on over 300,000 a year. Now, he found himself ensnared in this moral dilemma. What a farce! At such a tender age, one finds themselves contemplating dubious paths. Tomorrow, upon returning home, make haste to contact your classmates, teachers, or seniors, and inquire if there are any from our village who can assist you. However, Li Wu, with a sudden outburst, extinguished the mischievous intentions of Spicy Rabbit Head. With a serious demeanor, he continued, "Earlier, Captain Bloodfong dropped a skill book, which I intend to keep for myself. The exact price is difficult to ascertain, but I shall provisionally set it at 140 gold. I will allocate 70 gold to you now, and should you come across a similar skill book at the auction house in the future, we can adjust the payment accordingly." Spicy Rabbit Head, feeling disheartened by this turn of events, found herself momentarily bewildered upon hearing that Li Wu intended to share 70 gold with her. Chapter 36. By DeBeos no longer eats dirt well. Brother Tuan, you're using it yourself, not selling it, so you needn't share with me, right? No, that's not acceptable. If it were something worth a few dozen or even a few hundred, we could just use it ourselves. But this is worth over 100,000. You may be young and lack an understanding of money, but I cannot afford to be so frivolous. Besides, didn't you mention that you come from a single-parent family? Don't you want to lessen your mother's burden? Well, The Spicy Rabbit Head paused momentarily, then hesitated. "It seems my mother isn't that burdened. She told me just the other day that our family isn't well off to motivate me to study hard, but in reality, we have a coveted property in a prestigious school district." Where's your family from? The capital. Li Wu opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, and simply pulled out 70 gold coins from his bag, stuffing them into the Spicy Rabbit Head's hands. Damn it, no more persuasion. Envying the wealthy. My heart aches. Li Wu took out the poison skill book and clicked to use it, successfully learning the poison skill. Upon reaching the land turtle map, Li Wu eagerly struck with his sword. The land turtle had only 360 hit points. Li Wu's basic attack dealt 223 damage, and then the land turtle began to lose health at a rate of 23 points per second, eventually left with just 22 points. The Spicy Rabbit Head gleefully tapped it with his staff, ending its brief existence. While battling the land turtle, neither of them bothered to use skills. After Li Wu struck once, the Spicy Rabbit Head would deliver a tap, moving on to the next one, with the land turtles succumbing to poison one after another. Though the experience points were low, their speed and efficiency were hardly inferior to grinding spiders without potions. After 2 rounds, they paused, realizing it was already 7 a.m. Both needed to log off. Li Wu had to prepare breakfast for the child, while the Spicy Rabbit Head prepared for his release. It was the usual rhythm. After sending Tuan home, Li Wu logged back on, placing his character deep within the mine. He then indulged in a much-needed nap until noon. Upon waking, he quickly nibbled on some instant noodles before going online again. He considered hiring a cook. He wouldn't mind preparing breakfast for his dear child in the morning. But making lunch and dinner himself or ordering takeout consumed valuable time. To catch up with the top players, he had to save every precious second. However, Li Wu would not cut corners concerning Tuan. He would never hire someone to look after him. Tuan had already lost the companionship of his parents. And if Li Wu did not carve out more time to be with him, he could not bear to imagine the loneliness that would envelop the child's heart. Upon logging in, Li Wu immediately checked the regional chat, and his heart tightened at the messages on the screen. Someone was battling the electric zombie, and it seemed they were on the verge of defeating it. Li Wu rushed outside the mine in a frenzy, but by the time he arrived, he could only witness the electric zombie dissipating into white light. Seeing how Jianjun bent down to collect items, Li Wu silently acknowledged that soloing the electric zombie would be nearly impossible in the future. With how Jianjun's current attributes, he could easily lure the electric zombie out. Once it left the mine, it would hardly last 5 minutes. Sighing, Li Wu glanced at his friend's list. The Spicy Rabbit Head was not online. Just as he contemplated leveling up alone, he suddenly received a message from DeBeos. "Brother, are you interested in taking on the furious giant ape?" Li Wu felt somewhat dazed and responded with "Surprise me. Level 5, taking on a rampaging giant ape? You are not just an ordinary level 5 player. You are the one who can solo the electric zombie king. Please elaborate." Hee. Earlier today, another village managed to secure the first kill of the rampaging giant ape, and some of the stronger players in our village are feeling a bit disgruntled. They are planning to organize themselves to collaborate and claim the second kill. Well, I suppose I can consider myself one of the more capable players as well. Of course, the white heroine is strong, But doesn't Team I level 5 character lack the qualifications? You are more than qualified. Don't you possess that ability to ignore defenses? Even if your attack power is somewhat lower, you can still inflict considerable damage. I suspect that, in terms of damage to the boss, even average level 9 players may not surpass you. That is true, but I have a question. What question? Why not gather everyone in the village to take it down like we did with the Silver Wolf King? Many ants can take down an elephant. And surely you high-level players aren't afraid of being outshone by low-level characters? Even with many low-level players, it would be futile. The player who secured the first kill, Zhang Tianxia, posted a strategy on the forum. The rampaging giant ape has a skill that activates when its health drops to 20, entering a state of feigned death, increasing its defense by 50 for 1 minute. If it is not killed within that minute, it will instantly regain full health. Players have limited attack range. If too many low-level characters crowd the front lines, the higher-level ones 1T be able to deal sufficient damage. All right, count me in. Li Wu thought for a moment and agreed to buy Debeo's invitation. The potential revelation of his talents was of little concern, and it was uncertain whether it would even be exposed. With so many players around, who could discern which damage was dealt by whom? Debeos had been fighting for the boss just outside the cave, and Li Wu soon encountered her. Li Wu was not foolish enough to follow blindly. Upon meeting, he directly inquired, "You didn't mention how the boss loot would be distributed?" For this strategy against the rampaging giant ape, I plan to partner with another player to form an elite team. We have established 2 distribution methods. One is a straightforward labor arrangement, where each participant receives 2 gold. And if they secure the boss, their earnings double, but they cannot partake in the boss loot distribution. The other option is to forego wages if we secure the boss. The magical gear will go to me, while the physical gear will belong to my partner. We will purchase these items at market price, and the proceeds will be evenly split among those who choose the second method. As for items we do not need, team members will have the first opportunity to buy them, but the price cannot fall below 90 of market value. Any remaining items will be auctioned off, with profits similarly divided. The first method guarantees a safe profit of 2,000 coins, while the second method offers a smaller chance of greater rewards. Li Wu pondered for a moment and asked, "The approach seems reasonable, but I wonder which option others have chosen?" Everyone has opted for the second method. My team requires members to be at least level 10, with equipment of at least level 9 silver or above. Such players generally do not regard 2 gold highly. They all want to take a gamble. Everyone has chosen the second option. The success of the strategy is not guaranteed, and the participating teams will likely be numerous. Is it worth the gamble? Zhang Tianxia has just revealed a platinum weapon. I choose the second option. Li Wu understood that even a moment's hesitation would amount to a profound disrespect towards platinum equipment. A level 6 golden weapon had fetched over 200,000. One could only imagine the exorbitant price of platinum gear. If a platinum weapon were to emerge from the novice village, it would undoubtedly command a price in the hundreds of thousands, far beyond what Daba could afford. All right, I shall reach out to a few more individuals, and we shall set off together shortly. By the way, the boss resides in the territory of level 10 monsters, so exercise caution and avoid being eliminated by the smaller creatures. Understood. Li Wu nodded, then suddenly recalled something, asking with curiosity, "Did you not mention yesterday that you were broke? How is it that you have funds to form a party now?" My father, in a peculiar fit of generosity, unexpectedly bestowed upon me a substantial sum of money, allowing me the freedom to create as I please in the game. Now, when you eat dirt, I merely toss it aside. Chapter 37. The white heroine's missing accessories. Tears of envy welled at the corners of Li Wu's mouth as he cast a glance at Daba's alluring, long, fair legs that were partially exposed. After a moment of contemplation, he earnestly inquired, "Do you still need any accessory for those legs, white heroine?" In response, Daba, with a serious demeanor, scrutinized Li Wu from head to toe before hesitantly replying, "I prefer a rugged aesthetic." "Come on, is the name something we cannot overlook?" Li Wu chuckled. Just then, Daba's female steward approached, presenting her with several vials of potions. "This is all I could procure. The rest were snatched away." Li Wu recognized them immediately, realizing they were instant recovery potions he had consumed just that morning. Although he knew their value, he refrained from shamelessly requesting one, and instead gazed quizzically at the steward. Are there many level 10 players in our village? While it was entirely plausible for Baidaba to be level 10, he was surprised to learn that her subordinates were as well. I'm not quite sure of the exact number, but I estimate there are at least 100. With so many level 10 players, why has no one ventured to the main city? Is it still inaccessible? Unclear. The developers have yet to provide any insights regarding the game content. Some speculate it may be tied to the level 10 bosses. Logically, if the main city were accessible, everyone at level 10 would certainly have gone there to continue leveling up. What then is the purpose of designing such challenging beginner village bosses? Perhaps the main city will only open once all the beginner village bosses have been conquered. That makes sense. Baidaba gradually assembled a group of 8 individuals, and with Li Wu and the steward, they formed a party of 11, quickly gathering at the novice village. All right, another leader mentioned encountering a commander monster. After we finish them off, we shall proceed. Let's set off. In addition to the members of their party, there were 7 burly men wielding shields accompanying them. Li Wu found them somewhat familiar, and soon recalled they were part of Baidaba's bodyguard team. All the bodyguards were level 9 and had not been enlisted into Baidaba's party. With the crowd bustling in the village, no one paid much attention. But once they stepped outside, Li Wu's level 5 character began to stand out. The occasional glances directed his way made him somewhat uncomfortable, although unspoken. There was an underlying sentiment in those looks. Li Wu understood their perspective. After all, he was merely level 5, and anyone would assume he was a novice. Others might worry that his lack of strength would adversely impact the team's performance. He considered asserting that he might be just as capable as the others. Yet he hesitated to voice it. What if they asked him to demonstrate his prowess against a minor creature? He certainly lacked high damage output, oblivious to the unspoken tension. Baidaba remained carefree, while the attentive steward, feigning a conversation with Baidaba, casually remarked on Li Wu's unique talent, asserting that his damage output was on par with the rest. This not only alleviated Li Wu's embarrassment, but also soothed the concerns of the others. Li Wu shot a glance at the steward, pondering, I wonder if this lady can cook? As the group traversed the terrain, battling foes for over an hour, they finally arrived at the rendezvous point established by Baidaba and other seasoned players. Li Wu, navigating the murky waters, accumulated over 8,000 experience points, surpassing his previous efficiency while hunting spiders. The rewards for defeating higher-level foes were exceedingly enticing. The gathering point was at the entrance of a valley, where a considerable number of players had congregated. A cursory glance revealed that Hao Jianjun was also present, having evidently come directly after vanquishing the Electric Zombie King. However, the number of companions accompanying him had noticeably dwindled. From over 100 suspected soldiers, only about 30 remained, with the levels evenly split between 9 and 10. Li Wu scrutinized the surroundings and confirmed that, apart from himself, there were no players below level 9 in attendance. To evade unnecessary mockery and trouble, he discreetly positioned himself among Baidaba's bodyguards, who effectively shielded him with their formidable presence. As more players arrived, another leader, claiming to have finished with their own boss, soon joined them. Baidaba's quickly began forming a party, but soon noticed an additional member. Wolf Knight, did you not mention that one of your companions would be unable to make it? How is it that they are here now? The Wolf Knight, a young man in his 20s wielding a broad, tapered sword, was recognized by Li Wu as the owner of the golden weapon, Silver Wolf's Fawn. Produced by the Silver Wolf King. Initially believed to have been preoccupied, he had managed to arrive after all. What now? I've already filled my party. Perhaps your friend could join my bodyguards instead? That won't do. I cannot have my wife mingling with 7 burly men, then have one of your other friends withdraw. Withdraw? We are a cohesive group of 10. You can simply remove one. That is unacceptable. They have traveled over an hour with me. I Baidaba's pride myself on my integrity. His tone was resolute, exuding a spirited demeanor akin to that of a heroine. The Wolf Knight frowned, visibly irritated. You women are truly troublesome. How about one of the pure laborers withdraw? I'll compensate them with 2 gold, a fair offer. Wouldn't you agree? None shall withdraw. Baidaba's, are you not affording me any respect? Our families have been acquainted for ages. Let's speak plainly. I cannot betray my word. How dare you insinuate that I am untrustworthy? I'm not. You are. Bai Dabeos and the Wolf Knight, evidently old acquaintances, engaged in a heated exchange, both reddening with indignation. It seemed their quarrel lacked genuine anger. They were simply two individuals valuing their pride, neither willing to concede. What if we added a bit more? A sudden voice interrupted their dispute. They turned in confusion to see Li Wu, who had emerged from behind the bodyguards. What do you mean by adding more? Bai Dabeos regarded him with perplexity. Li Wu flashed a grin at Bai Dabeos, then turned to the Wolf Knight, saying, "Raise the wages, and I shall withdraw immediately." At this, the Wolf Knight chuckled, tilting his head towards Bai Dabeos, then addressed Li Wu. "Let us consider it as you having secured the boss, for gold. Deal." Upon hearing this, Li Wu immediately clapped in agreement, fearing that the Wolf Knight might retract his offer. However, Li Wu's excessive eagerness unexpectedly rendered the Wolf Knight displeased. Although he was not short of money, he felt as though he was overpaying. The Wolf Knight retrieved 4 gold coins to hand to Li Wu, but as his hand reached halfway, it suddenly halted. With wide eyes, he fixated on the top of Li Wu's head and exclaimed, "Level 5, asking for salary? And double?" Before Li Wu could respond, Bai Dabeo, irritated by Li Wu's backstab, interjected, albeit with a hint of annoyance. Friend, mighty bull, what is so remarkable about being level 5? The Wolf Knight retorted with a hint of exasperation, soloing, "White Valkyrie, be quiet." Bai Dabeo, about to extol Li Wu's virtues, was abruptly interrupted by Li Wu, who turned to look at him. Li Wu gestured towards the distance with a smile, remaining silent. Chapter 38. The Rampaging Giant Ape. Bai Daba observed the direction in which Li Wu pointed, quickly pinpointing the target. Junlin Tianxia. Though he had never encountered him in person, the name above him was undeniably conspicuous. Should Junlin Tianxia discover that the invincible Cute Brigade was also present, one could only speculate what chaos might ensue. Li Wu was not particularly fearful of Junlin Tianxia, adorned with a mask. As long as there was no real-world danger, what was there to fear in the game? Furthermore, he doubted that Junlin Tianxia would dare to kill him here, surrounded by level 9 and 10 players. Unless he were a fool, he would never risk turning red. With the impressive gear he possessed, many would surely be eager to seize the opportunity for a profit. However, as long as the toad did not bite, it was best to avoid unnecessary trouble. By inviting him into the group, Bai Daba had clearly acknowledged him. Otherwise, would he be out of his mind to bring a level 5 character to battle a level 10 boss? Bai Daba retracted his introduction of Li Wu and, hands on his hips, addressed the Wolf Knight. The Wolf Knight glanced between Bai Daba and Li Wu with a hint of amusement, opting to forego further banter and tossed 4 gold coins to Li Wu directly. "Bai Daba, don't forget you have a betrothal," the Wolf Knight smirked, arching an eyebrow at him. "Who takes the drunken ramblings of old men seriously?" Bai Daba retorted with a scoff, only to realize, wait, what do you mean by that? "Nothing much. If you don't take it seriously, someone else will. While the main city is still closed, you should make the most of it." "Zhao Xiao, can you please refrain from speaking nonsense?" "What nonsense have I spoken? Did you not just say you acknowledged him?" Li Wu furrowed his brow and interjected calmly, "Bro, let us not drag me into this glitch plot. I prefer to avoid unnecessary complications." Before the Wolf Knight could respond, Bai Daba, resembling a cock fighting for dominance, turned to glare at Li Wu. "Who do you consider a complication? Is your thought process truly this peculiar?" Li Wu pinched his temple, weary of the conversation, and took a step back to stand behind the bodyguard. I was referring to acknowledging his strength." Bai Daba resumed his quarrel with the Wolf Knight. A level 5 has no strength whatsoever. Believe it or not." Bai Daba, disinterested in further engaging with the Wolf Knight, turned to Li Wu and suggested, "Now that you're here, why not join my bodyguard group?" Li Wu glanced at the 7 burly men, pondered briefly, and shook his head. "No need. I intend to take it on myself. I appreciate you bringing me here." Bai Daba's bodyguards were merely level 9, likely specialized in life and defense, and their shields would diminish their attack power by 20. Li Wu was unimpressed by their offensive capabilities. "Surely you didn't plan to go solo from the start and then voluntarily leave the team?" Bai Daba questioned with skepticism. "How could that be? I merely believe the chances of securing the boss are too slim." Li Wu gestured to the throngs of players around them, offering a wry smile. "Look at the number of people here. Even a full team of 20 or 30 would suffice. Not to mention the likelihood of successfully defeating it. Even if we did, the chance of actually looting it would be exceedingly low. It would be wiser to seize the opportunity for a straightforward profit. Then share half of the extra earnings with me. This team is mine, and you are profiting at my expense. Liu exclaimed, her eyes widening as she glared at Baidabeo. After a long sigh, she suggested, let's mutually delete each other. Baidabeo was left speechless. The appointed time soon arrived, and approximately 300 players gathered outside the valley, predominantly level 9 and 10 players. Most were affluent patrons hired for this endeavor, while the remainder were solo players who had come upon the news. Li Wu joined the throng as they ventured into the valley, where a creature resembling a silverback gorilla, towering over 3 meters, roamed about. Although such a height would render it a formidable beast in reality, it paled in comparison to the Silver Wolf King, seeming rather diminutive and unworthy of its name. Nevertheless, none of the players dared to underestimate it, especially after unveiling its true form. Enraged Giant Ape, Boss, level 10 health, 180,000 attack, 1,080 defense, 500 skill 1, Ironclad resilience, damage reduction of 50. Skill 2, Mighty Blow. The enraged giant ape's next 3 attacks will inflict 150 of its attack power as physical damage, ignoring 30 of the target's defense, with a cooldown of 8 seconds. Skill 3, Earthquake Smash. The enraged giant ape raises its fists and strikes the ground, dealing 100 of its attack power as damage to all targets within a 50-meter radius, stunning them for 2 seconds, with a cooldown of 8 seconds. Skill 4, Fury. When the enraged giant ape's health drops below 50, it enters a state of rage, increasing its size by 500, movement speed by 50, attack speed by 50, damage by 50, and reducing skill cooldowns by 50. In this state, it ignores all control effects and taunts. Skill 5, Last Stand. When the enraged giant ape's health falls below 20, it enters a state of feigned death, becoming immobile and unable to attack, while increasing damage reduction to 90. After 1 minute, it restores all health and inflicts 300 of its attack power as physical damage to all targets within a 100-meter radius. Upon reviewing the enraged giant ape's attributes, the players' faces turned pale with dread. It was not merely the high attack power that instilled fear. After all, these players had emerged from the throng of 880 novices in the village, accustomed to the sensations of real pain, which they often treated as mere massages. This was why many had swiftly ascended to level 9 or even 10. Unlike newcomers like Li Wu, who had only recently arrived, these players frequently donned equipment just 1 level lower than the monsters they faced, often losing half their health from a single bite, leaving them somewhat desensitized to the notion of genuine pain. Of course, exceptions existed, such as Baidabeo, who had several bodyguards shielding him. For him, even a single punch could cost his bodyguards their bonuses. The boss's defense was exceedingly high, rendering the player's ordinary attacks largely ineffective. Only skills could inflict damage. Moreover, none of the players were novices. They immediately recognized the sheer horror of the enraged giant ape's 4th skill. This skill ought not to be termed desperate counterattack, but rather either you perish or I shall. If the berserk giant ape is not vanquished within a minute, it is certain that they shall meet their demise under a staggering 300 damage output. The radius of devastation spans nearly 100 meters, threatening to engulf the entire valley, akin to a complete annihilation. Everyone, maintain silence during the strategy session and heed my commands. As the sole individual capable of confronting the berserk giant ape head-on, Hao Jianjun stepped forth without hesitation, and none dared to object. Others remained still, wait for my signal to engage the boss. Chapter 39. Battling against the wind to slay the giant ape. Hao Jianjun shouted loudly, brandishing a shield that shimmered with golden light as he charged forward. A player from the ranks behind him rushed out, trailing closely and summoning a protective barrier around Hao Jianjun. The enraged giant ape was stirred, lunging at Hao Jianjun with its colossal fists coming down ferociously. -854 suddenly, Hao Jianjun's longsword vanished, replaced by a beautifully crafted red potion, which he raised to his lips. This high-grade restorative elixir would replenish 160 health points per second for a duration of 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. A player wielding a staff, maintaining a considerable distance behind Hao Jianjun, waved his instrument, and a golden light descended upon him, restoring over 400 health points. Minus 854,160 minus 597,160. The giant ape's first skill had not yet concluded, and 2 more mighty punches struck Hao Jianjun's shield, sending his lightning shield crashing down. Minus 540,160. The earth-shattering blow. The giant ape's area attack skill had been exhausted, with a cooldown of 8 seconds remaining. Everyone, charge! Following Hao Jianjun's command, nearly all the players surged forward, including Li Wu, true to their status as top players from the 5188 Novice Village. 2 more healing spells landed on Hao Jianjun, successfully restoring his health to a robust level, indicating that there were indeed other healers besides Hao Jianjun's followers. Players unable to withstand the boss's area attacks were managing their timing to evade the skills. Hao Jianjun commanded loudly. -1 minus 720, cut. -1 minus 720, cut. Li Wu's damage output was quite impressive. Apart from him, only a limited number of elite players could inflict triple-digit damage, and even then, it was merely on the lower end of the scale. However, he had only cast a fireball and an ice arrow before retreating to 50 meters away, for he possessed a mere 780 health points and 90 defense. A single earth-shattering blow from the boss could eliminate him instantly. The giant ape's health was dwindling rapidly. As the leading players from the Novice Village, their damage output was undeniably formidable, with no skills dealing single-digit damage, unlike their encounters with the Silver Wolf King, where the numbers were filled with zeros. The boss's health steadily declined, and Hao Jianjun maintained his aggro effectively, with the giant ape's health dropping to half without any casualties. Yet, as the giant ape's vitality fell to 50, the situation abruptly shifted. The 3-meter-tall giant ape let out a thunderous roar, its body swelling like an inflated balloon, quickly transforming into a towering behemoth over 10 meters in height. Its eyes glowed crimson, completely disregarding Hao Jianjun, who was futilely striking at its ankles. With a mighty leap, it landed squarely among the densest cluster of players, raising its fists high and delivering a devastating blow, turning several players into mere motes of light amidst their screams. But that was not the end. The giant ape seemed to possess a cunning intellect, grinning maliciously as it targeted the fragile ranged players, dispatching them one by one with thunderous punches. Everyone scatter. Fragile players, retreat from the attack range. Melee fighters, consume potions to maintain your health. Hao Jianjun commanded loudly, charging forward once more in a bid to regain the giant ape's attention. Regrettably, the enraged boss paid him no heed, leaping about the arena as if in search of something. At that moment, Li Wu had already concealed himself behind a stone in the distance, trembling with fear. As the health of the rampaging giant ape dwindled to 55, Li Wu made his escape, while others remained oblivious. He was acutely aware that the rampaging giant ape was likely on the hunt for him. Having exhausted his mana, he had seized the opportunity to strike a few blows during the cooldown of the ape's area attack, only to be startled by the damage he inflicted, causing him to flee. He was astonished to discover that the poison could indeed inflict cutting damage. With each strike, the giant ape's health plummeted, making it seem as though Hao Jianjun could scarcely contain it. Even as Li Wu retreated, the rampaging giant ape continued to suffer from the cutting damage inflicted every second. Once he had escaped the danger zone, Li Wu glanced at the back end, his heart racing. The poison damage ignored defenses, dealing 23 points per second. After delivering 4 strikes, he had stacked it to 4 layers, inflicting 92 points of damage per second, compounded by the cutting damage from his regular attacks. Within a mere 3 to 4 seconds, he had depleted nearly 6,000 health points from the rampaging giant ape, not accounting for the subsequent 4 seconds of ongoing poison and cutting damage. His notoriety had surely risen. Li Wu retreated further, eventually taking refuge behind a large boulder at the mouth of the valley, observing quietly. His suspicion proved correct. The enraged boss disregarded Hao Jianjun's taunts and immediately sought out the player who had inflicted the most pain upon it. Unfortunately for Li Wu, he had already fled, leaving the boss to pursue other players who posed a significant threat. In its frenzied state, the rampaging giant ape unleashed a group attack every 4 seconds. And Li Wu had no intention of re-entering the fray, choosing instead to wait for the ape's health to drop to 20, at which point it would enter a state of feigned death. Indeed, the rampaging giant ape was fearsome, with a substantial number of players eliminated. Its health finally dwindled to 20. Upon reaching this threshold, the giant ape's massive form shrank instantaneously, curling up on the ground, clutching its head and remaining motionless. Quick, unleash your attacks. In truth, there was no need for Hao Jianjun to remind them. The remaining players, numbering in the dozens, fervently began their assault. Alas, at this stage, the rampaging giant ape possessed a staggering 90 damage reduction, resulting in most attacks dealing only single-digit damage, while a few surviving veterans managed to inflict a mere 20 or 30 points. With 36,000 health points remaining, defeating it within a minute appeared impossible. 20 seconds elapsed, and the boss's health stood at 15. Some players, feeling certain of failure, opted to withdraw entirely. At the 30-second mark, with the boss's health at 13, Hao Jianjun reluctantly called for a retreat. Meanwhile, Li Wu had just made his way from the valley's mouth to the vicinity of the boss. He had concealed himself far too well, taking half a minute to reach it. Unable to defeat it, he resolved to retreat from the valley, planning to regroup and attempt once more. As a retreating by Dababo spotted Li Wu charging toward the rampaging giant ape, he hastily signaled for him to withdraw. Li Wu, however, paid him no mind and sprinted toward the boss with fervor. The retreating players dashed out of the valley, some mockingly calling him a fool. Just as Dababo exited the valley, he glanced back and saw Li Wu desperately hacking at the boss, letting out a quiet sigh. Even disregarding the defenses, how could one possibly vanquish the boss alone? The surviving players fled the valley, while a few who had managed to escape gathered to analyze their failures, intending to retry their assault when the players who had perished returned. At that moment, one player seemed to have received some sort of message, and then an explosion ensued. Why did the system notify me that I inflicted damage upon the raging giant ape, rewarding me with 1,000 experience points and 5 prestige points? What? Everyone quickly glanced at their own system notifications, their expressions shifting dramatically. Some, quick on the uptake, rushed back towards the valley, prompting the others to follow suit. The raging giant ape had vanished, and the scattered copper coins on the ground served as a grim reminder of the occurrence. The boss had been slain, but where were the players? Chapter 40. Platinum Equipment. A prominent voice echoed throughout the village. Who has slain the rampaging giant ape? We have all fought tirelessly, yet you alone have reaped the rewards. Shouldn't an explanation be provided? The remark, made by Junlin Tianxia, was regrettably disregarded by Li Wu, who was preoccupied with tallying the spoils of this encounter. The rampaging giant ape had dropped a return stone, which Li Wu promptly utilized. Return stone, bound as the name suggests, cooldown time, 1 hour. In truth, even without the return stone, he was unperturbed by the prospect of being ambushed. He had ample time to auction off the most valuable items, and even if he were to be slain, he would not lose them. Moreover, it was unlikely that anyone would risk their reputation to attack him, particularly someone as bothersome as Junlin Tianxia. First, he reviewed the system messages. Ding! Congratulations! You have defeated the rampaging giant ape. Experience gained, 50,000 points. Level 5 and above kill reward, 100 experience, 50,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 6. Ding! Congratulations, you have achieved the second kill of the rampaging giant ape in the entire server, earning 2,000 reputation points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully slain a level 10 boss, talent level 1. Ding! Congratulations, your cutting talent has advanced to level 4. Having secured a second kill of a boss, Li Wu felt immense satisfaction. His instincts informed him that reputation must be a valuable asset. The experience gained from soloing a boss was exhilarating. The boss itself awarded 50,000 experience, And with the additional bonus for surpassing level 5, he had gained another 50,000 experience. Not only had he ascended to level 6, but he was also on the brink of reaching level 7. Next, he examined the spoils dropped by the rampaging giant ape. The return stone had bound itself upon collection. But what truly captivated Li Wu's attention was a weapon. Giant ape fingerbone, platinum, offhand weapon spell attack power, 180 constitution, 30 intelligence, 30 spirit, 30 equipped skill, arcane impact, releases a magical orb at the target, dealing 80 spell damage and stunning the target for 5 seconds, cooldown time, 10 seconds. Equipment rating, 90 platinum equipment, akin to golden equipment, enhances 3 attributes. Yet the values it bestows are formidable. It remains uncertain whether the skill associated with this equipment is a standard feature for all platinum items or if it is exclusive to offhand weapons. This was the first time he encountered equipment without a level requirement, and the meaning of the equipment rating eluded him. Li Wu instinctively pondered whether equipment beyond level 10 would no longer necessitate a level requirement for wear. However, the crux of the matter was that this item was platinum equipment, and it was his first offhand weapon, aside from shields. Players typically could only equip one weapon. If a shield was equipped as the offhand, it would diminish attack power, and the shield's attributes would not contribute to the character's stats. Players speculated in forums that only classes such as shield warriors could truly harness the potential of shields. Li Wu attempted to equip the giant ape fingerbone, and was astonished to find that he could indeed don it, directly augmenting his attributes with those of the giant ape fingerbone. Was fortune finally smiling upon him? Whoever wields this secondary weapon instantly possesses one more piece of equipment than those who do not, and it is a significant item, second only in attributes to weapons and armor. Moreover, it grants an additional control skill. The value of this item sends shivers down Li Wu's spine upon contemplation. With this platinum-grade secondary weapon, her excitement for another platinum-grade pair of shoes diminished considerably. Great Ape Bone Boots, Platinum, Health 2, 88 Stamina, 28 Strength, 28 Agility, 28 Movement Speed, increased by 22 Equipment Rating. 84 The boots are fairly standard, boasting high stats across the board, with the movement speed being particularly enticing, offering a 22 increase. Wearing them, she need no longer fear being chased relentlessly by wild creatures. Li Wu also attempted to equip them, and indeed, they were successfully donned. In addition to these 2 platinum-grade items, the rampaging Great Ape dropped 2 pieces of level 10 gold equipment and 2 pieces of level 10 silver equipment. Having witnessed the splendor of platinum gear, Li Wu's regard for gold equipment plummeted instantaneously. It was not arrogance. Level 10 gold gear, regardless of its attributes, was beyond her current capability, as it was all auction house merchandise, where value was ultimately measured in gold coins. The 2 gold-level items presented no surprises. One was standard physical gear, and the other standard magical gear, which Li Wu merely glanced at before passing them over. As for the 2 silver items, seeing that their attributes suited her, she decided to keep them. In the near term, the likelihood of level 10 equipment depreciating was minimal. Selling now and repurchasing later would only waste transaction fees. Hence, it was wiser to retain them. Beyond the equipment, the rampaging Great Ape also yielded 5 pieces of purple gold ore. The monetary gain amounted to 8 gold and 12 silver, along with a heap of small change that she had yet to collect. Regrettably, there were no skill books. Li Wu gazed at the Great Ape fingerbone in her possession, hesitating to list it in the auction house, instead opening her friend list. Baitibo's avatar had been flashing for quite some time. Li Wu knew without checking that he was inquiring about any good items. How about the Great Ape Fingerbone, Platinum, and Great Ape Bone Chain, Gold? As soon as she sent the equipment details, a reply came swiftly. I want it. I want it. Have you seen the attributes? And you're just shouting that you want it? I'm looking at it now. Li Wu shook her head with a wry smile, realizing that fortunes varied among individuals. When would she be able to demand items without scrutinizing attributes or prices first? Perhaps once she save enough for group expenses in 80 years. I'll take both of these. Don't list them in the auction house. I'll transfer you the funds. 500,000 for the fingerbone and 40,000 for the necklace. totaling 600,000, with an additional 60,000 as a token of appreciation for prioritizing me. Li Wu did not haggle and accepted Bai Dabao's offer without hesitation. The Great Ape Fingerbone, despite its merits, was merely transitional gear for beginners, and 500,000 was likely already a premium price. The added 60,000 tip further alleviated the 10 transaction tax and 5 withdrawal fee. Bai Dabao's had just departed from the Great Ape Valley, and it would take him an hour to return. Anxious that Li Wu might sell the items to another, he insisted on transferring the funds immediately. Upon providing her bank account number, the 600,000 cash was instantly credited. Li Wu contemplated for a moment before sending the information regarding another golden bracelet from the physics department. He requested that the Wolf Knight take a moment to review it, as a token of gratitude for his wages. While he awaited a response from Bai Daba, he received a notification of a deposit of 50,000 into his bank account. After completing the transaction, he remarked that he hoped to be remembered when something good came along in the future. Upon seeing this response, Li Wu couldn't help but envy the situation, wondering when he might also experience the thrill of affluent individuals purchasing without haggling, even offering extra. After storing the equipment in his warehouse, Li Wu glanced at the platinum boots adorning his feet and suddenly felt compelled to see what the final boss of the novice village looked like. Although the boots suited him perfectly, he had no intention of keeping them. He refrained from passing them to Bai Daba or the Wolf Knight simply to take advantage of their use while he could. With a remarkable increase of 22 in movement speed, ordinary monsters could not keep pace with him, and even the bosses would require acceleration skills to catch up. As long as he exercised caution, Li Wu was confident he could traverse the area populated by level 10 monsters. If he waited until the boots were sold, he would miss his opportunity. Resolved, Li Wu made his way to the western side of the village, noting the coordinates of the boss disclosed by players on the forum, and subsequently marked it on the novice village map. He selected the most direct route, setting forth towards the final boss of the novice village, the Hellhound. Chapter 41. Yet another bug encounter. Li Wu gazed at the colossal stone gate in the distance, behind which lurked a three-headed hound, its eyes gleaming with an insatiable thirst for riches. The prospect of claiming the first kill of the Hellhound was tantalizing. One could only imagine the bountiful rewards that awaited. Surely, a platinum-grade primary weapon would be among the spoils, would it not? The more Li Wu contemplated, the more covetous he became. Yet he remained uncertain about how to engage the formidable beast that lay dormant in the entrance. Hellhound, boss, health, 200,000 physical attack, 100 magical attack, 100 defense, 500 skills, fireball, inferno, ice arrow, ice howl, dark energy sphere, sea of corruption, trinity. Details of the skills will not be elaborated further to avoid redundancy, lest the narrative be diluted by an enumeration of the 6 abilities. The skills were quite straightforward. Each of the Hellhound's heads possessed 1 single target skill and 1 area of effect skill. There have been players who shared videos of their strategies against the Hellhound on forums, revealing that it remained steadfastly within the confines of the gate, casting its abilities outward without ever moving. Thus, defeating it was not overly challenging, provided there were enough players to wear it down. The reason for its elusiveness lay in its final skill, Trinity. The meaning of Trinity was somewhat nebulous, but it became clear when one considered it to represent 3 lives. Each head of the Hellhound symbolized a life. Upon the first health depletion, the fire-headed visage would vanish, simultaneously losing 2 of its fire-based abilities. Yet its health would be instantly restored to full, with a subsequent increase in damage by 30. Upon the second depletion, the ice-headed visage would disappear, forfeiting 2 ice-based skills, again returning to full health, with damage rising an additional 30. The forum video had concluded at the point when the Hellhound was down to its 3rd life. With a 60 increase in damage, the Hellhound became an insurmountable challenge, especially considering the Sea of Corruption skill, which enveloped the area in a thick black fog, inflicting 10 health loss per second while rendering all healing efforts futile. The forum contributor speculated that 1,000 players, each at least level 10 and equipped with a full set of silver gear of at least level 9, would be necessary to have any chance of conquering this beast. Messages from Baidaba continued to urge him to hurry, prompting Li Wu to reply with a request for patience as he pondered further. The hellhound would not emerge from its lair, but could he perhaps maneuver the angle of view at the entrance? However, the massive door was situated in a lengthy, wide corridor, and with the expansive view afforded by the stone gate, any approach along the edge would inevitably lead him into the hellhound's territorial awareness. How could he safely reach the vicinity of the gate? Li Wu raised his eyes to survey the valley's flanks and retrieved a pickaxe from his backpack. He resolved to traverse the mountains. Li Wu maneuvered around the valley and began to ascend from the opposite side, using the pickaxe to carve footholds where none existed. After laboring for over half an hour, he finally reached the summit. Finding a vantage point that the hellhound could not see, he gradually made his descent. Just as Li Wu was about to touch the ground, he heard the resounding roar of the hellhound, clearly indicating he had breached its alert zone. Upon arriving beside the stone gate, Li Wu cautiously advanced, then selected a vantage point from which to hurl a stone at the opposing pillar. The ferocious growl of the hellhound echoed persistently, yet the sound of the stone rebounding off the ground was still audible. Clearly, it had not struck the hellhound. Li Wu carefully edged forward once more, the beast's labored breathing seemingly resonating in his ear. He cast another stone, and this time, the sound was gratifyingly accurate. Although the angle obscured his view of the boss and the damage numbers, the hellhound's cry distinctly altered. Could this truly be working? Li Wu couldn't suppress a chuckle. His cutting damage had now reached 0.5, with every stone inflicting a loss of 1,000 health points upon the hellhound. After being struck several times, the enraged creature unleashed a torrent of flames towards the entrance, igniting half the valley in a blaze. The intense heat scorched his face, and Li Wu was astonished to find his health gradually diminishing. Fortunately, the loss was not rapid. He quickly tilted his head back to consume a health potion, narrowly avoiding becoming roasted. The inferno persisted for 10 seconds before transforming into a howling blizzard. Regrettably, due to his position, Li Wu suffered no damage this time. As the storm subsided, it morphed into a thick black smoke. This time, Li Wu could no longer withstand it. The black mist was likely the sea of corruption, and though he was not directly facing it, the noxious vapor began to spread. Just a mere touch caused a 5 reduction in his health. Startled, Li Wu hastily retreated to the farthest corner of the valley, where the smoke ceased to spread, leaving him with only 15 of his health remaining. Thank goodness for his swift escape. Otherwise, he might have perished. After the mist dissipated, he returned to his previous position to continue throwing stones. The hellhound's attacks were limited. As long as he avoided the sea of corruption, it posed no threat to Li Wu, while he reveled in his stone throwing. Players from the neighboring 9527 beginner village were also engaging the hellhound, seemingly with greater ease. Outside the valley, a cluster of players peeked in, their faces alight with uncontrollable excitement. What is our leader thinking? Who would conceive of such a strategy? Indeed, who could have imagined that the hellhound not only could not emerge, but also could not turn back, effectively rendering it a living target? Merely thinking about it was insufficient. Without strength, one could not withstand the boss's attacks to reach its rear. Only the leader possessed such power. This time, the leader would surely gain fame. The first kill of the hellhound would undoubtedly be announced throughout the server, much like that of the rampaging giant ape. Look quickly. Following the sea of corruption, the ice roar is imminent. The fire-based head must have been vanquished by our leader. In beginner village number 1133, over 1,000 players descended upon the valley where the hellhound resided, led by a man in his 60s. Those participating in the strategy against the hellhound were promised a reward of 500 for participation, with a successful endeavor yielding 5,000 each. The 100 most proactive participants would be granted direct entry into the Baida group. The elderly man exuded no semblance of a tyrannical presence associated with a long-held position of power. Rather, his unadorned words stirred the emotions of the entire crowd of 1,000. The sum of 5,000 coins, neither excessive nor insufficient, equated to an ordinary person's monthly wage. Yet the prospect of earning such a reward from defeating a boss was undeniably enticing. However, it was not merely the 5,000 coins that ignited excitement. but also the promise of direct entry into the Baida Group, a prestigious company among China's top 100 enterprises. Even standing at the entrance of such an esteemed organization was far more appealing than the typical white-collar position in an average company. The elderly man waved his hand, prompting the throng of eager players behind him to rush into the valley with fervor. Li Wu, oblivious to the happenings in other novice villages, mechanically continued his repetitive action of throwing stones. The three-headed hellhound had not employed its fire-based skills for a considerable time, suggesting that its first life had likely long since been extinguished. Chapter 42. The first kill of the hellhound. Unbeknownst to him, the ice roar had vanished, leaving behind only a thick, black mist that lingered for mere seconds. Li Wu grew increasingly cautious, hurling a few stones before retreating, for the boss's damage had escalated. Just a momentary lapse had reduced his health to a mere 10 upon reaching the corner, a hair's breadth from ruin. As he cast a final stone, a fresh wave of black mist erupted at the entrance, and Li Wu's countenance darkened with despair. The 800 stones he had meticulously prepared had failed to vanquish the boss. This was inconceivable. The cutting damage amounted to 0, 5 of the target's health, implying that 200 strikes would claim a life from the hellhound, and 600 would extinguish 3 lives. The hellhound possessed no healing or life-steal abilities. It could only rely on its natural regeneration. Surely, with an additional 200 stones, it ought to have perished. Why did it still draw breath? Li Wu cowered in the corner, eyes ablaze with frustration. The hellhound's survival could only be attributed to one of 2 possibilities. It might possess a 4th life, or Li Wu's stones were not consistently accurate. After all, with 800 throws, some misfires were inevitable. Regardless of which scenario held true, the boss's health could not be substantial. Should he return to purchase more stones and attempt the endeavor anew? Or should he gamble on a final assault? The thought of traversing the mountain for over an hour to return weighed heavily on him, prompting Li Wu to resolve to take a chance. An opportunity existed solely during the hellhound's use of the corrosive sea. The corrosive sea was a sustained ability, precluding the use of other skills during its activation. It was akin to the hellhound having but one head left to expel mist. Thus, it lacked the capacity to unleash dark energy spheres. The corrosive sea inflicted percentage-based damage, dealing 10 health loss each second in the 3rd phase. Therefore, theoretically, if the boss could be slain within 10 seconds, Li Wu would emerge victorious. Otherwise, he would perish after just one. Removing his platinum boots and casting them into the auction house, Li Wu fixed his gaze upon the stone door. As the black mist surged forth, he dashed in barefoot. It was a fight to the death. There was no time to monitor the boss's health. He charged in, swinging his weapon relentlessly. -1, -23, poison damage, -1,000, cutting damage, -1, -46, poison, -1,000, cutting. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully slain the hellhound boss, earning 50,000 experience points, and an 80 kill reward for surpassing level 4. Granting an additional 40,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 7. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 8. Ding! Congratulations, your talent level has increased to 5. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the first kill of the hellhound server-wide, earning 3,000 reputation points and a server-wide announcement. Server announcement. Congratulations to the team led by the player Invincible Cute Group for being the first to slay the level 10 boss, Hellhound, earning a reputation reward of 3,000 in the Huaxia server. The series of 3 consecutive server announcements left all players in a state of bewilderment. In the beginner village of 9,527, outside the valley where the fearsome 3-headed Hellhound resides, a group of players could not contain their excitement upon seeing the server-wide announcement, jumping up in delight. However, their enthusiasm turned to confusion when they discerned the leading team of the Invincible and Adorable Guild. Wait, has the guild leader formed a team with a female member? Has he entrusted the captaincy to her? Is it possible that the leader wishes to retreat from the limelight? What fame could possibly be gained? The Hellhound continues to unleash its icy roars. The first kill was claimed by another village, a young man furiously striking the Hellhound's rear. reacted to the server announcement with a slight flicker of surprise in his eyes, yet his expression remained largely unchanged, and his sword did not falter. In the 1133 beginner village, an elder glanced at the server announcement, then turned to observe the scattered remnants of players caught in the icy tempest within the valley. His brow furrowed slightly. Summoning a woman with her hair elegantly styled atop her head, he instructed her to investigate the whereabouts of the invincible and adorable guild, as well as the previous team that had battled against the world, and see if they could entice them to join. Understood, she replied with a slight bow. Please have the personnel department compile a list of beginner villages with our players and monitor the high-level players in each village. If any exhibit exceptional talent, make contact with them. Very well, the elder sighed, casting a weary glance at the obliterated players within the valley, lamenting, alas, humble chickens and dogs shall never ascend to greatness. After successfully slaying the hellhound, Li Wu swiftly collected the drops and proceeded to the auction house. The platinum shoes had only been listed for about 10 seconds when the bidding price rose to a mere 2 gold and 30 silver. Li Wu decisively withdrew the item, incurring a penalty of 2 silver and 30 copper. I wonder who was so quick to outbid me, costing me an extra 20 coins, Li Wu muttered in dissatisfaction, while simultaneously gathering the coins and examining the loot. As expected, the first kill boasted astonishing drop rates. The hellhound yielded 7 pieces of equipment in one go, 2 platinum, 3 gold, and 2 silver. Magic dog, eye staff, platinum, magical attack, 338 intelligence, 32 spirit, 32 stamina, 32 equipped skill. Ice roar, unleashes a snowstorm to attack a designated area, dealing 160 magical attack damage, with an area of effect of 4mx4m, capable of simultaneously targeting up to 8 enemies, with a cooldown of 3 seconds. Equipment rating, 96, Magic Dog Fire Fong. Platinum, physical attack, 360, strength 32, stamina 32, agility 32, equipped skill, Fireblade. The sword is imbued with a fire spirit, allowing the next attack to inflict 210 physical damage on the target, with a cooldown of 8 seconds. Equipment rating, 96, Demon Hound Leather Armor. Gold, Health 1088, Defense 108, Stamina 22, Strength 22, Agility 22, Equipment rating 66, Demon Hound Necklace. Gold, Magic Attack 28, Intelligence 18, Spirit 18, Agility 18, Equipment rating 54, Demon Hound Ring. Gold, Physical Attack 36, Strength 18, Vitality 18, Agility 18, Equipment rating 54. Li Wu has now expanded. Having merely glanced at the silver equipment requiring level 10, he felt disinclined to pursue it further. His primary focus remained on 2 pieces of platinum and 3 pieces of gold equipment. The acquisition of 2 platinum weapons was something Li Wu had never imagined. Indeed, the first kill across the server yielded an astonishing drop rate, possibly uncovering the finest treasures the boss had to offer. The 3 pieces of gold equipment validated Li Wu's earlier thoughts, as none imposed level requirements, only equipment ratings. As anticipated, items above level 10 did not necessitate a wearing level, and there were even no occupational prerequisites. It remained uncertain whether any changes would manifest upon entering the main city. Beyond the equipment, the Hellhound had also yielded 5 pieces of purple gold ore and a dark, unremarkable token. Abyssal token, capable of unlocking the gates to the abyss. Li Wu gazed at the abyssal token in his hand, momentarily lost in contemplation. But soon his thoughts turned towards the deeply shadowed passage behind the stone door. The Hellhound, often referred to as the Gatekeeper, surely could not be limited to guarding merely this stone entrance, could it? Chapter 43. Activating the Abyssal Passage dungeon, ignoring the incessant notifications from his friend list, Li Wu ventured deeper into the passage. In no time at all, he reached its end, where a black luminescent barrier stood before him. A square stone pillar emerged from the adjacent wall, featuring a hollowed-out shape precisely fitting for a token. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Wu placed the abyssal token into the recess. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully activated the abyssal altar, earning 3,000 reputation points. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player Invincible Cute team for successfully activating the abyssal altar and opening the abyssal passage dungeon, earning 3,000 reputation points. The Abyssal Passage dungeon is activated. After defeating the Hellhound, players at level 10 or above may enter at any time within 24 hours. The dungeon can accommodate a maximum of 10 players simultaneously. Note, there is no penalty for death within the dungeon. Fame can be a double-edged sword, and this server-wide announcement offered no option for anonymity. In less than 2 minutes, another broadcast echoed through the server, and beneath his mask, Li Wu wore a weary expression. Surely, all players across the Huaxia server were now speculating that he had become quite affluent. At least, that's what his friend Bai Daba believed, as he had sent several messages already. Li Wu reached out to touch the black luminescent barrier, only to be met with the system's cold. Indifferent response indicating that his level was insufficient, advising him to practice before returning. So be it. Li Wu obediently used a return stone to teleport back to the novice village. His first priority was to contact his beloved benefactors. If he failed to respond, Bai Daba might not resort to reporting him, but he would certainly berate him through the public channels. After retrieving the pre-sold equipment from his storage, he sought out Bai Daba and initiated a trade. Without even glancing at the items, Bai Daba's eyes gleamed with fervor as he eagerly inquired, "Invincible cute team. What did the Hellhound drop? Is there anything I can use?" Li Wu refrained from unnecessary chatter and placed the demonic ice staff, platinum, demonic necklace, gold, and a level 10 silver helmet into the trading interface. Bai Daba's jaw dropped wider as he gazed at the 3 items displayed. After a prolonged silence, Bai Daba finally spoke, "I really can't set a price. Since you defeated the Hellhound, who knows when the main city will open? Once it does, I cannot guarantee that this weapon won't skyrocket in value. Anyway, my experience is maxed out. I don't have such high demands for gear at the moment. Perhaps you should hold on to it for now. I can take the necklace and the silver helmet immediately." Hearing Bai Daba's words, Li Wu fell into a brief contemplation. This was a scenario he hadn't anticipated. If the main city were to open soon, that weapon could become highly sought after, considering the player count on the server far outstripped that of the village. Of course, this was merely a possibility. The official website had provided no information regarding the main city, and who could say whether platinum items would flood the market? Moreover, with the sudden emergence of the Abyssal Passage dungeon, which might yield exceptional gear, it was entirely plausible that platinum equipment could unexpectedly depreciate in value. Ultimately, it all hinged on Blue Star Online. With a mandatory player base, it was evident that there was profound significance behind these developments, yet without any official explanation. Public sentiment remained restless. Initially, in the interest of public safety, the mere act of sealing off a community and donning a mask sparked a multitude of complications. Presently, the circumstances remain uncertain. This is merely a reflection of the domestic scenario. Abroad, the simple act of wearing a mask has incited protests involving hundreds of thousands. Due to Blue Star Online, it has come to light that a significant number of individuals are grappling with mental health issues, prompting numerous experts to advocate for the cessation or restriction of the game. Although such posts are swiftly deleted, they are soon replaced by new ones. The government's mandate on gaming is met with exuberance by the youth. Yet to those who have established families and bear responsibilities, it appears utterly ludicrous. We do not reside in an archaic feudal era. How can one quell the clamor of the masses? Li Wu, fully aware that money in hand is truly one's own, pondered and chuckled. Who can predict the future with such precision? Why not propose a price? The integrity of the white heroine remains unquestionable. Are you attempting to elevate my worth with mere words? Bai Daba rolled his eyes and, after a moment of contemplation, bit his lip and murmured, "The weapon is 800,000, the necklace 50,000, and the silver helmet is merely a supplementary item. Why must you pressure me? Deal. Wait, did I offer too much? What does it matter? A mere 180,000 is nothing to boss by." With a sigh of relief, Bai Daba promptly transferred the funds to Li Wu. "Thank you, boss." Li Wu did not hesitate and immediately bestowed the equipment upon Bai Daba. "Do you possess any physical gear? That Wolf Knight fellow has been unable to add you as a friend and has bombarded me with 800 messages." Upon hearing Bai Daba's inquiry regarding physical equipment, Li Wu felt a newfound disdain for gold coins. The attributes of the demonic hound's fiery fang are exceptionally impressive, boasting a base attack of 360 along with 32 points in strength, resulting in an astounding attack power of 424. Not to mention an additional 32 points in stamina and agility. This single piece of equipment nearly surpasses two of his own. Furthermore, it features the Fireblade skill, delivering 210 damage alongside considerable attack power. Aside from a select few elites who could withstand such an onslaught, most significantly, this equipment has no level restrictions, allowing him to equip it immediately. After much deliberation, Li Wu sighed, ultimately abandoning his initial thoughts. 800,000 that some could purchase 2 homes in their small county. The mere thought of carrying 2 houses throughout the game was unfathomable. Moreover, his boss hunts did not rely on attack power, as he had the spicy little turret for leveling. Why would he wield such valuable equipment to test the greed of other players? Sell it. Once sold, I will not need to worry about the guild's medicinal expenses for a decade. That golden attire could be a luxury I keep for myself. Next time, I shall wear it myself. Li Wu sent the attributes of the demonic hound's fiery fang to Bai Daba, then grimaced and declared, 900,000. Not a single penny less. Upon realizing that the demonic hound's fiery fang required no level, Bai Daba understood why Li Wu was so adamant. With a smirk, he replied, I'll reach out to him. In less than a minute, Li Wu received a notification of a bank transfer, the amount being 1,000,000. Ha! Can such a lethal artifact be offered at a discount? I generously added an extra 100,000. After all, he is a fool with plenty of money. The valiant heroine displays her unwavering loyalty. I happen to possess a golden level ring. Would you assist me in selling it? Bai Daba rolled his eyes, but ultimately helped sell the unranked golden ring to the Wolf Knight. Unlike weapons, the ring lacked allure, and the Wolf Knight was only willing to part with 58,000. Li Wu let out a sigh, feeling an immense weight lift off his shoulders. The burden of the medical expenses loomed over him like a formidable mountain, and he could finally breathe a little easier. Over the past few days, he had earned 3.02 million in cash through Blue Star Online, and with a dozen gold still unaccounted for in his backpack. He was unlikely to worry about medical bills for the next decade. Once the transaction was complete, Bai Daba confirmed the dungeon location with Li Wu and set off to assemble a team, aiming for the first completion of the dungeon. Noticing that he had reached level 8 while still clad in level 4 gear, Li Wu decided to retrieve 2 pieces of level 5 golden equipment, albeit with suboptimal stats, along with 3 level 5 silver accessories from his warehouse. In comparison to level 8 silver gear, the 5-level equipment suddenly appeared less desirable. Despite the misaligned attributes, level 5 gold was still significantly superior to level 5 silver. He had not anticipated such a sudden elevation to level 8, leaving his equipment seemingly redundant. He hastily threw the gear into the auction house and planned to purchase a complete set of level 8 silver equipment from the trading post. However, upon glancing at the prices for level 8 silver gear, a tremor of apprehension coursed through Li Wu. Chapter 44. Regrettably, though many players have already reached level 10, the price of level 8 equipment remains remarkably stable. Just a few days ago, the set of level 8 silver armor that Bai Daba sold for 28 gold, combined with the silver dual pistols, totaled 30 gold. Now, in his quest for a comparable set, he finds himself confronted with prices exceeding 20 gold. His rapid ascension to a mainstream level is quite surprising. What kind of family can afford to spend over 20,000 on gear that will soon be obsolete? Without suitable equipment, he would have to downgrade and grind monsters. Given that he has inadvertently caught up with mainstream players, Li Wu naturally wishes to pursue the top-tier players. If the main city suddenly opens up and they venture into a new map to hunt bosses, it would be absurd for him, equipped only with cutting talents, to still be struggling in the novice village. After much contemplation, Li Wu succumbed to impulse and purchased a complete set of level 8 silver equipment, excluding the clothing and shoes. Unfortunately, he could not acquire a decent weapon. Weapons are always in high demand. The level 8 silver weapons in the auction house were either lacking in attack power or had misallocated attribute points, leaving no suitable options. However, there was a golden weapon, Silver Wolf's Fang, up for auction, presumably discarded by the Wolf Knights, but its price had already soared to 100 gold. Golden weapons come with a built-in skill. Unlike silver weapons, though envious, Li Wu ultimately settled for a silver longsword that enhances spirit. Despite the inadequacy of the weapon, the golden armor he reserved for himself proved to be quite formidable. The super-level 10 golden demonic hound leather armor was overwhelmingly powerful, adding 1088 health points and 108 defense points. At this moment, when Li Wu donned the remaining level 8 silver equipment, he transformed into a veritable tank. Name: Invincible Cute Squad Health, 2088 Defense, 258 Attack, 342. Upon seeing these attributes, Li Wu felt a swell of confidence and made his way to Wild Boar Ridge. He wondered what that spicy rabbit girl was up to. After being released from prison, she had not logged in. Steel-toothed Wild Boar, level 8 health, 2800 attack, 240 defense, 120 skills. Charge. Instantly rushes towards the target, dealing 130 physical damage and stunning the target for 1 second. With a cooldown of 8 seconds. Bite. Inflicts 150 physical damage on the target, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Upon glancing at the attributes of the steel-toothed wild boar, Li Wu couldn't help but chuckle. Although the boar had 2 skills, its normal attacks did not breach his defenses. Spotting a lone steel-toothed wild boar, he charged forward. But the boar initiated a charge, pinning him momentarily. Minus 54, stunned. Minus 102, it was hardly painful. Neither of the boar's skills dealt more than 10 of Li Wu's health. Indifferent to the damage, once the stun wore off, he retaliated and stunned the steel-toothed wild boar in turn. Minus 293, stunned. Minus 34, poison. Minus 16, cutting. Li Wu and the steel-toothed wild boar exchanged blows for 6 rounds, easily securing victory while sustaining less than 200 points of health loss. With nearly 2088 points of health, he feels invincible, able to face any challenge. Alas, his attack power is somewhat lacking. Had he possessed a formidable weapon, he could easily tackle level 9 or 10 monsters. It is no wonder that the price of the level 6 golden weapons remains robust. While their attack power does not significantly surpass that of level 8 silver weapons, the accompanying skills are undeniably enticing. Should he wield the Silver Wolf's Fang, which enhances both attack and lifesteal, he would be able to conquer monsters of higher levels without pause for rest. Li Wu finds himself reminiscing about the spicy rabbit head. Without this little turret, his efficiency in monster hunting is noticeably diminished. He wonders when the girl will log in again, although she is only level 5. If she were to equip herself with a full set of level 5 silver gear, her damage output might rival his own at level 8. As school hours approached, Li Wu logged off after a brief session. It was Friday, and the kindergarten would be closed over the weekend. He needed to ponder how best to care for Tuan Tuan. Previously, during weekends, he had taken Tuan Tuan along to work, but now that he was free from employment, it felt inconvenient. Entrusting Tuan Tuan to someone else filled him with unease, and he had no one else to turn to, especially since the national mandate to play games had drastically reduced the number of available individuals. Still waiting by the kindergarten gate, he did not leave immediately after picking up Tuan Tuan. Instead, he engaged her in some playful games at the entrance. Once all the children had been collected, Li Wu sought out Teacher Lei Lei, who was busy disinfecting the classroom. Teacher Lei Lei, originally named Sun Lei, looked at Li Wu with surprise. "Are you asking me to work part-time at your home this weekend?" Li Wu nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Yes. It may be a bit presumptuous, but you're the only one I can trust to look after Tuan Tuan." Sun Lei gently ruffled Tuan Tuan's little head, gazing apologetically at Li Wu. "I'm sorry, Tuan Tuan's uncle, but my daughter just turned 2. Over the weekend. I must care for her and also catch up on game time. My husband needs to do the same. Even if we alternate, our schedules are quite tight, and I truly cannot spare the time." "That's all right. I apologize for the inconvenience," Li Wu replied, feeling a twinge of disappointment. He hadn't anticipated that Teacher Lei Lei was married and had a 2-year-old child, having earned 3 million in just a few days. Li Wu's thoughts began to stir with possibility. Tuan Tuan was only 3 years old, and as a capable man, he could manage her care, but in 2 years, it would become increasingly difficult. With money in his account and Teacher Lei Lei fond of Tuan Tuan, he couldn't help but entertain certain thoughts. Unfortunately, He would have to visit the domestic services center tomorrow to see if he could hire a suitable nanny or childcare specialist. After lulling Tuan Tuan asleep that night, Li Wu succumbed to slumber himself. He had initially intended to attempt a midnight raid on the Electric Zombie King and Silver Wolf King, but overslept, awakening at 2 in the morning. Upon logging in, Li Wu immediately checked his friend list, a smile gracing his face. The little turret had finally come online. He sent a voice message to the Spicy Rabbit Head, inquiring, "Why weren't you online during the day?" The Spicy Rabbit Head returned swiftly, her tone laced with a sense of grievance. "Don't mention it. I was just released from the detention center, and my mother sent me straight to school without even allowing me a bath." "Ah, indeed, you still have school. But why are you playing so late? We have a break tomorrow and the day after. We are currently alleviating the workload, so there is no homework. And we don't have classes on Saturdays anymore." The Spicy Rabbit Head's tone brimmed with exuberance, marking her first endorsement of national policy. "That's splendid. Your red name must have vanished, right? Nothing untoward happened, I hope." When the two logged off yesterday, the Spicy Rabbit Head's red name had still not expired. They had initially agreed to log on together at noon, but the young girl had to forego the appointment due to school. There was a bit of an incident. It seems the Spicy Rabbit Head was indeed unfortunate. She was merely 10 minutes away from her name turning white when, unexpectedly, another player logged in just ahead. Seeing that player at level 9, the Spicy Rabbit Head, eager not to be noticed, took off running. Unfortunately, she ventured too far and inadvertently stumbled into a level 5 monster zone, inadvertently attracting the attention of 3 creatures. In a flurry, she was overwhelmed and met her demise. Not only did she lose 2 pieces of equipment, but due to her red name status, she was immediately apprehended by the guarding NPC upon resurrection and confined to prison for 2 hours. Poor child. Li Wu, upon hearing this, was left speechless. After picking up the Spicy Rabbit Head, she returned to Wild Boar Ridge. Chapter 45. Buy one get one free after equipping the 5-star silver set. Even though Spicy Rabbit Head was 3 levels lower than Li Wu, the damage output remained astonishingly high. The two of them could almost grind endlessly, and even if they accidentally aggroed 3 steel-toothed wild boars, they faced no real danger. How had Li Wu strayed so far from the path of a tanking profession? He felt somewhat speechless. The duo continued their grinding until 7 in the morning. Li Wu logged off to prepare breakfast, while Spicy Rabbit Head, having leveled up 3 times, astonishingly reached level 6 and energetically swapped to a set of level 6 gear, heading off to solo in the level 5 monster area. After breakfast, Li Wu took Tuan Tuan to the domestic service center. Although termed a service center in a small county, such a formal platform hardly existed. It was merely a children's clothing store, with the owner moonlighting as a mediator. There were no professional caregivers or child care specialists available. Those with means typically hired expensive help from larger cities. Li Wu was not overly picky, primarily considering Tuan Tuan's preferences. As long as she liked the person and could cook, that was sufficient. Of course, character was also crucial, but that could not be gauged at a glance. It takes time to truly understand a person's heart. After hearing the store owner's introductions, Li Wu finally chose a part-time caregiver named Lu Ying, around 30 years of age, who had a daughter of her own. Live-in full-time caregivers were a rarity in the small county, and the store owner could not find one quickly. According to the owner, Lu Ying was a university graduate and worked in the community, albeit as an external hire without a formal position. However, her pay was decent, and she did not initially need to work part-time. Unfortunately, her husband had died in a drunk driving accident last year, tragically taking another life as well. Typically, when a drunk driver dies, their heirs are only liable for compensating up to the value of the inherited estate, which is generally limited to half of the couple's joint assets. Nevertheless, seeing that the victim's family was in dire straits and that the sole breadwinner had been killed by her husband, Lu Ying willingly chose to offer full compensation. Thus, a once stable family was shattered, leaving behind considerable debt. Although Li Wu had yet to meet Lu Ying, he already formed a favorable impression of her. Perhaps it was a sense of shared sorrow or the kindness she exhibited that touched him. On that Saturday, Lu Ying, not having to work, quickly arrived upon receiving the news. Due to the hurried circumstances, she had not been able to drop her daughter off at her mother's house, and thus brought her 5-year-old daughter along. Lu Ying was strikingly beautiful, her long, jet black hair elegantly styled in a bun, exuding a gentle and scholarly aura that seemed incongruous with her role as a part-time caregiver. Li Wu felt a tug at his pant leg and looked down to find Tuan Tuan's small hand grasping his trousers tightly, her large eyes filled with anticipation. Quickly, Li Wu knelt down and embraced Tuan Tuan, softly asking, "What is it, sweetheart? Can I play with that, sister?" Tuan Tuan whispered like a little mosquito in Li Wu's ear. Li Wu felt somewhat exasperated. He had initially intended to observe whether Tuan Tuan and Lu Ying would get along. It seemed the little one had already taken a liking to Lu Ying's daughter. Regardless of who she connected with, as long as there was a bond, it sufficed. Li Wu promptly declared that Lu Ying could start working that day, and she could bring her child along, with a day shift offering a salary of 200. Li Wu primarily hired a nanny to keep company with Tuan Tuan, and the current promotion of buying one, getting one free is simply perfect. After bringing Lu Ying and her daughter back home, Li Wu briefed Lu Ying on Tuan Tuan's need to avoid excessive fatigue and the appropriate dosage of medication before retreating to the bedroom to don his gaming helmet. Li Wu remained cautious, choosing not to activate the helmet immediately, but instead eavesdropping for an hour. Lu Ying exhibited great patience with Tuan Tuan, while her daughter was also quite understanding, often yielding to Tuan Tuan. However, being children, conflicts inevitably arose during play. Lu Ying did not unilaterally favor one child over the other. Instead, she gently guided them to reflect on right and wrong, encouraging mutual apologies and reconciliation. With his concerns alleviated, Li Wu finally activated the gaming helmet and immersed himself in the game. To his surprise, the spicy rabbit head was still present, prompting the 21-year-old Li Wu to reminisce about the joys of youth. Are children today so reckless in their gaming pursuits? Although he considered advising the developing young girl, his gaze inadvertently wandered, and he swallowed his words. The two continued to grind at Wild Boar Ridge for 2 hours until the spicy rabbit head could no longer stay awake, leading Li Wu to check the time and log off. The two children were engaged in a game of house, while Lu Ying prepared dinner, bringing dishes to the table. For their first meal, Lu Ying did not showcase an extravagant spread, but simply prepared 2 dishes, one stewed and one stir-fried, a delightful balance of flavors. Tuan Tuan, captivated by the aroma, approached, tugging at Li Wu's hand and salivating. Witnessing Tuan Tuan's adorable gluttony, Li Wu couldn't help but blush. Although he could cook, he'd generally learned on the fly and hardly considered himself skilled. As the four gathered at the table, Tuan Tuan enjoyed her meal heartily, prompting Li Wu to curiously ask, "Is it Auntie's cooking or Uncle's that is more delicious?" "Uncle's is the best," Tuan Tuan declared with conviction. In her eyes, her uncle was undoubtedly the most formidable chef, though her rapid consumption of food hinted at the truth. Li Wu chose not to delve deeper, contentedly nodding and matching Tuan Tuan's pace with his chopsticks. After the meal, Li Wu grew increasingly satisfied with Lu Ying, then turned back to the bedroom to continue his gaming. The Electric Zombie King proved too challenging to solo, as there were now more players than just Hao Jianjun vying for it. Even before the Electric Zombie King respawned, numerous high-level players had already positioned themselves deep within the mine. Li Wu's damage output had reached 0.6, translating to an additional 360 points against the Electric Zombie King. Yet he still did not manage to secure the kill. Baidebeos and the Wolf Knight were simply too formidable, with Baidebeos delivering 980 points of damage with a single ice roar and the subsequently arriving Wolf Knight, even more terrifying, dealing over 1,300 points with a single fire strike, truly astonishing. Ultimately, the Electric Zombie King was claimed by the Wolf Knight, dropping 2 pieces of golden equipment, which left Li Wu yearning. It's no matter, a level 5 boss is no longer worth much. After all, someone spent $1 million on it. Li Wu reassured himself as he joined a larger group heading south to the village, where the Silver Wolf King was set to spawn. The days of the Silver Wolf King's rampage were long gone. Now, a mere few hundred casual players could dispatch him with ease. Li Wu hurriedly arrived, just as the Silver Wolf King was left with less than 30 of its health. Seizing the opportunity before Baidebeos and the other formidable players could intervene, he unleashed a furious assault. Absent the overwhelming presence of Baidebeos and the Wolf Knights, Li Wu's damage output was exceptional among casual players. Once he stacked 5 layers of poison, the Silver Wolf King's health began to plummet rapidly. The Silver Wolf King soon directed its ire towards Li Wu. However, his health and defenses were sufficient to withstand the onslaught. He bravely endured 2 of the Silver Wolf King's attacks before claiming the last sliver of its health. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the boss Silver Wolf King, earning 6,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the boss Silver Wolf King, earning 50 reputation points. Chapter 46. Who obstructs whose fortune? 2 sharp chimes alerted Li Wu to the fact that the Silver Wolf King belonged to him, prompting him to swiftly gather his belongings. A flurry of attacks struck Li Wu, yet he remained undeterred. One hand grasped a bottle of healing potion, while the other quickly stowed 2 pieces of purple gold ore into his backpack. Noticing that the ground was strewn with currency, he hastily made his escape. His speed outpaced the others, offering him a significant chance to break free from the encirclement. However, the anticipated second wave of assaults barely grazed him, while distant cries of despair echoed through the air. Upon glancing back, Li Wu swiftly realized the situation and, instead of retreating, boldly turned around to collect silver coins. Most players had participated in the strategy against the level 5 boss. As long as they were clever, they wouldn't let their names turn gray or red amidst the fallen players. Those who couldn't resist attacking Li Wu were quickly overwhelmed by the 4th calamity. And rather than looting Li Wu's equipment, they would likely lose at least 1 piece themselves. Li Wu, not want to be foolish, picked up a handful of silver coins before he withdrew. It wasn't out of altruism, but rather a fear that once the crowd dispersed, some players might conspire against him. Seizing the moment while the copper coins still attracted some interest, he skillfully fled the battlefield. Once he had distanced himself and confirmed there were no players around, he began to examine the spoils from the Silver Wolf King. The Silver Wolf King had dropped 2 pieces of level 5 golden gear, a helmet and a bracelet, both possessing physical attributes. Considering the additional attribute, these items surpassed his level 8 silver gear. Li Wu, disinterested in selling them, donned the new equipment directly. His attack power decreased by 8 points, yet his health increased by 60 points and defense by 8 points. After consigning the old gear and the silver equipment dropped by the Silver Wolf King to the auction house, Li Wu messaged by Dababeo. White Valkyrie, when are we tackling the rampaging giant ape? Do you need another hand? By Dababeo, lamenting missing the Silver Wolf King, responded with an odd expression upon receiving Li Wu's message. What? You still wish to scavenge? Li Wu, somewhat indignant, retorted, How can you say that? I was responsible for nearly 20% of the boss's health, and without my contributions, the boss would not have met its end. It would have been a waste. Wouldn't it? Whether it was a waste or not, you've lost your chance. Someone speculated yesterday that you were scavenging, and if you show your face today, you'll likely be hunted down, by Dababeo replied with a hint of schadenfreude. Surely not. They wouldn't have been able to defeat the rampaging giant ape without me. That was yesterday. Today is a different story. So confident? Well, that is largely thanks to you. The monsters in the Abyss Passage dungeon have a chance to drop level 10 silver gear. As long as the boss isn't defeated, the monsters respawn every half hour. Although the drop rate isn't high, they can be farmed repeatedly. Level 10 silver gear is becoming quite abundant, and prices have plummeted by over half. What does that suggest about the overall power level of the players? The rampaging giant ape can essentially be considered a guaranteed victory. Then can't I just take advantage of the situation? Li Wu replied, reluctant to concede. Hith. Yesterday, several prominent figures remarked on the importance of concealing identities, cautioning against the risk of being swiftly dispatched. Do they not fear the repercussions of notoriety? You seem to possess a limited understanding of our affluent world. I can afford to employ 7 bodyguards within the game. Surely others can assemble a few daredevils as well. Must one always take matters into their own hands? Although I would refrain from betraying you, given our friendship, I cannot vouch for others. Li Wu pondered momentarily, at a loss for words. The tallest trees are sure to be felled by the wind, he thought, realizing he was being targeted collectively by these powerful individuals, unaware of his own exceptionalism. Noticing Li Wu's silence, Bai Daba offered a suggestion. In truth, you could engage in combat, provided you find some skilled players to stand by your side. No one would dare to attack you while risking their own notoriety. Sighing, Li Wu acknowledged his awareness of this strategy. However, in his friend list, he could only count Bai Daba and Ma La Tutu as allies, leaving him with little choice but to rely on Bai Daba. I can summon the Wolf Knight and gather additional support for your protection. With the two of us present, no one would dare to make a move. Should we manage to defeat the boss, you shall receive 1/3 of the spoils, while the remaining 2/3 will belong to the Wolf Knight and me. Of course, you won't need to cover the wages of the additional fighters. Agreed. Li Wu responded decisively. 1/3 was better than nothing. Together with Bai Daba, the Wolf Knight, and their companions, they ventured towards the valley where the rampaging giant ape resided. The group was smaller than the previous day, likely due to Bai Daba's offer of a mere base salary. Li Wu made no inquiries, for he knew that as long as he was present, Bai Daba and the Wolf Knight would not foolishly share 2/3 of the profits with anyone else. Nevertheless, a dozen individuals sufficed, especially with Bai Daba's 7 bodyguards and steward in tow. Wait, Li Wu suddenly realized the discrepancy and turned to inquire, where are your steward and bodyguards? Hee. I dispatched them to guard the Cerberus, Bai Daba replied. Is that necessary? If we intend to fight, couldn't we simply deal with it here first? Li Wu Castionat Pujlat. Bai Daba cast a curious glance at Li Wu. Do you not follow the forums? What do you mean? Li Wu inquired, even more perplexed. Aside from you, that individual known as Zhang Tianxia also vanquished the Cerberus yesterday and shared a strategy on the forum, stating that the Cerberus could neither exit nor turn around. As long as one could withstand the boss's relentless onslaught and reach its rear, they could attack freely. Such a technique exists? But what does that have to do with your personnel guarding in advance? Can your steward and bodyguards withstand the assault? They may not be able to endure a frontal confrontation, but they could certainly wait in the passage for the boss to respawn. Goodness, such audacious tactics are employed? I was hoping to secure another bounty today. This Zhang Tianxia is obstructing my path to riches. Interestingly, no one accused you of obstructing their wealth. The forums revealed that Zhang Tianxia defeated the Cerberus merely 2 minutes after you, resulting in a loss of 1,000 prestige point from the boss, alongside the 3,000 prestige points required to activate the dungeon passage, not to mention the crucial 2 announcements across all of China. How fortuitous! Li Wu's mind found a moment of equilibrium, and with a hint of disdain, he continued, what significance does an announcement for all of Huaxia hold? It's as if the entire world is aware of my girth. I might as well shout, come and take me down. You truly understand nothing. Bai Daba glanced at Li Wu with derision before shaking his head. Do you comprehend the immense value of a server-wide announcement? If Zhang Tianxia manages to secure 3 consecutive server-wide announcements, once the guild system is activated, a single call from him could instantly establish a premier guild. If I were to obtain a server-wide announcement, I would even entertain the idea of creating a guild for fun. And now, the rare opportunity for a server-wide announcement he worked so hard to achieve is being overshadowed by your 2 consecutive announcements. Who, then, is obstructing another's path to fortune? Well, he might not necessarily be after fame. Li Wu awkwardly touched his nose. He has already taken to the forums to share strategies and attract attention. Do you think he isn't interested? Bai Daba rolled his eyes, and then, as if struck by a sudden realization, glared fiercely at Li Wu, continuing, you have also hindered my prospects. You had no idea how you managed to move so swiftly yesterday. The death interval between the berserk giant ape and the hellhound was barely an hour and a half. By the time I finished battling one, there was no chance of reaching the other unless I suicided back to the village. Otherwise, I would miss the respawn entirely. Chapter 47. Fury. Li Wu rolled her eyes and mused, I've only been climbing for half an hour. Otherwise, you would be even further behind. Why didn't you accompany the Wolf Knight to confront the Hellhound instead? The Hellhound lacks damage immunity skills, making your chances of inflicting damage greater than those against the raging giant ape. With a hint of confusion, Li Wu inquired. Before Bai Dabaos could respond, the Wolf Knight, who had been eavesdropping, interjected, she believes the Hellhound's glitches are too apparent and may soon be altered. Therefore, accompanying you seems more prudent. Although strategies had emerged for defeating the Hellhound, the number of players targeting the raging giant ape had not diminished. In fact, it had swelled compared to the previous day. After all, with a full 24 hours elapsed, Numerous players had advanced to levels 9 and 10, and many level 8 players had also arrived upon hearing the news. Were it not for the abundance of level 9 and 10 monsters surrounding the valley of the raging giant ape, players below level 8 might have also dared to join the fray. Most of the leading players from yesterday were present, likely sharing by DeBeo's sentiments, doubting that the Hellhound harbored such glaring glitches. Outside the valley, players frequently cast furtive glances at those masked individuals whose names were concealed, with some boldly approaching to compel them to reveal their identities. Li Wu, discerning their intentions, understood they were wary of her presence. Nevertheless, with by DeBeo's and the Wolf Knight's reputations preceding them, even if onlookers noticed that Li Wu had concealed her name, none dared to confront her directly. Surprisingly, Hao Jianjun had not appeared, leaving one to wonder if he too had opted to guard the Hellhound. The absence of Hao Jianjun did not render the boss fight impossible. Some prominent players dispatched their alternate accounts to lure the raging giant ape skills, prompting a surge of players to engage. Li Wu blended in alongside by DeBeo's, casting fireballs. With a health pool exceeding 2,000 and remarkably high defenses, she remained steadfast. The boss's area attacks could only diminish her health by 800 points. Provided she did not suffer 3 consecutive area attacks, she could stabilize her position with potions, while by DeBeo's occasionally had to evade the skill range. Once the raging giant ape's health dipped below 50, it entered a berserk state, prompting Li Wu to exercise caution. She moderated her attack speed to prevent excessive aggro, while vigilantly monitoring her health. The instant health potion borrowed from by DeBeo's went unused. As the battle proceeded with tension but no dire threats, reaching its climactic phase, Li Wu remained astute, refraining from unleashing her full power immediately. Instead, she waited until the boss was down to 10 health before unleashing her full assault. Numbers of 1080 burst forth above the boss's head, standing out starkly amidst the predominantly 3-digit figures. Before the players could fully comprehend the situation, the raging giant ape lay defeated. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain the boss, raging giant ape, earning 25,000 experience points, with an additional 10,000 points for defeating an enemy above your level. Ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 9. Ding! Congratulations! Your team has vanquished the boss, raging giant ape, earning a 20 increase in team reputation, 20 reputation points awarded to you. Ding! Congratulations! Your talent level has risen to level 6. By DeBeo's swiftly began collecting the loot, while the other team members formed a protective circle around her. In such a tense atmosphere, none of the players dared to act recklessly. After Bai Daba picked up several pieces of equipment, the other players could only depart with regret. Some, with tempers flaring, vented their frustrations in the public chat, yet none were bold enough to take action. As the players dispersed, Li Wu bowed slightly to his teammates, expressing his gratitude. Thank you all. His thanks held significance. The vast experience he gained was largely due to the fact that, at the final moment, all his teammates, except for him and Bai Daba, had voluntarily withdrawn from the team. These individuals had reached level 10 the previous day and had no further need for experience. Furthermore, Li Wu felt no need to conceal his ability to inflict 80 points of damage to the boss with a single strike. The violent giant ape's defense, coupled with its immunity to 90 of damage, meant that others could only deal a meager 10 to 20 points of damage. Even the Wolf Knight, utilizing his Firestorm skill, could only manage a mere 100 points of damage. Such paltry damage was beneath Li Wu's notice. He retained Bai Daba as the team leader to instill confidence in the others. As the leader's ability to pick up items alleviated the concerns of the Wolf Knight and the rest, Bai Daba's integrity was beyond question. Her habit of treating money as if it were worthless was sufficient to assure Li Wu that she would not hoard anything for herself. The spoils included a platinum robe, 2 pieces of golden gear, 4 pieces of level 10 silver equipment, a skill book for a furious skill, and 5 pieces of purple gold ore, along with a currency total of 6 gold and 90 silver. Once the others had dispersed, Bai Daba began to discuss the attributes of the equipment while revealing the details of the skill book. Li Wu cast a glance at it, ultimately focusing his attention on the furious skill book. Skill book, Rapid Fury, Rapid Fury. upon use, instantly increases attack speed and movement speed by 30, while reducing defense by 30. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. What a remarkable item. Among the treasures dropped by the Violent Giant Ape, the Platinum Robe and the Furious Skill Book were the most valuable. The price of an ordinary skill book hovers around 100,000, while this one is likely to be worth even more. Would you prefer to select items or cash out? Baidaba inquired with a cheerful smile. Please provide a price first. Li Wu replied, mirroring her smile. The Wolf Knight, standing nearby, scoffed and muttered derisively, still claiming there's no story behind this. I estimate the Platinum Robe at 200,000, the skill book also at 200,000, each piece of golden gear at 50,000, and the total for the 4 pieces of level 10 silver equipment at around 30,000. As for the purple gold ore, its purpose remains unclear, so I'll value it at 1,000 each. If you believe this is worth something, you may take it first. The remaining currency of 6 gold and 90 silver can be considered a bonus for the others, given that you gained such an abundance of experience. 1/3 of 6 gold and 90 silver amounts to approximately 300. Li Wu pondered this, yearning to return the experience he had gained. Fortunately, he understood the embarrassment of such a proposal and refrained from voicing it. Baidaba's estimates aligned closely with Li Wu's expectations, though her valuation of the skill book was slightly lower than he had anticipated, likely due to differing perspectives. While Baidaba and the Wolf Knight sought high burst damage, Li Wu, possessing a cutting talent, had a greater need for attack speed. After contemplating for a moment, Li Wu stated, the total value is 535,000. My share would be 178,300. I desire the skill book and the purple gold, or I can supplement 27,700, which equates to 27 gold and 70 silver. That works. Baidaba agreed. Baidabeos responded promptly, handing over the skill book and the purple gold or to Li Wu, adding with a smile, let us waive the compensation. He remarked there was no story behind it. The Wolf Knight could not help but mumble something, earning a disdainful glance from Baidabeos. Li Wu shook her head, retrieving 28 gold coins to hand to Baidabeos, saying with a smile, I still have to compensate. I feel the purple gold or should be quite valuable. Who knows? It might suddenly skyrocket in price in the future. Is that so? Then share one with me. And me as well. By the time Li Wu sought to retract her words, it was too late, and with a wry smile, she distributed 1 piece of purple gold or to both Baidabeos and the Wolf Knight. In light of the potential price increase in the future, Baidabeos and the Wolf Knight insisted on giving Li Wu 1 gold coin each. Chapter 48. The miscalculation of Junlin Tianxia after dividing the spoils. Li Wu could no longer remain seated. He gestured to the others and, amidst a flurry of astonished gazes, returned to the city. Baidabeos' eyes widened in disbelief as he hurriedly messaged Li Wu, inquiring about the item he had used to return to the city and whether it was for sale. A return stone, bound to me, Li Wu replied. Baidabeos was consumed with envy. Turning to the Wolf Knight, he said, remove your weapon and use your little fist to send me back to the city. Are you not afraid of dying? The Wolf Knight asked, astonished. Baidabeos reflected on his painful experiences of death, and with a sigh of resignation, he replied, never mind. We are at the northernmost tip of the novice village. We could actually head straight to the westernmost spawn point of the Hellhound without returning to the city. I estimate it wouldn't take more than an hour and a half to reach there. Forget it, a 1T go. If that bug can indeed be exploited, by the time we arrive it would be too late. If it can't be used as a mage, I wouldn't even have the chance to rush the boss. I refuse to seek out suffering. Don't say that. I might have a chance to rush in. And even if we can't defeat it, the invincible and adorable team can handle it. After they finish, we can join them for the dungeon. We haven't even slain a single boss in there yet. But he is level 9. How can he enter the dungeon? Once he has finished with the boss, he should be close to leveling up. If he doesn't level up, we can just guide him to farm some level 10 monsters for a bit. It would be quick. All right then, let us go. Having reached an agreement, Baidabeos and the Wolf Knight were approached by their teammates, who were not as fearful of death as Baidabeos. One of them chuckled. You two esteemed players, we can't run as fast as you. Why don't you use your little fist to kill us first? We aren't afraid of dying. If we drop any equipment, you can help us pick it up. Debeos was speechless. He was well aware of their ulterior motives, yet it was harmless enough. He allowed the others to remove their weapons and a few pieces of attacking gear, and once their names turned gray, he proceeded to knock them away gently with his staff. Why don't you use your little fist to send me back too? I'm not afraid of dying. The Wolf Knight said with a cheeky grin. Get lost. Do you want me, a magic user, to traverse the territory of level 10 monsters? After returning to the city, Li Wu replenished his supplies with 1,000 stones and made his way towards the Hellhound. Halfway there, he was drawn in by a sudden announcement that blared through the village. By Debeos, Junlin Tianxia, are you seeking death by daring to kill my people? By Debeos' announcement did not elicit a response from Junlin Tianxia, but did prompt an inquiry from Li Wu. What is going on? Junlin Tianxia is clearing players in the boss corridor with 2 teams. My steward and bodyguards have all been sent back to the city. Even the esteemed Hao Jianjun has been focused down and sent back. Has he lost his mind? Is he not afraid of being killed by others once he turns red? He hasn't lost his mind. In fact, he is quite clever. With 2 teams of 40 level 10 characters, they can wipe out anyone in the narrow corridor. Even if he turns red, once they finish with the boss, he can simply turn around and enter the dungeon to farm small monsters for a day. Who can contend with him? Is he not worried that the bug might not work, or that something unexpected could occur? He is gambling on luck. He lacked platinum gear, and with merely a set of fading golden equipment, he would not lament the loss of a few pieces. Moreover, having reached level 10, even a day spent in confinement would bear no significant consequence. A formidable character indeed. Li Wu offered a candid assessment. Truly ruthless. You should exercise caution. No worries. I shall remain discreet when the opportunity does not present itself. Upon arriving near the Hellhound's spawn point, Li Wu refrained from entering the valley. Instead, he carefully circumvented the area, avoiding detection, and ascended the mountain via the path he had unearthed the previous day. The cliffs flanking the valley soared to heights of 200 to 300 meters. Li Wu nestled within a thicket of foliage, revealing only his eyes as he gazed downward. The valley was thronged with players, cursing as they cast their eyes upon the stone gate, seemingly berating the group led by Junlin Tianxia. The latter was barricaded within the entrance, leaving Li Wu unable to discern their actions. He could only await silently. Before long, a sudden trio of roars resounded, and flashes of white light erupted within the valley. With the emergence of the boss, all players in the valley were forcibly ejected. A cacophony of commotion wafted from outside the valley. Li Wu activated the regional chat, a peculiar smile gracing his face. The group led by Junlin Tianxia also found themselves involuntarily transported, just like the players within the valley, now outside at the valley's mouth. Li Wu surmised that the expressions of Junlin Tianxia must be quite entertaining. 40 crimson names emerged amidst the throng, resembling a multitude of giant dumplings, swiftly vanquished in under a minute, leaving a scatter of equipment and items in their wake. All items in the red-named players' inventories were dropped, with at least 2 pieces of gear lost. The players outside the valley had not even engaged the boss, yet had already profited handsomely. Their regional chat brimming with expressions of gratitude towards Junlin Tianxia. Pinned messages in the village read, by Daba, congratulations to Junlin's little pup for sitting out the duration of confinement. Wolf Knight, congratulations to Junlin's little pup for sitting out the duration of confinement. Seeing his 2 comrades begin to broadcast, Li Wu joined in the camaraderie. Invincible, adorable team. Congratulations to Junlin's little pup for sitting out the duration of confinement. What a spectacle! The farce of Junlin Tianxia had concluded, yet the players outside the valley faced a quandary. In the absence of exploiting bugs, players could attempt to withstand the boss's 3-group AoE attacks and reach the boss's flank, though none were present. Some, like Wolf Knight, were hurrying to join, while others, like the esteemed Hao Jianjun, had been ambushed by Junlin Tianxia and returned to town. The players on-site wishing to challenge the Hellhound could only resort to the initial failed strategy outlined in the forums, firing ranged attacks at the boss during the intervals between its AoE skills, striking and retreating. Although that strategy had faltered previously, it did not preclude success now. The post had been shared 2 days prior, and the current players boasted significantly higher levels in gear. 2 days ago, other novice villages had reached the third phase. They surely had the chance to conquer the boss now. Outside the valley, players fervently analyzed the situation, with some even beginning to instruct others on how to strategize. Suddenly, an astonished voice captured everyone's attention. What the heck? Someone is descending from the mountain. Upon hearing the commotion, the players swiftly gathered at the mouth of the valley, only to discover someone descending the rocky wall at the valley's base, having already ventured into the perilous territory of the fearsome three-headed Cerberus. A barrage of area attacks erupted from the portal, yet the player on the cliff continued their descent unabated and unscathed. By heavens, is this not a quintessential bug? With their name concealed and a mask adorning their visage, this must surely be that indomitable and adorable guild. Quickly, everyone, charge forth and concentrate fire upon that individual. All right, you lead the charge. We shall follow in your wake. Why do you hesitate? I fear the color of my name may change. Damn it. As if we are not similarly apprehensive. Chapter 49. The pet egg. As soon as Li Wu noticed that everyone had been cleared out, he swiftly descended the mountainside. Just like the day before, he stood unharmed in a corner of the valley, then crept along the wall towards the stone gate. Upon reaching the gate, Li Wu refrained from throwing stones and instead waited silently. At that moment, a dozen players rushed into the valley. But under the onslaught of the boss, a significant number of them fell almost instantly. The remaining 6, with their health nearly depleted, unleashed icy arrows towards Li Wu, inflicting damage of -121, -112, -151. A series of 6 damage notifications appeared above his head, yet Li Wu remained unfazed. He consumed a large health potion and produced a swift recovery potion from his inventory, which he had no intention of reclaiming. Li Wu had anticipated this outcome. Ordinary players would hesitate to confront the boss directly, but wealthy individuals like Bai Debeos, who had hired several lackeys, were not uncommon. It was quite normal for them to send their subordinates to test Li Wu's defenses, lest he steal the opportunity to slay the boss. If it had been the previous day, Li Wu might have struggled to withstand the assault, but now he was akin to a bulwark. Even Bai Debeos could not eliminate him in an instant, let alone a handful of minions. A series of black energy orbs erupted from the stone gate, claiming the nearest player, followed by a torrent of black mist gushing forth. Li Wu's eyes gleamed with determination before the mist enveloped him. He downed a swift recovery potion and braced himself against 4 fireballs as he dashed into the stone gate. The 4 remaining players, hindered by the black mist's healing restrictions, fell one after another, transforming into beams of white light. Li Wu, undeterred by the encroaching black mist, maneuvered around the 3-headed hellhound, positioning himself behind it. Observing his remaining health of 980 points, he lamented the loss of the swift recovery potion, worth several hundred coins and invaluable in the market. He would have survived with 180 health points, but he dared not gamble. As Li Wu beheld the round belly of the hellhound wedged between the walls, he couldn't help but chuckle. Could it be that this creature was female? Its bulging form was reminiscent of a 3-year pregnant Lady Li. With the unguarded rear of the hellhound in sight, an idea sparked in Li Wu's mind. He retrieved a long-buried novice handgun from his inventory. Previously, he had not considered this option due to the cost of ammunition, but now, with his cutting skill elevated by 1 level, his damage output had reached 0.7. This meant he could slay the boss with just 143 shots. At 5 coins per bullet, he could defeat a boss for a mere 715 coins. And the handgun's attack range far surpassed that of skills, even exceeding the range of the boss skills encountered in the novice village. If successful, he could kite the creature at will. Bang! Immune bang! 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 After a few shots, Li Wu, with a grim expression, stowed away the handgun and drew his long sword to strike at the hellhound. There was no time for contemplation regarding firearms. As Li Wu charged into the stone gate, the players outside the valley could no longer remain idle. Commanding players began to instruct ranged combatants to concentrate their fire on the boss, while affluent players hired mercenaries to lure the boss's skills. Under the pressure of the abyssal fog, the players remarkably established a rhythm, inflicting waves of damage upon the boss every few seconds. Some players even possessed area of effect skills, even when the abyssal fog was shielded behind the hellhound. Unable to be locked onto, the AoE damage still managed to deplete a significant portion of its health. This forced the Abyssal Fog to either consume potions or retreat to hurl stones. However, it was unfortunate that the cutting level of the Abyssal Fog had already reached level 6, with cutting damage at 0.7. Each hit dealt a staggering 1,400 points, compounded by the dual triggers of 5 layers of poison and regular strikes, resulting in each blow yielding 2 instances of 1,400 plus an additional 170. Ultimately, fortune favored the Abyssal Fog, as the Hellhound succumbed to its blade. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the boss, Hellhound, earning 50,000 experience points and a level-up reward of 10,000 points. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has risen to level 10. Ding! Congratulations! You have learned a new basic skill, Jump Slash. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired a new basic skill, Wind Blowing. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the boss, Hellhound, earning a reputation reward of 50. The Abyssal Fog momentarily stared at the items dropped by the boss, then hurriedly picked them up. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the first pet egg of the Huaxia server, earning a reputation reward of 3,000. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Invincible Adorable Team for being the first to obtain a pet egg. The pet system is now activated, and all monsters have a chance to drop pet eggs. This is an official notification. With a grim expression, the Abyssal Fog quickly gathered the remaining items, not even pausing to collect silver coins before fleeing. The server announcement was a source of trouble. Platinum gear was already enough to incite envy, and now the first pet egg was introduced. If he were to swap identities with other players, he might not be able to suppress his own greed. Couldn't he simply amass wealth quietly? Fortunately, having reached level 10, the dungeon lay at the end of the passage. As long as he entered the dungeon and used a return stone, he would be safe. Just as the Abyssal Fog turned to run, it was struck by several icy arrows, causing a sudden decrease in movement speed. Berserk. The Abyssal Fog instantly activated the newly learned Berserk skill, increasing movement speed by 30. Coupled with the additional speed from Platinum Shoes, it evaded a few attacks and dashed out of the range of other players' assaults. Reaching the end of the passage, the Abyssal Fog pressed its hand against the black light curtain. A system prompt sounded. The Abyssal Passage dungeon can only be entered once daily. The dungeon difficulty is high. It is recommended to enter as a team. Please confirm if you wish to enter solo. With no time to form a party, the Abyssal Fog clicked confirm, and its figure vanished before the black curtain. In the next moment, the Abyssal Fog found itself in a long tunnel, where several humanoid creatures with dual horns and pitch-black bodies swam in the distance. Observing its remaining 300 health points, the Abyssal Fog exhaled softly. Finally safe. Not rushing to inspect the distant monsters, it opened its backpack to assess the spoils. The first item of interest, undoubtedly, was the rare pet egg. Hellhound Pet Egg. Upon hatching, it randomly acquires one of the 3 attributes, fire, ice, or dark, resulting in a Hellhound of that attribute. Hellhound. A descendant of the 3-headed Hellhound, it has failed to fully inherit its ancestral bloodline due to impure lineage. Note, once hatched, the pet is bound and cannot be traded. The brief introduction left Li Wu somewhat perplexed. An A-level pet egg should, in theory, be considered exceptional. However, the information indicated that the Hellhound's bloodline is impure, essentially marking it as a mongrel. Li Wu opened the pet interface, but unfortunately, it contained no information, suggesting that specific details could only be accessed post-hatching. He wondered whether there existed S-level, SS-level, or even SSS-level pets above A-level. What if there was some sort of advanced extraction technique akin to the 5-star oil, rendering A-level pets devoid of value? Should he proceed with the hatching? He was already at level 10, and with the main city not yet opened, it was an opportune moment to train his pet, lest the experience be squandered. After hesitating for what felt like an eternity, Li Wu gently returned the pet egg to his bag and began to inspect other items. Chapter 50. Wealth and Indulgence. It is uncertain whether the pet egg had siphoned off Li Wu's fortune, but the 3-headed Hellhound had only yielded 2 pieces of golden gear and 3 pieces of level 10 silver gear. Magic Hound Leggings. Golden. Health 460, Stamina 18, Agility 18, Strength 18, Equipment rating 54, Magic Hound Ring, Golden, Physical Attack 28, Bone 18, Strength 18, Spirit 18, Equipment rating 54. The other two pieces of level 10 silver gear were of the magical variety, which Li Wu promptly discarded into the auction house. After nearly being slain twice during the confrontation with the Hellhound, Li Wu finally grasped the significance of equipment. Had it not been for the golden tunic he had not yet sold, he would have been dispatched in an instant without even a chance to engage the boss. Simply pursuing monetary gain was not the path to success. Enhancing one's own strength was the true means to better profitability. Noting that both golden pieces were suited to his physical attributes, Li Wu did not hesitate to equip them. After listing his replaced level 8 silver gear for sale, he searched for level 10 silver equipment. As White Dababeo had indicated, the prices for level 10 silver gear had plummeted dramatically, even dipping below that of level 9 silver gear, and were comparable to level 8 with an abundant supply available. Li Wu carefully selected and purchased 2 level 10 silver bracelets, 1 level 10 silver ring, and 1 level 10 silver helmet, prioritizing those that enhanced health and defense. Once he had completed his gear swap, it dawned on him that he had unwittingly progressed further along the path of the tank. Name: Li Wu. Level 10 health, 2860 mana, 620 physical attack, 428 defense, 428. Li Wu gazed at his attributes with a sense of bewilderment. His attack power had scarcely increased, yet his defense had matched his attack. With a level 10 boss possessing only 500 points of defense, he was close to being able to take the Hellhound's place as a frontline barrier. Upon reaching level 10, he automatically learned 2 new generic skills: Jump Slash, leap high and deliver a crushing blow, inflicting 180 physical damage, with a release distance of 3 meters and a cooldown of 8 seconds. Gust, propel enemies within a 2-meter radius of his level or lower back 8 meters. For each level the target is below his own, the distance increases by 1 meter, with a cooldown of 8 seconds. Opening his friend's list, he noticed White Dababeo's icon flashing incessantly. I want it! I want it! I want it! White Dababeo's exuberant voice made Li Wu shudder involuntarily. What did you find? You just shout, I want the pet egg. I want a pet. At that moment, White Dababeo was utterly fixated on acquiring a pet. There's only one pet egg in the entire server. How do you propose I set a price? Li Wu lamented, as his inclination was to sell the pet egg. Being the first pet in the server, yet determining a price proved challenging. It's no longer the only one. The auction house has already listed a pet egg. I suspect yours is of superior quality. So soon, Li Wu exclaimed, hastily opening the auction house, and to his astonishment, he indeed discovered 2 pet eggs currently up for bidding. The giant rabbit pet egg, F grade, and the steel-toothed wild boar pet egg, C grade, left Li Wu momentarily speechless. Just a few minutes had passed, and the little monsters had already begun to drop pet eggs. Was there a version update that I missed? Initially, Li Wu had hoped to leverage the fact that they possessed the sole pet egg in the entire server to elevate their status, only to find that the novelty had quickly faded. Fortunately, the 2 pet eggs available at the auction house were of low quality, unlikely to disrupt the A-grade quality of the Hellhound. They were sellable. Gritting her teeth, Li Wu added, however, the price is quite uncertain. I fear I might have to put it up for auction. Dababeo, in a flurry, promptly replied, no, please. Don't put on the auction house. I'm not worried about the price, but I fear someone might snatch it away at the last moment. There's nothing to be done about it. The pricing for this item is ambiguous. Selling it too high or too low could be problematic. Li Wu responded with resignation. How about this? I'll advance you $1 million, and later, when someone from our village or another village auctions a pet egg of similar quality, we'll settle based on the highest sale price. If it's more, you keep it. If it's less, I'll make up the difference. Before Li Wu could reply, she received a system notification. $1 million had been credited to her bank account. Stunned, she messaged back with a peculiar expression. Have you not even asked what kind of pet egg I have? ISNT, the Hellhound pet egg? Dababeo inquired, perplexed. What I possess is a mixed breed. Li Wu sent over the details of the Hellhound pet egg. Dababeo fell silent for a moment, then excitedly messaged back. You startle me. I thought it was a mutt. The Hellhound sounds even cooler than a hell 3-headed dog. Besides, A grade can't be considered bad. If I find something better later, I can always trade it. With your wealth, you can afford to be headstrong. I'm returning to the city. Come find me. Don't return to the city. I'm almost at the spawn point for the hell three-headed dog. I've already entered the dungeon. Don't worry. If you join my party, I can also enter the same dungeon as you. Li Wu accepted by Debayo's invitation to join the party. Then threw a true eye at the humanoid monsters in the distance. 5 monsters were wandering in the distance, one of which appeared significantly sturdier than the others. Abyss Demon, Elite, Level, 10 Health, 20,000 Defense, 350 Physical Attack, 450 Skill 1. Taunt, shouts curses to attract the target's hatred, cooldown time 5 seconds. Skill 2, Bloodthirsty Strike, inflicts 130 physical damage to the target and restores health equal to the damage dealt, cooldown time 5 seconds. Skill 3, Abyssal Steel Body, reduces magical damage taken by 30. Abyss Demon Servant Elite, Level, 10 Health, 15,000 Defense, 300 Magical Attack, 420 Skill 1. Fireball, inflicts 130 magical damage to the target, cooldown time 3 seconds. Skill 2, Abyssal Demon Fire, releases Abyssal Demon Fire in a targeted area with a 5-meter radius, inflicting 70 magical damage per second to targets within the fire for 10 seconds, cooldown time 3 seconds. Skill 3, Abyssal Demon Body, 30 physical damage reduction. Upon reviewing the information, there are 5 humanoid monsters, 1 melee, and 4 spellcasters. While their damage output is not excessively overwhelming, their health is truly astonishing. The Abyssal Passage dungeon is designed for 10 players, pitting them against 5 elite foes. In the absence of healing abilities, this scenario severely tests the team's synergy, and it is indeed challenging for an average group to prevail. Nevertheless, Li Wu remains undeterred as he ventures further into the realm of tanking. His defensive prowess has reached an impressive 428 points. The demon can barely breach his defenses, while the demon's servant struggles even to penetrate them. Chapter 51. Abyssal Passage Dungeon. If there were only a solitary elite monster, Li Wu would have relished the opportunity for a challenge. However, 5 creatures was simply too much. Fortunately, Dabayob did not keep Li Wu waiting for long, swiftly appearing by her side. Accompanying Dabayob were a wolf knight and 7 other players. Upon their encounter, Dabayob eagerly extended his delicate, pale hands towards Li Wu. Li Wu glanced at him, breaking into a grin. "Ah, it's evident you've never engaged in any labor. Don't mess around, just give it to me," Dabayob implored, stretching his hands forward as if to ensnare Li Wu by the throat. The wolf knight scoffed, muttering with a playful tone, "TSK, TSK, TSK, such nefarious words." Li Wu cast a bemused glance at the wolf knight, deciding not to tease Dabayob further, and produced the pet egg. Dabayob seized the pet egg, immediately opting to hatch it. A small, pitch-black puppy manifested at Dabayob's feet. Despite its title as a hellhound, its diminutive size rendered it rather adorable. "Wow, so cute," Dabayob exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he cradled the puppy in his arms, playfully indulging it. Li Wu directed a discerning gaze at the little black dog. "Hellhound pup, ice, quality, a level, 0 health points, 180 mana points, 180 defense, 20 spell attack, 50 skill, ice arrow." Upon observing the attributes of the hellhound, Li Wu felt a pang of envy. She had not anticipated such high initial stats for the hellhound, nearly double that of a player's starting attributes. Fortunately, pets could not equip gear. Curious, Li Wu inquired, "What does the A-grade quality entail?" At Li Wu's prompt, Dabayob hastily summoned the pet interface, his face lighting up with excitement. 4 A-grade pets. Every level gained increases the initial attribute values by 100. An increase of 100 in initial attributes? You can't mean that for every level gained, it adds 180 health points, 180 mana points, 20 defense, and 50 spell attack? Precisely. The wolf knight reacted with the most astonishment, exclaiming, "That is utterly absurd. If this pet reaches level 10, it will possess 1980 health points, 220 defense, and 550 spell attack. That is even more formidable than a spellcaster clad in level 10 silver gear." Li Wu silently regarded her own attack power of 428. choosing not to respond. Were it not for the significant advantage in health and defense, she might as well be outdone by a mere dog. I'll let you in on a secret, by Dabayab suddenly declared with an air of mystery, glancing around at the others. Unfortunately, he was not adept at keeping secrets, and before anyone could react, he blurted out, "My Black Dabayab can be ridden at level 10. When the world is Black Dabayab. Liwukariya." Her gaze darting to the Hellhound, now dubbed Black Dabayab. Suddenly realizing, she gasped, "Can pets serve as mounts?" "Indeed. While I'm unsure about other pets, my Black Dabayab's information states that it cannot be ridden below level 10, which implies that it can be ridden thereafter." The Wolf Knight gazed at the black treasure with envy, but suddenly a thought struck him, causing him to burst into laughter. Baidaba turned, glaring fiercely, and pointed accusingly at the Wolf Knight. "What do you mean? Do you look down upon my black treasure?" "Haha, no," he replied. "I merely think that whether a pet can serve as a mount should depend on its race. Otherwise, what about that venomous spider pet in the auction house? What happens after level 10 when one might ride a king crab?" Ha ha ha. The image of riding a king crab flooded their minds, and everyone couldn't help but laugh uproariously. Even Li Wu couldn't resist shaking his head in amusement, casually pointing to a distant humanoid elite monster. What if that abyss demon also drops a pet egg? Damn, riding a person is still acceptable. Once the laughter subsided, Li Wu pointed again at the distant creature and asked, "Shall we engage it?" "Of course. We didn't defeat a single boss yesterday, but with you here today, we surely can," came the enthusiastic reply. "How shall we divide the spoils?" "We previously agreed that the small monsters drops will be evenly split among the 7 of them, while the 3 of us will refrain from participating. If a boss drops, we 3 will share equally." Li Wu glanced at the other 7 players, familiar faces from the past couple of days, and pondered. Isn't that a bit unfair to the 7? Just as Baidaba was about to speak, a player named Lonely and Cold interjected with a laugh. "That seems quite fair. We aren't on the same level as the 3 esteemed players. We're merely being carried. Besides, if a boss drops, Baijie will still give each of us a 2 gold dividend, which is already generous." Hearing this, Li Wu nodded. He was uncertain about the drop rates for the small monsters in this dungeon, but since the 7 agreed, it was settled. However, Baidaba hadn't he mentioned anything about the dividends. "Count me in for the dividends," Li Wu stated firmly. Baidaba hadn't intended for Li Wu to contribute financially, but since he brought it up, and in a bid to preserve Li Wu's dignity, he smiled and replied, "All right, if the boss drops, you contribute 4 gold, and the Wolf Knight and I will each contribute 5. "You misunderstood. I meant I want a share of the dividends." "What? What about your proud dignity? What is it worth per pound?" Since they hadn't yet changed classes, Baidaba hadn't considered any specific role combinations, resulting in 4 melee and 6 magic users, including Li Wu. Li Wu and the Wolf Knight exchanged their attributes, and Li Wu reluctantly removed his level 10 silver helmet, replacing it with a level 10 golden helmet lent by the Wolf Knight. The Wolf Knight was fully geared for damage output, and this helmet alone added 18 stamina and 2 18 bone attributes. In contrast, Li Wu's silver helmet contributed 14 stamina and 14 bone attributes. Li Wu intended to lend the removed silver helmet to the Wolf Knight, but upon inspecting its attributes, the latter dismissed it disdainfully and promptly purchased a level 9 golden helmet that enhanced strength and agility. Well, that's not too extravagant, Li Wu thought. After finishing the dungeon, he could simply resell the level 9 helmet, incurring only a modest transaction tax of a few hundred. Li Wu's health reached 2,960 points, defense 472 points, and attack remained at 428 after donning the golden helmet. The defensive prowess of Li Wu was undeniable as he charged towards the distant elite monster. However, just as he had traversed half the distance, the Abyss Demon unleashed a taunt that caused Li Wu to uncontrollably sprint towards it. In the very next moment, the fireball spells from the other 4 demon minions struck Li Wu. -48, -48. Surprisingly, the fireball spells from the elite monster's Abyss minions could only inflict a mere 48 points of damage on Li Wu, while a single bloodthirsty skill from the Abyss Demon reduced his health by 113 points. Although the 4 minions cast abyssal fire upon Li Wu, a staggering 70 of their magical damage could not penetrate his defenses, resulting merely in a series of -1 damage notifications. Chapter 52. The boss is difficult to handle. As the taunt's duration expired, Li Wu executed a leap attack, striking the demon's head. Following this, a powerful blow drew full aggro from the foe. Li Wu's meager attack power was on par with that of the demon, but fortunately, his teammates were formidable. 3 melee fighters maneuvered around the monster to flank the demon, while 6 spellcasters positioned themselves at a distance, focusing their fire on the Abyss demon. Given that the demon was immune to 50 of magic damage, the performance of the Wolf Knight was particularly impressive. A fiery strike dealt 100 damage, followed by another leap attack, inflicting over 100 damage. The demon's aggro nearly spiraled out of control, but Li Wu quickly executed a powerful strike to stun the demon in place, advising the Wolf Knight to exercise restraint. Li Wu promptly delivered 2 swift slashes to apply 5 stacks of poison, with 5 stacks inflicting 210 damage per second. Combined with the double cut for an additional 280 damage, Li Wu's damage per second soared above 500, stabilizing the demon's aggro. As the exchanges of attacks continued, Li Wu's health dwindled to 2,000 points, and with the demon still standing and 4 magic minions hurling fireballs from a distance, Li Wu urgently called out, "Assign 2 individuals to engage the magic minions, or my health won't hold up." "No need," came by DeBose's voice from behind, followed by a golden light descending upon Li Wu. 812 Li Wu's health nearly reached its maximum instantly. Turning to glance back, he saw by DeBeos grinning and waving his wand, his face brimming with pride. How extravagant! At this stage, healing skill tomes commanded exorbitant prices, and the berserk skill Li Wu had learned paled in comparison. With by DeBose's healing spell, Li Wu felt unrestrained, charging towards the 4 magic minions, distributing damage evenly among them, allowing the poison skill to reach its full potential. Before long, all 5 foes bore 5 stacks of poison, their aggro fully drawn. In a brief period, they transformed into white light, and the 5 elite monsters yielded only a modest amount of currency. After a brief recovery, the team pressed onward, encountering the second wave of monsters, much like the previous one, with Li Wu leading the charge. This time, once the demon was burdened with 5 stacks of poison, Li Wu permitted the Wolf Knight to engage. With a smooth and uneventful clear, a piece of silver equipment appeared on the ground. By DeBeos, as the designated looter, stepped forward to collect the equipment, intending to distribute it after the dungeon concluded. The team advanced further, systematically clearing 7 waves of elite monsters before reaching a tunnel that branched into 3 paths. By DeBeos directed them to take the left passage. Upon entering the left passage, they encountered a wave of elite monsters, but this time the number increased to 8, all of which were melee Abyss demons. The pressure mounted on Li Wu. Even with by DeBeos' healing, he found it somewhat overwhelming. Using the familiar strategy of kite tactics, by DeBeos instructed, "You 4, pair up and draw 1 demon each with ice arrows. The remaining 6 can be managed by the tank." Having run this Abyss dungeon before, by DeBeos quickly outlined the approach. Li Wu nodded, stepping forward to attract the aggro of all 8 demons, while the 4 spellcasters collaborated to draw away 2. After the remaining team focused fire on 1 demon, Li Wu ensured that the remaining 5 demons each maintained 5 stacks of poison before signaling by DeBeos to unleash area of effect skills. The staff of the illustrious by DeBeos comes equipped with an ice howl. After delivering a strike infused with this chilling roar, he deftly produced the staff of the undead king, unleashing a chain lightning spell. The seamless interplay of the 2 staffs was executed with remarkable finesse, prompting a moment of admiration from Li Wu. Wealthy adversaries are not to be feared. Rather, it is the adeptness of their play that poses a true challenge. Even though the demon possesses a 50 immunity to magical damage, it could only dissipate into a radiant glow before the explosive onslaught of by DeBeos. The left passageway harbored merely 2 waves of elite monsters, and upon their defeat, the first formidable boss of the Abyssal Passage dungeon emerged. Abyssal Warrior, boss, level, 10 health, 100,000 defense, 400 physical attack, 800 skill 1, Bloodthirst inflicts 150 physical damage upon the target, restoring an equivalent amount of health. Cooldown time, 3 seconds. Skill 2, Bleed, inflicts 150 physical damage upon the target, inflicting a wound that deals 10 physical damage per second over a duration of 5 seconds. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Skill 3, Whirlwind Slash, transforms into a whirling vortex, dealing 100 physical damage to all enemies within a 3-meter radius every second for 3 seconds. Cooldown time, 12 seconds. Skill 4, Abyssal Steel Body, reduces magical damage by 50. Compared to the Hellhound, this dungeon boss is indeed inferior in all aspects. However, with the player count reduced to 10, the challenge escalates. Upon reviewing the boss's statistics, Li Wu helplessly shrugged. This boss possesses excessively high single-target damage, and your healing spell has a cooldown of 3 seconds. I cannot endure for long. Unless you possess 2 healing skills, or other melee fighters have taunting abilities to alternate in tanking, we cannot prevail. Baidebeos pondered briefly and responded, "My talent is damage transfer. I can redirect a portion of the damage you receive to myself. However, my ability currently allows me to share 8 of the damage for a duration of 1 minute." Li Wu, upon hearing this, expressed surprise but soon lamented, "Your talent is quite commendable. Why is it only at level 2? The cooldown is excessively long, taking half an hour for a single use, and the transfer amount is minimal. I often forget to utilize it. Alas, 8 is somewhat lacking." Li Wu shook his head, then glanced at the others. "Does anyone here possess a unique skill? Don't look at me. My talent specializes in two-handed sword mastery, which enhances my attack power. Yet I have yet to even glimpse a two-handed sword," lamented the Wolf Knight. "My talent is one sweetening for food. I can taste saccharin in black bread," he added, feeling even more despondent than the Wolf Knight. "My talent increases damage by 10, but it cannot be upgraded. My talent reduces enmity, so I need not fear drawing aggro. My talent accelerates cooking speed by 30. My talent." Li Wu was left utterly flabbergasted. What peculiar talents these were, none of which proved useful. Baidebeos sighed. "This boss should be considered relatively simple. As long as we can withstand the onslaught, we shall prevail." Li Wu, filled with confusion, inquired, "Did you not defeat a single boss yesterday?" "We did not. Yesterday, we assembled a tank with taunting skills and another magic user with healing capabilities. Unfortunately, the tank's damage output was too low. Once the taunt expired, it could not hold aggro, resulting in numerous fatalities. Why didn't you gather them today? Let us not even discuss it. Those two are a couple. When the tank failed to maintain control over the monsters, they blamed me and the Wolf Knight. I spent the entire afternoon arguing with them, and I have since removed them from my contacts." "Ah, very well. Shall we first explore the other 2 passages? Perhaps we can confront different foes there. The other 2 passages are even more formidable. One boss is the Abyss Mage, whose area attacks are exceedingly fierce, leaving us unable to stand our ground. The other is the Abyss Priest, who possesses both area attacks and healing abilities, while also being capable of summoning elite monsters, making it more troublesome than the previous 2, Baidebeos lamented. "Numerous area attacks? That is indeed a fortuitous circumstance." Upon hearing this, Li Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. A plethora of area attacks suggests a scarcity of single-target skills, and the damage from area attacks tend to be less than that of single-target damage. Li Wu hurriedly urged everyone to seek out the mage boss. Chapter 53. Slay the mage before the warrior. After clearing the 2 waves of magical servants that obstructed their path, the group finally stood before the boss. Abyssal Mage, boss, level, 10 health, 100,000 defense, 400 magic attack, 800 skill 1. Fireball, inflicts 150 magic damage, cooldown of 2 seconds. Skill 2, Explosive Flame, deals 130 spell damage to the target and inflicts equivalent damage to all enemies within a 10-meter radius, cooldown of 5 seconds. Skill 3, Abyssal Inferno, manipulates the abyssal flames to create a raging inferno centered around itself, with a radius of 50 meters, causing 70 magic damage per second, lasting for 10 seconds. This is a channeling skill and cannot be interrupted, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Skill 4, Abyssal Form, immune to 50 of physical damage. The Abyssal Mage proved to be somewhat different from what Li Wu had anticipated. Its damage output was not insignificant, comparable to that of the Abyssal Warrior. However, upon seeing the third skill, Abyssal Inferno, which could not be interrupted, Li Wu couldn't help but chuckle. Channeling skills, much like the hellish three-headed hound's Black Mist, cannot utilize other abilities during their casting. Attack. Daba, find an opportunity to heal me, and everyone else just focus on not dying. Li Wu instructed without waiting for a discussion, immediately launching into action. Minus 728 on his way, the boss unleashed a fireball at him, prompting Li Wu to swiftly consume a healing potion. As the boss prepared to cast Explosive Flame, he executed a leap attack, striking the boss. Minus 568, minus 185, leap attack. Minus 42, poison. Minus 700, slashing. As the boss was about to activate Abyssal Inferno, Li Wu seized the moment to stun it with a powerful strike. Unfortunately, the 8-second cooldown of the stun skill was shared with the boss, meaning it could only trigger the stun effect once in that time frame. Otherwise, several warriors could have stunned it continuously. Once Li Wu stacked the poison to 5 layers, the boss finally unleashed its Abyssal Inferno. The area within a 50-meter radius was instantly engulfed in flames, rendering the boss immobile during the channeling. However, with Li Wu's defense at 472 points, the 75 magic damage from Abyssal Inferno inflicted only 113 points of damage per second on him. Hissing in pain, Li Wu continued to unleash his furious assault. With normal attacks combined with the 5 layers of poison and dual slashing, his damage per second soared above 2,300. As the 10 seconds of channeling concluded, the boss's health plummeted to 75. The onlookers, including by Daba, were left stunned. Although they had witnessed Li Wu's prowess during their encounter with the raging giant ape, the sheer clarity of his solo performance now was utterly striking. What in the world is this output capacity? Why are you still standing there? Come heal me. Li Wu shouted frantically at Bai Daba after stunning the boss. Coming. Bai Daba finally snapped to attention and rushed forward to cast a healing spell on Li Wu. Others swiftly sprang into action, 3 melee fighters charging forward. Regrettably, they were met with a devastating burst of flame after merely landing a single strike, leaving 2 of them severely wounded, while only the Wolf Knight remained in relatively good health. You two should retreat for now. You won't have time to evade the next blast of fire. The Wolf Knight can absorb another hit before withdrawing. The Abyssal Servant possessed a 50 immunity to physical damage, rendering melee attacks largely ineffective, even for the Wolf Knight, who struggled to inflict significant harm. Observing their critical condition, Li Wu promptly ordered their withdrawal. The remaining spellcasters were thriving, with Li Wu dealing a remarkable 2,300 damage per second, maintaining aggro with impeccable precision, while Bai Daba could not disrupt the boss's attention. Once the cooldown on his red potion concluded, Li Wu consumed another large red potion, instructing Daba, stand in the flames for 3 seconds and grant me an additional healing spell. The boss unleashed a fireball every 2 seconds, each inflicting 728 points of damage upon Li Wu, while Bai Daba's healing spell, cast every 3 seconds, restored 812 points of health. Thus, the boss's damage to Li Wu was effectively 364 per second, while Bai Daba's healing amounted to 270 per second, resulting in a net loss of 94 health points per second for Li Wu. When he faced the initial inferno, Li Wu's health was already precarious. By the time the cooldown for the boss's abyssal fire concluded at 20 seconds, his health had plummeted below half. If Bai Daba failed to heal him during the flames, a single fireball from the boss would be enough to obliterate him once the inferno subsided. As a second wave of flames approached, the boss's health had dwindled to 40. Bai Daba, not entirely adhering to Li Wu's directives, stubbornly endured the searing pain, consuming both a large red potion and a rapid return elixir, standing in the flames for 6 seconds to deliver 2 healing spells that brought Li Wu's health back to nearly full before they both dashed out of the inferno's reach. Li Wu also swallowed a large red potion, maintaining his health above 90. As the 10-second firestorm concluded, the boss's health was reduced to a mere 17, leaving no chance for recovery. A notification chimed. Congratulations, You have slain the dungeon boss, Abyssal Mage, earning 0 experience. The solitary chime, and still is 0, prompted Li Wu to roll his eyes in exasperation. Not even a shred of prestige. How miserly. The certifier, by Daba, hastily approached to collect the loot strewn about. Regrettably, the Abyssal Mage had not dropped any platinum gear, yielding only a level 10 golden item and 5 silver pieces. The Wolf Knight scoffed, muttering, "This boss is far too impoverished. Daba, you aren't hoarding anything, are you?" Daba rolled his eyes, retorting, "Get lost. Did you not see any platinum glimmers on the ground?" Li Wu remained reasonably composed, chuckling, "This is rather typical. After all, it's merely a dungeon boss. With 10 players, one can clear the dungeon, and considering the entire server, how much gear can drop in a day? If platinum gear were to drop, it would devalue to mere cabbage prices. Golden gear is rather uninspiring. You think everyone is as affluent as you lot? Currently, there are very few teams capable of defeating a dungeon boss. Level 10 golden gear still holds considerable value. My father handles the profitable endeavors. Why should I exert myself for this?" The Wolf Knight shrugged, lacking any enthusiasm. "Behold the attributes of this equipment," exclaimed by Daba with an expression of sheer delight as he shared the gear's statistics in a team channel. Abyssal Bracelet Gold, Health 180, Constitution 18, Constitution 18. Constitution 18, Equipment Level 10. "What are you so excited about? This equipment is useless," Wolf Knight remarked, somewhat exasperated. Li Wu sighed, realizing that the path for a defensive warrior was becoming increasingly tenuous. Indeed, Daba tossed the bracelet to Li Wu, grinning as he said, "Now you should be able to withstand the Abyssal Warrior, right? Give it a try." Li Wu casually replaced his silver bracelet, which had merely added 12 strength and 12 constitution, with the Abyssal Bracelet. His health officially surpassed 3,000 points. His defense rose to 556 points, while his attack diminished to 404 points. Chapter 54. Abyssal Priest. The boss dropped a piece of golden equipment, and naturally, Li Wu would not keep it all to herself. With a smile, she remarked, "Let us put this bracelet on the tab for now. We can settle it after the dungeon." "All right, I'll check the auction house to see if there are any suitable golden pieces for you," Dabayat nodded, summoning the auction house to explore equipment that might augment Li Wu's strength. "There's no need for that. It's too extravagant," Li Wu said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "You're overthinking it. I'm not that wasteful. I'm merely helping you look. You can purchase it yourself. Then I won't trouble you. Let us hurry and defeat the boss." Li Wu interrupted his attempts at extravagance and strode ahead. As Dabayat walked, he browsed the auction house, finding 2 level 10 golden items up for bidding, but neither suited Li Wu. In truth, her equipment was already quite exceptional. Aside from her weapon and a bracelet and ring that were silver grade, the rest were all above level 10 golden quality. Without those 3 items, her overall gear could rival that of the Wolf Knight. However, when it came to price, the Wolf Knight's weapon alone would far surpass Li Wu's entire ensemble. The 10 of them stood once more before the Abyssal Warrior. After reviewing the warrior's information, Li Wu calculated and arrived at a rough conclusion. Her current defense stood at 556 points. Even if she did nothing, considering the boss's various skills and basic attacks, the damage per second would be approximately 560 points. With Dabayat's talent mitigating 8, the damage would reduce to around 500 points. Healing could neutralize 270 points, leaving roughly 230 points of damage per second. The boss also possessed a Whirlwind Strike, a skill that would further reduce damage taken, coupled with a powerful strike every 8 seconds. With a health potion, they could ultimately vanquish the boss. "Let us do this," Li Wu shouted energetically as she charged forward. With a leap strike, she unleashed a succession of powerful blows, a strike, a basic attack, a mighty blow, and another basic attack. After executing her combo, 5 layers of poison were stacked, generating a significant amount of aggro. When contending with minor foes, the Wolf Knight could potentially snatch aggro with a burst of damage, but against the boss, that was utterly impossible. The damage per second soared above 2,300, making it impossible for the Wolf Knight to steal aggro. Fighting the Abyssal Warrior, which required no particular skill, was merely a contest of statistics. The only moment of tension arose when the Abyssal Warrior unexpectedly landed 2 critical hits, revealing a deficiency in the monster's information. However, Li Wu was not without her strategies. She commanded everyone to pause, stunning the boss with a powerful blow. Then, activating her berserk stance, she swiftly retreated. With an additional 22 movement speed from her shoes, combined with a 30 boost from her berserk state, the boss was unable to keep pace with her. After circling around, she recovered a significant portion of her health with 2 large potions, and by Dabayat subsequently healed her to full health. Taking into account the 20 seconds spent circling, the entire encounter lasted no more than a minute and a half before the Abyssal Warrior collapsed to the ground. Bai Gongzheng approached to loot the spoils, but alas, it was merely another piece of golden equipment, with only 3 silver items among them. However, this piece of golden equipment is a garment. Although it does not compare favorably with the items worn by the 3 individuals, it is still considerably more valuable than other golden grade scatter pieces, worth as much as 2 or 3 of them. Even the Wolf Knight, who claims to disdain golden gear, could not help but smirk. After all, who does not appreciate wealth? After conquering 2 dungeon bosses, the group eagerly surged towards the central passage. Following the defeat of 2 waves of minor foes, the 3rd dungeon boss materialized before them. The Abyssal Priest boss, level 10 health, 120, 000 defense, 450 magical attack, 850 skill 1, life drain. Randomly inflicts 130 magical damage per second on 8 targets within a 35-meter radius and restores an equivalent amount of health, with a casting time of 3 seconds and a cooldown of 5 seconds. Skill 2, Abyssal Summon, calls forth 5 abyssal demons to assist in battle, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Skill 3, Mass Heal, restores 100 of magical health to all allied targets within a 50-meter radius, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Skill 4, Regeneration, restores 50 of magical health to the target per second for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Upon seeing the information about the Abyssal Priest, Li Wu could not help but roll her eyes at Baidaba. Why not tackle such an easily defeated boss first instead of those 2? What were you thinking? What nonsense! This boss is considerably tougher than the other 2. Baidaba retorted defiantly. That life drain skill has damage. What makes it so hard to defeat? Can't you see the summoning skill? Every 30 seconds, it calls forth 5 elite monsters, with the boss's high health and defense, and 3 healing skills. After a prolonged battle, a swarm of elite monsters will emerge. Who can withstand that? Just hit it casually. Li Wu sighed, charging toward the Abyssal Priest amidst Baidaba's exclamations. Before Li Wu could reach the boss, the Abyssal Priest bellowed skyward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, come forth. Li Wu felt a wave of frustration as the suddenly summoned 12,345 demons materialized. She executed a jump slash, striking the Abyssal Priest. Ignore the minor foes. Focus fire on the boss. If health runs low, retreat 50 meters and consume potions, she commanded, unleashing a flurry of skills upon the boss. Only then did Baidaba realize why Li Wu had sighed. The elite monster's bloodthirsty skill inflicted a mere 29 points of damage on Li Wu, totaling only 145 points from all 5 creatures. Their regular attacks dealt a paltry 1 point due to forced armor penetration. Meanwhile, the boss's life drain would inflict 647 points of damage on Li Wu over 3 seconds, but with a cooldown of 5 seconds and the boss employing other skills. The interval for life drain was approximately 8 seconds, reducing the instantaneous damage to a mere 205. There was no need for her to absorb 8 of the damage. The healing spells alone could keep Li Wu at full health. As for the so-called infinite summons, Baidaba observed the boss's rapidly depleting health, even while continuously receiving healing. He could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. The damage output was outrageously excessive. The boss could summon minions at most 1 more time before meeting its demise. It is precisely due to Li Wu that this boss proves to be manageable. Otherwise, who among us could expect a defensive warrior to serve as a damage dealer, especially one whose output surpasses that of the so-called strongest mage in a novice village? Known as 5,188, as Baidaba observed, the Abyssal Priest possesses no damage mitigation abilities, and in a scenario where the damage output of 10 players is maximized, the Abyssal Priest succumbed in less than 50 seconds. With the boss defeated, the 10 unharmed elite monsters vanished in unison. Li Wu lamented the loss. While summoning 10 elite monsters was somewhat ambitious, the minor creatures, susceptible to slow effects, would be relatively easy to dispatch, potentially yielding a couple of silver. The boss's summoning was indeed in accordance with its intrinsic nature, as the Abyssal Priest transformed into a radiant light. The ground beneath the players began to tremble, followed by the collapse of the stone wall at the end of the passage. Chapter 55. Moral Coercion by Daba quickly stepped forward to retrieve the scattered items, his expression turning vigilant as he gazed at the distant crumbling rock face. As the tremors subsided, a shadowy passage emerged at the end of the corridor. Could there be another boss? The Wolf Knight remarked with palpable excitement. It is quite possible, although these 3 bosses are formidable, even without my assistance. If you join forces with Hao Jianjun and his companion, who possesses healing abilities, defeating the 3 bosses is still within reach. I refuse to believe that among the myriad novice villages across Huaxia, there is not one capable of rallying their strongest forces to conquer the dungeon. Li Wu chuckled. I concur. Ever since yesterday, when Zhan Tianxia published the strategy for the Hellhound, many novice villages have successfully vanquished it. There are certainly numerous novice villages capable of tackling dungeons. Yet to this day, I have not heard of any village that has completely cleared a dungeon, by Daba added, his initial caution giving way to exhilaration. Who wouldn't be thrilled at the prospect of facing another boss? The Abyssal Priest dropped a pair of level 10 magical golden boots. After sharing the information in the team chat, Daba promptly equipped the boots, while the remaining 3 pieces of silver gear were disregarded, as everyone's focus remained on the newly revealed passage. The journey through the corridor was devoid of monsters, leading to a grand hall where a colossal figure loomed majestically upon a throne at the far end. Beside the throne lay a massive, pitch-black canine creature. Abyssal Lord, Boss, level, 10 health, 120. 000 defense, 450 physical attack, 900 magical attack, 900 skill 1, Bloodthirst skill 2, Abyssal Inferno skill 3, healing, restores 120 of target's mana as health. Skill 4, mounted stance. Upon mounting, dual attack increases by 50, with all damage absorbed by the mount. Skill 5, Abyssal form, reduces physical damage by 50, magical damage by 50. Abyssal Wolf, Boss, level, 10 health, 100 defense, 450 physical attack, 800 skill 1, bite, inflicts 150 physical damage on the target. Cooldown of 3 seconds. Skill 2, Blood Drain, restores 10 of health. Skill 3, Howl, reduces the movement speed of all targets within 100 meters by 50. Cooldown of 10 seconds. Skill 4, Savior, when the Master's health drops below 50, becomes immune to all control effects and rushes to the Master's side. Upon seeing the information of the 2 monsters, Daba could not contain his astonishment. 2 bosses. Unless we summon Hao Jianjun right now, a dual tank and dual healer strategy might just work. The Wolf Knight shook his head, offering a wry smile. Indeed, it's a challenging endeavor. The Abyssal Lord's mounted stance is exceedingly powerful, increasing attack by 50. Even with the arrival of the esteemed Hao Jianjun, it may not suffice. I can't help but wonder if it starts mounted. If that's the case, then no one would be effective. That seems unlikely. Observe the Abyssal Wolf. It possesses a skill called Savior. I suspect it only activates when the Lord's health falls below 50. The correct approach should be to eliminate the Abyssal Wolf before confronting the Lord, but alas, we cannot withstand it, sighed Li Wu. Just as everyone was at a loss, Lonely Cold suddenly spoke up. I do have a solution. What kind of solution? Li Wu inquired, puzzled. It requires more money. Lonely Cold grinned. Upon hearing this, Li Wu blinked, thinking Lonely Cold was jesting, and turned to Baidabeo with a teasing remark. He's talking to you. Baidabeo rolled his eyes at Li Wu and then addressed Lonely Cold. If the solution requires money, that is not an issue. However, the money is not for me alone. It is for the life insurance of the 7 of us. We will draw the Lord away, sacrificing ourselves to buy you time. With Brother Tuan present, we are not lacking in damage output. Once you have slain the wolf, you can return to defeat the Lord. As Lonely Cold as plan unfolded, everyone's eyes lit up. For other teams, this method would be futile. Who could rely on just 3 individuals to defeat a boss? Even if they could, the speed would be insufficient. But with Li Wu in the mix, as long as they could endure, defeating the boss would merely take seconds. Agreed. If it works, each shall receive a reward of 1 gold coin. Bai Debao decisively declared, each to receive 1,000. Li Wu looked at Bai Debao as if he were a fool, secretly lamenting the boy's vet and wealth. What additional money? When you die in the dungeon, you are teleported outside without losing anything. The notion of life insurance is absurd. Who possesses surplus lives to sell? If we fail to defeat the boss, we die just the same. If Bai Debao insists on trying, can the others refuse? The entire dungeon's rewards are in Bai Debao's hands. Can Lonely Cold and the others not follow orders? Moreover, strategizing together in the dungeon to devise plans is entirely normal, is it not? Having settled the distribution scheme, now that they have encountered 2 bosses and feel shortchanged, should Bai Debao not also feel aggrieved after spending an entire day in the dungeon without defeating a single boss, while the 2 most formidable, Bai Debao and the Wolf Knight, toiled in vain? This fellow is also being clever, binding the other 6 together, engaging in a subtle moral coercion. It would have been more straightforward. Knowing Bai Debao's character, would he allow you to propose ideas without compensation? Li Wu internally sighed, realizing this individual was narrowing his path, failing to cherish the 2 great supporters he had. Unlike Bai Debao, the Wolf Knight had reacted, casting a cold glance at Lonely Cold. We have wealth, but do not take us for fools. The Wolf Knight remained calm, choosing not to erupt in anger, but spoke calmly. Money cannot be obtained without merit. Dying in the dungeon incurs no loss. I have heard of teams that have perished 12 or 20 times while attempting to conquer a boss. Why should we be rewarded with 2,000 coins for dying in our team? Lonely Cold's expression shifted slightly, ready to retort, but was interrupted by the Wolf Knight's subsequent words. Rewards are not out of the question, and I can indeed double the amount. But it is not for life insurance. These 2 bosses are likely the final adversaries of the dungeon, and upon their defeat, there may be prestige rewards for achieving a first clear. Although the utility of this prestige remains unclear, I am inclined to acquire as much as possible. Therefore, while we engage the second boss, should anyone choose to withdraw from the party, they will receive a reward of 2 gold. The mention of the Wolf Knight momentarily silenced several players, yet it was only 4 who were truly troubled by this predicament. Among the 7 participants, 3 have been steadfastly allied with the Wolf Knight since the server's inception, and they naturally hold no disdain for prestige, recognizing that without this alliance, they would not have the opportunity to secure any first clear rewards. One player, caught in their inner turmoil, pondered aloud, is it possible for me to forego the reward and still receive prestige? Indeed, that is an option, but you must also share the burden of the reward being distributed to the others. It would be unreasonable for me to bear the cost while you simply reap the benefits of prestige. Upon hearing the Wolf Knight's response, the player found themselves even more conflicted. Chapter 56. Wealth does not equate to foolishness. Ultimately, all 7 individuals, including the lonely and indifferent, opted for the reward. On one hand lay the prospect of receiving 2,000 coins without effort, while on the other, they faced the daunting choice of parting with several thousand coins for an uncertain and perhaps elusive prestige. For the average player, the decision was hardly complex. Moreover, ordinary players were not entirely bereft of prestige. Merely participating in the assault on wild bosses could yield 5 points. Who among them would be willing to spend money? They could simply accumulate it gradually. In a novice village, one could easily amass 20 points in a day, and once the main city opened, the potential gains would likely be even greater. Only a fool would squander money on such trivialities. Li Wu observed the Wolf Knight, feeling somewhat bewildered. This fellow was not as he had imagined. Unlike Bai Daba, the simpleton with abundant funds, the Wolf Knight was indeed shrewd. Not only did he deftly outmaneuver the lonely and indifferent, but he also sought to seize the opportunity to gain some prestige. While ordinary players hesitated to gamble on uncertain prestige, what did the Wolf Knight have to lose? Perhaps just a pair of undergarments. Furthermore, this individual was adept at linguistic manipulation, subtly ensnaring those few individuals into his scheme. The notion of purchasing prestige was absurd. If prestige truly existed, it rightfully belonged to others. Why should one expect to buy it while others were compelled to follow suit? If one possessed the skill, why not refrain from relying on others to assist in dungeon runs? By paying others to leave the team, those who remained would simply gain more prestige due to the system's allocation. That was a matter for the system to address, not them. Unbeknownst to these individuals, they had been ensnared by the Wolf Knight, and Li Wu saw no reason to intervene, for they were not at a significant loss. The 4,000 coins and rewards were not insignificant. Had it not been for the fact that prestige could not be transferred, he would have considered selling some of his own, as he had accumulated over 10,000 points, real, tangible prestige that required no gamble. Surely, a price several times its worth would not be unreasonable. Alas, it was not for sale. Li Wu realized he could no longer underestimate the wealthy. The notion that the rich were foolish was merely a delusion of the impoverished. ISN T2 gold too little? By Daba began, but before he could finish his thought, the Wolf Knight covered his mouth, his large eyes wide with confusion. Li Wu regarded Bai Daba, the epitome of foolish wealth, and silently retracted his previous musings. It appeared that Bai Daba had been persuaded by the Wolf Knight's private message, his fair face flushed with indignation. Fortunately, he recognized that the opportunity for a first clear might not present itself again, thus refraining from an outburst. Seeing that the terms had been negotiated, Li Wu spoke up. We have a plan, but how shall we execute it? The boss has a longer range than the players, and if you all charge in, you will be swiftly eliminated. If I take the lead, facing two bosses simultaneously would severely deplete my health. Even if you manage to divert one immediately, I may not recover in time. The Wolf Knight pondered for a moment before suggesting, what if I draw their attention? My health should withstand the onslaught. As long as you are ready to intercept the abyssal demon wolf, I can consume a health potion and swiftly retreat, drawing the Lord away. At that point, they can all strike the Lord briefly, then disperse towards the entrance and the side paths. By the time I fall, the bosses will merely chase them back and forth. Li Wu furrowed his brow and nodded helplessly. It seems we have no choice. However, if you perish, I fear our damage output against the demon wolf may prove insufficient. If the Lord returns prematurely, we would be in dire straits. Moreover, the demon wolf lacks damage reduction passives, making your output capabilities rather wasted. Actually, there's no need for Brother Wolf to lead. Lonely Everything Cold suddenly interjected. The group turned in confusion to see Lonely Everything Cold grinning as he retrieved a novice handgun from his bag. The range of the handgun surpassed even that of the boss's skills. Li Wu cast a glance at the smug Lonely Everything Cold and couldn't help but subtly curl his lip. This fellow is rather clever. How could he not comprehend the concept of consistent nourishment? Lonely Everything Cold stepped forward a couple of paces, aiming the handgun at the distant Abyss Lord. Bang! After one shot, there was no change. Lonely Everything Cold awkwardly chuckled. I missed. Bang! Immunity. The second shot successfully struck the Abyss Lord upon his throne. And although the word immunity floated above the Lord's head, it incited his wrath, causing him to rise and march towards them. The minions beneath the throne, or rather, the wolf minions, howled in fury and charged down. The 7 individuals, led by Lonely Everything Cold, immediately began to retreat, while Li Wu and his companions sidestepped to allow the 2 bosses to pass. As the Abyss Demon Wolf approached, Li Wu delivered a fierce strike, stunning it in place. After exchanging blows with the Demon Wolf, Li Wu attracted sufficient aggro and gradually led the beast beneath the throne while retreating and striking. No one could ascertain how long the 7 could hold off the Lord, but maximizing the distance for the Lord's return seemed the most prudent course. The Abyss Demon Wolf possessed only 1 damage skill, and given Li Wu's current defenses, he needn't consume potions. Bai Daba could heal him effortlessly. With minimal pressure, Li Wu couldn't restrain himself from voicing a thought that had just crossed his mind. Bai Xia, why does using a handgun against the boss result in immunity? I recall you having used one before. You don't know this? Bai Daba replied, somewhat surprised, and chuckled. It's not because of the boss, but rather the defensive stats. If the combined attack power of the firearm and its ammunition does not exceed the opponent's defense, even a force damage trigger of 1 point cannot occur. Can this firearm still be useful later on? No player's total equipment damage can surpass a fixed damage value, can it? The monsters ahead will likely be very difficult to penetrate. Li Wu's brow furrowed deeply. I truly don't understand why firearms were introduced into the game. Was it merely to exploit the wealthy players? Bai Daba replied with a smirk. I wonder how extravagant one must be to qualify as prey. In any case, I nearly faced ruin because of it. Even if my father suddenly had a change of heart, I wouldn't dare entertain the thought of reclaiming dual pistols. Then what purpose does this firearm serve? Who knows? I've heard there are players dedicated to crafting armor-piercing bullets now. Perhaps ammunition will become cheaper in the future? If it dares to drop to 10 copper per round, I dare to reclaim dual pistols. What's the point of dual pistols? I heard someone on the forum mention that another novice village has released a level 10 golden Alaska rifle with remarkable firing speed. The Wolf Knight chimed in excitedly. Li Wu cast a glance at the Wolf Knight and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What has you so excited? Given your circumstances, one might wonder if you have ever wielded a firearm in reality. Not only have I handled one, but I have also fired it. Regrettably, my encounters were confined to the shooting range. However, in the realm of games, one can not only battle monsters, but also engage in combat with others." Upon hearing this, Li Wu nodded in agreement, recognizing a universal truth. Every man harbors a dream of wielding a firearm. Otherwise, he would not have entertained thoughts of enlisting in the military. As their conversation unfolded, the abyssal demon wolf succumbed to the ground without any contest, while a colossal figure furiously charged towards them from the distance. The other 7 had successfully accomplished their objectives, thus affording Li Wu and his companions ample time. Chapter 57. The transition in Shin Haoqing, the abyssal magic wolf, yielded nothing. And Li Wu, disregarding his confusion, hurriedly stepped forward to confront the abyssal lord. Deprived of its minion, the abyssal lord, though formidable with a terrifying double attack of 900 points, was limited to merely 2 skills, Bloodlust and Abyssal Firestorm. The healing abilities, which repulsed others, alleviated Li Wu's burden. The troublesome 50 damage reduction rendered ineffective against his assaults. The Abyssal Lord endured only 10 seconds longer than the Abyssal Magic Wolf. Once he confirmed that the other 7 had retreated, Li Wu delivered the final strike. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the dungeon boss, Abyssal Lord. Experience gained, 0 ding. Congratulations on defeating the dungeon boss, Abyssal Magic Wolf. Experience gained, 0 ding. Congratulations to your team for achieving the first kill in the Abyssal Passage dungeon, earning your team 3,000 reputation points. As a member, you receive 1,000 reputation points. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the team led by Daba Bayo for completing the first kill in the Abyssal Passage dungeon, earning the team 3,000 reputation points. May all players continue to strive for excellence. Hooray! The consecutive 3 server-wide announcements flushed by Daba Bayo's fair face with excitement. I'm on television. The whole of China knows my name now. Just as by Daba Bayo's voice faded, another server-wide announcement momentarily eclipsed her name. Server-wide announcement. The Abyssal Passage is now open, and the 12 Zodiac cities have been unlocked. Players at level 10 and above may choose to enter any of the 12 Zodiac cities at the entrance of the Abyssal Passage dungeon. Before the announcement could scroll 3 times, Li Wu and his companions instinctively placed their hands on the light screen that had suddenly appeared beside them. System prompt. Once you enter a Zodiac city, you will be unable to return to the novice village. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Upon seeing the prompt, Li Wu hesitated. If he could not return to the novice village, would he not miss the chance to defeat the 2 level 10 bosses? How could he bear to forego that? Yet he quickly realized that, even if he stayed behind, the bosses might not allow him to slay them at will. With by Daba Bayo and the Wolf Knight having departed, who would protect him while he attempted to seize the berserk giant ape, the strategies for climbing the Hellhound had already been exposed. Tomorrow, the mountains would surely be crowded with players. In that fleeting moment of indecision, by Daba Bayo and the Wolf Knight vanished from sight, prompting him to hastily click confirm. There were rewards for the first kill and the first passage. What about the first to reach the city? Was there a reward for the first player to change their class? This was quite the delay. Fortunately, as Li Wu materialized in Shenhaoqing, no new server-wide announcement resounded. It appeared that reaching the city first did not yield any rewards. At that moment, Li Wu found himself in a vast plaza, dominated by 9 monumental statues. Beneath each statue stood a shadowy figure. Li Wu quickly approached. Recalling that the NPCs in the novice village possessed basic AI capable of answering simple directional inquiries, the NPCs in Shenhaoqing should be no different. He could inquire about the location of the class transition hall. To Li Wu's astonishment, as soon as he approached, 9 figures swiftly surrounded him. "Greetings, adventurer. Would you be interested in joining the Assassin's Alliance?" A diminutive NPC clad in tight leather armor spoke up eagerly. "Huh, what is the merit of a profession that lurks in shadows? You should join our Warriors Alliance instead. You appear robust and well-suited to be a warrior," interjected an NPC wielding a long sword, casually pushing the small assassin aside while laughing heartily. "Do you dare to discriminate against professions? Do you believe I won't stab you in the back at midnight?" A blonde maiden with a longbow swayed her body, inadvertently sending the petite assassin flying with her bow, and then smiled brightly at Li Wu, saying, "How about the Archers Alliance? There are plenty of beautiful ladies." Speaking of beautiful ladies, the Clerics Alliance certainly has the most. A tall and striking woman in a white robe, her ample bosom evident, squeezed into the circle. "Join our Knights Alliance. We offer dual magical and martial training along with various mounts available for free exchange. Our Mages Alliance is superior, offering unparalleled damage that you deserve." Another voice chimed in. "Have you heard of the Druids Alliance? Embrace the solace of nature. The earth and forest shall bestow their blessings upon you. Have you ever heard of summoners? Pets and mounts are mere illusions. We can summon our own, and it's free." A cacophony of voices erupted, leaving Li Wu's head spinning. Suddenly, a jarringly discordant voice cut through the clamor. "The Guardians Alliance. Join if you wish. Who would care for a scrawny chicken like you?" Li Wu turned his gaze toward the towering figure clad in metal armor, wielding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. Even knowing this was an NPC, he couldn't help but remark, "Are you playing hard to get with me?" As if I would want to be a moving target. Server announcement. Congratulations to player by Daba for being the first to transition to Mage, rewarded with a set of golden grade professional gear and 1,000 reputation points. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Wolf Knight for being the first to transition to Warrior, rewarded with a set of golden grade professional gear and 1,000 reputation points. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Jean Tianxia for being the first to transition to Knight, rewarded with a set of golden grade professional gear and 1,000 reputation points. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Feng Chue Dan Liang for being the first to transition to Cleric, rewarded with a set of golden grade professional gear and 1,000 reputation points. The series of server announcements caused Li Wu's expression to shift dramatically. He quickly scrolled through the messages and then dashed in front of the burly man. "I wish to join the Guardians Alliance. I want to be a moving target. Please grant me the transition." With only the Summoner and Guardian professions remaining without players transitioning, and realizing that the Summoner was likely to be fragile, Li Wu knew that to seize a set of golden grade professional gear and 1,000 reputation points, he could only choose the Guardian. The burly man glanced at Li Wu with disdain, but without delay, he waved his hand, and a golden light enveloped Li Wu. System prompt. "Would you like to transition to Guardian?" "Yes." Ding. Congratulations on being the first to transition to Guardian, earning 1,000 reputation points. Ding. Your free attribute points have been reset. Please redistribute them. Ding. Your novice universal skills have been forgotten. Seek your mentor to learn professional skills. Ding. You have acquired the Guardian profession traits, which decrease attack by 20 while increasing endurance by 20 and defense by 20. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the indomitable and adorable guild for being the first to transition to the Guardian profession. Rewarded with a complete set of golden tier professional gear and 1,000 reputation points. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a complete set of golden tier professional gear. Gazing at the row of golden glimmers nestled within his inventory, Li Wu exhaled softly. He had indeed been torn between a high attack speed profession and a tank role. The synergy of his talents with rapid attack speed would undoubtedly yield swift strikes. However, such speed also implied fragility. Once his talents surged, no one could hold the boss, resulting in a guaranteed over-tanking scenario. A single skill from a boss could spell his doom. The tank role, on the other hand, was resilient but lacked the capacity for rapid strikes. Yet, considering that toxin skills could trigger cutting effects, and only in melee range, this could potentially compensate for the attack speed dilemma. A golden tier professional set, by its very name, promised substantial value, while I dare not presume its worth. Based on Li Wu's recent experience selling equipment, this set must be valued in the millions. With nearly 1 billion players across the entirety of Huaxia, only 9 have received such a reward. The mere thought of it is tantalizing. Chapter 58. The Golden Armor of Love and Hate. Li Wu peered eagerly into her backpack. Where the weapon attributes lay, a glimmer of surprise dancing in her eyes, soon overshadowed by a flicker of dread. Steel longsword, golden, bound, attack 360, stamina 26, bone 26, strength 26, equipped skill. Bloodsucking, attack carries a 5 life steal. Equipment type, one-handed sword. Equipment requirement, warrior, shield guard, assassin. Equipment rating, 78. The weapon was indeed impressive. Despite the absence of an active skill, the 5 life steal function was akin to a passive skill of considerable utility. Yet, why must it be bound? Li Wu hastily examined her other equipment, her expression morphing into one of despair. Every single piece was bound, none could be sold. And while it was labeled as a class set, it bore no actual set attributes, merely a collection of names. A few pieces even surpassed her current gear, an affront to the very essence of a professional set. Wait, her equipped items hadn't changed, had they? Li Wu quickly checked her current gear, relieved to find that the opening of the city had not transformed her equipment into class-specific items. The thought of her health-boosting and defensive gear turning into magical class equipment sent chills down her spine. Where could she weep then? Moreover, non-class restricted equipment would undoubtedly fetch a higher price than class-specific items, sparing her for financial loss. Upon further inspection of the system's awarded golden set, she noted that the attribute types were consistent, enhancing stamina, bone, and strength, albeit with varying attribute points across different pieces. Steel shield, defense 100, stamina 26, bone 26, strength 26. Steel armor, health 1000, defense 100, stamina 23, bone 23, strength 23. Steel helmet, health 400, stamina 20, bone 20, strength 20. Steel leggings, defense 36, stamina 20, bone 20, strength 20. Steel boots, health 180, stamina 20, bone 20, strength 20, movement speed increased by 18. Steel necklace, attack 36, stamina 18, spirit 18, strength 18. Steel bracelet, health 180, stamina 18, bone 18, strength 18. Steel bracers, attack 36, stamina 18, bone 18, strength 18. Steel ring, attack 36, stamina 18, bone 18, agility 18. Steel finger ring, defense 36, stamina 18, bone 18, agility 18. A remarkably standard set of guardian equipment, most pieces superior to what Li Wu currently wore, particularly as she still possessed 2 silver items. However, the weapon, upper garment, and boots were inferior to her existing gear, and the attributes of the bracelets were overly balanced, lacking the prowess of the 3 bone bracelets she had previously acquired. Since everything was bound, Li Wu deliberated and ultimately decided to don all the equipment except for the boots and bracelets. The armor was but a fraction short of her current gear's value. She might as well sell it while it still held worth, and she still needed to return the helmet to the Wolf Knight. After changing outfits, Li Wu glanced at his attribute panel. Name: Invincible Cute Group Level, 10 health points, 5076 magic points, 480 physical attack, 699 magic attack, 60 defense, 933 stamina, 237 spirit, 48 strength, 221 bone strength, 253 intelligence, 30 agility, 66 skills, guardian specialization. Frenzy, toxin, occasionally organizing data to spare both the author and readers from confusion. After the change, Li Wu found himself somewhat bewildered by his character panel. Each attribute had surged dramatically, which was entirely reasonable, considering not only had he upgraded his weapon, but also acquired a substantial shield. Yet, he sensed something amiss until he noticed the addition of the passive skill, Guardian Specialization, in his skill bar. Guardian Specialization would reduce his attack power by 20 while increasing his stamina and defense by 20, hence the outrageous health and defense values. It was likely that other classes experienced similar transformations. For the sake of a set of bound golden equipment, there was no turning back. Li Wu sighed and subsequently applied to the Guardian class mentor to learn professional skills. At level 10, he could only learn 3 class skills, with additional skills available for every 5 levels thereafter. The first 2 skills were Taunt and Valiant Strike, learned free of charge. However, the third skill, Shield Bash, surprisingly required a tuition fee of 2 gold coins, even though its effect was identical to the strike skill learned automatically at level 5. After changing classes, the strike skill was removed, and simply adding shield warranted a charge of 2,000 coins. Why was learning a skill so expensive? Li Wu glared at the class mentor, who looked even more astonished than he. The subsequent skills are even pricier. If you lack funds, hurry up and earn some, and don't embarrass yourself here. In a fit of temper, Li Wu slapped down 2 gold coins, completed the learning, and turned to leave. The mentor's arms were nearly as thick as his waist. If he couldn't confront him, could he not simply avoid him? Daba and the Wolf Knight were also oblivious to which city they had been teleported. As Li Wu reached the teleportation portal they had just arrived at, he pressed a button, only to be left dumbfounded. The teleportation array displayed 12 cities, but the system indicated the portal was damaged, allowing entry but not exit. Was this the end? Just then, Daba sent a voice message. I'm in Rabbit City. Where are you? Let us divide the loot from the previous dungeon. I'm in Monkey City, but this teleportation portal is damaged. Can you teleport here? Li Wu sent his message, and shortly received a reply from Daba. The teleportation portal in Rabbit City could also only allow entry. Li Wu glanced at the few players who had begun to trickle in through the portal, letting out a resigned sigh. Although Daba had transitioned to a mage, the skills learned from the skill book remained, and his attributes had surely soared as well, resulting in an astonishing healing output. Li Wu had been contemplating collaborating with her to hunt wild bosses. However, he had not expected that the 12 Zodiac cities would not be interconnected. He had merely chosen hastily for the sake of speed. Moments ago, the Abyss Lord yielded 2 pieces of golden equipment, a pet egg of the Abyssal Wolf, and several pieces of silver gear. I shall relay this information to you. Debeo remembers the matter of distributing the spoils, and has outlined our gains for Li Wu, a level 10 golden helmet and a level 10 golden ring, while the quality of the Abyssal Wolf pet egg is rated as B class. Li Wu contemplated for a moment and replied, since face-to-face trading is not feasible, you may handle the spoils from the dungeon as you see fit. Anything we do not require can be placed on the market, and we shall evenly divide the proceeds among the 3 of us. By the way, I have also retained a golden bracelet for myself, and I am unable to return the Wolf Knight's helmet, so please account for that as well. I will convert it to cash for you directly. Now that the main city is opened, I am considering establishing a guild. These pieces of equipment could serve as rewards, and I intend to acquire them all. Agreed. Chapter 59. The Battle of the Heavens Guild. That dear sister is quite calculating. With the main city now open, level 10 equipment has undoubtedly lost its value. Even golden equipment will surely be significantly discounted. Thus, it is rare for Daba to be so frugal with his finances. The sudden opening of the main city has caught him off guard. Just a moment ago, level 10 golden gear could fetch around 40 to 50,000, but now, with players flooding into the main city and no level cap in sight, they will quickly level up and obtain even higher quality gear. The equipment of top players will soon be outdated and flood the market, inevitably causing prices to plummet. Take, for instance, the 9 individuals who have just undergone their first-class transition. Dozens of pieces of equipment will soon enter the market, most likely comprised of golden items. Li Wu is well aware of this reality and responds, understood, brother. The dungeon yielded 5 pieces of level 10 golden equipment. Let us set the price at 10,000 each. There are 14 pieces of silver equipment, each priced at 1,000. As for that B-grade magic wolf pet egg, I plan to gift it to my mother, so let us value it at 200,000. If I need to pay you back for my pet later, I will. Agreed. After deducting the bracelet and the Wolf Knight's helmet, I will transfer you 68,000. All right. Baidaba's transfer is remarkably swift, and in the next moment, Li Wu receives the 68,000, filling him with joy. However, that joy is short-lived. A drastic drop in golden equipment prices? Wu Ti, that mean the gear he just replaced will also lose value? Realizing this, Li Wu hastily lists all the equipment he had swapped out for sale. Upon noticing the bound steel-long boots and bracelet in his inventory, Li Wu hesitates but ultimately decides against selling the platinum boots and the 3 bone bracelets. After managing his equipment, Li Wu strolls around the city, hoping to find some quests to undertake. Strangely, in Blue Star Online, there are no beginner quests in the Novice Village. The secondary profession mentors in the Novice Village do issue professional tasks, but these are merely prerequisites for learning life skills, without any additional rewards. For instance, one must smelt a certain number of iron ores to learn the forging skill. Li Wu, having heard from his mother about the significant investment required in life professions early on, has not learned any secondary profession. After engaging numerous NPCs without triggering any quests, he suspects that the main city might also lack available tasks. Is this not a blatant exploitation of players? In other games, one would expect a series of main and side quests that provide some form of reward, be it items or currency. It is worth noting that in Blue Star Online, even stones can be exchanged for money. Without quests, naturally, there are no rewards to be given, saving the developers a significant sum in expenses based on player numbers. A server-wide announcement proclaims, player Zhang Tianxia has established the first guild, Zhang Tian, earning a 1 guild level, a golden guild warehouse, a golden guild banner, and 10 server-wide announcements. With a succession of server-wide notifications, the system's alert rings out. Ding! Players who reach level may 10th summon the guild panel to apply for membership. Players joining a guild can teleport for free to the city where the guild leader is located within 24 hours. Li Wu summoned the guild interface as prompted by the system, only to discover that the guild list displayed solely the Zhantian Guild, located in Zishu City. Bai Dabao's conjecture had proven correct. Zhantian had indeed established a guild. Should he consider joining Zhantian Guild? As the first guild to be founded, its prospects for development were undoubtedly promising. To be frank, he did not believe that the incident of seizing a few bosses in the Novice Village could be replicated in the main city. After all, with the advent of the guild system, the chaotic skirmishes among individual players were rendered nearly impossible. The monopolization of outdoor bosses by various guilds had become the norm, and even some efficient leveling spots might fall under their control. As a high-ranking guardian, his current equipment was arguably the finest. Joining a guild would certainly garner attention, and negotiating favorable terms could potentially secure him a stable, high-paying position within the game, complete with benefits. However, he had indirectly seized 2 server-wide announcements and 6,000 reputation points from Zhang Tian. Would this individual seek revenge because of that? Just as Li Wu was engulfed in indecision, Bai Dabao sent another voice message. Upon connecting, Bai Dabao's eager voice came through. "Brother, hurry and create a guild." Li Wu felt somewhat speechless and replied, "Why would I create such a thing? That's something only the wealthy can afford." "Oh, come on. Once you've established it, you can sell it." Bai Dabao urged. "Rush to the Lord's mansion and apply to establish a guild. Whether you manage it yourself or sell it, you'll be on your way to fortune." "What do you mean?" Li Wu asked, puzzled. "Creating a guild requires 3,000 reputation points, and you surely have enough. I estimate that the second guild will also come with server-wide announcements and rewards. Even if it doesn't, the sooner you establish a guild, the more valuable it becomes. Hurry." Bai Dabao was genuinely anxious for Li Wu. "All right." Li Wu, upon hearing this, hastily set off, muttering as he ran, "If reputation is a requirement. Aside from me and Zhang Tian, no one else likely possesses 3,000 reputation points, right? Not necessarily. Just now, 9 people received 1,000 reputation points each. I currently have over 2,000 reputation points, and besides, the kills in the Novice Village did not receive announcements." Upon hearing Bai Dabao's words, Li Wu realized that he was unaware of who had claimed the first and third kills of the Electric Zombie King, as well as the first, second, and third kills of the Silver Wolf King, the third kill of the Frenzied Giant Ape, and the third kill of the Hellhound. Although the chances were slim, there might be others like him who had not formed a team to claim full reputation points. At least for now, it was evident that Jean Tian had monopolized the reputation rewards. Otherwise, his reputation could not possibly have reached 3,000 points. After inquiring with nearby NPCs about the location of the Lord's Mansion, Li Wu swiftly made his way there. The Lord's Mansion loomed in the city center, flanked by 2 rows of guards, each gripping long swords and eyeing their surroundings with cold vigilance. Li Wu, feeling impulsive, casually cast a true vision spell, discovering that, aside from the guards being level 60, the rest were all marked with question marks. Surely, this game couldn't have concocted some sort of offense like trespassing into the Lord's Mansion. Observing the imposing guards, Li Wu approached with a hint of trepidation. As expected, the moment the guards noticed him advancing, they immediately turned their attention, with one stepping forward, sword in hand, to inquire, "What is your business?" "I have come to establish a guild. Could you kindly inform the lord of the city?" There is no need to trouble the lord for a mere civilian organization. One can simply enter through the side door and approach the director of the Civilian Organization Oversight Office. Li Wu smacked his lips and, following the guards, entered the Lord's residence through a small side entrance, although it was referred to as the Lord's residence. Entering through the side door led to a narrow alleyway surrounded by high walls, and as he ventured further, the path became increasingly obscure. Li Wu harbored considerable doubts about whether this so-called Lord's residence was merely a fade. Perhaps the designers of Blue Star Online had yet to devise its interior. Eventually, he arrived at an office space and, following the signage, located the Civilian Organization Oversight Office, where an elderly man with a goatee was reclining in a rocking chair. Seemingly dozing, Li Wu's arrival appeared to disturb the elderly gentleman's repose, prompting him to inquire, somewhat irked, "Who are you looking for?" "I wish to establish a guild." Upon hearing this, the old man instantly perked up, swiftly sitting upright with enthusiasm, and inquired, "What type of establishment method do you wish to choose?" Chapter 60, The Auction Guild. Choosing the establishment method, Li Wu was momentarily taken aback. Was it not said that one could establish a guild with merely 3,000 reputation points? What methods were available? With a hint of confusion, Li Wu inquired. The old man, stroking his curly beard with a smile, elucidated. There are 2 methods to establish a guild. One is to complete the monster extermination tasks issued by the Lord's office to earn merits. Once your merit points reach 1,000, you can establish a guild for free. The second method involves expending 3,000 reputation points to apply directly. Tasks. Finally, a task had been triggered, and Li Wu instantly felt invigorated, hastily asking, "What tasks are available?" You can find a task hall by turning left as you exit. Go take a look yourself. Though Li Wu was intrigued by the tasks, he knew better than to squander time and promptly declared, "I will simply expend reputation points to apply for establishing the guild." The old man seemed to have anticipated Li Wu's choice, cheerfully extending his hand. "That will be 2,000 gold coins." "How much?" Li Wu barely restrained an instinctive ear-pulling gesture, incredulity etched across his face. 2,000 gold coins. Weren't you just saying it was free to establish? I mentioned that establishing with 1,000 merits is free. Establishing with reputation points incurs a fee. Is this a fee? This feels like a life tax, Li Wu exclaimed, clicking his tongue in dismay before turning to leave. The NPC of Shunho City had encountered a bug. How could establishing a guild cost me 2,000 gold coins? Am I being taken for a fool? As soon as Li Wu exited the so-called Civil Organization Regulatory Office, he connected with a voice message sent by Daba, venting his frustrations about his unfortunate experience. It truly is 2,000 gold coins. The NPC in Maodu City just informed me of the same, Daba confirmed. But that is exorbitant. Establishing a guild costs 2 million. What if it doesn't sell? Li Wu sighed. Trust me, brother, it will definitely sell. If I weren't worried about you losing out, I would have offered to buy it from you myself. Daba reassured him. Li Wu paused in his tracks, momentarily swayed by Baidaba's words. But he still cautioned, establishing a guild will cost 2 million, and the cost for subsequent upgrades and constructions may far exceed expectations. Are you sure you can handle it? Li Wu's concerns were not unfounded. Although he had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of Blue Star Online, it was clear that applying to establish a guild might be the simplest step in the entire Guild-S development. Even if I can't manage, I still have my father. He just asked me if I could establish a guild. My main worry is that I might undervalue your offer. If you can indeed establish a second guild, we could openly auction it. The final price would undoubtedly be substantial. An open auction? Surely that isn't necessary. Can't one establish a guild for free with merits? Although it requires completing tasks, it shouldn't be as challenging as gathering reputation points. Perhaps in a few days, guilds will be easy to establish. Time is money. The sooner the guild is established, the greater the advantage. It's a pity that War of the World has already taken the lead in establishing a guild. Otherwise, if you were the sole individual capable of doing so, the selling price would be guaranteed to skyrocket. The illustrious heroine, Baidaba, certainly lives up to her reputation. Her heartfelt words stirred a faint sense of emotion within Li Wu. After a moment's contemplation, she proposed, "Could you lend me some money?" When it came to finances, Baidaba was notably forthright and promptly inquired, "How much do you need?" 2 million, Li Wu replied. Even in her absence, Baidaba couldn't help but roll her eyes, reflecting on the fact that Li Wu had likely earned more than 2 million in recent days. "Where's your money?" she questioned. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Li Wu softly explained, "I cannot touch that money. If you trust me, lend me 2 million first. If the guild fails to sell, I'll give it back to you, and the 3,000 reputation points will be a gift from me." "Are you implying that you do not trust me?" Baidaba's tone revealed her dissatisfaction. "I trust you, but I cannot afford to gamble. This money is crucial for me." Although Baidaba was unaware of the significance of Li Wu's funds, she sensed the sincerity in her voice. After a moment's thought, she responded, "I can lend you 2 million. If the guild does not sell, I will cover it. The 3,000 reputation points will not go to waste. I will compensate you with another 2 million. Wait a moment. How much will you compensate for the 3,000 reputation points?" Li Wu's eyes widened in inquiry. 2 million, Baidaba replied. "Then what is the point of bidding? I might as well sell it to you directly." "Oh, come on. My friend, why are you being so petty? The value of the second guild exceeds your imagination." Baidaba's overwhelming generosity left Li Wu instinctively concerned for her mental clarity. If Baidaba had directly offered 2 million for 3,000 reputation points, Li Wu believed she would have unhesitatingly agreed. To be frank, if the roles were reversed, she could not guarantee her own magnanimity akin to Baidaba's. Upon receiving the 2 million transferred from Baidaba, Li Wu returned to the civilian regulatory office. She entered the name Blue Star for the guild. The game, titled Blue Star Online, featured a guild named Blue Star, Absolute Wealth, which, while not universally appealing, was unlikely to depreciate in value due to its name. Under the eager gaze of the elder, Li Wu confirmed her choice, and her account was debited by 2,000 gold coins. A server-wide announcement proclaimed, "Congratulations to the player Invincible Cute Group for establishing the guild Blue Star. Rewards, Guild Level 1. Gold Level Guild Warehouse X1, and 8 server-wide announcements." The ensuing 8 announcements inundated the player screens, and far away in Zishu City, Zhang Tianxia observed the notifications with a furrowed brow. The name Invincible Cute Group had been dominating recently. He had not even had time to assess his equipment before establishing a guild, fearing that Invincible Cute Group would get ahead. Half an hour had elapsed, and he had initially thought that this individual would not monopolize the prestige from the 3-headed dog-ass first kill and dungeon activation rewards. Yet he was met with the anticipated competition. Once the 8 announcements concluded, Zhang Tianxia opened the system shop and purchased 10 super loudspeakers. With a membership cap of 20,000 for a level 2 guild, he had hoped that, as the first to establish a guild, he could gather the strongest 20,000 players. With the emergence of competitors, it has become imperative to demonstrate our prowess and suppress the announcement of the establishment of the second guild. A top announcement across the server reads, "Battle the World. Battle Heaven Guild, the foremost guild. We invite heroes from all corners to collaboratively forge the strongest guild in the game." After broadcasting this message through 10 grand trumpets, Battle the World was able to breathe a sigh of relief, as showcasing financial strength proved to be more compelling than mere server-wide announcements. Each grand trumpet costs 100 gold, and even Battle the World cannot help but feel the pinch, for this expenditure of 1 million could have been avoided. Chapter 61. Your future has been reclaimed by Uncle at this moment. Li Wu felt a pang of regret akin to that of Zhang Tianxia. He had not anticipated that after the main city was launched, the price of the large trumpet would soar to a staggering hundredfold. There were indeed intermediate trumpets that had only increased tenfold, but their range was limited to Shinho City. Reluctantly, Li Wu decided to purchase a server-wide trumpet, unable to muster the courage to borrow the money from by Dababeo. The server-wide announcement read, Invincible Cute Team, auctioned by the second guild, Blue Star. The highest bidder wins. Zhang Tianxia gazed at Li Wu's trumpet, nearly exclaiming in frustration, and promptly sent a friend request to Li Wu. However, the request was swiftly declined. The rejection message was instantaneous, indicating that the system had been configured to prevent any friend additions. How would everyone compete in the bidding? Would they spam the super trumpet? After some contemplation, Zhang Tianxia understood. This invincible cute team was quite ruthless. They required participants to demonstrate their financial capacity with a bid of 100,000, effectively eliminating frivolous bids, and the final price would surely exceed expectations. After all, shouting a bid of 100,000 meant that if one offered a lower price, it would be a complete waste, compelling them to bid as high as possible. While Zhang Tianxia grasped this, Li Wu found himself perplexed. He was unaware of what had gone awry. The super trumpet had been sent out for several minutes, yet there was no response whatsoever. The regional chat was buzzing with activity, yet no one was making serious bids, and the prices were beginning to decline. Unable to contain himself, Li Wu sent a voice message request to by Dababeo. Once connected, he found himself at a loss for words. Li Wu remained silent, but by Dababeo cheerfully remarked, Brother, no need for gratitude. We're like sisters. Who are we kidding? Well, it seems like a 1T cell. After a moment's hesitation, Li Wu softly confessed. But Dababeo was taken aback, exclaiming, How could that be possible? Even if it's not peak player hours, there should be some reaction. The chat channel was filled with absurd bids, the highest barely reaching over 100,000, and now they were starting to drop. Li Wu sighed and replied, The chat channel? I think it's just a mess of random bids. The highest is only in the tens of thousands, and they're already starting to lower their offers. By Dababeo paused for a moment before realizing, Brother, please don't tell me you still have friend requests turned off. Goodness. Li Wu smacked his forehead, just as someone began spamming the super trumpet. The server-wide announcement read, Call me Long Out Yin. Damn, that S ruthless. You 1T even open your friend requests, and you want me to bid 100,000? I'll offer 2 million. The server-wide announcement continued. Level 8 Typhoon. You fool upstairs, don't you know it now costs 2 million to establish a guild? I'll bid 3 million. Zhao Gomzi chimed in. Don't waste your trumpets, you two upstairs. 4 million. Xiao Li Qian Kuan added. 5 million. Li Wu was momentarily taken aback by the 5 million bid, but thankfully remembered to promptly adjust his friend's settings. With the 5 million offer in place, his anxieties dissipated, and after a moment's thought, he purchased another super trumpet. The server-wide announcement read, Invincible Cute Team. Apologies, I forgot to open my friend requests. Please only serious bidders. Thank you. Just as Li Wu finished sending out the super trumpet message, he was inundated with a flurry of friend requests. Observing the 99 friend requests, Li Wu furrowed her brow. Why are there so many idle people? The bid has already reached 5 million. It's implausible that so many remain. 99% of them are merely idling. The server-wide announcement read, Young Master Zhao, 6 million. In the pot of day and moon, 8 million. Upon noticing that others were still using the super megaphone to place bids, Li Wu couldn't help but exclaim to Bai Daba, who had yet to end the voice call. Are these people out of their minds? Why are they still using the megaphone for bidding? Bai Daba chuckled, it's all about creating a buzz. The second guild in the server simply cannot satisfy the appetites of some. Just like the recent War of the World that continuously blasted 10 super megaphones to overshadow the second guild's hype. Showcasing financial prowess is the only way to bridge the gap with the first guild. After all, money is the most effective means to attract talent. You certainly know a lot, Li Wu remarked with a hint of admiration. Humph, you wouldn't understand the world of the wealthy. The bids continued to escalate, soon reaching 10 million. With trembling hands filled with excitement, Li Wu waited for a minute, only to find the price stagnate. Phew, 10 million. Uncle is finally on the verge of reclaiming your entire future, Li Wu murmured to herself, desperately trying to hold back her tears. What are you saying? Daba inquired, unable to hear clearly through the voice call. Nothing. Thank you so much today, Daba. Without you, I wouldn't know where to earn this 8 million. I want to say more, just call me if you need anything. I'm always here. Daba smiled warmly. Ha, Brother Tuan. You still don't believe me when I say you're a bit petty. This is just the beginning. Let the bullets fly a little longer. You think it can still rise? Li Wu asked, somewhat incredulous. Anything over 10 million is no small change. Regular management lacks the authority for such amounts, so they all need time to consult their absent leaders. However, we can't just stand still. Daba's voice came through, followed by a piercing arrow of sound. A super megaphone announced. Server-wide announcement. Daba, 12 million. Seeing Daba rush to use the super megaphone for bidding, Li Wu hastily said, What are you doing? Raising the price for you. Just don't raise it too much. I don't want to break the bank. No worries. I know what I'm doing. Daba replied nonchalantly. A few minutes later, Li Wu finally grasped the meaning of being born with a predetermined perspective. Though they were of similar age, Li Wu had always lived in a small county, her horizons limited. For the past 2 years, her greatest aspiration had been to earn an annual salary of over 300,000, ensuring Tuan always had special medicine to consume. She had seen online how tycoons could spend millions in games, yet she found it hard to believe someone would splurge 30 million for a so-called second guild. Indeed, 30 million. That individual, in the pot of day and moon, ultimately bid 30 million. Daba then informed Li Wu that it was about time and expressed that if it weren't for the interference of another guild, selling a small target would have been entirely plausible. This exemplified the disparity in perspective between individuals. Upon receiving the 30 million, Li Wu not only increased her savings but also broadened her horizons. They are unfazed by his potential deceit, as Blue Star Online does not permit the use of external bank cards. Should a scam arise, it would be easily resolved. Li Wu promptly extended an invitation to Hu Zhong Ryu for membership, and without waiting for Hu Zhong Ryu to be teleported, he hastily relinquished the position of president to him. It would be absurd to offer such an opportunity to Hu Zhong Ryu, who is not affiliated with Shanho City. Only a fool would do so. Others aspiring to establish a guild will require some time, while Li Wu intends to seize the opportunity to hunt for bosses amidst the chaos. If this so-called second guild were to relocate to Shanho City, his prospects would be utterly diminished. Chapter 62. I consider you a sister, yet you. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player Invincible Cute Group for establishing the third guild, Brilliance. Reward. Guild level 1 and 5 server announcements. Though my senses were overwhelmed by the cacophony of super loudspeakers, the moment these 5 server announcements flashed across the screen, players across the Huaxiao region were utterly astounded. Pin announcement. Invincible Cute Group. Auctioning the third guild, Brilliance. Anyone interested? Watching the server announcements flood the screen once more. Even the steadfast war of the world could not help but experience a surge in blood pressure. In the midst of a lively discussion about the guild's future, Hu Zhongri was suddenly thrown into disarray upon seeing the newly minted server announcements. Baidabeo's lips twitched uncontrollably. It seemed that Brother Tuan's pettiness had manifested far too swiftly. Now it made sense why he had suddenly sought her assistance with that task. Is the third guild enticing? With 2 guilds already established, its allure was somewhat diminished, yet the reward of a guild level 1 remained exceedingly appealing. The bidding escalated to 24 million. Aided significantly by Baidabeo's influence in inflating the price. Employing a familiar tactic after confirming the buyer, level 8 Gale in Haiju City, Li Wu swiftly transferred the guild leadership and exited without leaving a trace. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player Invincible Cute Group for establishing the 4th guild, Luster. Reward. 3 server announcements. Pinned announcement. Invincible Cute Group, auctioning the fourth guild, Luster. Friends who previously bid may privately message their offers. Li Wu, understanding the principle of 3 strikes and you're out, kindly reminded potential buyers to submit their bids privately. Still the same question. Is the fourth guild appealing? Huzhong Ryu and Level 8 Gale found it less enticing than anticipated, noting that aside from the 3 server announcements, no additional rewards were offered. The server announcements were merely akin to a super loudspeaker, worth a mere 100,000. However, the 12 Constellation City currently operated in isolation, and establishing a guild now was tantamount to monopolizing a city, a fact understood by those in the know. Thus, capable buyers opted to engage in bidding through super loudspeakers, with prices surging astonishingly, even surpassing the previous bid. Most believe this would be Li Wu's final guild sale. The name Invincible Cute Group was not unfamiliar. They had achieved the first kill of the Hellhound, activated the Abyssal Passage dungeon, secured the first pet egg, and the first job change guardian. No one doubted Li Wu's exclusive claim to the prestige rewards, the total of which amounted to exactly 10,000, just sufficient to establish 3 guilds. The final prize for the Luster Guild reached 28 million. After transferring the guild leadership to the seller, Li Wu approached the old man with the goat horn mustache once more. His prestige was far beyond 10,000, including the 1,000 from the first dungeon completion reward. However, the server announcement for that achievement had credited by DeBeos, alongside the 2,000 prestige from the second kill of the rampaging giant ape and the 1,000 each earned from the second kill of the electric zombie king shared with Spicy Rabbit Head. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player Invincible Cute Group for establishing the 5th guild, Big White. Reward. 3 server announcements. The buyers from the 4th guild had their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Before Li Wu could announce with his grand trumpet, bids began to emerge. However, one individual's offer was swiftly overshadowed by Li Wu's resounding proclamation. The entire server was notified. Invincible Cute Team. This guild is not for sale. When Li Wu extended a guild invitation to buy Daba, he hesitated for a moment. Upon seeing the name of the guild, disbelief washed over him, and he sent a voice message to Li Wu. Brother Tuan, this should be the last guild you can establish, right? You aren't intending to sell it to me, are you? Indeed, Li Wu replied succinctly. Although I can manage the price of 28 million, purchasing the guild would leave me in dire straits financially. My father warned me when I helped raise your bid earlier. Our family situation is complicated, and he cannot offer me additional support. You understand, don't you? Baitaba said, half laughing, half crying. Family feuds? Illegitimate child? Do you have half-siblings? You think too much, Baitaba replied. I, Baitaba, am the sole heir of the Lao by family. It's just that my mother's status is somewhat unique. Though she conducts herself with integrity, it inevitably invites trouble. So you see my predicament, right? I understand now. Your mother is a civil servant. Yes. Well, that's fine. You're not using a grand trumpet for the auction. If anyone questions it, you can assert that you are collaborating with me to manage the guild. That does seem feasible, but my funds are limited. 2 million. Before Baidaba could finish his sentence, Li Wu interrupted. Didn't we agree earlier? You would cover the shortfall. 2 million buys me 3,000 reputation points. Brother Tuan, stop joking. Do you realize that if we announce this is the last guild with a grand trumpet, the price will undoubtedly exceed 25 million? I know. You know that yet? Suddenly, Baidaba grasped the implication, exclaiming in shock, Brother Tuan, you can't be trying to seduce me, right? I consider you a sister. And you wish to pursue me? Li Wu retorted with annoyance, as if, I'm merely expressing my gratitude. Without you, I wouldn't have earned this much money, and besides, you and your father helped me with the transaction fees. Having participated in 3 auctions, Li Wu had refrained from using her own bank card for direct transactions. She was unaware of the identities of the buyers, but she did know one thing. They were affluent individuals, exceptionally wealthy at that. Selling 3 guilds in succession would surely offend the major players behind the first 2 purchases, not to mention the looming threat from the formidable battle for the world. While Li Wu felt invincible within the game, in reality, she was just a 21-year-old commoner from a small county. Given the buyer's capabilities, it would be trivial for them to trace her identity through her bank card. Although individuals of such status might not react adversely to trivial matters. What if she encountered someone with a vindictive disposition? Li Wu wished to avoid causing any trouble for Tuan Tuan because of this situation. Thus, he chose to seek assistance from Bai Daba, who, without the slightest hesitation, agreed to help. He directly utilized the corporate account of a subsidiary registered under his father's name to receive 3 transactions, executing a series of operations that Li Wu found utterly perplexing. In a bid to ensure utmost security, he even requested his father to transfer funds to Li Wu using his private account. As Bai Daba aptly articulated, his father possessed the ability to shield against prying eyes and instill fear in those who might dare to observe. Li Wu, unaware of the financial implications of enlisting such a powerful ally, demonstrated his sincerity. An eye for an eye, a debt repaid, a principle that defined Li Wu's pride. Bai Daba was taken aback by Li Wu's earnestness, questioning whether he had lost his senses. Just moments ago, he sought to borrow 200,000, and now he was willing to part with over 20 million. Was that not alarming? Neither Bai Daba would relent in his refusal to purchase, nor would Li Wu concede in his determination to sell. Ultimately, Li Wu devised a desperate strategy. If you refuse to buy, I shall immediately disband the guild. If I am bold enough to forego 20 million, I surely fear not the loss of an additional 200,000. Chapter 63. No one should take advantage. Bai Daba finally succumbed to Li Wu's threat and joined the White Elephant Guild. The name of the guild was rather unrefined. He couldn't help but grumble. You should have told me you were selling it, so I could have named it myself. It will have to do, Li Wu replied with a grin. After transferring the guild leadership to Bai Daba, he promptly exited the guild. Their voice chat remained connected, and upon discovering Li Wu had left the guild, Bai Daba hurriedly inquired, "Why did you leave?" "Come to Mouta City, so we can hunt monsters together." Li Wu chuckled. "For now, I won't be joining any guild. While collective efforts in taking down bosses are certainly more reliable, it also means sharing the spoils among many members. Even if I could secure a larger share due to my prowess, it pales in comparison to the thrill of monopolizing the rewards amidst a sea of competitors. In a short term, no one will be able to establish a new guild, and a guild-less Shinho City is my paradise. When the time comes that someone establishes a guild there, I'll join you then. All right, let's each strive for greatness and meet at the summit." Bai Daba responded, "You are so melodramatic. I'll log off now. We can chat later tonight." As dinner time approached, Lu Ying was due to finish work, leaving Li Wu with no time to venture into the wild for the first wave of loot. Just as he removed his helmet, his phone chimed with a notification, revealing a message that his bank account had received a deposit of 10 million. What the? Li Wu swiftly donned his helmet once more and sent a voice message to Bai Daba. "Didn't I say 2 million? Why did you transfer 10 million? Li Wu inquired, irritation evident in his tone. Bai Daba scoffed, responding in kind, "What do you think my worth is? How could I possibly take advantage of you? I warn you, don't even think about transferring it back. If you do, I'll disband the guild. I've just broadcasted a recruitment message. If I dissolve the guild, the loss will not only be yours, but I will also lose face. My reputation is worth far more than 20 million. I would like to transfer it, but I'm limited by the cap." Li Wu gritted his teeth in frustration. "Hey, don't overthink it. My accountant has it all calculated. By transferring you 10 million, neither of us loses out. The funds collected through your corporate account, regardless of how they were handled, will ultimately incur taxes, which I prefer to avoid for my mother's sake. Just now, I received 82 million, and the subsidiary registered under my name is involved in a government support project, meaning the corporate tax is lower than normal, approximately 12.3 million. Adding 10 million to that is still over 5 million less than what you would have received from your last guild sale. Consider it my service fee. For an MBA student barely passing, this service fee is quite exorbitant. Taxes too?" Li Wu was momentarily at a loss for words, but soon regained his composure, retorting, "If the White Elephant Guild hadn't sold to you, would you have demanded tax money from me? Of course. My father's money doesn't come from thin air. You must be joking. Before I founded the White Elephant Guild, aside from the 2 million you lent me, all of the remaining 80 million was transferred to you. I initially planned to deduct it from the final auction proceeds of your last guild, but who knew you would insist on selling it to me?" Bai Daba asserted with conviction. Doubt lingered in Li Wu's mind regarding Bai Daba's words. However, Now that he had been outmaneuvered, he found himself at a loss. As Baidaba had articulated, disbanding the guild now would result in losses that extended beyond Li Wu himself. What a peculiar predicament we find ourselves in. Any observer of our dialogue would undoubtedly perceive us as deranged. With a shake of his head and a bitter smile, Li Wu ceased his struggle and logged off. Upon logging off, he gazed at the balance displayed on his phone, remaining silent for an extended period. The tears, previously suppressed by the cacophony of loudspeakers, finally welled up in his eyes. 87 million. The shackles that had encumbered him for 2 long years were finally cast off in this moment. His uncle had reclaimed the future that was rightfully his from the heavens. This was a cause for celebration. How could he possibly weep? Li Wu raised his arm to shield his eyes, and then burst into laughter, behaving as if he were unhinged. Hearing the commotion, Tuan, who was playing in the living room with her sister, hurried over. Although Auntie had mentioned that Uncle was busy with work and should not be disturbed. Uncle was laughing now. Surely his work had concluded, right? Indeed, it must be so. Tuan nodded vigorously, extending her little hand to slightly push open the door, her head peeking inside with her big eyes blinking curiously. Upon hearing the door creak, Li Wu lowered his arm and was immediately captivated by Tuan's adorable appearance. He leaned forward and scooped her into his embrace, planting a heartfelt kiss on her cheek. Uncle has made a fortune again. Tuan's eyes sparkled instantly, and she gleefully exclaimed, Uncle, did you earn 100 coins again? No, Uncle earned far more than 100 coins, much more than 1,000 or even 10,000. Really? Then can Uncle buy Bao Air a big doll again? Yes. Whatever number of large dolls you desire, Uncle will procure for you, filling the bed and the room to the brim. Wow, is that true? But if the room is filled with dolls, how will Uncle find Bao? That's a dilemma. Perhaps we should buy only one? All right. After dinner, Luing took her daughter home from work. She had yet to complete her gaming time for the day, but fortunately, there were elders at home to help look after the child. Li Wu also ventured out with Tuan. Even a little one like her needed to stretch her legs rather than remain glued to the television. The shopping mall closed at 8 in the evening, and the duo remained there until closing time. It was not merely that Tuan, being so small, enjoyed shopping. Rather, they had spent some time in the indoor amusement park. Just as Li Wu and the little one arrived home, his phone rang. Noticing an unfamiliar number, he almost declined the call, but then recognized it as a local number. After a moment's consideration, he answered, Hello, may I speak with Mr. Li Wu? Yes, this is the Industrial and Commercial Bank. I am. Beep, beep, beep. Li Wu hung up before the caller could finish. Had phone scams become so sophisticated that they could even display local numbers? I am an invincible little darling. The ringing of the phone and the accompanying melody echoed once more. Li Wu furrowed her brow and glanced at the screen, realizing it was the same number as before, and she promptly rejected the call. Is this telemarketing really so rampant? Typically, one would hang up and seek another target, yet they persist in calling. Within 10 seconds, the phone rang again, still that same number. Li Wu, now infuriated, decided not to reject the call and prepared to answer with a tirade. Don't hang up. I assure you, I am from the bank. The voice on the other end rushed through the words, seemingly anxious to avoid her wrath. Li Wu retorted indignantly. Does your bank operate at this hour, past 8 in the evening? Have you just returned from Myanmar and not adjusted to the time difference? Chapter 64. Deposits for grains and oils. Mr. Li, I assure you, I am not a telecom scammer. I am Zhao Wuqi, the branch manager of the Industrial and Commercial Bank in Kaki Town. There appears to be an anomaly with your account. Recently, there have been frequent large cash inflows, and today, the volume of transactions has triggered our risk control mechanisms. We suspect that your account may have been compromised from money laundering activities and have temporarily frozen it. The words from the other end of the line silenced Li Wu, who had been ready to unleash a torrent of curses. It seemed that the brothers from northern Myanmar were not as formidable as they thought. That is a personal account with legitimate transfers. On what grounds do you freeze my bank card? Li Wu inquired, furrowing his brow. If you assert that, it implies you are aware of the situation. According to national regulations, for substantial inflows, the bank must conduct internal verification and request an explanation regarding the source of funds from the account holder. Our bank has just completed a thorough review and found no system errors. Thus, You are required to clarify the source of these funds. If your explanation is unsatisfactory, you may also need to provide relevant documentation, Zhao Wuqi explained, maintaining a courteous demeanor and presenting logical reasoning. Li Wu, not entirely versed in these matters, pondered for a moment and responded, "Surely your bank can trace where this money originated? While the amount in my account may seem significant, it should not be considered unusual for the originating account. Indeed, the originating account is legitimate and compliant, yet you still need to clarify the source of funds. It's a personal gift. Do you possess any documentation to substantiate that?" Li Wu thought for a moment before replying, "I do not have documentation, but I could ask the donor to explain to the bank. Would that suffice as proof?" "That would be acceptable. It holds more legal weight than your explanation alone. Also, I must inform you that if this sum truly is a personal gift, you may be liable for taxes. The bank is currently linked with the tax authorities, so it would be prudent for you to visit the tax bureau personally afterward to avoid any unnecessary complications." "Understood. Just remember to expedite the unfreezing of my account once the other party has provided their explanation. I am in urgent need of transferring funds. By the way, my card should have a limit, right? Do I need to make an appointment to transfer a larger amount?" "Excuse me? How much do you intend to transfer?" 80 million. I want to transfer funds to my other cards. The Postal Savings Bank, Construction Bank, Agricultural Bank, and the Rural Credit Cooperatives, transferring 20 million to each. If you're transferring between your own bank cards, there are limits for mobile and ATM transactions. However, if you visit the counter in person, there are no limits, but you will need to make an appointment in advance. Zhao Wuqi's tone became noticeably strained. "Oh, can I schedule an appointment with you now? I anticipate that the other party will clarify everything by tomorrow morning at the latest. I recall that the bank also conducts personal business on Sundays, correct?" "That is indeed the case. May I inquire why you wish to transfer funds to other cards?" "What is there to hide? A few days ago, I passed by those banks, and they were running promotions offering rice, flour, and cooking oil with deposits." "Really? How much rice and flour will you be receiving? Will you be able to consume it all? Why refuse something offered for free? I just happen to know someone at the supermarket, and I can make a tidy profit from it. Is this illegal?" "Whether it is or not seems to require consultation with the Business Bureau. However, there is absolutely no need for you to transfer your funds to another bank. If you desire any benefits, feel free to express them directly to me. Our bank has policies as well." "Oh, is the Industrial and Commercial Bank now giving away rice, flour, and cooking oil?" "Don't just limit it to rice and flour. Whatever you desire can be arranged. If you deposit a substantial amount in fixed-term savings or purchase financial products, I could even provide you with a grocery store." Zhao Wuqi exclaimed excitedly from the other end of the phone. "Is that true?" Li Wu felt somewhat bewildered. Is Zhao Wuqi really not a scammer? How could it be fake? "You should come by tomorrow." "No, I will personally visit you. Please, do not transfer any money outside." "No, there's no need for you to come. I will visit the bank instead." "Your words sound suspiciously like those of a scammer. It would be more prudent to discuss matters in the bank president's office." "All right, I'll come in early tomorrow. How does 8 o'clock sound?" Zhao Wuqi asked, suppressing his excitement. Li Wu was reluctant to accept such special treatment. He was beginning to feel like he had a small goal in life. He quickly replied, "No, your bank opens at 9:30 on Sundays, right? I'll arrive then. There will be fewer people, and I'm anxious." Zhao Wuqi was left speechless. Was Mr. Li Wu being excessively cautious? After setting a time, Li Wu hung up the phone and continued to watch television while browsing on his phone with Tuan Tuan. Whenever encountering something unclear, just ask Baidu. When Li Wu typed large deposits into the search bar, several convenient search terms popped up even before he finished. Which bank offers the highest interest on large deposits? Tips and methods for large deposits. How much interest can be negotiated on large deposits? A series of convenient search queries made Li Wu ponder. Was Zhao Wuqi really calling him late at night purely to inquire about the origin of his substantial funds? What could possibly be investigated through a mere phone call? If an account is frozen, wouldn't a text message suffice? Or perhaps an employee could notify him the next day. Did Li Wu really dare to rush to the bank without hesitation? It turned out this fellow had ulterior motives. Previously, Li Wu was only aware of VIP services at the bank. After selling 2 houses, his savings had thankfully surpassed 800,000. making him a VIP client. He could withdraw money at the VIP window without waiting in line, but unfortunately, he was demoted shortly thereafter. Now, with a deposit of over 87 million. What kind of client was he? Li Wu looked it up and discovered that the highest tier clients at banks are those with deposits exceeding 8 million, qualifying them for private banking with dedicated account managers. He was unsure what private banking entailed, but with 87 million in savings, he was certainly among the highest tier clients. Truly a presence at the pinnacle of the pyramid. It seemed even the bank president had to chase after business. After lulling Tuan to sleep, Li Wu hesitated as he picked up the gaming headset. In just a few days, he had earned more than most could in a lifetime. There is no need to ponder the interest that could be accrued tomorrow, even under the most common 2-year fixed deposit scheme. An annual interest rate of over 2 on 87 million would yield more than 74 million in interest alone. What does that signify? It signifies a direct path to financial freedom. Even the most potent medicine, consumed in excess, cannot exhaust 74 million. The gaming hours have nearly been fulfilled. Is there truly a necessity to toil endlessly? In a fleeting moment, Li Wu genuinely yearned for complete relaxation. Yet, in the end, he donned the gaming helmet once more. He had become ensnared by the allure of the game. After all, he is merely a 21-year-old youth, once bent under the weight of life's burdens, now standing tall. Should he forsake gaming for nightlife instead? Moreover, he has not forgotten the reminders purchased from Hao Jianjun. Behind the nationwide compulsion to engage in gaming, there undoubtedly lurks a deeper pitfall. Hao Jianjun had advised him to enhance his prowess within the game, and such counsel is not without purpose. Chapter 65. The title system. As Li Wu logged in, he received a notification from the auction house. The outdated equipment he had listed previously had all been sold, but the final prices were even lower than he had anticipated. 6 pieces of level 10 golden gear had fetched barely over 30 gold, while only the unranked clothing and rings had sold for a premium, with the ring going for 60 gold and the demon dog leather armor astonishingly fetching 120 gold. Li Wu furrowed his brow and opened his friend list, preparing to leave a message for the offline by Debayos, when he received a voice request from Spicy Rabbit Head. "Wah, Brother Tuan, why did you go to the main city without me?" The young girl expressed her grievance, lamenting that they had both battled in the same mine as novices. Yet now one had reached level 7, while the other had ventured to the main city. Who wouldn't feel wronged in such a situation? Glancing at Spicy Rabbit Head's level, Li Wu remarked quizzically, "You've leveled up quite rapidly. I was offline when you logged in, and in just 3 or 4 hours, you've gained another level? It's not just me. Everyone is leveling up quickly. The auction house is now operational, and we can purchase unranked gear from the main city. I currently possess a full set of silver equipment with a score of 30, which makes monster hunting significantly faster," Spicy Rabbit Head replied, her spirits lifted. Li Wu, intrigued, opened the auction house and confirmed that indeed, unranked silver equipment was available for sale. The search criteria had also been expanded to include a rating option. As he examined the patterns, he discovered that the equipment score corresponded directly to the attribute points added to the gear. For instance, some of his own equipment had 3 attributes at 18, resulting in a score of 54, while those with 3 attributes at 20 equated to 60. Even platinum gear adhered to this rule. Silver equipment, having only 2 additional attributes, meant that the score of 30 mentioned by Spicy Rabbit had indicated that both attributes were 15. This was remarkable. Typically, level 7 silver gear in a novice village would only reach 8 or 9 at most. Such an increase to 15 was nothing short of revolutionary. Moreover, even level 1 characters could equip this gear. What, then, distinguished a level 1 character from a level 10 character? Aside from the automatic increase of 2 points in all attributes and free attributes upon leveling up, no wonder the prices of level 10 golden gear had plummeted, while unranked equipment soared. What was the purpose of having no level restrictions on gear above level 10? Was it to accommodate players who had fallen behind due to limited online time? Or was there some hidden motive to expedite the advancement of these disadvantaged players? Li Wu found himself at a loss for answers, but he recognized that a lucrative opportunity was at hand. Although many players had reached level 10, they were still dwarfed by the nearly 900 million eligible players suggesting that at least several tens of millions remained unaccounted for. This implied that over 800 million players were eagerly awaiting upgrades. The prices of unranked equipment were bound to skyrocket. Even the most basic items would fetch a handsome profit. Li Wu swallowed hard and inquired, "Rabbit, how much did you spend on your set of silver equipment?" Spicy Rabbit Head hesitated momentarily before replying softly, 28 gold. "You don't think your mother knows, do you?" Li Wu's eyes twitched involuntarily. I didn't dare tell her. If she found out I spent 28 gold on gear, she'd definitely have a fit, Spicy Rabbit Head confessed, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "Your mother is likely approaching the main city soon, and it seems your equipment is nearly ready as well. What will you do then?" "I shall simply not enter the same city as her." "You are indeed a peculiar character. Nevertheless, these coins are earned by my own efforts." Sigh. Li Wu sighed and urged, "You should hasten your leveling. Once we enter the main city, I will lead you to prosperity." "All right, I will give it my all. I won't log off until I reach level 10. Li Wu ended the voice message to the Spicy Rabbit Head and left a note for Bai DeBeo, who had already logged off, mentioning the matter of the bank account. Subsequently, he turned towards the quest hall, since he was heading out to battle monsters. It was a good opportunity to accept a cleansing quest as well. The quest hall was bustling with players, some accepting quests while others sought groups. Li Wu, adorned in brand-name equipment, stood out remarkably. Although others could not discern the specific details, they could surmise from his appearance that his gear was undoubtedly of superior quality. His presence attracted many who approached with offers, but Li Wu activated his automatic group rejection settings, thereby thwarting their advances. One could only accept one cleansing quest at a time. To take on another, one must either complete the previous task or forfeit it. The merit rewarded from quests is not consumable, but is used to elevate one's official title. The so-called 1,000 merit points allow for the establishment of guild, which in reality grants the title of Baron. With the Baron title, one can not only establish a community organization for free, but also purchase items from the merit store. The higher the title level, the rarer the items available for purchase, along with a certain percentage discount. Li Wu was particularly intrigued by the prospect of discounts and wondered if there were any quantity limits. Otherwise, once his title ascended, reselling items from the merit store could also be a lucrative venture. Li Wu could access the merit store, yet it only offered a scant selection of low-tier consumables, such as bread and red and blue potions, akin to those found in ordinary stores, and their prices were not modest. This might be due to insufficient titles, as many items were not displayed. However, there was one item in the merit store that ordinary shops did not carry, and it did not require a title for purchase: the return scroll, a one-time use item priced at 10 silver. This price led Li Wu to question the rationale of the planners behind Blue Star Online. Why would one spend 100 coins for a swift return if they preferred not to run back after a long journey? Given the vastness of the Blue Star Online map, it would take an hour just to traverse from one end of the Novice Village map to the other. As levels increase and distances grow, merely traversing the map becomes a significant challenge. Returning to town could consume half a day. The return scroll ought to be categorized as a commonly used consumable. Could they truly justify a price of 10 silver? Ordinary players would likely prefer to run for half a day rather than part with their coins. Fortunately, we possess a return stone. Although the planners may lack foresight, they have still treated him well. Accepting a cleansing quest also comes with title restrictions. Players without a title can only undertake F and E level quests, while anything higher requires the Baron title. Li Wu had little interest in F-level quests, so he perused the E-level options and discovered an E-level task to eliminate werewolves. Task: eliminate the werewolves. E. Recently, the village of Mandu, located east of Shenhaoxing City, has frequently been besieged by werewolves. Please take the commission letter and proceed to Mandu Village to deal with these wretched marauders. Task objective: slay 200 werewolves and their leader, Hog. The team consists of 3 members, with a total reward of 60 merit points for the team, in comparison to the meager 20 merit points awarded for slaying 1,000 level 11 monsters. This task's kill count and merit points are far more enticing. Moreover, the task can be accomplished by a trio, as long as each member slays fewer than 70 monsters. Even when divided, each will still receive 20 merit points. Chapter 66. extermination of the Wurgs, the remarkable merit rewards indicated that the Wurgs were undoubtedly of a higher level than the level 11 monsters. And the presence of a named creature suggested it was likely an elite beast. It was improbable that it was a field boss, as the rewards would not align. Initially, Li Wu had no intention of grinding level 11 monsters for experience, especially since many players had reached level 10, making the level 11 monsters swarmed with competitors. Given his status as a player equipped with the finest gear in the entire server, he could not afford to lose any ground by engaging with monsters 2 or 3 levels above his own. He set off in search of the Wurgs, hoping to defeat them. If not, he would reassess. After over 20 minutes of traversing from Shenhou City, he spent another 20 minutes reaching the village of Mandu. As indicated on the map, the expanse of the map was rather overwhelming. Li Wu regretted not choosing to become a summoner, as it was rumored they could summon mounts for free. In Mandu village, aside from NPCs, a few other players were present, evidently indicating that he was not the sole recipient of the Wurg extermination quest. The village chief bore a golden exclamation mark above his head. After a brief conversation, Li Wu submitted the quest commission to him, and the task of exterminating the Wurgs appeared in his quest log. He did not hasten to form a party. Considering that the total merit was only 60 points, it would be ideal if he could handle it solo. Following the chief's guidance, Li Wu ventured into the woods at the eastern edge of the village. Upon encountering the Wurgs, he finally comprehended the necessity of a party for this task. The Wurgs were not only aggressive, but also social creatures. 5 Wurgs were gathered around a campfire, roasting something, and from a distance, Li Wu could smell the tantalizing aroma of barbecue. He wondered whether the Wurgs' culinary endeavors were edible for players, as the scent was undeniably enticing. He unleashed 2 true sight spells, revealing the information of 2 distinct types of Wurgs. Wurg Scout level, 13 health, 12, 000 defense, 320 physical attack, 550 skill, backstab, attacks from behind the target, inflicting 180 physical damage, cooldown time of 8 seconds. Wurg Bandit level, 13 health, 12, 800 defense, 320 physical attack, 600 skill, mighty strike, inflicts 150 physical damage, cooldown time of 5 seconds. Observing the Wurg's attacks, Li Wu could not suppress a laugh. What was the point of forming a team? His defense had soared to 933 points, rendering him impervious to both types of Wurgs. Only the backstab of 2 Wurg scouts could inflict a mere 57 points of damage, and with an 8-second cooldown on that skill, it posed little threat. After some contemplation, Li Wu decided to leave the Wurgs no opportunity to retaliate. He had 50 unallocated attribute points, which he promptly distributed in a 2:3 ratio between stamina and constitution. In the novice village, he had refrained from allocating points due to uncertainty about his class choice, fearing a lack of reset opportunities. Now that he had chosen the Guardian path, he was certain to enhance his stamina and constitution by an additional 20. Li Wu's health rose to 5,316, while his defense reached an impressive 1,005. After finalizing his attributes, he charged forward, too apathetic to use taunts or worry about the potential sneak attacks from the Wurg scouts. Even if he were to suffer a backstab, it would only result in a mere 1 point of damage. With no skills to employ, I resorted to a repetitive motion of circling and striking the 5 wolfmen, their poison status replenishing infinitely. My attack power stood at 699, with a basic strike dealing 379 damage, while the quintuple poison inflicted a staggering 345 damage per second, complemented by 84 from slashing. After a minute, the 5 wolfmen dissolved into ethereal light, leaving behind a piece of mundane equipment upon the ground. Although the slashing talent was impressive, it proved somewhat lackluster against weaker foes. What left me utterly speechless was the realization that these 5 wolfmen should have inflicted 5 points of mandatory damage per second, amounting to 300 damage over the course of a minute. Yet, my health remained unscathed. A glance at the system backend revealed that I had overlooked the weapon's inherent 5 lifesteal. With each 5 points of damage absorbed, I was granted endless sustainability. The enticing aroma of roasting meat wafted from a nearby campfire. As I approached, curious to sample the fare, I was met with the gruesome sight of bloodied remnants scattered on the ground. A small, bloody hand unmistakably visible among the debris. To my horror, the wolfmen had been feasting on human flesh. I nearly retched. Not even the wild escapades of my first day at university could compare to this grotesque sight. Were it not for the confines of the game, I might have succumbed to nausea. Is it truly necessary for a mere game to be rendered with such unsettling realism? Not far off, 3 players, having just vanquished a wave of wolfmen, turned their attention towards me upon hearing the commotion. One young man called out, "Brother, purchase a high-end mask from the system shop. It will shield you from the stench, for the aroma grows increasingly revolting." Heeding his advice, I summoned the system shop and acquired a high-end mask, undeterred by its steep price of 1 gold. Immediately, the repugnant scent of human barbecue dissipated, and I exhaled in relief, expressing my gratitude to the young man, despite knowing it was merely a game. I cannot suppress the murderous intent that welled up within me as I gazed towards the next group of wolfmen. I charged headlong into combat, undeterred by the need for health or mana restoration, consistently battling in groups of 5. The 3 players were taken aback, witnessing me single-handedly taking on 5 wolfmen, and even more so by my relentless pursuit without any healing. At this stage, those who had arrived at the main city were among the top players from various novice villages, each possessing commendable strength. However, the disparity in skill was glaringly apparent when compared to me. The young man glanced back at his girlfriend, who was fixated on my display of prowess. Contemplating the situation, he resolved to distance himself from this formidable player. Much like in reality, riding an electric scooter with one's girlfriend may feel romantic, yet one could never predict whether a roaring Ferrari would steal that romance away. To avert such an occurrence, the young man dismissed any thoughts of seeking my favor and signaled to his teammates and his priestess girlfriend to move further away. With no one contesting the monsters, I continued to slay wolfmen for over 2 hours, racking up a kill count of approximately 500 to 600, with my experience bar rising significantly. The experience gained from slaying monsters increased by an additional 60 for every 3 levels above my target, and at this rate, I would soon reach level 11 within 3 more hours. Contemplating the cascade of system notifications that would follow the opening of the main city, I quietly summoned the leaderboard. With the city's opening came a plethora of new features, one of which included the leaderboard itself. Currently, the leaderboard features only the level rankings, pet rankings, and mount rankings, with each list encompassing merely the top 100 players. Upon glancing at the level leaderboard, Li Wu noted that within just a few hours since the main city opened, a remarkable half of the top 100 players had already ascended to level 12. Having departed for the novice village, it became evident that the number of skilled players far exceeded a mere handful. Among the elite 100, Li Wu recognized only one familiar name. Bai Daba, wielding a platinum staff and armed with 2 area attack skills, astonishingly found himself ranked only at 46. Bai Daba was currently offline, and it seemed likely that he would soon be ousted from the rankings. Although the top player was not an acquaintance, the name was quite familiar. Upon seeing Zhang Tianxia in the leading position, Li Wu couldn't help but admire this individual's prowess. Unlike the underhanded tactics employed to steal a boss, the rumors circulating on the forum suggested that Zhang Tianxia's success was rooted in genuine strength. Could Zhang Tianxia be, in reality, a disciple of the legendary Lightning 5 Whips? According to some forum discussions, there are indeed experts within the game who seemingly possess martial arts skills in reality. In this so-called fully immersive virtual world of Blue Star Online, ancient martial arts, once submerged beneath the waves of modern technology, have begun to flourish anew. Perhaps I should consider enrolling in a class tomorrow? Chapter 67. The vampire. The task of slaying 200 werewolves had long been completed, yet the werewolf captain named Hog remained elusive. It was uncertain whether he had fallen victim to other players. With no other option, Li Wu expanded his search while continuing to eliminate monsters. After an indeterminate amount of time, a series of anguished cries pierced the air from a distance. Shortly thereafter, a player came sprinting towards him, pursued by a towering werewolf, more than 2 meters tall, wielding a massive axe. This player was the young man who had previously warned Li Wu about the high-level mask. The archer and the beautiful priestess from their trio were conspicuously absent, leading Li Wu to speculate that they had likely met their demise at the hands of the colossal werewolf. As the young man suddenly veered towards Li Wu, he instinctively darted aside. Whether the youth was luring the beast or simply acting recklessly, Li Wu was unwilling to take any chances. Although the majority of his equipment was bound, there remained two pieces that were not. The potential loss of these items was not worth the fleeting camaraderie they had shared. As he distanced himself, he cast a true eye in the direction of the approaching menace. Werewolf Hog, Elite, Level, 13 Health, 38. 000 Physical Attack, 800, 160 Defense, 450 Skills. 1. Mighty Strike, inflicts 150 physical attack damage, cooldown of 5 seconds. 2. Battle Intent. Killing an enemy increases attack power by 10 for 1 minute, stacking up to 10 layers. 3. Immense Strength. Hog's physique is significantly more robust than that of ordinary werewolves, allowing regular attacks to deal 130 physical damage. Upon reviewing Hog's attributes, Li Wu accelerated his pace. The werewolf had likely slain 2 players, boosting his attack to 960 points. Without the passive skill of Immense Strength, Li Wu might have stood a chance. But with the current circumstances, engaging Hog would leave him severely wounded. He could not guarantee that the young man would not retaliate, nor could he foresee any unforeseen complications. After all, the map was vast, and it was not solely he and the trio who had accepted the werewolf task. "Help, big guy," the young man called out as he noticed Li Wu changing direction, hastening his steps towards him in desperation. "I can't help you. I'm scared too," Li Wu shouted back without looking back. "Brother, let's team up. We can definitely take down Hog." "No need. I prefer to claim the merit myself. However, rest assured, I will collect your remains, and if you drop anything, I will return it to you." Li Wu's swift footwear allowed him to distance himself from the young man in no time. Ultimately, the youth was caught by Hog, who dispatched him with several fatal blows. What puzzled Li Wu was that despite not engaging in battle himself, Hog did not return to his spawn point after killing the young man. Instead, he lifted his gaze and began to pursue Li Wu. "You murderous scum of my kin, Hog will not spare you." Li Wu had no intention of debating morality with the game monster. Hog's battle intent had stacked 3 layers, making confrontation unwise. The duration of the battle intent skill is 1 minute. After Hog has just slain the youth, the duration resets, allowing for a delay of 1 minute before engaging again. Li Wu, swift in his movements, finds that Hog cannot catch up to him immediately. However, he refrains from heading toward Full Fight Village, wary of encountering other players. Instead, he takes a wide detour to buy time. As the smaller circle pursues the larger, the gap narrows, and before the minute elapses, Hog catches up to Li Wu. Li Wu retaliates with a shield strike, the shield crashing forcefully against Hog. The damage registers as minus 598, stun, minus 350, cut, minus 69, poison, minus 350, cut, minus 249, normal hit, minus 350, cut, minus 138, poison, minus 350, cut. With Hog stunned, Li Wu finds little incentive to flee. Although Hog's battle intent lingers for a few more seconds, Li Wu's weapon possesses lifesteal, allowing him to withstand the onslaught. Upon regaining consciousness, Hog delivers a powerful strike against Li Wu's raised shield. The impact registers minus 555. The 3-tiered battle intent proves formidable, as one blow diminishes Li Wu's health by over 10. Despite the shield's protection, the force leaves Li Wu's left hand numb, prompting him to respond with a valiant strike. The strike yields minus 598, minus 350 from cutting, with Li Wu gaining 29, 17, 10, 17 in health. Hog's head is marked with 4 negative signs, while Li Wu's is adorned with 4 positive ones. Though the health restoration is modest, Li Wu's eyes widen in astonishment. The lifesteal has activated even from cutting. A sudden realization dawns upon Li Wu. This talent could lead to unprecedented gains, overwhelming to the point of being uncontrollable. If he were to confront a creature with millions of health points, the lifesteal would surely be astonishing. However, it seems improbable to absorb from such a beast, as they would likely not require a second bite. Nevertheless, this lifesteal from cutting is a delightful surprise, and he contemplates investing further in this aspect later on. As Hog's powerful strike cools down, even with additional damage bonuses, a normal attack inflicts merely 347 points of damage upon Li Wu. Once Li Wu's poison stacks reach 5 layers, each strike restores 63 health points. Moments later, Hog's battle intent expires, and his attack power drops to 800. Thus, even with the passive skill Mighty Blow, a normal strike inflicts only 35 points of damage on Li Wu. As Li Wu's health, having diminished to less than half, begins to replenish, Hog eventually falls, and Li Wu is restored to full health. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the elite creature, Wolfman Hog, earning 8,000 experience points, along with an additional 4,800 experience points for leveling up 3 levels. Ding! The task of exterminating the Wolfmen has been completed. Please return to Full Fight Village with Hog's head to claim your reward. Hog drops a considerable bounty, yielding 8 pieces of equipment. Regrettably, only 2 of these are silver grade, while the rest are black iron and low grade. Hog, not being a lord creature, but merely a wild elite, is deemed fortunate to have dropped 2 silver items. In addition to the equipment, he drops a bloody wolf's head and several silver coins. Indeed, as an elite creature, it stands in stark contrast to the numerous ordinary wolfmen previously defeated, from which not a single silver item was acquired. Only 3 pieces of black iron and a few low-grade items. Seizing the opportunity while the equipment retains value, Li Wu lists everything for sale, aiming to earn a few thousand coins. Though possessing a fortune of 87 million, who could ever claim that there is such a thing as too much wealth? Upon returning to Manda Village and completing a quest, Li Wu earned 60 merit points and promptly made his way back to the city. Ascending to the rank of Baron would grant him the opportunity to establish a guild without cost, and should his progress be swift, he might even find a way to profit from it. However, locating elite monsters proved to be somewhat challenging. For this particular task, Li Wu opted for a quest that required him to slay 500 abyssal demon boars. Although it was also an E-rank task, it did not feature named monsters. Yet the merit reward remained at 60 points. Given the difficulty level associated with defeating Hog, it was reasonable to surmise that the abyssal demon boars must possess a higher level than the Wurgs, as evidenced by the equivalency in merit rewards. With his current strength, targeting creatures above level 13 would yield greater efficiency. Following the quest guidance, Li Wu spent half an hour journeying to Lihua Town, which lay even further from Manda Village. Chapter 68. Encountering the Lord Beast again following the quest guidance. Li Wu spent half an hour locating Lihua Town, situated even further than Manda Village. Although designated as a town, Lihua Town was not significantly larger than Manda Village. However, it boasted a greater number of NPCs, the most noteworthy being 2 adorned with golden exclamation marks. Upon inquiring, Li Wu's interest swiftly waned. These 2 NPCs were merely secondary profession skill mentors, one a pastry chef and the other a brewer. Completing their quests would grant the ability to craft Lihua Town specialties, Lihua Pastry and Lihua Brew. The town also featured a specialty shop selling these very items. Lihua Pastry not only restored 3 points of hunger, but also provided an additional 5% stamina for a duration of 5 minutes. In contrast, Lihua Brew offered no significant benefits, merely noted for its delightful taste. The price of Lihua Pastry was 3 silver, while Lihua Brew commanded a steep 10 silver. The cost of Lihua Pastry seemed justifiable, yet the price of Lihua Brew was questionable. Driven by curiosity, Li Wu indulged in purchasing a bottle. The exquisite flavor lingered on the palate, accompanied by a subtle intoxication that was utterly captivating. Though not particularly fond of alcohol, Li Wu found himself enchanted by Lihua Brew's taste, prompting him to buy an additional 10 bottles, intending to celebrate future achievements with a couple of drinks. He also procured 10 pieces of Lihua Pastry, one for pre-battle sustenance and another for post-battle enjoyment. A sound strategy indeed. Following the quest's instructions, Li Wu ventured south of the town in search of the abyssal boar. Amidst an endless expanse of pear trees, he discovered the abyssal boar, which was recklessly ramming into the trees. It was no wonder there was a task to exterminate these creatures, as they were devouring the pears and causing havoc, jeopardizing Lihua Town's livelihood. Abyssal boar, level 15 health, 16 000 defense, 600 physical attack, 650 skill 1. Charge. Instantly rushes at the enemy from a distance of 8 meters, dealing 150 physical damage and stunning the enemy for 1 second, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Skill 2. Bite. Inflicts 160 physical damage on the target, with a cooldown of 2 seconds. Upon observing the attributes of the abyssal boar, Li Wu felt quite satisfied. It was a quintessential example of high defense and health. With relatively low attack power, precisely his preferred type, Li Wu advanced directly, but after just a few steps, he was spotted by an abyssal boar, which charged and stunned him on the spot. Fortunately, the boar's attack power was rather feeble. Neither the charge nor the standard attack could breach Li Wu's defenses, with only the bite inflicting a mere 36 points of damage. Once the stun wore off, Li Wu retaliated with a swift strike. Having wasted an opportunity, Li Wu decided to bypass this particular abyssal boar, taking a few steps forward to draw the attention of 4 more. Employing his usual strategy of circling and striking, he found the boar's charge skill somewhat bothersome. Luckily, the charge had a minimum release distance. If he stayed below 8 meters, they could not initiate it, or else 5 of them could easily incapacitate him. It took nearly 2 hours to slay 500 abyssal boars. Although this seemed inefficient at first glance, the rewards were gratifying. Not only did his level rise to 11, but he also acquired 7 pieces of black iron equipment. Although the black iron gear dropped by level 15 monsters possessed only a single additional attribute, their values reached an impressive 18 points. The singular attribute has already attained a level of excellence comparable to the golden gear adorning Li Wu. However, due to class restrictions, only the black iron equipment of rear-line classes can command high prices. In a well-rounded team, rear-line players may choose to focus solely on their primary attributes, temporarily neglecting others to enhance their damage or healing capabilities. Li Wu's fortune shines brightly, as 4 out of his 7 pieces of black iron gear can be sold for a handsome sum, rivaling the price of the silver equipment purchased from the spicy rabbit head vendor. After completing a certain number of kills, Li Wu hesitates on whether to return to town to turn his quest. Although the abyssal magic boar possesses high defense and health, making it slower to defeat than the wolfman, the experience gained surpasses that of battling the latter. Most importantly, within the entire pear orchard, Li Wu is the sole player present, indicating that no other players are currently farming level 15 monsters, and even if there were, they would not be in Pear Blossom Town. Guarding a map alone while grinding is an exquisite opportunity. Undertaking other merit quests may not yield such ideal creatures for leveling up. In the midst of his contemplation, a colossal silhouette emerges into Li Wu's line of sight. Abyssal Magic Boar Leader, Lord, level, 15 health, 150, 000 defense, 1, 050 physical attack, 900 skill 1, charge skill 2, bite skill 3, Lord's Authority. When health falls below 50, it summons nearby ordinary abyssal magic boars to fight alongside it. Skill 4, Stone Armor Aura, increases its own and allies' defense by 20 for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Is indeed a boss monster. Lords are creatures that exist between elite monsters and true bosses, colloquially known as mini-bosses. Li Wu has encountered a lord monster once before. The poison skill he acquired was dropped by the level 6 poison Fong Spider Lord. Lords possess a chance to drop golden equipment and skill books. Faced with such an opportunity, Li Wu is determined not to let it slip away. However, the leader's attack power is rather formidable. Employing vampiric tactics alongside potions should suffice, though the Lord's Authority poses a significant challenge. While the ordinary abyssal magic boar deals minimal damage, their sheer numbers are overwhelming, and their charge skill is rather bothersome. Yet, there exists a solution. The Lord's Authority merely summons nearby creatures, unlike the dungeon boss Abyssal Priest, which conjures minions out of thin air. If Li Wu can eliminate the nearby ordinary abyssal magic boars, he should be able to confront the leader without issue. The current map is devoid of other players. Thus, he aims to clear as many as possible to minimize risk. A few ordinary abyssal magic boars near the leader prove troublesome to eliminate, prompting Li Wu to reconsider his strategy. He decides to retreat, commencing the extermination of minor foes from a distance, far removed from the boss. By preemptively clearing a safe space, he can draw the Abyssal Magic Boar leader to him for the kill. The leader's alert range exceeds that of ordinary monsters, effectively resolving the issue of clearing the minions nearby. After dedicating half an hour to this endeavor, Li Wu finally achieves a satisfactory, clear area and proceeds toward the boss. As he inches closer, the Abyssal Magic Boar leader, indeed, spots Li Wu before its ordinary counterparts, charging forth with its charge skill. Li Wu raises his shield, striking while retreating, gradually luring the Magic Boar leader to the center of the cleared space. The Abyssal Demon Boar's defense is exceedingly formidable, rendering Li Wu's standard attacks ineffective in breaching its guard. Fortunately, the effects of poison and slashing can trigger lifesteal. The Abyssal Demon Boar possesses only a biting skill capable of overcoming Li Wu's defenses, although its cooldown is merely 2 seconds. Li Wu's lifesteal combined with health potions is more than sufficient to withstand it. The encounter resembles a duel between a tank and a solitary foe, each struggling to gain the upper hand. Eventually, the Abyssal Demon Boar's health dwindles to 50, unleashing a piercing squeal that resonates painfully in Li Wu's ears. The ordinary creatures in the vicinity have long been vanquished by Li Wu, leaving no minions to respond to the Lord's call. The Lord emits another cry, its body taking on a stony hue, enhancing its defense by 20 instantaneously. Alas, without allies nearby, what was intended as a group buff transforms into a solitary enhancement. No matter how elevated the defense, it cannot evade the esteemed law of true damage, and soon the Abyssal Demon Boar collapses to the ground. A round, plump object falls to the earth, capturing Li Wu's attention. Chapter 69. Paying taxes according to the law is an obligation of every citizen. The Abyssal Pig Lord did not drop any golden equipment or skill books, but instead yielded a pet egg. Abyssal Pig Pet Egg Quality. B can hatch into a B-grade Abyssal Piglet, due to its lordly bloodline. It has a 50 chance of hatching into an A-grade Abyssal Pig Leader. Had it been the previous day, Li Wu would have immediately considered selling a B-grade pet egg. But today was different. The days of being overly frugal were behind him. The ordinary Abyssal Pig held little allure, yet a Lord-grade pet would certainly be worth nurturing. The 50 chance was a gamble worth taking. Should an ordinary pig emerge, he could simply dispose of it to avoid wasting experience. With his mind made up, Li Wu cradled the pet egg in his hands. Would you like to hatch, Abyssal Pig Pet Egg? Note: once hatched, the pet cannot be traded. Upon seeing the system prompt, Li Wu promptly confirmed his choice. A flash of light enveloped the egg, which vanished from his grasp, and at his feet appeared a small, pitch-black piglet, joyfully spinning around. Li Wu summoned the pet interface, a smile gracing his face. The gamble had paid off. Though somewhat unattractive, its attributes were commendable. Abyssal Pig Leader Youngling Quality, a level, 0 health, 240 mana, 180 defense, 40 physical attack, 40 magical attack, 0 skill. Bite. Cannot be ridden until level 10. Compared to by DeBeo's A-grade Hellhound, the Abyssal Pig's attributes were notably different. The Hellhound boasted an initial magical attack of 50, while the Abyssal Pig's initial attack was merely 40. However, the Abyssal Pig's health and defense were significantly higher than that of the Hellhound. The qualifications for A-grade pets allow for a 100 increase in initial attributes with each level gained. Should the Abyssal Pig rise to level 11, like Li Wu, its health would reach 2880, defense 480, and attack 480. While it would certainly pale in comparison to Li Wu, who is equipped with exquisite gear, it would be quite formidable against ordinary players. Typically, one would opt for a damage-dealing pet to compensate for a lack of attack power. However, Li Wu's decision to hatch the Abyssal Pig stemmed not only from the potential of acquiring an A-grade pet. Even if the A-grade Abyssal Pig's attack fell short of the Silver Wolf King, it would undoubtedly surpass that of a typical B-grade pet. What he truly valued was the aura skill of the Abyssal Pig Leader. The petrifying aura's effect was immensely beneficial for a Guardian. A 20 defense boost would render Li Wu exceptionally resilient. When facing a boss, there would be no need to clear out minions. At present, however, his piglet possessed only a single skill, with the possibility of acquiring the aura skill as it leveled up. Li Wu glanced at the experience requirement for pet upgrades. which was equivalent to 1/5 of a player S. This was quite reasonable. Even if he were to switch pets in the future, it wouldn't be too burdensome. Moreover, pets shared experience that could be allocated, facilitating swift level-ups and enhancing combat prowess. After considering his own experience, Li Wu resolved not to return to the city just yet. The recent experience gained from the Lord was remarkably substantial, with an additional 80 points upon reaching level 4, bringing him closer to achieving level 12. After naming his pet pig intestine, Li Wu allocated 80 of the experience to the pet. He estimated that by the time he reached level 12, pig intestine would nearly attain level 10, at which point they could reverse the experience distribution. Once pig intestine reached level 10, he could ride it, significantly saving time on merit tasks. After commanding pig intestine to stay put, Li Wu commenced slaying monsters. The process was devoid of complexity, as he effortlessly dispatched 5 pigs in a rotational manner. This was akin to battling monsters at level 4, and the experience efficiency remained exceedingly impressive. After defeating 5 creatures, pig intestine leveled up, visibly gaining weight. Unfortunately, leveling up did not grant any new skills. He continued to hunt monsters until his eyelids grew heavy, finally reaching level 12. However, he miscalculated the experience, and pig intestine was still half a level away from reaching level 10. Notably, pig intestine learned the charge skill upon reaching level 5. As the clock approached 4 a.m., Li Wu could no longer endure waiting for pig intestine to reach level 10. He removed his gaming helmet and nestled in a bed. Falling asleep. At 7 a.m., Luing arrived at work with her daughter. Li Wu tidied up the room and, feeling disinclined to have breakfast, returned to the bedroom to sleep once more. He was awakened at 9 a.m. by Lu Ying's gentle reminders, washed his face, and stepped outside. After conducting some research the previous day, Li Wu felt prepared for his visit to the bank. Upon arriving at the Industrial and Commercial Bank, he headed directly to the president's office. After confirming their identities, Li Wu did not wait for Zhao Wuqi to begin his sales pitch and inquired with a smile. "Has my account been unfrozen?" Zhao Wuqi promptly replied, "Yes, it was unblocked early this morning. The city bank president personally called to inform us." He was surprised that this matter had escalated to the city level. Typically, it should have followed standard procedures without such urgency. Zhao Wuqi was unaware of the young man's background, who had been mentioned in a phone call regarding depositing money for rice and flour. But he certainly did not want to offend him, given his position as a branch manager. "That's excellent." Li Wu nodded and then asked, "How should I pay my taxes?" "For that, you will need to consult someone from the tax bureau." "All right, since my account is unfrozen, I will go pay my taxes first, and we can discuss the transfer later." Upon hearing the word transfer, Zhao Wuqi became slightly anxious and quickly suggested, "Considering the magnitude of your tax payment, our bank should assist you with it. Why not handle it here? I can invite someone from the tax bureau to come." "Is that convenient?" "Extremely convenient." "Then I appreciate your help." "No need for thanks." Zhao Wuqi hastily waved his hand and proceeded to call the tax bureau in front of Li Wu. Although the bank and tax bureau belonged to different sectors, they maintained a close relationship. Zhao Wuqi directly contacted the head of the tax bureau, although the bureau typically did not operate on Sundays. Upon hearing about a tax issue involving 87 million, the director immediately agreed to make an exception. It is worth noting that taxes can be reported monthly or annually, or even delayed indefinitely. It is uncertain when one might be able to pay. Such a situation is akin to receiving an unexpected windfall in terms of political achievements. What harm is there in putting in some extra hours? The sum of 8,700 is indeed a considerable amount for a small town, where the annual tax contributions of a privately supported enterprise barely reach 2 to 3 million. The mayor frequently pays visits to express concern, fearing the loss of this revenue should the factory falter. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuqi tirelessly introduces Li Wu to various interest rates on deposits and high-yield financial products associated with certain banks. The director of the tax office has arrived accompanied by an assistant. It is the duty of every citizen to pay taxes lawfully, and Li Wu cooperates willingly to fulfill this obligation. Private gifts are considered unexpected income and are subject to a 20% tax on unexpected earnings. Bai Fu has transferred a total of 90 million to Li Wu, which is classified as unexpected income, requiring a tax payment of 18 million. Additionally, there are the 3 million from Li Wu's previous equipment sales, to which he does not offer excuses, directly stating the source of the funds. The nation's tax regulations on virtual products in gaming had not yet matured, but following the launch of Blue Star Online, a personal income tax of 20 on virtual products was swiftly established. Li Wu promptly settled all tax payments, totaling over 18.6 million. In truth, Li Wu has overpaid, as he had also invested 8 million in establishing a guild, which should normally be calculated based on profit. In reality, there exists a specific tax system, but the calculations can be overly complex and the procedures cumbersome. This is understood by all. Chapter 70. The pessimistic young man after a long and arduous day. Li Wu ultimately accompanied someone to the tax office, where the funds had already been transferred directly from the bank to the tax office's account. However, certain procedures still needed to be followed. Fortunately, the tax office staff had already completed the calculations at the bank, so Li Wu merely needed to sign various documents upon arrival. Zhao Wuqi was genuinely concerned that Li Wu might flee, so he personally drove him back and forth. Once the tax matters were resolved, Li Wu's account still held over 68 million, a substantial sum. Throughout the journey, Zhao Wuqi spoke incessantly, his mouth parched, as he eagerly watched Li Wu, licking his dry lips, ready to continue his discourse. With a wry smile, Li Wu shook his head and said, "Director Zhao, I would prefer you refrain from introducing any financial products. I only wish to deposit in fixed-term accounts. I have no desire to delve into anything else." Mr. Li, have you truly given no thought to financial products? The returns are significantly higher than those from fixed deposits. I'm not considering it. Please assist me in setting up 2 fixed deposits, one for 20 million over 3 years and another for 30 million over 5 years. I require a 4 annual interest rate for the 2-year term and a 4.5 rate for the 5-year term. If you believe this is feasible, let us proceed. If not, I shall explore other banks. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuqi furrowed his brow, visibly troubled as he replied, This interest rate seems rather excessive. It would have been manageable 2 years ago, but the state has been reducing interest rates consistently, and I truly cannot offer such high rates. If this poses a challenge, I shall inquire at other banks. I have limited time and must return to my gaming. With that, Li Wu stood up, disinterested in further discussion with Zhao Wuqi, and turned to leave. Seeing that Li Wu appeared sincere, Zhao Wuqi hastily interjected, "Wait, allow me to consult the city bank. I truly lack the authority for such a request." Zhao Wuqi did not speak falsely. His authority indeed fell short. If the rate were below 3.5, he could have made the decision independently, but 4 exceeded his jurisdiction. Fortunately, he did not take long this time. With a single phone call, the city approved Li Wu's request. Regrettably, a significant portion of the commission would go to the city, leaving him with only a small share. The transaction proceeded swiftly. The local bank lacked a private banking service role, so Zhao Wuqi took it upon himself to handle matters personally. Moving forward, Li Wu would liaise directly with the bank president for any future transactions. Armed with 2 large deposit certificates, Li Wu felt as though life had reached a satisfying conclusion. The 20 million fixed deposit over 3 years would yield an interest of 2.4 million after 2 years, while the 30 million fixed deposit over 5 years would generate an interest of 6.75 million after 5 years. Thus, with a principal amount of 50 million untouched, his annual earnings would soar to 15 million. With over 18 million still in his bank account, Li Wu had no intention of idling. He promptly made his way to a newly developed residential sales office. Without paying heed to the saleswoman's lengthy explanations, Li Wu pointed directly at a 6-story model in the display. "How much for this building?" The sales attendant did not underestimate Li Wu due to her youth. Instead, she smiled and introduced, "This building is currently under construction and in the pre-sale phase. There will be some price variations based on the floor height, with prices per square meter ranging from approximately 3,200 to 3,600. Which floor do you prefer? I can check for available units." Li Wu nodded. "Are there any discounts for pre-sales?" "Yes, sir. Currently, the down payment for reserving a unit is only 20. Additionally, if you pay a deposit of 10,000 before the end of the month, that amount will be fully refunded upon handover, effectively saving you 10 And what about full payment? If you pay in full before the end of the month, you can enjoy a 5 discount. Li Wu nodded again and then inquired, "Is your boss present?" Do you know her boss?" "I do not, but I am concerned that you may lack the authority to make decisions. If you do not trust me, I can bring our manager over. I doubt your manager has the authority either. Is your boss here? If not, please make a call and inform him that someone intends to purchase an entire building with full payment. If he has time, a face-to-face discussion would be ideal. If not, please ensure the most favorable conditions. Otherwise, I will consider purchasing from across the street." Li Wu's insistence was not an act of arrogance. Rather, the real estate developers in this town were typically small, individual enterprises, lacking the lofty stature of major corporations. This new development comprised only 8 buildings, and Li Wu intended to purchase 1/8 of the entire project in full. Which developer would not rush over at such an opportunity? Are you referring to one building? The sales attendant could no longer maintain her pleasant demeanor. She looked at Li Wu with a bewildered expression. "I am neither mistaken nor delusional. This building consists of 2 units, totaling 24 apartments. I want them all." "Huh?" The sales attendant realized her faux pas and quickly stated, "I apologize. I will seek approval." Li Wu did not wait long before Wang Fugue, the company's president, appeared from outside. Whether he came to witness a fool or a significant client, it was worth the visit. Noticing Li Wu's seemingly disheveled appearance, Wang Fugue's expression reflected a hint of disappointment, turning to the sales attendant with a flicker of irritation in his eyes. In the game, a pig awaited his care, and Li Wu had no interest in engaging in any pretentious exchanges. He directly asked, "What is the lowest price for this building? I am prepared to pay in full on the spot." Wang Fugue, possessing considerable composure, refrained from voicing doubt and instead smiled. "Young man, may I ask what you intend to do with so many apartments? Our small county lacks significant prosperity. While prices are not high, there is little room for appreciation, making investment rather insignificant. I am not investing. I am purchasing them for my 3-year-old niece as a means of securing her future. The property deeds will be entirely in her name." How old is your niece?" 3 years old. Is that acceptable?" "What? Are you joking with me?" "Security, please escort this young man out." Wang Fugue could no longer maintain his composure, realizing that this individual was genuinely eccentric. Li Wu felt somewhat helpless. His actions indeed resembled those of a lunatic, yet he genuinely yearned to make a purchase. Having endured a brutally harsh life where his family nearly perished, Li Wu was filled with apprehension regarding whether tomorrow or an unforeseen event would arrive first. Furthermore, he envisioned a future for himself, one in which he would marry and have children. He dreaded the prospect of an accident, leaving only his beloved Tuan behind, and worried about the well-being of his wife and child in such a scenario. Li Wu was aware that a 21-year-old harboring such pessimistic thoughts was quite unhealthy, but even if he were to seek psychological help, he felt the need to secure a future for Tuan first. "Please remain calm. I suspect that if I were to show you my savings balance, you might think I am merely jesting. Given your involvement in real estate, you likely have close ties with the bank. Do you have the phone number for Director Zhao at the Industrial and Commercial Bank?" A brief conversation would not take much time. "By the way, my name is Li Wu." Chapter 71. At the age of 21, with the heart of a 41-year-old, Wang Fugue noticed that Li Wu spoke with earnest conviction. And since he was indeed familiar with Zhao Wuqi, he paused to halt the approaching security guard and retrieve his phone to make a call. It was a matter of just 2 sentences. Wang Fugue informed Zhao Wuqi that a spirited young man named Li Wu was interested in purchasing a building. Zhao Wuqi, with gritted teeth, retorted that he could afford it. After hanging up, Wang Fugue's enthusiasm was palpable, insisting that Li Wu sample the exquisite De Hong Pao from 1982. However, Li Wu had been out for quite some time and was disinclined to engage in protracted negotiations with a real estate mogul well past 50. He stated directly, "Isn't the price for this building between 3,200 to 3,600? Let us not bother with the floors. Let us settle on 3,200 for all and apply a 5 discount." Wow, Mr. Li, such a drastic cut. Not only does the average price per square meter drop by at least 200, but with your proposed discount, that's an additional reduction of 160. This price is simply untenable. Will you sell or not? Just give me a straightforward answer. Yes, we'll sell. Did I offer too much? Not all. I'm merely recovering my costs. Can you throw in full high-end renovations? That's not feasible. I'm just trying to break even. This year has been tough. But wait, I do have a ceramic shop. I can give you a complete set of high-quality tiles. Deal. You're quite the savvy young man. Can you afford a building while being so astute? Truly remarkable. Since you own a ceramic shop, you must have a renovation team. Regardless of size, I'll take a full renovation package for $50,000, excluding furniture and appliances. Agreed. You wouldn't intend to provide me with subpar materials, would you? Absolutely not. If you purchase the entire building outright, we can arrange for half of the renovation cost to be paid up front, with the remaining half due upon your satisfaction. Am I perhaps offering too much again? Not at all. For each unit, I'll also include a 55-inch television. Seems I truly am overextending. Li Wu sighed, deciding not to dwell further on the matter. Wang Fugui's accountant had already calculated the square meters during their negotiations, and now, upon determining the unit price, the total was swiftly computed. With 24 units totaling 2,164 square meters, the sum amounted to 560 yuan. Wang Fugui generously waived the 560 yuan remainder, adding in half of the renovation cost of 600,000 yuan. Li Wu promptly paid 17 million yuan and additionally transferred 700 yuan to entrust the real estate company with the property tax payment. Feeling relieved as the amount was less than anticipated, Li Wu noticed he still had over 10 million in his account. He contemplated and subsequently purchased the last 2 street-facing commercial properties available from Wang Fugui, still inscribing them under the name Li Yuyu. Street-facing shops are highly sought after, and this time, Wang Fugui was adamant about not lowering the price. Ultimately, Li Wu spent 4 million yuan to acquire 2 200-square-meter shops, while still entrusting Wang Fugui with the tax payments. Commercial property transaction taxes are notably high, amounting to 5 of the property price. Thus, Li Wu incurred an additional 200,000 yuan. However, since shops do not require renovations, tenants typically handle their own fit-outs. With over 6 million remaining in his account, Li Wu finally felt at ease. The properties and shops are newly developed, not too aged even after a decade or two. Once the handover occurs, they will be rented out, and the rental income will be deposited into the newly established bank account for Tuan Tuan. By the time she reaches adulthood, it would be ideal if Li Wu is still alive. If not, should misfortune befall her, these properties and savings will ensure Tuan Tuan's comfort and security. By the age of 21, she would have completed the concerns of a 41-year-old. How delightful. Li Wu returned home, riding her beloved electric scooter, burdened with a plethora of documents. Upon arriving home at 1 p.m., she found Tuan Tuan and her sister already napping. To avoid disturbing the slumbering children, she intercepted Lu Ying, who was eager to reheat the dishes, and instead settled for a few bites of leftover food before retreating to her bedroom, donning her gaming headset. As soon as she logged in, messages from Bai Bao and Ma La Tutu greeted her. Bai Bao informed her that the banking matters had been resolved. After expressing her gratitude, Li Wu glanced at Ma La Tutu's message and let out a faint sigh. Brother Tuan, I can no longer go to Shunho City. My mother helped me open a bank account today, and my plans to purchase equipment were exposed. After giving me a good thrashing, she insisted I go to Moutu City to keep an eye on me. Brother Tuan, I am now in Moutu City, with my mother waiting outside with a feather duster, ready to correct my rebellious spirit. Brother Tuan, I have changed my profession. This time I didn't listen to my mother and chose to become a priest instead of an archer. I believe a healing profession will certainly be needed to assist the guards. Brother Tuan, my healing skills can also deliver critical hits. I'm sure I will be able to help you in the future. A series of messages left Li Wu with a slight frown. He felt a twinge of regret that the young girl would not be coming to Shunho City, as such an obedient little artillery piece was rare. Yet, her tone seemed somewhat off, playful and flirtatious. Could it be that she was experiencing the stirrings of young affection? That simply wouldn't do. Engaging in illicit matters was out of the question. It is often said that no one knows a daughter better than her mother. It was no wonder Ma Lao Ma resorted to familial discipline, compelling the young girl to go to Moutu City. likely having sensed something amiss and wanting to mitigate potential issues. In that moment, Li Wu contemplated deleting Ma La Tu from his contacts to sever the flirtation, but hesitated, fearing it might hurt the girl. After a moment's deliberation, he replied, "Understood, good luck." Ma La Tu was online and quickly responded. Li Wu engaged in a few perfunctory exchanges before dismissing her. After all, the main cities would likely remain close to each other for the foreseeable future. Childhood affections are fleeting, and with time, they would likely fade away. After some contemplation, Li Wu sighed again and sent a message to Bai Bao, asking her to keep an eye on the situation. Without expecting any favors in return, Bai Bao nearly offered Li Wu a referral fee upon hearing the request. A 100 critical healing rate. Who was assisting whom? Clearly, she was a vital member of the guild, and securing her services would not come easily. So she promptly invited Ma La Tu and her mother to join the guild. Once the loose ends were tied up, Li Wu resumed his pig farming enterprise. Reaching level 12, he found that the experience gained from the abyssal magic pig had diminished somewhat. However, with pig intestine nearing level 10, he chose to remain in the same location. After nearly an hour of battling the abyssal magic pig intestine finally reached level 10. What thrilled Li Wu was that pig intestine had reached level 10 and comprehended the stone armor aura. Regrettably, the aura's effect was not the anticipated 20, but merely 10, leaving one to wonder if there would be further opportunities for enhancement. Nonetheless, a 10 increase was still quite formidable for Li Wu, as it represented a noble enhancement in percentage terms. However, upon noticing the riding capability indicated on pig intestine's profile, Li Wu glanced down at the creature, which, despite its considerable growth, resembled an average domestic pig in size. His expression shifted to one of amusement. This was not the kind of hefty swine that had been nurtured for several years to weigh 500 or 600 pounds, but rather one that was ready for market at a mere 200 pounds. Perhaps a petite girl like Spicy Rabbit Head could manage to ride it, but for Li Wu, a tall figure standing over 8 meters and clad in heavy armor, mounting a domestic pig seemed utterly ludicrous. Where would his long legs even go? Would it not simply dangle awkwardly? Chapter 72. The little pig pulls the cart. The ordinary abyssal demon pig stood tall at my chest. Yet here you are, a mere sublord, with the audacity to boast. Li Wu could not help but kick the pig's entrails, but ultimately decided to give it a try, considering the 80 increase in character movement speed that the data promised. Ding! You lack a mount saddle and cannot ride. Mount saddles can be purchased from the system store or players engaged in crafting. Upon seeing the system prompt, Li Wu glanced at the system store and found the mount saddle priced at 10 silver. He then summoned the auction house to search, discovering that saddles were available there as well, with a variety of styles. The lowest price for a saddle identical to the one in the system store was merely 3 silver. It seemed that with the opening of the main city, lifestyle players had finally begun to profit. Li Wu looked at the rather unremarkable pig's entrails, hesitating to purchase anything too extravagant, and opted for a standard saddle costing 3 silver. Equipping the saddle in the pet interface, a saddle appeared on the pig and a reins dangled from its nose. Noticing the deserted surroundings, Li Wu, filled with a hint of excitement, grasped the reins and mounted. After all, it was a mount. In reality, he had only ever ridden a bicycle and a small electric scooter. To his surprise, he found that his long legs had nowhere to rest, his feet dangling awkwardly towards the ground. With a flick of the reins, the pig darted forward with astonishing speed, leaving everyone astonished. Li Wu crouched in his riding position, staring dumbfounded at his empty hands, watching the rapidly disappearing pig with a grim expression. "You come back here." Obediently, the pig returned at Li Wu's command, looking up with innocent eyes at its seemingly irate master. With a sigh, Li Wu remounted the pig, stretched his legs forward, and flicked the reins once more. The pig galloped away, carrying Li Wu along. Though a small creature pulling a heavy load, its movement speed was not diminished. The speed of the mount was calculated based on Li Wu's own movement speed, granting an additional 80 increase, propelling him forward with remarkable swiftness. After riding the pig back to Pear Blossom Town to complete the merit task, Li Wu returned directly to the city. "Look, someone's riding a pig. Riding a mount while having to spread 1's legs. What a sight. Wow, The Prince of Black Pigs. Has he lost his mind? Calling a pig a prince? You know nothing. Can't you see the high-quality gear he is wearing? Do you think the White Horse Prince became famous just for riding a white horse? That makes sense. Prince, spare me a few pieces of gear. I could use some warmth. Have you never seen someone ride a pig? What a fuss. What was wrong with riding a pig? It might not be the most graceful sight, but at least the pig's entrails were a reputable A-grade creature. After hatching, the pig had directly ascended to the pet rankings, holding the 27th position. Above it were only A-grade pets, and no one had yet hatched a creature of higher quality. Li Wu navigated through the crowd atop his pig, a sense of exasperation filling his mind as he made his way swiftly to the task hall. With a mount at his disposal, he could save a considerable amount of time, perfect for his current mission of grinding for merits. Focusing on upgrades is not the primary objective, as the cutting talent can only be enhanced by defeating outdoor bosses of equal or greater level. Currently, no one has located the outdoor boss in the main city, and Li Wu is hesitant to upgrade too swiftly. This time, Li Wu has accepted a merit task named after a monster. The task: eliminate the Goblin Bandits, E. The transport team near Shinsho City has been attacked by a group of Goblin Bandits. Please take the commission letter and proceed to Montu Village to eradicate these rascals. Task objective: kill 200 Goblin Bandits and the Big Goblin Gabuda. The team consists of 3 members, with a total reward of 45 merit points for the group. Li Wu has visited Montu Village before and arrived in merely a few minutes while riding on the pig intestines. After presenting the commission letter to the village chief, Li Wu followed the chief's directions towards the south of the village. Since it was a transport team that had been ambushed, following the main road seemed prudent. It did not take long before Li Wu discovered signs of the goblins. The nearby players were sparse, but not entirely absent, after a day of intense battle. Most players in the first tier had already reached level 11, making it relatively easy to defeat monsters in their respective teams. Goblin Bandit, level 12 health, 9,000 defense, 350 physical attack, 520 skill. Mighty Strike inflicts 150 physical damage. Given that the Goblin Bandits are merely level 12, it is no wonder the merit reward is only 45 points. Weaker than Wolfmen, Li Wu immediately engaged without further analysis. The pig intestines are already level 10, with 2,800 health, 440 defense, and 440 attack. Not only can it provide Li Wu with an aura, but its biting skill also inflicts considerable damage on monsters. In the spirit of fairness, Li Wu lured 5 Goblin Bandits in a circle, taking them down one by one, while the pig intestines pursued and bit at each creature. Soon, the 5 goblins lay defeated at Li Wu's feet. The experience was still distributed in a 1:9 ratio between player and pet, since level control was necessary. It was just right to elevate the pig intestines to level 12 first. After battling for over half an hour, all 200 Goblin Bandits were dispatched. And amidst the curious gazes of nearby players, Li Wu mounted the pig intestines and ventured further away. The downside of elite monsters is that once the ordinary monster's kill count has been fulfilled, the elite monsters remain elusive. It is uncertain whether other teams have already slain them. Riding the pig allows for swift movement, so Li Wu decided to search around the expansive goblin respawn point. However, riding a mount has its drawbacks. If attacked consecutively 3 times, one will be dismounted, regardless of whether their defenses are breached. Fortunately, the goblins did not respawn densely, and as long as one avoids charging into a horde, the frequency of being dismounted remains low. Moreover, with Li Wu's strength, even if dismounted and attracting 10 or 8 goblins, survival was assured. After a thorough exploration, Li Wu finally spotted Gabuda, the big goblin, among the uniformly short goblins, distinguished by its towering stature, wielding a massive spiked club. After all, being twice the height of other ordinary goblins certainly makes it conspicuous. Great Goblin Gabuda, elite, level 12 health, 35,000 defense, 420 physical attack, 750 skill 1. Strike inflicts 150 physical damage to the enemy and stuns them for 1.5 seconds, with a cooldown of 6 seconds. Skill 2. Mighty Impact. The physique of Great Goblin is significantly more robust than that of a regular goblin, allowing normal attacks to deal 130 physical damage. Skill 3. Cannibalistic Frenzy. When health falls below 30, Gabuda disregards control effects and rushes towards nearby goblins, voraciously consuming their flesh to absorb vitality. Each goblin consumed restores 30 of health, with a maximum of 3 goblins to be devoured and a cooldown of 5 minutes. Although Gabuda's third skill appears formidable, it poses little challenge to Li Wu, as no matter how much Gabuda heals, it cannot breach Li Wu's defenses. However, the sight of 3 players charging from a distance caused Li Wu's expression to darken. Chapter 73. The malicious trio. The trio maneuvered past several waves of goblins, their trajectory directed towards this vicinity, likely drawn by the conspicuous presence of the formidable goblin boss. After a moment's hesitation, Li Wu decided to taunt the goblin boss. Drawing its ire, he was unwilling to relinquish the hard-won opportunity to engage the goblin. Having leveled up to 12, his stats now boasted a health of 5,412, defense of 1029, and attack power of 705. In contrast, the goblin boss's attack was a mere 750, insufficient to breach Li Wu's defenses. Even with skills, it could only inflict a paltry 96 points of damage, easily recoverable through lifesteal. Li Wu remained vigilant, refraining from utilizing skills and opting instead for regular attacks against the goblin boss. The trio, a shield bearer, a priest, and a mage, approached after dispatching a blocking goblin, exchanging glances and whispers as they observed Li Wu's audacity in confronting an elite monster alone. A quick assessment of their gear revealed that, while he could not discern detailed attributes, the sheen and craftsmanship suggested mediocre quality. The jewelry was indiscernible, but their weapons and armor appeared subpar, not reaching the golden standard. Save for the priest's shoes, which seemed to hint at a golden grade. Calculating his chances, Li Wu smiled and addressed them. I've been searching for this quest monster for quite some time. Might I kindly ask you to keep your distance while I take the lead in this battle? The trio exchanged glances, and the priest, arms crossed, replied with a smirk. You do your thing. We're merely here for the spectacle, curious about what this beast might drop. Their words, albeit pleasant, concealed ulterior motives. Whether to claim the final blow or to eliminate Li Wu for loot, he resolved not to remain passive. Should a player versus player scenario arise, the repercussions of becoming a red-named player posed a significant dilemma, as slaying 3 individuals would necessitate a 3-hour wilderness exile, severely hindering his quest for merits. Despite Li Wu conserving his skills, the goblin boss's health plummeted to 30, triggering its cannibalistic rage. In a fit of fury, it abandoned its focus on Li Wu and charged at a nearby goblin. The diminutive goblin was seized effortlessly by the goblin boss, which clamped its massive jaws onto the creature's neck, savagely tearing into it in a blood-soaked frenzy that sent chills down observer spines. Inspired by this gruesome spectacle, Li Wu devised a plan. He swiftly recalled his pet, pig intestine, from the fray and redirected his attention to a nearby ordinary goblin. In the astonished gaze of the trio, Li Wu executed a wide arc, luring a throng of 2 to 3 dozen goblins before charging back towards them, taunting the goblin boss, now nearly at full health. Startled, the trio turned and fled. Not pursuing them further, Li Wu turned his focus back to the goblin boss, which had already triggered its cannibalistic cooldown. The 5-minute waiting period was ample time for Li Wu to vanquish it multiple times. Although surrounded by 20 to 30 goblins, the goblins' attempts to breach Li Wu's defenses proved futile. Even their combined skills failed to inflict significant damage, leaving her with ample health to absorb. With such a multitude of goblins acting as her guardians, Li Wu felt no trepidation regarding potential interference from others seeking to claim the monster-esque bounty. Even if someone were to deliver the final blow from afar, it would merely delay her progress on her merit quest. For the loot from Gabuda would remain inaccessible to any competitors. Should the monsters be unable to engage their foes for an extended period, their aggression would become erratic, targeting the nearest intruder, much like Li Wu's earlier strategy against the electric zombie, where its enmity was directed towards her, yet any who crossed into its danger zone would be swiftly attacked. Among the throng of goblins, only 6 or 7 could reach Li Wu, while the remainder remained in a state of chaotic hostility. Li Wu had little doubt that the 3 individuals would dare to plunge into the fray to snatch items. As Gabuda's health dipped below 50% under Li Wu's relentless assault, a chilling ice arrow struck her sharply. The paltry damage of -146 prompted Li Wu to cast a dismissive glance at the returning trio, a hint of scorn curving her lips. With a spellcasting power of merely around 900, did they truly believe they could slay her and seize her equipment? Perceiving the insignificance of their attack, the mage, fraught with urgency, called out to the nearby priest. "You must act quickly. Use Radiant Strike." Upon witnessing the minimal decrease in Li Wu's health, the priest's expression soured. Yet with his ally already engaged, he felt compelled to execute his sole offensive skill, casting Radiant Strike. The priest's equipment was marginally superior to that of the mage, as he donned golden boots, and his silver attire was not too shabby either. However, the priest's damage output could not match the mage's enhancements, rendering his attacks relatively weak. Meanwhile, Li Wu had already applied 5 layers of poison to 4 nearby minions, along with siphoning health from Gabuda's 5 creatures, causing a flurry of positive status effects to manifest above her head. Although the increments were slight, both the mage and priest skills required cooldowns. After several waves of attacks, Li Wu's health had only diminished by about a quarter, while Gabuda was on the verge of collapse. Li Wu, skillfully retaining her abilities, monitored Gabuda's health closely while attentively noting the attack frequency of the mage and the priest. As Gabuda's health dwindled to a mere sliver, Li Wu keenly observed the priest's skill activation slow. A glint of cold resolve flashed in her eyes, and with a deft maneuver, Zhu Dachong dashed in from outside the monster cluster, executing a charge skill that incapacitated the priest. Li Wu, sword raised high, refrained from striking as the mage's fireball unexpectedly collided with Gabuda's head. With the priest incapacitated, their meticulously devised plan to jointly fell Gabuda was thwarted. Gabuda remained with over 300 health points, which Li Wu seized with her delayed strike of the sword. She did not hastily retrieve the spoils. Instead, she took advantage of the distraction caused by Zhu Dachong drawing away the outer goblins, slipping through the gap left by Gabuda's demise, and charging towards the dazed mage. "Quick! Use Ice Arrow!" shouted the guard player, who had been anxiously watching but unable to intervene, as he stepped in front of Li Wu to block her advance. Upon a reminder from his companion, the mage finally regained his focus and conjured a shard of ice, directing it towards Li Wu. Li Wu raised his shield to deflect the incoming projectile. Although the damage was minimal, his movement speed was reduced by 30%. Unfazed, Li Wu flashed a grin at the mage and nonchalantly stowed away the pig intestines. The dozen or so goblins, having lost their target, found themselves at a loss, while the recently awakened priest and mage unwittingly stood within the goblins' alert range. A horde of goblins armed with wooden clubs surged towards the priest and mage, leaving the two in disarray as they scrambled backwards. Li Wu, undeterred, charged towards the 2 spellcasters. The blocking guard, momentarily bewildered, realized Li Wu was closing in and swiftly delivered a shield bash, pinning Li Wu in place, his name instantly fading to gray. Chapter 74. Am I an NPC? The force damage of 1 point floating above Li Wu's head seemed to mock the Guardian. This disparity exemplified the difference in equipment quality. The Guardian player, being level 11, could withstand the Goblin's assault despite the level difference, indicating a focus on fortitude. However, with inferior equipment quality, certain aspects were inevitably lacking, particularly in attack power. Once Li Wu emerged from his stun, he disregarded the Guardian player before him and charged towards the 2 ranged players. At that moment, the 2 players were being pursued by several goblins, leaving them no opportunity to impede Li Wu's advance. Relying on his swift footwear, Li Wu gradually closed the distance. Finally, as the 2 magic users escaped the goblin's pursuit and breathed a sigh of relief, Li Wu's figure loomed behind them. With a valiant strike, he struck the mage, following up with a basic attack. -707, -17, -70, poison, -17, -350, -17, -140, -17. One skill followed by a basic attack caused the mage's health to plummet by more than half, the overwhelming damage eliciting a pained cry from him. While the Guardian's damage was indeed low, it depended on who was being struck. Li Wu's attack power of 705, though not on par with high-output classes, was still among the pinnacle within Guardian roles, easily dispatching a fragile class. Meanwhile, the priest exhibited commendable awareness. Before Li Wu could strike the mage, he had already begun to anticipate and prepare his healing spell. The casting time for the healing spell was 1 second, perfectly landing on the mage's head. 960. The mage's health was instantly restored by 907 points, seemingly returning to a healthy state. Following this, the priest swiftly cast a restoration spell upon the mage. The mage received another 120 as the restoration spell provided ongoing healing, akin to a red potion, lasting 5 seconds. Li Wu cast a sidelong glance at the priest, but chose not to engage him, instead focusing intently on relentlessly attacking the mage. Minus 350, minus 17. Minus 210 poison, minus 17. Minus 350, minus 17. Minus 280 poison, minus 17. Enduring excruciating pain, the mage unleashed an ice arrow directly at Li Wu, hoping to escape as he slowed down. However, Li Wu, having retained his shield strike, incapacitated him right where he stood. Minus 707 stun, minus 17. Minus 350 poison, minus 17. The priest's healing spell was still on cooldown. Although the restoration spell had a mere 1 second cooldown, using it on the same target would only refresh the healing duration without stacking the healing amount. The priest could only cast a radiant impact on Li Wu, while hoping that the approaching Guardian teammate would prove useful. Indeed, the Guardian player arrived and stunned Li Wu with a shield strike. Unfortunately, the mage was left with only a sliver of health. 5 layers of poison, combined with the cutting damage, would drain 367 points of health per second, rendering the 120 points of healing nearly ineffective, especially since he could not consume potions while stunned. At last, the priest's healing spell finished cooling down, but regrettably, even as he began to channel it, the mage fell. The priest's face displayed a hint of panic. He hastily cast a restoration spell on the Guardian and turned to flee. Li Wu bared his large, prominent teeth, and despite the dizziness subsiding, he paid no heed to the guard attempting to strike him with skills. Calmly, he picked up the mage's discarded garments and then pursued the priest. The priest's footwear appeared to be of golden quality, allowing him to run only slightly slower than Li Wu. However, the guard player fell behind. With no control skills and insufficient attack range, the guard could do nothing but watch as Li Wu gradually closed the distance. Suddenly, the priest, running ahead, turned around and shouted, "Xiao Zhao, stop chasing him and run in the opposite direction. Sugil, I can't run. You go ahead without me." The guard player, trailing behind, cried out in desperation as he saw Li Wu nearly catch up with the priest. Confused by their exchange, Li Wu interjected, "Did you two just reverse your statements?" Upon hearing Li Wu's words, the guard known as Xiao Zhao hurriedly replied, "Big brother, could you perhaps spare us?" Li Wu chuckled at this. "Of course, it's entirely possible, provided you drop 5 pieces of unranked silver equipment on the ground." "Curse it, I only have 4 pieces of silver equipment in total." "Then there's no room for negotiation. If your gear is inferior, don't emulate others in slaying for loot." Xiao Zhao, at a loss for words, could only shout back to the priest player, "Su Ge, you must leave quickly. If he sees he cannot catch you, he will surely turn around to attack me. I'll hold him off. I won't mind losing my gear." The priest paused for a moment. "I'm sorry, brother, but I must retreat first. Do you both regard me as an NPC?" Li Wu raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a mocking tone. "Today, I concede, but I shall return the favor doubly another day." The priest tossed back, and then a sudden silver light enveloped him, significantly boosting his speed, allowing him to quickly distance himself from Li Wu. Whether it was a skill or a talent, Li Wu thought, he is putting on an act. Li Wu grinned, and a red glow emanated from him, enhancing his speed considerably as well. Rapid Frenzy. This skill reduces defense, and he had hesitated to activate it while the trio was intact. With Rapid Frenzy engaged, his speed surged by 30, yet he found that the gap between him and the priest had not narrowed. He wondered how long the priest's acceleration would last. His own Rapid Frenzy had a mere 10-second duration. Fortunately, the cooldown for summoning his pet had reset. Li Wu swiftly summoned his pet, Pig Dachong, instructing it to charge at the priest. The charge was remarkably swift. In an instant, Pig Dachong was behind the priest, immobilizing him. Li Wu closed in rapidly and landed a valiant strike upon the priest. Minus 697, minus 18. Minus 70 poison, minus 18. The priest's health and defense were slightly better than the mage's, yet still limited. With his frenzy skill increasing attack speed by 30, Li Wu delivered 2 quick strikes, dropping the priest's health to a critical level. Despite enduring excruciating pain, the priest managed to self-heal, but before he could cast a healing spell, Li Wu stunned him again with a shield bash. There was no need for Li Wu to strike again. Pig Dachong's bite finished off the priest. Consider yourself fortunate. Li Wu picked up the silver helmet and silver bracers that the priest had dropped, curling her lip in disdain. If only she could obtain those seemingly golden shoes as well. Upon seeing the priest turn tail and flee when pursued, Xiao Zhao had already sprinted a considerable distance away. Li Wu was determined not to let this guard escape and promptly gave chase. 10 seconds later, her combat status expired and she mounted the pig intestine. Engaging in an attack or sustaining damage would keep a character in combat status. During this state, players are unable to utilize return scrolls or ride mounts. Only by refraining from attacking or taking damage for 10 seconds can one automatically exit this state. Once mounted, the guard had no chance of escape left. Big brother, you cannot slay me. My name is turned white. Chapter 75. What a coincidence. Upon realizing that he was being pursued, the guard player, Xiao Zhao, hastily declared that his gray name's status had expired. Li Wu found Xiao Zhao's words amusing. So what if he had a white name? Was he not permitted to kill? Indeed, he could not slay him, for doing so would turn his name red, complicating his return to complete the quest. However, Li Wu had always believed in avenging grievances. Why should he let Xiao Zhao and his companions off the hook for attempting to kill him and steal his loot? With a swift series of attacks, Li Wu unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Xiao Zhao, who cried out in distress. Yet, rather than delivering a fatal blow, Li Wu chose to leave him with a sliver of health. After confirming that the poison would not be lethal, he stepped back, crossing his arms defiantly. Seeing that Li Wu had not finished him off, Xiao Zhao mistakenly assumed he was being spared and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, brother, for letting me off this time. I understand my mistake." No, Li Wu replied with a peculiar expression, shaking his head. "You misunderstand. I have no intention of letting you go." In Xiao Zhao's confusion, the 10 seconds elapsed, and Li Wu swiftly mounted his mount, charging towards the nearby goblins. Xiao Zhao stood dumbfounded as Li Wu circled him, drawing a horde of goblins in his wake. By the time Xiao Zhao considered fleeing, it was too late. Goblins surrounded him from all sides, and soon 3 of them, in a frenzy of aggression, turned their attention to him. Without a priest to heal him, Xiao Zhao could not withstand the onslaught and was soon dispatched by the goblins' relentless blows. Unfortunately, the chances of dropping gear when killed with a white name were low, leaving only a piece of low-quality equipment behind, clearly not belonging to Xiao Zhao. This skirmish proved rather mundane. The goblins yielded only a few pieces of black iron gear, with not even a single silver item among spoils. The 3 players must have been regretting their decisions intensely. With his quest successfully completed and vengeance exacted, Li Wu had no reason to linger and grind monsters. He promptly returned to town after drawing the goblin horde away. He placed several pieces of silver and black iron gear on the market, traded the low-quality item for some bread and water, and then sought out another merit quest. This time, fortune smiled upon him as a high-merit task appeared in the quest hall, offering an impressive reward of 120 points. Just as Li Wu was about to examine the quest details, he discovered that it had vanished. Thinking his eyes might be deceiving him, he hurriedly searched the E-grade task wall, yet he could not find the high-merit quest anywhere. While merit tasks were indeed limited in the number of times they could be accepted, was it truly so capricious that it could disappear just moments after he had seen it? As he pondered this perplexity, a cool voice echoed through the quest hall. An E-grade task with a reward of 120 merit points requires a guardian and range damage dealer, with at least 3 pieces of golden gear rated above 50, or a total equipment rating exceeding 480. Upon hearing this, Li Wu immediately understood that it must have been the very task that had just vanished. The previous task had disappeared too swiftly for him to comprehend its content. Divided among three, the 120 merit points would only yield 40 points for Li Wu, which he found somewhat lacking. However, the task wall had not refreshed with any other quests of note. The only one that offered 30 points required a team to defeat 2,000 minor creatures, which sounded rather tedious. He was indeed quite curious about the difficulty of the 120-point merit reward task, which not only required a trio to team up, but also imposed certain strength prerequisites. Following the sound of the call, Li Wu approached and discovered a priest clad in a flowing white robe adorned with golden threads, her face obscured by a mask. The loose robe concealed her figure, making it impossible to discern her gender, while her name remained hidden. However, from her voice, it was evident that she was a female player. At that moment, several players had already gathered around the female priest. A beauty. How many can boast of golden equipment rated over 50? Is a full set of silver with a rating of 420 sufficient? One inquired. Indeed, surely they could lower the rating requirements. I'm a mage. I don't need a tank. Although my equipment rating may not reach 480. My emphasis on intelligence means my damage output rivals that of those with 480 rated gear. Impossible. The female priestess' voice was frigid, as if everyone owed her a considerable debt. Li Wu, overhearing her tone, almost lost the inclination to approach. However, his curiosity about the 120-point merit task prevailed, prompting him to ask, "May I inquire about the task details?" Not allowed. The priest retorted without a moment's hesitation. Yet, upon catching sight of Li Wu, adorned in evidently high-quality gear, her eyes flickered with surprise. Stung by her cold rebuff, his curiosity was swiftly extinguished, and he turned back to the task wall. After a thorough search yielded no suitable options, he was preparing to casually accept the task when a rigid, chilling voice interrupted him. "May I inquire about your equipment rating?" Not allowed. Li Wu cast a glance at the unsolicited female priest, nonchalantly accepting a task before turning to leave. As he exited the task hall, ready to summon his mount, that very priest pursued him. "Didn't you wish to know the task details? I can inform you. I've lost interest," Li Wu replied coldly, raising his hand to summon his black mount. "Wait, the task target is a lord monster." Upon hearing this, Li Wu's hand, which had been poised to raise the reins, froze mid-air. In the next moment, his mount vanished, and he quickly turned, his tone now warm and eager. "What level is it? Please elaborate." The female priest appeared taken aback by Li Wu's sudden shift in demeanor, pausing for a moment before regaining her composure. "First, tell me your equipment rating. While your gear seems to be of golden quality, I cannot ascertain if it's of a lower tier." "Why? If my equipment rating is low, will you refuse to disclose the information? You must understand the value of a lord monster. If that information were to leak, it would inevitably attract competitors." "That is true. But how can you determine if I'm not fabricating my stats?" Li Wu nodded thoughtfully. The priest paused momentarily, then swiftly devised a solution. "Then you should apply to join my team. In Blue Star Online, players could not view others' equipment, but the team leader could set automatic entry requirements for the team, such as minimum attack or defense ratings, and after the main city opened, equipment rating criteria were also added. Ding! You have joined the team of Euonymus." Without the priest's consent, Li Wu successfully joined the team, evidently meeting the equipment criteria. Glancing at the system notification, Li Wu discovered that the female priest was named O'Shernan. Upon seeing Li Wu enter the party, O'Shernan quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and the frostiness in her tone seemed to diminish somewhat. The task involved 2 elite monsters. Once we assemble the group, I will share the mission with you. Did you not mention a lord monster? First, let us complete the merit task to test our strength. Once that is accomplished, I will lead you to the lord monster. The task area is not far from the location of the lord monster. What a coincidence! Li Wu regarded O'Shernan with a hint of skepticism. Having been slain by the lord monster, then returning to the task hall to accept a high-merit mission in close proximity. Does this align with logic? Moreover, the lord monster is not a pet of yours. Are you not concerned about being preempted? Could this be the legendary trap of the celestial being? Chapter 76. Euonymus, it was indeed a stroke of luck. I had originally intended to seek out 2 formidable allies in the mission hall to vanquish the lord monster, and fortuitously stumbled upon a high-merit quest which I promptly accepted. That makes some sense. Li Wu nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, why didn't you simply call out in the area to form a party? Aren't you concerned that by the time you arrive, someone else might have already slain the Lord Monster? How would I even announce it? Should I declare that I have discovered the Lord Monster? Moreover, the Lord Monster resides in the territory of level 15 creatures. There shouldn't be anyone farming there at the moment, right? Li Wu mused aloud, pondering the implications. However, a question arose. If no one was there, then what was your situation? Side job quest. O'Shernan shot Li Wu a sidelong glance. Why are you asking so many questions? Perfect. Li Wu couldn't help but silently applaud, feeling even more skeptical of O'Shernan. While the explanation was entirely plausible, Li Wu maintained a degree of suspicion, reluctant to abandon the prospect of the level 15 Lord Monster. After a moment's contemplation, Li Wu reassured himself that there was nothing to fear. Clad in bound gear, what was there to worry about? If the situation turned dire, he could simply list his platinum shoes for sale. After all, it would only result in a minor penalty fee. Additionally, while the existence of the Lord Monster might be questionable, the merit quest was indisputable. It would be a pity to forego it. You needn't seek out ranged damage dealers with merely 120 merit points. Splitting it between two people would yield a meager reward. Li Wu interjected, stopping O'Shernan, who was about to turn back in search of a powerful mage. We are a guardian and a priest. Who will deal the damage? O'Shernan regarded Li Wu with an expression of disbelief. Alas, I truly do not mean to boast. Although I conceal my name, there is a system prompt upon joining a party. Did you not notice? Notice what? My name. Invincible Cute Team? O'Shernan glanced at the background and then abruptly lifted her head. Initially, Li Wu felt a tinge of pride. After all, he had gained a measure of fame, with threads on the forum declaring him the foremost guardian. However, upon catching the look in O'Shernan's eyes, he suddenly felt a pang of familiarity. Where had he seen such a gaze before? Damn, Vaidaba! Wait a moment. Tone it down with the gaze. Invincible Cute Team is merely a nickname for my child. I was just having a bit of fun. I'm a staunch, unyielding man. Upon hearing Li Wu's explanation, the expression beneath O'Shernan's mask softened slightly, though a look of confusion remained as she queried, why did you want me to see your name? Are you quite renowned? Ah well, that boast was rather poorly executed. Li Wu sighed, suppressing the urge to scratch his head, and exited the party. Please set the team equipment score threshold to 600 points. O'Shernan paused momentarily, then, with a hint of disbelief, adjusted the automatic party entry requirement to 600 equipment points. Ding! The Invincible Q team has joined your party. Your equipment is of such high caliber. Even O'Shernan, with her typically aloof demeanor, was taken aback by Li Wu's equipment score. She had anticipated that Li Wu's gear would be impressive, else he would not have approached her, yet she had not expected it to be of such an exceptional standard. After spending considerable time in the party hall, she had not even managed to recruit anyone with a score of 480. Upon witnessing the astonished gaze of O'Shernan, Li Wu quietly mused to himself, I have hardly exaggerated. In truth, his equipment rating was nearing an impressive 700. You should have faith that the two of us can manage this, right? He continued. Indeed, it should suffice. Although our pace may be slightly slower, the rewards will be considerably greater. There is no need to test our strength through merit tasks. Let us first engage the lordly monsters and prevent others from claiming them. With a decisive gesture, Li Wu summoned his mount, the illustrious pig intestine, and then turned to glance at O'Shernan. He pondered whether O'Shernan possessed a mount, as traversing on foot could be rather sluggish. O'Shernan cast a brief look at the pig intestine and subsequently summoned a pet of his own. A regal crab, or rather, a venomous spider, materialized before him. Observing O'Shernan seated atop the venomous spider, Li Wu concealed a peculiar expression beneath his mask. Perhaps it was due to the elevation of levels beyond 10, but the spider's physique was significantly larger than the level 5 venomous spiders found in the novice village. The rotund body of the spider could barely accommodate a seat, and certainly, Li Wu's stature would not fit comfortably. As O'Shernan settled onto the spider's back, the flowing hem of her golden silk robe draped over it, concealing half of the creature, leaving only its 8 long legs exposed. From a distance, one might mistake it for a transformed spider from a neighboring abode. Li Wu stifled a chuckle as he followed Shurinan out of the Lordess manor. Sensing something amiss, Shurinan turned to Li Wu, her tone icy as she remarked, "If you wish to laugh, then do so. What is there to find amusing?" Li Wu retorted, "My spider is a product of the venomous lord's defeat, classified as B grade, unlike the ordinary venomous spiders. Ah, there's no need for explanations. You ride a spider while I ride a pig. They are equally absurd. Who is mocking whom?" Li Wu responded, raising his leg as if to emphasize that his diminutive mount was hardly in a position to jest. "Are you certain? You have an abundance of inquiries," Shurinan replied, not deceiving him. Her venomous spider was indeed extraordinary, moving only slightly slower than the pig intestine. As the two ventured southward from Shenhaoqing, they encountered monsters of levels 12 to 13 along the way. Li Wu would lead the charge on the pig intestine, drawing aggro from the creatures. After all, a priest, even while mounted, would find it challenging to navigate through a throng of monsters without caution, as a single misstep could lead to being unseated and overwhelmed. After nearly half an hour of travel, players had become scarce in their vicinity, as they had entered the area where level 14 monsters respawned. The two companions exchanged few words during their journey, but Li Wu, observing the increasingly formidable beasts, furrowed his brow and inquired, "What secondary profession quest are you undertaking to travel so far?" Shurinan shot a sidelong glance at Li Wu, her voice nonchalant as she asked, "Do you think I am deceiving you?" "Certainly not. I am merely curious," Li Wu replied, maintaining a smile, though his eyes betrayed no mirth. As Ashinin gazed into Li Wu's eyes, he paused momentarily before speaking. "My secondary profession is that of an alchemist, and I require an herb known as the nether flower as the primary ingredient. The skill instructor advised me to seek it in a realm steeped in the essence of death. I posted a query on the forum, and some individuals mentioned that the area is inhabited by undead creatures, so I ventured there. However, I was unable to locate the herb and was instead returned by a formidable lord monster." "An alchemist? Such a profession exists in Blue Star Online?" Li Wu expressed his astonishment. Although he did not pay much attention to crafting professions, he had heard of various ones, yet he had never encountered the concept of an alchemist. With the right talent, an apothecary can evolve into an alchemist. What can an alchemist concoct? Upon hearing this, Ashinin regarded Li Wu with a cold stare, offering no response. Li Wu felt a shiver under Ashinin's gaze and hastily replied with a cheerful demeanor, "I am genuinely curious this time. If you choose not to share, that is perfectly fine. I didn't mean to pry, after all. Ahem, let's pretend I asked nothing." With an awkward cough, Li Wu turned away, refraining from further chatter. Observing Li Wu's discomfort, the corner of Ashinin's mouth unconsciously curled upward. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "An alchemist could be considered an advanced version of an apothecary. One apothecary can brew, I can also create. However, I possess the ability to formulate attribute potions." Attribute potions? Chapter 77. The toe almost digs out a 3-bedroom apartment, capable of enhancing attributes. In a tone marked by an icy detachment, Shurinan infused a hint of pride into her words, deliberately pausing before adding, "a permanent enhancement." Upon hearing this, Li Wu suddenly tightened the reins, causing the big intestine, to come to an abrupt halt. Observing this, Shurinan also paused, turning to face Li Wu, her chin instinctively lifting slightly. The astonishment she anticipated from him did not materialize. Instead, Li Wu cast her a cold glance, squinting as he scanned the surroundings. "What are you looking at?" Shurinan inquired, perplexed. "I'm assessing whether you have accomplices lurking nearby," Li Wu replied, exuding a demeanor of caution, poised to discard his shoes into the auction house at any moment. "What accomplices? What are you talking about?" Shurinan was bewildered, grappling with the situation. "Do you take me for a fool? Attribute pills are one thing, but a permanent increase in attributes? Do you think Blue Star Online is your personal domain? You can't just casually concoct 1,000 or 800 of these and become invincible. Are you out of your mind?" Shurinan felt on the verge of insanity. Even her typically cold demeanor was now fraying at the edges. As she exclaimed in exasperation, "Attribute pills have usage limits. And do you think materials are so easy to come by? 1,000 or 800? Do you think they grow like cabbages? I refuse to believe you. From the very beginning, you've raised numerous suspicions. If it weren't for the merits of the quest, I wouldn't even bother with you. Yet your tales grow increasingly absurd, your reasoning utterly flawed. Having said this, Li Wu resolved not to waste any more time. He turned the pig around, preparing to leave. Had it not been for the cooldown on his return stone, he would have already departed. You, stop right there. Oshurinan was truly exasperated, seeing Li Wu genuinely begin to retreat. She furiously pulled out an object and hurled it at him. A small, milky white orb zipped past Li Wu's ear and fell to the ground. As he rode the pig, he casually picked it up to inspect. With a snort, Big Intestine halted once more, expressing its dissatisfaction at being abruptly restrained by the reins. Li Wu squinted at the orb, and had he not been wearing platinum boots, he would have surely dug out a two-room apartment by now. Wisdom Pill. Consuming it permanently increases intelligence by 2 points, with a maximum of 30 pills consumable. Any excess is ineffective. Do you suffer from paranoia? What do you take me for? Oshurinan glared at the retreating Li Wu, her eyes brimming with indignation and grievance. Apologies. I misjudged you. Li Wu wished he could dig a hole and bury himself. This girl had kindly invited him to assist in slaying the Lord. Yet he had subjected her to relentless scrutiny, treating her as if she were a con artist. Had their roles been reversed, the other's grave would be overgrown with grass up to the ankles. Oshurinan took a deep breath, attempting to regain her composure, then extended her hand coldly, stating, "Return the pill to me, and our collaboration shall cease here." Li Wu gently placed the wisdom pill into Oshurinan's hand, apologizing once more. "I sincerely regret misunderstanding you. To express my contrition, since you mentioned you couldn't find the nether flower, and, as a priest, you find it challenging to operate in the area with level 15 monsters, I can assist you." Oshurinan harbored an overwhelming desire to kick Li Wu and then turn away without a second thought. However, Li Wu's proposition was simply irresistible. As Li Wu aptly pointed out, navigating through an area populated by level 15 monsters was indeed somewhat inconvenient for her, a level 11 priest. In truth, she had not entirely spoken the truth. It was not the lordly monster that had sent her back to town, but rather 2 ordinary level 15 creatures. Nevertheless, while being pursued by those 2 level 15 foes, she had indeed caught sight of a colossal beast, which she could not entirely deny. Although she had not had the opportunity to utilize her true eye to investigate the giant creature's details, its size unmistakably indicated that it was no ordinary elite monster, but surely a lord. Well then, Oshurinan took a deep breath. But please refrain from asking me any more questions. All right. The duo continued their journey until they reached the monster respawn area for level 15 creatures, at which point they paused. While Li Wu was unafraid of attracting monsters, Oshurinan, at level 11, could not withstand such encounters. Oshurinan suggested they proceed cautiously to avoid attracting unwanted attention. But Li Wu dismissed this notion after casting a True Eye spell. Skeleton Swordsman, level 15 health, 12,000 defense, 350 physical attack, 800 skill 1, slash. Inflicts 160 physical damage on a target with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Skill 2. Leap slash. Jump from a distance to strike the enemy with a powerful blow, dealing 150 physical damage, with a release range of 1 to 8 meters and a cooldown of 8 seconds. Compared to the Abyssal Magic Boar, which was also a level 15 creature, the Skeleton Swordsman epitomized low health but high damage output, although its normal attacks could not penetrate Li Wu's defenses. Both of its skills were capable of inflicting damage upon her. However, 2 or 3 of these foes posed little pressure for Li Wu, especially with a companion by her side. "What is your healing output?" Li Wu inquired softly. 1. 236 points for healing spell, and 206 points per second for recovery spell. Oshurinan replied nonchalantly. "Your healing output is remarkably high," Li Wu exclaimed, glancing at Oshurinan with surprise. "I consumed 30 intelligence pills. What do you think?" The healing spell's effectiveness was 120 of her magical attack, indicating that Oshurinan's magical attack surpassed 1,000 points. Indeed, the intelligence pills proved to be a splendid item. as 30 of them equated to an increase of 60 points in intelligence, thus granting her an additional 120 points of magical attack power. Are there any pills that increase constitution? Li Wu could not help but ask. There should be, but I don't know how to use them yet. However, I can use body-strengthening pills to boost endurance. Sell me 30. Li Wu's eyes lit up as she hurriedly exclaimed. Not a chance. I know how, but I lack the materials. I haven't consumed a single one yet. What materials do you need? Ghostly Nightshade. Well, then what are we waiting for? You ride your mount and keep pace with me while maintaining my recovery spell. We shall charge ahead to slay the Lord and then gather the ghostly Nightshade. With a wave of her hand, Li Wu urged Pig Large Intestine to follow the direction indicated by EU Shernan. Startled by Li Wu's impulsive decision, EU Shernan hesitated momentarily. Yet Li Wu had already surged ahead, leaving her little choice but to mount her spider and follow suit with a resolute heart. Li Wu quickly triggered the alert of 2 skeletal swordsmen. He sprinted a few steps before leaping into the air, covering a distance of 8 meters to strike at Li Wu. -171 -171. Li Wu staggered twice from the impact of the skills, yet his steps did not falter. With a shield bash, he incapacitated one, while the other continued to slash, accumulating poison and enmity. A series of plus signs ascended above Li Wu's head. Although the increments were modest, their abundance was undeniable. The skeletal swordsman who remained unfazed delivered a cut, inflicting 251 points of damage. 206 meanwhile, riding swiftly behind Li Wu, Oshurinan cast a swift healing spell upon him, restoring 206 health points per second for a duration of 5 seconds. The healing spell was instantaneous, requiring no casting time. Thus it could be utilized even while mounted. Chapter 78. Is this what you call a lord? 2 skeletal swordsmen leapt forward, and Li Wu swiftly dispatched one with a strike before commanding Zhu Dachong, who trailed 8 meters behind, to charge at another, rendering it momentarily incapacitated. Rather than allowing Zhu Dachong to continue the assault, Li Wu took advantage of the target's daze to persist in his pursuit. This strategy of incapacitating one and chasing another soon resulted in a considerable entourage of skeletal swordsmen following closely behind. However, due to the skeletal swordsmen's basic attacks being ineffective against defenses, coupled with their positioning, only a handful managed to utilize their skills against Li Wu. Although the skeletal swordsman possessed a leap attack, its range was limited to 8 meters, rendering those that had been stunned essentially unable to catch up. The line of skeletal foes grew increasingly lengthy, and eventually, upon exceeding the pursuit range, individual skeletal swordsmen were detached and returned to their respawn point. Since Li Wu had inflicted damage upon each creature, the aggro remained firmly on him, leaving Oshurinan with minimal peril as she followed behind. Oshurinan had teamed up before and collaborated with other guardians, but she had never witnessed anyone withstand a barrage of 15-level monsters solely with her healing spells. This overwhelming sense of security was almost maddening. Li Wu continued to evade the creatures for quite some time, until Oshurinan finally whispered, "We're very close." Upon hearing this, Li Wu glanced back at the remaining skeletal swordsmen, noting only 7 left, before halting and turning to engage them in battle. Given the limited time to apply toxins, his lifesteal efficiency was not particularly high, and his health had already dwindled to half. He promptly employed Taunt and Valiant Strike against the 2 skeletal swordsmen before calling out to Oshurinan, "Cast a healing spell on me. Then help me focus fire on the 2 in front." Upon hearing his command, Oshurinan quickly dismounted her steed, casting a healing spell that restored Li Wu's health to a satisfactory level. Following his instructions, she unleashed a radiant strike and directed her pet to concentrate fire on another skeletal swordsman alongside Zhu Dachong. As the 2 skeletal swordsmen fell, Li Wu felt an immense relief wash over him, rapidly replenishing his health solely through lifesteal and Oshurinan's healing spells. After clearing the area of foes, Oshurinan hesitated momentarily before softly exclaiming, "You are truly impressive." Li Wu responded with admiration, "You are remarkable as well. Your healing instills a profound sense of security." Being praised by a strong ally, even Oshurinan could not suppress a flicker of pride, and a rare smile graced her usually tense visage beneath her mask. Where's the Lord Monster? Li Wu surveyed the surroundings, noting the skeletal remnants and the many skeletal swordsmen wandering through the desolate woods. Yet he discerned no extraordinary creatures. O'Sherinan also glanced around, her brow furrowing as she remarked, "It should be nearby. I remember the coordinates." "Let's hope we aren't too late," Li Wu sighed. "It should." O'Sherinan began, wanting to assert that few could farm in a level 15 area, but recalling Li Wu's earlier performance, she felt her confidence wane significantly. "Let us search for it." "Indeed. Let us clear monsters as we look around," Li Wu cheerfully suggested, sensing O'Sherinan's apprehension. "No need to worry. Even if the Lord Monster isn't present, I will assist you in gathering the nether bloom." "Thank you. There's no need for formality. Just give me a discount when you create the fitness elixir." After their exchange, the two began their quest amidst the desolate forest, battling monsters and searching for their objective. After half an hour of searching, when O'Sherinan was on the verge of giving up, Li Wu suddenly halted and gazed into the distance. "Is that the Lord Monster you mentioned?" Li Wu's voice was laced with an excitement that was hard to contain. Following her gaze, O'Sherinan's anxious heart finally settled. "Yes, that's it." A piercing gaze shot forth, and O'Sherinan's delicate face beneath her mask turned pale instantly. "Headless Knight, boss, level 15 health, 500,000 defense, 1, 288 physical attack, 1, 888 magical attack, 1, 888 skill 1, death charge." The Headless Knight transforms into a spectral rider, launching a charge in a random direction, inflicting 150 physical damage on all enemies in a 100-meter line ahead, leaving a 10-meter wide trail of death flames that deals 80 magical damage per second for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Skill 2, Knight's Sweep. Wielding a spear, the Knight performs a 150-degree sweeping attack, dealing 150 physical damage to all enemies within the cone area, with a cooldown of 8 seconds. Skill 3, Silent Scream. When health drops below 20, the Headless Knight's despair manifests as a soul scream, dealing 150 true damage to all enemies within a 200-meter radius. Skill 4, Soul Devour. Absorbing the residual power of the deceased to enhance itself, the Headless Knight gains 1 point in both attack types for each enemy killed within a 200-meter radius. Skill 5, Undying Body. Upon entering combat, the Headless Knight's endurance increases by 30 until the battle concludes or liberation occurs. How can this be a boss? O'Sherinan's tone lacked any excitement, instead filled with dismay. For most players, bosses were far less appealing than Lord Monsters, and even less desirable than Elite Monsters. Elite Monsters had a high chance of dropping silver equipment, while Lord Monsters had a significant probability of yielding golden gear. Though these two types of monsters presented certain challenges, they could be conquered with a few reliable teammates, offering tangible rewards. However, wild bosses resembled major events in the game, not something a handful or even dozens of players could tackle, especially when their levels were lower than that of the boss. Securing the final blow on a boss was akin to playing the lottery. After spending half a day analyzing trends, one might not even secure a blue ball. Well, that analogy isn't entirely accurate. Participating in the event could at least yield 5 points of reputation, akin to winning a blue ball. I apologize for not using my true sight in time, making you come all this way for nothing. Upon seeing the boss's information, a wave of self-reproach washed over O'Sherinan, and she lowered her head, embarrassed to meet Li Wu's gaze. Perhaps we should collect nether flowers or complete merit tasks instead. The anticipated complaints did not arise. O'Sherinan noticed that Li Wu remained silent for an extended period. Turning to look, she found Li Wu crouched down, muttering to herself about something incomprehensible. O'Sherinan approached with a sense of bewilderment, discovering Li Wu engrossed in tracing patterns on the ground with his finger, murmuring a series of numbers. "What are you doing?" O'Sherinan could not help but inquire. "Just wait a moment," Li Wu replied without lifting his gaze, his hands continuing their meticulous movements. After a few more gestures, he finally rose to his feet. "I figured it out. It can hit," Li Wu exclaimed with a broad grin. O'Sherinan, masked with only his eyes visible, widened them in astonishment. "Are you referring to hitting me or attacking the boss?" Chapter 79, Fierce battle with the Headless Horseman, the boss, can indeed be defeated. With my lifesteal, potions, and your healing, I should be able to withstand the boss's attacks. But there are challenges that remain unsolvable, Li Wu stated with unwavering certainty. Seemingly inspired by Li Wu's tone, O'Shurnan regained some composure and quietly inquired, "What challenges?" "I can withstand the boss, but I am uncertain if you can endure." "How could I possibly withstand the boss?" Li Wu sighed and replied, "That is precisely the challenge. You have reviewed the Headless Horseman's information, and you know that two of its skills target crowd tactics. One is the Death Charge, which has a random direction. So, standing behind the Headless Horseman may not be effective. The other is the Silent Scream skill, which inflicts 150 true damage, amounting to 2832. This is a devastating area-clearing move, forcibly eliminating players with health below 2832 within a 200-meter radius." O'Shurnan sighed in agreement and murmured, "I cannot withstand either of those skills. I only have 2,720 health points." 2,720? Your health is that high? Li Wu expressed surprise. "My armor is golden gray cloth, with dual stamina and one spirit. Quite impressive indeed. Where's the merit in that? As a healing class, the equipment does not enhance intelligence. What use is dual stamina? If I had not consumed 30 enlightenment pills, which granted me an additional 60 intelligence, I would prefer wearing a silver-grade tunic. At this moment, it is akin to a divine artifact." Li Wu chuckled and presented a piece of pear blossom cake to O'Shurnan. Pear blossom cake restores 3 points of satiety and increases stamina by 5 for a duration of 5 minutes. O'Shurnan accepted the pear blossom cake, and his eyes sparkled momentarily, but soon dimmed. "After consuming the pear blossom cake, my health would be 2,856, which would indeed allow me to withstand the Headless Horseman's silent scream, but I still cannot endure the dual damage from the Death Charge. The Death Charge consists of 2 damage phases, 150 physical impact damage followed by 80 magical damage per second. My defense is only 340 points, meaning the impact damage alone would inflict 2,492 points of damage, and with an additional 5 seconds of 80 magical damage, that amounts to nearly 1,200 points per second. Even with potions and self-healing, I cannot survive it. Then we can only gamble on luck, hoping that the Headless Horseman's Death Charge does not target you." Li Wu grinned and tossed a piece of pear blossom cake into his mouth, turning to stride towards the Headless Horseman. "Wait, hold on. What if luck isn't on our side? Then we can try again. If we can bring down the Headless Horseman, I would gladly run 10 times. Without looking back, Li Wu declared, already nearing the trigger line for the Headless Horseman. To prevent the Headless Horseman from executing a death charge directly at him and endangering O'Shurnan, Li Wu shifted to the right, avoiding a direct line of attack. O'Shurnan, steeling himself, stepped forward, suddenly recalling something. No, wait. Before he could finish, the warhorse beneath the Headless Horseman let out a long neigh, raising its legs and charging towards Li Wu. Li Wu gazed at the approaching Headless Horseman, a flicker of delight glimmering in her eyes. The first step was secured. She commanded Zhu Dachong to activate the stone armor halo, elevating her defense to 1131. Then, Li Wu raised her shield to block the horseman's spear and, in one fluid motion, struck with her sword. -1, cutting 4550. -70 poison, cutting 4550. 227 3, 227. The horseman's standard attack inflicted 757 points of damage. But Li Wu's strike severed 9,171 points of his health, restoring her 457 health through lifesteal. Immediately, the Headless Horseman unleashed a sweeping attack, dealing a damage of -1,701 that floated above Li Wu's head. As she counterattacked, she shouted, "Heal me, quickly!" O'Shurnan finally regained her composure, although astonishment filled her gaze. She executed her skills with relative steadiness. A healing spell landed upon Li Wu, followed swiftly by a restoration spell. What was she about to say? Ah, yes. She intended to remark that despite their good fortune, how could they, a priest and a guardian, inflict damage? But now, witnessing the series of 4-digit numbers floating above the horseman's head, her mouth gaped wide enough to swallow a light bulb. Fortunately, her mask concealed her expression. Before the horseman's health dipped below 20, He possessed only 2 damage skills. After the sweep, he did not immediately unleash the death charge. Under standard attacks, Li Wu's health did not significantly diminish. In fact, the second healing spell from Oshernan restored her to full health. Finally, the Headless Horseman initiated the death charge. Fortunately, his target was not the unsuspecting Oshernan behind her. Unfortunately, although the horseman adjusted his horse's head, the angle was slight, with a 10-meter skill width. It still included Li Wu in its trajectory. Fortunately, positioned closely beside the horseman, the starting point of the death charge was merely a step away. While she was affected by the physical impact, Li Wu only endured the subsequent fire damage before she swiftly stepped into a safe zone. -1,701 -757. The death charge inflicted a total of 2,458 points of damage upon Li Wu, leaving her with less than half of her health. Yet her expression was far from pleasant. The horseman's damage was exceedingly high, and correspondingly, the pain was intensified, even with her shield mitigating some damage. Li Wu grimaced in agony. The horseman charged forward hundreds of meters, and Li Wu, of course, was not foolish enough to pursue. She adjusted her position to create distance from Oshernan, casually sipping a bottle of red potion. As Oshernan healed her, a taunt further increased the enmity towards the Headless Horseman. The priest's healing would elevate enmity. Should it become disordered, Oshernan could be eliminated in an instant. Having already familiarized herself with the horseman's S2 skills, Li Wu now found herself gambling on Oshernan's luck. With Li Wu's cutting prowess, the Headless Horseman was unlikely to survive beyond 2 minutes, and that was only due to the time wasted in the horseman's 100-meter charges. Otherwise, it would have been merely a minute. The horseman's health dwindled to 81, triggering a second death charge. Oshernan was fortunate. As the horseman's health fell to 69, he initiated a third death charge, and once again, Oshernan remained fortunate. The Headless Horseman charged for the 4th, 5th, and 6th time, leaving the pig intestine and the spider lifeless in his wake, while Euonymus appeared to be favored by the goddess of fortune, narrowly escaping each peril. At last, the Headless Horseman's health dwindled to 20, unleashing a silent scream. Both Li Wu and Euonymus were struck with -2,832 damage. Euonymus's health plummeted to near zero, and a profound agony pierced her very soul, hitting her like a sledgehammer upon her mind, causing her to stagger perilously close to collapse. Yet, she recalled that others were still battling fiercely against the foe. Summoning her resolve, she cast a healing spell towards Li Wu and swiftly invoked her own restorative magic. Chapter 80. The true master of the game, Li Wu, felt a buzzing in his head, but fortunately, his resilience dulled the pain compared to Oshernan's intense suffering. With a swift shield bash, he incapacitated the Headless Knight and took a moment to gulp down a health potion. The knight's sweeping attack and silent roar followed closely, nearly sending him away, but he had retained his shield bash, and Oshernan's healing arrived just in time. The Headless Knight's health plummeted, and Li Wu let out a sigh of relief. Given the knight's current vitality, it would only be able to execute one more death charge, and the first kill was within reach. Just as the knight's health dipped to 5, and Li Wu thought victory was assured, the knight abruptly lashed the reins, his steed turning sharply, and his colossal form surged like a comet. Oh no! Li Wu wanted to warn her, but it was already too late. What happened next astonished him. Oshernan, positioned directly in the knight's path, suddenly rolled sideways, her hands striking the ground in succession, her figure akin to a nimble white fox, leaping away. The edge of the death charge brushed perilously close to her. Li Wu scarcely had time to marvel at this astonishing scene before he hurriedly maneuvered around the flames left in the wake of the death charge, taunting the Headless Knight to secure its aggro. The knight would no longer have the opportunity to employ death charge again. By the time it returned, before Li Wu, it had already been severely weakened by the toxins it had triggered, allowing Li Wu to deliver a powerful strike and dispatch it swiftly. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain the level 15 boss, Headless Knight. Experience gained, 100,000. Level up reward, 60,000. Ding! Your pet, Pig Dachong, has reached level 12. Experience is full. An experience distribution has been cancelled. Ding! Congratulations! Your talent has been upgraded to level 7, increasing true damage to targets based on maximum health by 0. 8 ding. Congratulations on being the first team in the entire server to slay the boss, Headless Knight. Team reputation awarded 3,000 points. With 2 members, you receive 500 points. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player O'Shurnan for leading her team to the first kill of the level 15 boss, Headless Knight. Team reputation awarded 3,000. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player O'Shurnan. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player O'Shurnan. The announcements echoed 3 times across the Huaxia server. O'Shurnan cast her gaze downward, seemingly detached from the world, while Li Wu called out to her twice to collect the loot, yet received no response. O'Shurnan had not set her loot preference to team leader, and Li Wu initially intended to beckon her over to share the spoils, ensuring they both knew what had dropped. However, noticing her dazed state, he decided it was not the time for hesitation and bent down to collect all the items dropped by the boss. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Li Wu approached O'Shurnan, waving his hand before her eyes in an attempt to capture her attention. Unexpectedly, Ushinan soudainly grasped Li Wu's wrist. In the next moment, Li Wu found himself sprawled on the ground, staring up at the virtual sky, bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? In a rapid exchange of inquiries, Li Wu posed 2 questions before realizing the situation, hastily flipping over and rising, gazing in astonishment at O'Shurnan, who seemed to have regained his composure. Do you practice judo? O'Shurnan, with an air of excitement, shook his head. It is not judo, rather. Never mind, you wouldn't understand. Think of it as a form of combat technique. Could it be that you are one of those legendary ancient martial artists? Li Wu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. You are aware of ancient martial arts? O'Shurnan responded, surprised by Li Wu's knowledge, as it seemed he shouldn't have been familiar with such topics. There are rumors circulating on forums about individuals suspected to be ancient martial artists, capable of dominating within games, where battles are not turn-based. But battles are inherently not turn-based. What does that have to do with being an ancient martial artist? O'Shurnan questioned, perplexed. I was merely using it as an example. Normally, we engage in combat with monsters in a turn-based manner, right? However, ancient martial artists can evade attacks from monsters, unless it is a locking technique. Ordinary attacks are ineffective against them, Li Wu explained, his excitement palpable. Observing Li Wu's animated gestures, O'Shurnan found it difficult to reconcile this with the calm demeanor he exhibited during their previous boss battle. Do you realize how unintelligent you appear right now? Do I? Quite foolish. My apologies. I may have gotten a bit overly enthusiastic. I used to watch martial arts dramas with my father as a child and dreamed of becoming a hero. Seeing a real one now is rather thrilling. O'Shurnan cast a bemused glance at Li Wu and pondered for a moment before asking, have you never played virtual reality games? Well, virtual reality games have only emerged in the past 2 years. I've been rather busy with work and haven't had the opportunity to engage with them. That explains a lot. O'Shurnan nodded, then added, if you frequently played virtual reality games, you would understand that dodging attacks is not solely a trait of ancient martial artists. Some skilled gamers can achieve this as well. Skilled gamers? You mean ordinary people? Yes, precisely ordinary people. Really? I have tried evading monster attacks myself, but I simply cannot manage it. The speed of monsters in games far surpasses that of real-world animals. Evasion is exceedingly challenging, and counterattacking afterward is even more difficult. Are you a skilled gamer? Well, does being a top player in honor of Kings count? O'Shurnan rolled his eyes in disbelief, exasperated by Li Wu's naivety. A proficient player in a traditional game is entirely different from a virtuoso in virtual reality. A master in virtual reality, whether through innate talent or rigorous training, possesses an unparalleled control over their body and reflexes that far exceed those of an average person. Upon hearing this, Li Wu blinked in confusion and hesitated before softly inquiring, could you explain it in simpler terms? O'Shurnan sighed in resignation, asking, you are aware of human reaction speed, correct? I have some understanding. Well, the reflex arc I mentioned is essentially equivalent to reaction speed. For instance, in a confrontation between A and B, as it prepares to launch an attack, a subtle movement of the arm occurs, If B is an ordinary person, this scene is transmitted visually to the brain, which requires a reaction time to command the body to respond. This interval may range from 0, 2 to 0, 3 seconds, while a well-trained athlete can reduce it to between 0, 1 and 0, 2 seconds. However, if B is what I refer to as a gaming expert, their reaction time may be a mere 0, 5 seconds, or even quicker. Is this conceivable? Li Wu found it somewhat hard to believe. In reality, such a feat is nearly impossible, as the physical strength of an average individual is inherently limited. An excessively rapid response could keep a person's muscles in a prolonged state of tension, ultimately leading to bodily collapse. The human body's defense mechanisms establish thresholds to prevent the nervous system from exceeding these limits. Yet, in virtual reality gaming, the scenario diverges. We are endowed with virtual bodies, allowing those with extraordinary reaction speeds to truly harness the remarkable power that rapid responses can yield. For instance, as you mentioned, evading an attack, an unparalleled reaction speed, combined with years of experience, enables one to achieve a genuine form of synchronous prediction. Are you such a gaming expert? Li Wu gazed intently at Shernan. No, I am not a gaming expert. I am a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Chapter 81. The Wraith Flower Once. Shernan gently interjected, and a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes as he inquired, what did the Headless Knight just unleash? Does it matter what was unleashed? You are an ancient martial artist. Once. Ushinon correctait de Li Wu's misconception. What do you mean by once? Can an ancient martial artist even possess a past? Li Wu's expression grew grave as he trembled. Could it be you? Yes, it is precisely as you suspect. I have succumbed. I have lost my way. Their voices nearly overlapped, and they stared at each other in astonishment. What I meant was that you have lost your way. I'm not deaf. Shernan's gaze toward Li Wu was almost lethal. How could you be so naive as to conjure such a sordid conclusion? Well, a couple of years ago, I enjoyed reading novels where a man practicing a boy's martial art fell in love with a woman practicing a woman's art, and they both lost their martial prowess. What kind of novels depict such sordid tales? Tomatoes. Never mind, this is not your fault. Shernan closed his eyes and took a deep breath, allowing his emotions to settle like still water. He then opened his eyes and glared at Li Wu, saying, do not inquire further about the ancient martial artists. It is not as mystical as you perceive. Otherwise, it would not have been cast aside by the tides of time. I need not ask about the skills of gaming experts either, considering you already have children. You have long surpassed the ideal training period. That is not. Do you have any further questions? Shernan looked at Li Wu with growing impatience. I have one last question. Ask. I am 21 this year. Do I still have a chance? Li Wu asked with a bittersweet smile. You married so early? Isn't that illegal? Are you an unmarried gentleman? Shernan gazed at Li Wu in astonishment, then pondered before replying, at 21, you are at the peak of reflexes, yet not the optimal training stage. Starting training now will make it challenging to achieve significant accomplishments. Seemingly concerned about discouraging Li Wu, Shernan consoled him, you need not be overly fixated on reflex speed. Swiftness does not guarantee invincibility. Combat experience and superior attributes can also lead to victory. Well, it matters not. I have no time for training. Li Wu nodded and then retrieved the items dropped by the Headless Knight. Headless Knight's helmet, platinum, life 880 stamina, 40 strength, 40 agility, 40 equipment rating, 120 class requirement. Knight, warrior, guardian. Headless Knight's pendant, platinum, magical attack, 88 stamina, 38 intelligence, 38 spirit, 38 equipment rating, 114 class requirement. Mage, priest, summoner. Knight's ring, gold, physical attack, 56 stamina, 28 agility, 28 strength, 28 equipment rating. 84, truly deserving of the title of the first kill across the server. The Headless Horseman dropped 2 platinum pieces of equipment and 1 gold piece, in addition to 4 pieces of silver gear and several black iron items. Remarkably, besides the equipment, the Headless Horseman even dropped him out. Headless Horseman's whip binds upon use, summoning or dismissing the Headless Horseman's steed, which boasts an impressive 100 increase in movement speed. Additionally, the Headless Horseman yielded 5 pieces of still unknown purpose purple gold, or a currency total of 8 gold and 66 silver, with 4 exceedingly valuable items obtained. Even the typically aloof EU Shernan could not suppress a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. After some discussion, the two decided against selling their spoils and began to allocate the items. The Headless Horseman's pendant, being a magic-related piece, naturally went to EU Shernan, while the Headless Horseman's helmet was awarded to Li Wu. Upon examining the attributes of the platinum helmet, Li Wu felt a twinge of regret. This helmet, while lacking in agility enhancement, significantly boosts other attributes, making it more suited for warrior classes. Its other enhancements far surpass those of Li Wu's current gold helmet, nearly doubling them. His existing helmet provides 400 health and 20 in 3 attributes. Donning the Headless Horseman's helmet would increase his health by a substantial 696 points and boost his attack by 28, although it would reduce his defense by 43 points. Note, the Guardian's passive reduces physical attack by 20 while increasing health defense by 20. Despite the reduction in defense, the overall benefit is considerable. The next allocation proved more challenging. At this juncture, aside from the 2 recently dropped platinum items from the Headless Horseman, this gold ring is arguably the finest equipment within the entire Huaxia server. However, its value pales in comparison to that of the mount. The mount's allure is unmatched. With its sleek, jet black coat and hooves ignited by green, ethereal flames, exuding an undeniable coolness. EU Shernan, often mistaken for a spider spirit, gazed at the Headless Horseman's whip with eyes alight with desire. Meanwhile, the Black Pig Prince, Li Wu, was also captivated by the Headless Horseman's steed. But the gold ring suited him perfectly, particularly considering the loss of 43 defense points. Ultimately, after some deliberation, it was decided that the Headless Horseman's mount would belong to EU Shernan, while the gold ring, along with the remaining silver and black iron gear and 5 pieces of purple gold, would go to Li Wu. In truth, Li Wu felt somewhat disadvantaged. Yet EU Shernan wielded her trump card, offering that if the number of collected nether flowers was insufficient, she would forego their consumption and prioritize refining the vitality pills for Li Wu. Once their division of spoils concluded, Li Wu, still eager, opened the auction house to search for any equipment with a similar or slightly lower rating to the Headless Horseman's helmet for potential substitution. Unfortunately, not only were there no items of equivalent rating, but even lower-rated platinum gear for the Guardian class was absent from the auction house. After the main city was established, not only did several major guilds simultaneously begin to focus on nurturing Guardians, but even offline guilds or organizations preparing to form were cultivating Guardians as well. The market was nearly devoid of exquisite Guardian equipment, all snatched up in a frenzy. Li Wu sighed, replacing her helmet and ring. Her health reached 6,012 points, defense 1,010 points, and attack 769 points. Yiming Flower. As Li Wu was contemplating her attributes, Ishinen, riding her new mount, suddenly exclaimed. Li Wu turned to see that in the spot where the Headless Knight had fallen, a cluster of a dozen ethereal white flowers had sprouted. Ishinen had already begun to gather them, and Li Wu hurried over to pluck one. Yiming Flower is a herb that absorbs the essence of death to form a flower of life, suitable for the concoction of physical enhancement potions. A total of 15 Yiming flowers had blossomed where the Headless Knight had perished. How many body enhancement pills can we make from one Yiming flower? Li Wu asked, her face alight with excitement as she held the delicate white flower. 1 flower yields 1 pill. Is that so few? Then we can only produce 15 pills? That's not too little. I didn't manage to gather even 1 before. I never expected that defeating the Headless Knight would yield 15. And what you mentioned earlier, I stand by my word. I will make the body enhancement pills and give them to you first. Chapter 82. The Guardian mission. After collecting 15 phantom flowers in her backpack, EU Shernan turned and inquired, should we seek the phantom flowers first, or complete the merit task beforehand? Li Wu glanced at the time and noticed it was nearly 5 in the afternoon, a realization that time was rather scarce. I need to log off soon to care for the child. Did you not mention that the merit task is not far from here? Let us accomplish that first. If you have time this evening, we can reconvene around 10 to search for the phantom flowers. Agreed. I will share the merit task with you. However, when EU Shernan attempted to share the task, she discovered a failure in the process. It was then that Li Wu remembered she had accepted a regular merit task and hurriedly retrieved the commission letter to select the option to forfeit as per the instructions. Special task. Preserving the balance of nature, the paladin Kale has betrayed his faith in his quest to resurrect his beloved. He sacrificed his soul to the Lord of the Abyss and became a fallen one, ruthlessly slaughtering the Treants and disrupting the harmony between humanity and nature. Please promptly proceed to the drizzling forest to assist the shepherd Lok Oki in thwarting the onslaught of the fallen Kale and his wife. Task participants. 3. Merit reward. 120. Time limit. 2 hours, 15 minutes, and 31 seconds. Special task, and there's a time constraint? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Li Wu remarca, somewhat exasperated upon reading the task description. Well, there's still over 2 hours remaining. It's merely 2 elite monsters. True, but what if someone else gets to them first? We can wait for them to respawn. While EU Shernon's reasoning held merit, Li Wu was pressed for time and urged her companion to move swiftly. The drizzling forest borders the desolate wooded forest where they were situated, and they soon arrived without significant delay. Following the task's guidance, they reached the drizzling forest. Upon observing the local creatures were only level 13, Li Wu felt puzzled. Given the substantial merit reward, one would expect the monsters to be at least level 15. Ultimately, they arrived at a small cabin nestled within the woods, where they noticed a considerable gathering of players outside, likely those who had accepted the task before EU Shernan. The players were mostly grouped in threes, standing with their backs to the cabin, attentively watching the surroundings. Li Wu and EU Shernan made their way through the crowd and entered the wooden cabin. Locating Shepherd Lok Oki, EU Shernan stepped forward to submit the commission letter, and out of curiosity, Li Wu casually cast a True Eye spell. Shepherd Lok Oki level, 25 health. Defense. Attack. Aside from the level, the True Eye revealed no further information, leaving her uncertain if defeating him would yield any legendary artifacts. As the shepherd was explaining the task to EU Shernan, he suddenly turned to Li Wu and said, "Young one, the greed-fueled slaughter will only disrupt the balance of nature. May the goddess of life purify your spirit." Being admonished by an NPC was somewhat surprising. It was unclear whether it was the advanced AI of the shepherd or a programmed response triggered by the use of True Eye. Despite knowing he was merely a character in the game, Li Wu felt a twinge of embarrassment as she gazed into Lok Oki's clear eyes. Fortunately, Lok Oki swiftly redirected his attention to introduce the task to Euonymus. The fallen Kyle had shattered the natural barrier of the misty rainforest, and the stench of death was consuming its vitality. I must re-establish the barrier here, so I earnestly request your guardianship of the cabin during this time. Understood, Mr. Shepherd. Euonymus replied with a slight bow, completing the transfer of the task. Before Li Wu, a confirmation box appeared, inquiring whether to accept. Naturally, Li Wu chose to confirm. However, the countdown on the taskbar did not vanish, indicating that the timer had commenced as soon as the task appeared in the task hall. 1 hour, 55 minutes, and 13 seconds remained. With nearly 2 hours left, Li Wu cast a glance at the time and furrowed his brow. After exiting the cabin, he hastily approached another player and whispered, "Brother, what's the situation with this task?" The player, amiable and eager to assist, responded casually, "It's just a tower defense mission. Every 5 minutes, a group of level 15 elite monsters will attack the cabin. Simply defeat them. And we must guard like this for nearly 2 hours?" Li Wu inquired. "That seems to be the case. I've been guarding for almost an hour now. Although these task monsters don't drop items, the experience they provide is substantial. It would be ideal if they kept spawning indefinitely." Li Wu felt a twinge of frustration. He did not have such ample time. Is there no swift way to complete this? I noticed the task mentioned the fallen Kyle. Hasn't he appeared? Not yet. But even if he did, I doubt we could defeat him. The task merely states to protect the cabin, not to eliminate Kyle. Moreover, these minor monsters are already level 14 elites. Kyle should be on par with the shepherd and likely will appear at the end, leading to a scripted demise. The player's analysis was astute, and Li Wu, unable to conceive of alternative solutions, turned to Euonymus, saying, "I must log off before 6 p.m., but I see this task. While limited in team size, is likely intended for multiple participants. You should be able to complete it alone. Even if you don't finish, do not worry. I shall compensate for your losses. You need not feel guilty. None could foresee this task would consume so much time. And please, no talk of compensation. Compared to the gains we just had, this merit task is trivial. Long live understanding. Li Wu clasped his hands in gratitude for Euonymus's reasonableness. As time gradually passed, a sudden clattering sound emerged from the dense forest before the cabin, and then a multitude of skeletons rushed into view. Skeleton Warrior, Catherine summoned, level 15 health, 42, 000 defense, 450 physical attack, 800 skill 1, mighty strike, 150 physical damage. Skill 2, jump slash, 160 physical damage. Although the information for the Skeleton Warriors did not indicate they were elites, their attributes were indeed significantly higher than those of ordinary level 15 monsters. Strangely, these Skeleton Warriors were marked as Catherine summons. Shouldn't they be Kyles? Approximately 40 to 50 Skeleton Warriors spawned, and the other players, having experienced this before, quickly formed into groups of 3 to engage in battle. In a team, there was a monster and just one remained, indicating that the spawns were proportional to the number of teams. Li Wu promptly stepped forward to engage the last Skeleton Warrior, encountering no difficulty whatsoever. Although classified as a level 15 elite monster, it was evident that the player had likely never encountered a true level 15 elite before. Based on Li Wu's experience, this Skeleton Warrior was, in fact, weaker than the level 13 Hog, possibly due to its lack of a distinguished name. It was not surprising, considering the multitude of monsters spawned. If they were too formidable, it could lead to chaos if any team struggled to cope. Observing that Li Wu's health barely diminished, O'Sherinan casually cast a healing spell and then assisted with damage using Radiant Strike. Against such low health creatures, Li Wu's damage output was not particularly pronounced. With one member absent, their monster-slaying speed placed them in the middle to latter part of the rankings among the teams. The earlier enthusiastic player, having prioritized the defeat of his own Skeleton Warrior, turned to see that Li Wu's adversary still stood, and with a mischievous demeanor, approached to land a couple of strikes. Chapter 83. The summons of Catherine the task creature does not drop any loot, and the player harbors no intention of stealing the kill. The most he can gain is a meager amount of experience. However, he is aware of the boundaries and retreats after delivering a couple of strikes, finding amusement in the situation rather than any practical significance. The pig intestine has already reached level 12 with experience maxed out, while Li Wu is on the brink of ascending to level 13, needing to defeat 2 more level 15 bosses for a perfect completion. Li Wu would welcome anyone who could siphon off his experience. Ashinen understands that the other party is merely toying around, as the experience points cannot be significantly contested. Yet he cannot help but cast a sidelong glance, expressing his dissatisfaction. Hee. My apologies. My hands were itching and I couldn't restrain myself. That elite monster was dispatched in under a minute, and now I'm left to idly wait for 4 minutes. It's dreadfully boring. It's quite all right. Li Wu replied cheerfully, glancing at the configuration of the other party's team. He then retrieved a bottle of major healing potion from his bag and approached the player, quietly saying, "Brother Mud Buddha AAA, could I trouble you with a small favor?" Handing over a major healing potion in the game is akin to offering a cigarette in reality. However, it is less common to offer a major healing potion, as players usually exchange minor healing potions. After all, a major healing potion, even purchased from a casual player, costs around 2 silver coins, valued at approximately 20 yuan, enough to buy a pack of luxury cigarettes. Receiving the major potion, Mud Buddha AAA smiled. "Brother, you're too kind. I'll surely keep my hands in check next time." "It's not about that." Li Wu shook his head and smiled. "I wish to ask if you and your friends could assist me shortly. I'll need to log off, and I probably won't be around when the task concludes. Could I kindly request the 3 of you to help my teammate then?" Elite monsters respawn based on the number of players in a team. If Li Wu were to log off midway, even Ashinen, despite being a skilled player, would find it impossible for her, as a priest, to solo an elite monster. That is not a bother at all. If you're absent and another elite monster spawns, we would have to assist regardless, or else we wouldn't complete our task. However, Mud Buddha AAA's expression turned awkward admitting, although I'm on the defensive paladin route, I can't withstand 2 elite monsters. Don't worry, my teammate has exceptional healing capabilities and will certainly keep your health up, Li Wu replied cheerfully, pulling out a few more major healing potions from his bag and handing 2 to Mud Buddha AAA, along with 1 major blue potion to both the priest and the archer in his party. After a moment's thought, he also offered a piece of pear blossom pastry each. Facing 2 elite monsters is surely more taxing than facing 1, so it's wise to stock up on supplies. In matters of courtesy, 1 is seldom reproached. This principle holds true even in the gaming world. Although these 3 players were relatively proficient and did not place significant value on the potions, their spirits were undeniably lifted. Ushinin observed as Li Wu approached the trio, bestowing gifts and smiling amiably, leading her to believe that Li Wu was begging them not to steal kills, which caused her to frown in disapproval. Although there were 3 players on the opposite side, Li Wu's equipment was exceptional, and she had also upgraded to a platinum accessory. Even in a 2-to-3 scenario, they would not suffer. Why, then, would he need to plead for assistance? She still could not fathom what kind of person Li Wu truly was. This individual, with their unpredictable antics, consistently leads others astray. Their ability to infuriate is truly remarkable. Yet in the heat of battle, they exhibit a meticulousness that is impenetrable. When it comes to tasks, they conduct themselves with utmost integrity, never coveting the spoils dropped by the boss, and are exceedingly scrupulous in distribution, even insisting on a fair share of the smallest items. It has been quite some time since her emotions have fluctuated as dramatically as they did today. Her words surpassed those uttered in an entire month. Li Wu, along with Ni Pusa AAA, conferred and then approached O Shernan, intending to offer a few words of guidance. However, she soon noticed that O Shernan's demeanor seemed off, her gaze colder than when they first met. Li Wu presumed that O Shernan was upset due to Ni Pusa's indiscretions, and cheerfully reassured her that person was merely joking. There is no need to take such offense. It has nothing to do with him. It's you who I'm concerned about. Weren't you quite understanding just a moment ago? I genuinely have no choice. The caretaker role is merely a side job, and they too must return home to devote time to their game. Stop. Li Wu's sentence was abruptly interrupted as O Shernan raised a hand. I'm not referring to the merit tasks. Never mind. It's my own issue, unrelated to you. Li Wu chose not to elaborate further. After all, they were but temporary allies who would indulge her many quirks. To explain further would only seem pretentious. Once they gathered enough nether flowers in the evening, they would part ways. Nevertheless, Li Wu hesitated momentarily before relaying the matter she had discussed with Ni Pusa AAA to O Shernan. This woman resembled a frosty blade, without clear communication. It would be unwise to assume she wouldn't clash with others over monster. O Shernan gazed at Li Wu in bewilderment, her expression beneath the mask betraying an indescribable peculiarity. Li Wu, while providing medicine and offering smiles, was indeed doing this for her, although it could be interpreted that Li Wu was attempting to compensate for her inability to complete the merit tasks. It nonetheless stirred a long-forgotten warmth within O Shernan's icy heart. I'm sorry, O Shernan murmured, her gaze thawing considerably. Li Wu paused in surprise, then smiled. It's all right, I forgive you. You truly know how to take advantage. O Shernan shot Li Wu an exasperated glance, unwilling to engage further, though the chill that had surrounded her lessened significantly. With monsters appearing every 5 minutes, the monotony was indeed tiresome. Li Wu idly browsed the auction house, contemplating whether she could procure a suitable skill book, preferably one for a charged skill. Despite her swift movements, encountering formidable foes like the trio she had previously vanquished would still pose a challenge. Those 3 had mediocre equipment. Should she face opponents with superior gear, she would find herself at a disadvantage. A charge skill would be quite advantageous, allowing her to pursue enemies or retreat as needed. Perfect. Regrettably, upon entering the main city, it appeared that skill books were even scarcer. After refreshing for over half an hour, she had only encountered one spell-based skill book. After defeating yet another skeletal warrior, Li Wu glanced at the time, realizing it was already past 5 o'clock. Her level had risen to 13, yet the quest remained unfinished, prompting her to furrow her brow. Must she truly wait for the countdown to conclude before the fallen Kale would make his appearance? Li Wu scanned her surroundings, sensing that there was something she had overlooked. Isn't it strange that this task takes a full 3 hours? Li Wu couldn't help but turn to ask Oshirnan. Not at all. These skeletal warriors are indeed stronger than ordinary monsters, yet they pale in comparison to the level 15 elite creatures found in the wilderness. They are roughly equivalent to normal level 13 elite monsters, so it is quite reasonable to require a greater number of kills to obtain such high merit rewards. But therein lies the issue. If the merit rewards are so substantial, why not simply hunt a few higher-level creatures instead of going through this tedious process repeatedly? Isn't this creature labeled as one of Catherine's summons? Perhaps Catherine's designated level isn't that high. Catherine, Li Wu finally recalled. Chapter 84, A New Path. Li Wu suddenly had an epiphany. The skeletal warriors were summoned by Catherine, who was presumably the wife of the fallen cow. If the summoned creatures were present, could the summoner be nearby as well? Among the multitude of players around, some might have conjectured this. Yet likely like the muddled mud Buddha AAA, they believed the mission merely entailed guarding the shepherd and did not require the elimination of the fallen cow. Furthermore, if the summoned minions were this formidable, one could only imagine the strength of their summoner, not to mention the presence of the fallen cow. Engaging even a single elite monster was arduous. Who would dare to seek death unnecessarily? Reflecting on the positions from which the skeletal warriors had emerged, Li Wu noted that they all seemed to be attacking from the front entrance of the cabin. Who dictated that monsters must enter through the front door? Thus, it was highly plausible that Catherine resided in that direction. Of course, this was merely Li Wu's speculation, yet it did not deter his eagerness to validate it. Time was of the essence, and Li Wu did not wish to relinquish the merit reward. Since there might be an alternative means of completion, why not explore it? Casting a glance at the other players, Li Wu discreetly shared his hypothesis with Oshirnan while no one was paying attention. Oshirnan's eyes lit up, but soon he voiced his concerns. The summoned creatures were elite level. Cal and Catherine were likely to be boss level. Would they be able to prevail? Let us search first. If we cannot win, we can always flee. Agreed. Once they had decided, they stealthily maneuvered to the back of the cabin, summoned their mounts, and dashed into the dense forest. After circumventing a considerable distance, they arrived at the front of the cabin, albeit from afar, separated by trees, thus remaining undetected by the players in front. Only the Mud Buddha AAA, who had been chatting with Li Wu for some time, noticed their disappearance. Though puzzled, he paid it no mind. Having already stashed his potions, retreat was not an option. Let us continue searching. If we cannot find them, I will log off directly. You can go back and ask Mud Buddha AAA for help since he has already received my gratuity. All right. The duo traversed the forest in the opposite direction of the cabin, searching diligently. After a lengthy pursuit, they failed to locate Cal and Catherine, but instead stumbled upon the skeletal warriors. Li Wu's eyes brightened as he signaled Oshirnan to steer clear of the warriors' path. Initially intending to advance in the direction from which the skeletal warriors had come, Li Wu suddenly had an idea, pivoting to taunt one of the skeletal warriors on the periphery, luring it towards them. Seeing Li Wu's abrupt maneuver to attract a minor creature, Oshirnan queried with confusion. What are you doing? Adding another creature shouldn't collapse the small cabin, right? Li Wu chuckled. I am not worried about that. I am concerned that if we are absent, an additional creature might raise suspicions. If Cal could be defeated and a surprise guest were to emerge mid-battle, it could lead to complications. Isn't that being overly cautious? Better safe than sorry. After swiftly dispatching the skeletal warrior, Li Wu and Oshirnan continued their stealthy approach in the indicated direction. Not long afterward, they stumbled upon a clearing in the woods. In the center stood a gallant man clad in black armor, his sword held firmly in both hands. Beside the man stood a woman clad in a black dress, her face obscured by a dark veil, seemingly conjuring some form of sorcery, her hands emanating a ghostly white light, motionless. Fallen 1 Kale, Special, Level, 20 Health, 250. 000 Defense. 1, 288 Physical Attack. 1, 588 Skill 1. Charge. Inflicts 150 damage, stuns for 1 second, cooldown of 8 seconds. Skill 2, Heroic Strike, inflicts 150 damage. Cooldown of 5 seconds. Skill 3, Whirlwind Slash, a 360-degree spinning strike that deals 130 physical attack damage to all enemies within a 20-meter radius. Cooldown of 8 seconds. Skill 4, Fallen 1. Attacks additionally inflict 10 true damage. Skill 5, Bonds of Love. Necromancer Catherine, special, level, 25 health. Not only was the information regarding Necromancer Catherine shrouded in question marks, but so too was Li Wu's mind. To his astonishment, Fallen 1 Kale was not the protagonist. Instead, it was Catherine, whom he resurrected. How could one combat an enigma wrapped in question marks? While Fallen 1 Kale was indeed formidable, boasting a level of 20, he paled in comparison to the Headless Horseman, clearly falling short of being a boss-level entity, as indicated by his designation as a special creature. Yet, Catherine's level was an impressive 25, and even without seeing her statistics, it was evident that her damage output was beyond what he could withstand at this stage. It seemed an impossible battle. After perusing the information, the Shinin felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Not necessarily, Li Wu remarked, observing the two special creatures in the clearing with keen interest. Look at Catherine. She is surrounded by magical effects, remaining motionless as if casting a spell. We are quite a distance from the cabin. I suspect her summons require her guidance to act accurately, or perhaps she is engaged in a struggle against the shepherd, who is busy repairing some barrier. Are you suggesting we take advantage of her weakness? The Shinin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. No, I propose we lure Kale away to eliminate her lover. Perhaps the shock will compel her to confront the shepherd with fervor, thus completing this merit task. Isn't that rather cruel? There is a chance of obtaining a legendary artifact. Then let us proceed. These are merely conjectures. You should remain back for now while I test the waters. If Catherine reacts, do not concern yourself with me. I will strive to perish outside their alert range. Should I drop anything valuable, please remember to retrieve it for me. Without hesitation, Li Wu set his plan into motion. Once a Shinin retreated a safe distance, he commanded Pig Dachong to remain behind and activate Stone Armor Aura before dashing into the clearing. As Li Wu entered the fray, Kale, standing with his sword, turned to face him even before he approached. In an instant, Kale's imposing figure surged across the distance, reaching Li Wu. After Li Wu was stunned, Kale delivered a powerful strike. Once Li Wu regained his senses, he commanded Pig Dachong to use the charge skill against Kale and promptly fled. Though Pig Dachong's charge failed to break through Kale's defenses, it successfully drew his ire, allowing Li Wu precious time as Kale turned his attention to Pig Dachong upon regaining his composure. Turning to glance at Catherine, there was no indication that she reacted to the appearance of Li Wu, which filled Li Wu's heart with joy. The plan must have succeeded. The Fallen One, Kyle, swiftly eliminated the pig entrails with a skill followed by a basic attack, and then hastened toward Li Wu. Li Wu plunged into the dense forest. Just as he was about to signal a Shinin to prepare for battle, he heard a Shinin regretfully exclaim, "Kyle has turned back." Upon hearing this, Li Wu halted in his tracks and turned to see that the Fallen One, Kyle, had returned to Catherine's side, seemingly oblivious to his unexpected presence. What was happening? Being positioned behind, Li Wu could not discern the situation and promptly inquired of a Shinin. Chapter 85. Beyond the plan after Kyle dispatched your pet, he pursued you once more, only to abruptly turn back upon reaching the edge of the clearing. The Shinin approached with a resigned expression and remarked, "Was it because I didn't attack him, resulting in insufficient enmity? Or is it that Kyle cannot stray beyond a certain radius from Catherine?" Although Li Wu posed the question, he did not await a Shinin's response, instead continuing, "First, replenish my health, and then I shall make another attempt." "Are you not waiting for your pet to revive?" the Shinin inquired. "The revival of a pet takes 5 minutes, which is rather cumbersome. Besides, since Catherine remains inactive, Kyle cannot eliminate me in an instant. I will charge in while you throw me a healing potion." Once Li Wu's health was restored, he turned and dashed back into the clearing. Kyle charged at him once more, stunning him in the process, and followed up with a powerful strike. The two skills together depleted half of Li Wu's health. As the stun wore off, Li Wu swiftly retaliated with a shield bash against Kyle, and then promptly fled, consuming a large health potion as he ran. With his stun lifted, Kyle furiously pursued Li Wu. Although Li Wu's shield bash inflicted minimal damage, the ensuing cut dealt Kyle a substantial blow, stripping away 2,000 health points, further intensified by the poison's effect, which generated a significant enmity. However, a disconcerting scene unfolded before Li Wu's eyes. Despite being on the verge of catching him, Kyle suddenly halted at the edge of the clearing and, like an eager admirer, turned back to Catherine. Upon witnessing Kyle's forced disengagement and the instant replenishment of his health bar, Li Wu sighed in resignation. The plan to eliminate the suitor appeared to have faltered. Ushinin approached, healing Li Wu while suggesting, "Catherine has remained motionless. Should we not directly confront Kyle? It cannot be that simple. Kyle's retreat likely pertains to his fifth skill, the Bond of Love. Although Catherine's details remain obscured, she probably possesses a similar ability. If I were the planner, I would certainly configure it such that Kyle triggers Catherine's response upon reaching a certain health threshold. Even if that were not the case, should Kyle perish, Catherine would undoubtedly react. What then? Shall we concede?" Ushinin asked. "Conceding is out of the question. Since the plan to eliminate the suitor has failed, we shall target his spouse instead." "Ah, how do we accomplish that?" "Wait a moment. Catherine is likely to summon new skeletal warriors imminently." Li Wu surveyed their surroundings before leading Ushinin to the side of the clearing. Before long, a multitude of skeletal warriors suddenly materialized in the clearing, while Catherine remained steadfast and unmoving. Observing the scene, Ushinin quietly remarked, "Catherine has not utilized any skills. Do you think it could be a summoning array that requires her continuous guidance? That is a gamble we must take. However, our chances of survival are slim, and we cannot ascertain whether this special creature will yield any rewards. Are you willing to take that risk?" Given that Ushinin had the opportunity to complete his merit task normally, Li Wu deemed it necessary to inquire about his opinion. Without Ushinin's healing support, confronting Kyle while attempting to eliminate his spouse would likely lead to disastrous consequences. Ushinin, upon hearing this, eagerly replied, "I'm in. What's the loss of a bit of merit?" Once again, it is asserted that we are mere nameless characters, with a minuscule chance of losing our equipment upon death. Should a level 25 monster truly drop gear, even if it were merely silver, its attributes would undoubtedly be exceptional, certainly surpassing that of golden equipment dropped by a level 15 boss. Lemu glanced at the time. "My pet will revive in 3 minutes. I shall wait for the next wave of skeleton warriors to spawn before rejoining the fray." As yet another wave of skeleton warriors emerged, charging towards the small wooden cabin, Lemu surged into the arena. With a flurry of charges, countercharges, and shield strikes, Lemu swiftly applied 5 layers of toxins to Kale, establishing a stable aggro before disregarding him entirely, turning instead towards Catherine while consuming potions. Although Kale possessed area attack skills, Ushinin cleverly maneuvered around to approach from the opposite side, fervently healing Lemu. Despite Kale's attack power being inferior to that of the Headless Horseman, the additional 10 true damage from the Fallen should not be underestimated. A moment's delay could render Lemu's health irretrievable. Minus 53, cut 2560. Minus 76 toxin, cut 2560. After a hero's strike landed upon Catherine's head, Lemu swiftly assessed her health and defense based on the damage inflicted. Over 300. 000 health, and 1100 defense. Truly, as a special level 25 monster, this fragile summoner boasted more vitality than the robust warrior Kale. Yet, regardless of her health, it was futile against the noble proportions of true damage. With a sense of pride, Lemu launched a relentless assault on Catherine, only to have her expression darken the very next moment. Missed minus 76 toxin, cut 2560. Missed minus 76 toxin, cut 2560. This marked the first instance of a miss since Lemu began her venture into the game. A miss not only negated the cut damage, but also prevented the toxins from stacking. Fortunately, the initial strike had landed, resulting in a 5-second toxin damage. What is happening? Lemu found herself momentarily bewildered. From a distance, Ushinin called out while administering healing. "Do not concern yourself with the situation. Strike Kale a couple more times, or else the aggro will become chaotic." Healing generates aggro, and if Lei Mu did not maintain her damage output against Kale, the aggro might shift to Ashinen, who was diligently healing her. Heeding this, Lei Mu hastily delivered 2 swift strikes to Kale, reinforcing her aggro. However, as she resumed her assault on Catherine, another miss occurred, and the toxins on Catherine dissipated. Could it be that the level disparity is too great? I recall other games having such mechanics, Ashinen remarked. That seems likely. Either the level is excessively high, or Catherine possesses some passive skill, Lei Mu replied, furrowing her brow as she continued her onslaught against Catherine. At last, after 7 or 8 strikes, she successfully landed a hit once more. As long as she could occasionally land a blow, a single layer of toxin could inflict 5 instances of cut damage, rendering the fight feasible. Yet, as the battle progressed, Lei Mu noticed a troubling issue. Kale's health was depleting faster than Catherine's. Having initiated the attack on Kale, he was compelled to deliver a couple of strikes every few hits to maintain aggro, resulting in Catherine retaining 60 of her health while Kale's dwindled to 50. If there truly exists a scenario where Kyle's health diminishes to a certain threshold, awakening Catherine, then both would be gambling in the dark. Li Wu was just about to regulate the output against Kyle, striving to inflict damage upon Catherine, when Ashinen suddenly exclaimed, "We are stalling too long. My mana is nearly depleted, and your health is becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Kyle's burst damage exceeds your recovery rate." Upon hearing this, Li Wu hastily retrieved a potion of instant recovery and consumed it, followed by a large health potion. After a moment's contemplation, he resolutely shifted his target. It is quite challenging to eliminate Catherine. I will lure Kyle to the edge of the clearing, creating distance from Catherine. Taking down one of them is still a gain. Li Wu swiftly guided Kyle toward the periphery of the clearing. In the brief interval, Kyle's health plummeted to 20, while no movement was detected from Catherine. At last, as Kyle's health dwindled to 10, he suddenly shouted, "Catherine!" With Kyle's voice echoing, Catherine finally roused from her immobilized state, turning to gaze at her beloved, subsequently emitting a piercing scream. Chapter 86. The afterglow of the setting sun, the piercing screams echoed like a haunting melody, causing the health of Li Wu and Ashinen to plummet dramatically. Ashinen disregarded his own well-being, desperately healing Li Wu. Then Kyle fell, under the relentless assault of the toxic dual strikes. With only 10 of his health remaining, he could endure for a mere 7 seconds. The cutting talent proved excessively effective against the robust Kyle, and in a moment of despair, Catherine cried out, only to find her beloved gone. Catherine initially gazed in disbelief at her fallen partner, subsequently succumbing to madness as she summoned a horde of monsters to encircle both Li Wu and Ashinen. Li Wu had no time to attend to these distractions, for Kyle had dropped his loot. A swarm of elite monsters surrounded them. Ashinen, besieged, not only failed to heal himself, but also cast his last healing spell upon Li Wu. Drawing upon that final bit of healing, Li Wu swiftly collected Kyle's drops while fending off the encircling elite monsters. Ashinen perished. Li Wu managed to hold on for a mere 2 seconds longer before succumbing to Catherine's magic. In the resurrection square, the two exchanged a knowing smile, having recovered from the throes of death. Ding! Congratulations on defeating Fallen Kyle, earning 80,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating Fallen Kyle, earning 200 merit points. Each received 200 merit points, a delightful surprise that far exceeded the rewards of a Guardian quest. Li Wu's equipment remained intact, losing merely 3 potions of the large red variety from her inventory, while Ashinen faced misfortune, dropping a silver bracelet rated at 40 and 2 nether flowers. However, compared to the spoils dropped by Fallen Kyle, these items paled in significance. Fallen Kyle yielded only 3 items, yet they left the two breathless. Fallen Armor, Silver, Health 1500 Defense, 130 Vitality, 48 Strength, 48 Equipment Requirement. Warrior, Knight Guardian. Equipment Rating, 96 Fallen Bracers, Silver, Attack 62, Strength 42, Agility 42 Equipment Requirement. Assassin, Warrior, Archer. Equipment Rating, 84. Both pieces of equipment were merely silver grade, yet their attributes were astonishingly high. Even with one less attribute, they far surpassed Li Wu's steel armor. Li Wu's steel armor, offered health 1,000, defense 100, and vitality, and strength at 23 each. Although fallen armor lacked one attribute of vitality, its substantial base health increase meant that equipping it would not diminish health, but rather enhance it, adding an extra 30 to defense and doubling the vitality and strength. If equipment were categorized by levels, the steel armor would equate to an 11th level gold item, while the fallen armor would represent a 20th level silver item. The disparity in levels was too vast, and the quality could not compensate. As for the fallen bracers, although they did not match the significance of the armor, their exceptionally high attack and agility attributes would undoubtedly leave players of assassins, warriors, and archers in awe. In addition to the two silver items, Fallen Kyle also dropped a skill book. Whirlwind Slash upon use. This skill can be learned. Whirlwind Slash. Whirlwind Slash. A 360-degree attack that inflicts 130 physical damage on all enemies within a 5-meter radius, with a cooldown of 6 seconds. Observing these three items, Li Wu couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. After some contemplation, she remarked, "Since the main city opened, it seems the availability of skill books has diminished, which must have significantly increased their value. Although these two pieces of silver equipment should be worth more than the gold items currently being auctioned, I reckon they barely match the worth of this Whirlwind Slash. Let us do this. I'll take these two pieces of equipment, and the skill book will be yours. Quite fair, don't you think?" O'Shernan nodded, then looked at Li Wu with a calm demeanor and said, "But are you certain you don't want this Whirlwind Slash?" Li Wu pondered for a moment and replied, "To be honest, one can never have too many skills. However, my need for offensive skills is rather low. I prefer passive skills that enhance health and defense. I sold a skill book for 100,000 previously, and now I somewhat regret that decision." "You truly are a novice in virtual reality gaming." O'Shernan couldn't help but smirk, shaking his head as he continued. "You previously discussed the topic of skill players with me, yet you failed to realize that skills like Whirlwind Slash are the nemesis of such players." "How so?" Li Wu asked, momentarily taken aback. "Only area of effect skills can counteract so-called skilled players. This Whirlwind Slash, with its 360-degree range and 5-meter radius, cannot be evaded merely by quick reflexes," O'Shernan added with a knowing smile. "People like you, who rely on attributes to conquer monsters, may easily encounter those who excel in technique. Are you truly certain you don't want this Whirlwind Slash?" Li Wu glanced again at the description of Whirlwind Slash, her expression revealing a hint of indecision. "All right, I'll take this Whirlwind Slash and also the fallen armor. You can sell the fallen bracers, and I'll compensate you with 300 gold coins. How's that sound?" 300,000 is quite reasonable. Indeed, 300,000 is no trivial sum. Coupled with the platinum pendant that far exceeds market circulation and the headless horseman's mount, today's earnings have surpassed her expectations. O'Shernan hadn't anticipated that merely forming a temporary team would yield more than her efforts since the server opened. Being an alchemist is a costly side profession. Even though she can craft enlightenment pills, the materials are exceedingly rare, and she is yet to break even. A sudden turn towards profitability, even for someone as reserved as her, brought a glimmer of joy to her countenance. Li Wu trembled as she traded 300 gold coins to O'Shernan, her face paling. While she had generously spent millions on purchasing a retirement home for her guild, splurging 300,000 on herself made her feel breathless. It's not that he is stingy, it's just that he truly is frugal. "I'll log off first. Let us gather nether flowers together tonight." Li Wu glanced at the time, donned her battle armor, learned the skill, and then logged out. Upon seeing Li Wu log off, O'Shernan removed his gaming helmet. In a picturesque mountain village, the golden rays of the setting sun enveloped the entire settlement like a delicate veil. A girl in a wheelchair maneuvered into the yard, tilting her face upwards to bask in the last warmth of the sun. Her strands of hair danced gently in the breeze, while her gaze revealed a subtle melancholy. Yet, for reasons unknown, the corners of her mouth unexpectedly curled upwards. An elderly man, carrying a bamboo basket, entered the courtyard and, upon witnessing the long-lost smile gracing the girl's face, felt his eyes moisten with emotion. Swiftly, he approached the wheelchair, bending down with great care to inquire, "My dear child, what brings you out today?" Upon hearing his words, the girl's smile vanished in an instant. She cast a cold glance at the old man before turning her head and wheeling herself back indoors. Observing her return to her former indifference, the elderly man couldn't help but chastise himself for arriving at such an inopportune moment, stamping his foot in frustration. His unintentional action brought about a calamity to the stone slab beneath him, as the half-meter-long, palm-thick stone shattered silently into dozens of fragments. Chapter 87. Rolling meatballs. Li Wu logged off just in time to enjoy a warm meal. After bidding farewell to Lu Ying and her daughter, he patted his belly and took his little niece, Tuan Tuan, out for a stroll. Suddenly free from work and immersed in the game, Li Wu felt as though he had gained weight in just a few days. With the soft little one perched on his shoulder, he opted not to ride his electric scooter, instead jogging towards the pedestrian street. Now that conditions had improved, it was high time to pamper his lovely niece. Having recently come into some fortune, Li Wu found himself unable to restrain his spending. Upon entering a children's clothing store, he was utterly captivated. With summer approaching, he was entranced by the array of adorable little dresses, his mouth watering at the thought of how adorable Tuan Tuan would look in them, surely stealing the spotlight in preschool photos. Bye. Tuan Tuan became an unyielding fitting model, trying on dozens of outfits until she was exhausted. And only then would Li Wu relent. With a grand gesture, he instructed the shopkeeper to wrap it all up for him. This children's store was the premier establishment in town, boasting a solid reputation. The collection of new dresses and 7 pairs of princess shoes was not inexpensive, costing him a hefty 6,000 yuan. Reflecting on his recent expenditure of 300,000 yuan, Li Wu felt the prices were quite reasonable, lamenting the absence of larger branded children's stores in the area. With such a substantial haul, Li Wu found it inconvenient to carry Tuan Tuan, unwilling to let the little one walk too far. What was originally a short distance turned into a taxi ride home. Should he consider purchasing a car? But what about the lack of a driver's license? During his university days, there had been a green pass for obtaining a license, but he had withdrawn before completing the course. Perhaps he could buy a car and hire a driver? That seemed a tad ostentatious. Ultimately, Li Wu decided to postpone the idea of buying a car. He would reconsider when winter brought the chill. For now, the electric scooter was both familiar and efficient. "I'm not buying clothes anymore," Tuan Tuan murmured in her sleep, prompting Li Wu to awkwardly tuck her in before donning his gaming